assume that it's user error. Every single time they don't get what they want. It's like literally the definition of cherry picking.
Yeah, that's why Cavendish himself, it was said that if you went to visit him, you'd have to meet him in the room. You'd be talking to the back of his head because he couldn't look at you in the face, and you'd have to state your business, and then he'll then answer you forthwith. So if you said to him, Cavendish, look, I can't seem to get your experiment to work, he'll just say to you, well, try fucking harder, man, because you're not trying hard enough. Now get out of here. Do you know what I mean? He wouldn't even look at you, man, because he's a lying bastard. That's why.
Even trying to prove what people try to invoke his little nonsense setup to do to prove. It wasn't even, he was, it's just a preposterous claim to act like you're somehow proving mass attracting max, which is outdated in their own paradigm. It's so stupid. But the point is, like, if there is some type of movement over top of the earth in a substantive field, that decapitates heliocentrism. So they don't acknowledge that. But that doesn't mean that's the only reason. That's the sole reason. It's a devotion to general relativity and the heliocentric model.
Of course it is. And pseudoscience dogma, to be exact.
They basically had to say that there was nothing there, but somehow the nothing does still have the physical properties responsible for movement. It's just wild.
That's why I have to assume. That's why I assume ether, because I think, well, it has to be something physical, and to be containing us, and it has to be something physical out there. To having nothingness, vacuum's been disproven, so there's obviously something out there. If it can't be nothingness, it has to be something.
I don't logically something out there, because we don't. The night sky is our ceiling. That's it. We don't know what's beyond that. We just don't know if there's anything there.
It can't be nothing.
Very simple, though. It's like our eyes perceive a certain spectrum of vibration. There's more vibration than we can see. We can use like infrared, or even the thing they're trying to get everyone to take, like luciferase enzyme body activity, having bioluminescence and tracking it with quantum dots, right? So
but when you look at the sky, really, I mean, that's all you've got. That's it. So
well, my point is simply like with the quantum dot, for example, you can't see it to the naked eye, but if you pull out something, you can see it. A certain type of technology can see it because it's in the right spectrum. So our eyes are designed to only perceive a certain vibration. That's all that's there. My whole point is, obviously, there is more there. That's so stupid to ever even. You could pretend to make the claim that there's nothing there. That's what materialism does. It says that the perceivable material world is all that there is, and there's nothing beyond that. And when you make that claim, you then have to make claims about things like space and time, just complete conceptual abstractions being reified and attributed physical properties to them, because you have to say there's nothing beyond it. There is obviously something beyond it. Its observations wouldn't allow that if the Earth was a spinning ball revolving around the sun. That's actually
how would you think gas pressure would work against water?
Thank you.
It's got to
work.
What do you mean? Like I said, the ether is like a physical thing that's just strong enough to keep gas in and create gas pressure. So it'd just be like a different medium that we're not familiar here with.
The ether would be everything all around you, dude. The ether's all around you.
I've heard that one.
Yeah, well, that's what it is postulated to be. It's just you can't perceive certain vibrations. It's a spectrum of vibrations. Everything is frequency and vibration. When it comes to the containment, necessary to see to gas pressures, physical containment, certainly when it comes to the fairy tale of this vacuum, it just violates their entire claim, but like falsifies it. But beyond that, like there's still something there that is causing a physical obstruction. Containing the gas. And so what exactly it is, we don't know, because we don't even know what's on the other side of it. So its requirements, right? We could never know its requirements of how or what it's made of, because we don't even know what it's actually dividing.
It could be like made of oxygen, like a solid structure.
That's still an atomistic, reductionistic attitude.
But I just think when you go out into space, you look at the Milky Way galaxy and you see everything out there. You see something, like you do see dark clouds, you do see light, and they're not like stars. The Milky Way itself is, they say it's billions of stars.
But everything you see is frequencies, waves. Everything you touch is waves. Everything you experience is waves and frequencies. There's nothing
it's got to be something out there.
Waves aren't things, man. Waves are just a type of movement, man. It's just a type of movement. Transverse movement. It's a moving motion. That's all it is. A wave. You have a movement in something.
Yeah,
it's just the movement of a medium. A wave isn't a thing. It's just movement within a medium.
I like to be able to do a test to have water above me and then release gas pressure and see what it would do against that water.
Yeah.
Well, gas wouldn't go through the water, would it?
That's my thing. Water's above.
You could have water as an insulator on, but water's above, but it can't be like water would actually come down though, wouldn't it? So it has to be something like water that's fluid. But that's why I think that ether is a good one, because if it's, I know that like Witch is saying it should be everywhere, but if it's only what's containing and beyond, then that's kind of like that's the sort of space medium, or the ether medium that you can travel through. And if you travel at high velocities, the effects, rather than like water, when you travel through water fast, you get like there's like a white effect at the front, is it now? Like what you see in shooting stars, like the resistance of the water traveling the item, it creates this kind of like splashing effect, doesn't it?
Well, it could be as simple as up there is the ether without this designed divide or veil. That's all. It could be as simple as that. That up there is, the actual ether unimpeded perception-wise because of the lack of a veil, that natural design of what the Earth is and its inhabitants, that God made, the way God made it. But so above it would just be unimpeded perception of vibration and the fluid-like medium that is the ether itself.
Yeah. And if you go deeper and look, you might see more concentrated versions. If you travel through it fast, that's probably why we're seeing shooting stars or whatever it is we're seeing.
Well, it would come all down to what's the source of the energy that gets introduced into this closed dynamic system. It's no one here knows the answer to that.
No, it's like speculation.
Have you ever heard of
this? And that would come down to what that vibration is. The vibration is, and then it's central, its source, and
it's like what you said with the water.
How
though,
you perceive everything around it would be relative to the vibration everything is.
It's like you said with the water, like when it's the waves, the behavior of that medium. Hold on a second. The behavior of that water when it waves. That's the actual medium's behavior. That's the wave. So it's not, the wave is an actual thing. It's just the behavior of the thing in there. When something travels through it, like when you go fast, like say like a jet ski, you get like all them, when you go through the medium, like all the medium reacts to the jet ski going through it. You get all that kind of white water, and that's what I'm thinking with the ether. If something travels through fast of it, it would create that sort of effect as well, which is what you see.
The ripple effect. Yes.
Well, can you say that light is not actually a disturbance of the ether? Can you prove that wrong?
Wait. I mean, the light, the way I see it, light is the ether, and it's just a disturbance of. It's an excitation of the ether.
Yeah,
it makes it illuminate because it excites it, shakes it up, makes it vibrate in a perceivable vibration.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's why it's instant. There is no speed of light. It's just already there, and waves aren't things. It's just movement in the medium. That movement in the medium is light in the ether.
What I want to know is what waves are you talking about? Can you see the waves?
Yeah, like for example, we can see light.
Yeah, you can see.
Have you ever heard of the sky stone
that you're talking about?
We can see magnetic fields.
Sorry,
have I seen what?
I said, can you see the waves, and then can you see these vibrations that we're talking about?
Well, yeah, light is a vibration.
Sound.
So
sound is a vibration.
So think about the comet then. When you see a comet, that's something that's going through the medium, and that's the reaction of the medium it's traveling through, creating that light. That because the vibration.
Interesting. There's no telling what comets and meteor showers are, man. The way that I see it is what's above us is what most of the people in this room would think I'm crazy for what I think's above us.
Yeah. You have you heard of the sky stone?
Say again.
Sky stone.
No.
You never heard of the sky stone?
The sky stone.
Yeah, I just posted it in the chat.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I've heard of something of this effect.
Sky stone. I've never heard.
Yeah, there's been some people that have reported working in Antarctica that they're. I don't know if it's true or not, right? So don't quote me on it. But they work on that in Antarctica, and it's a material unknown to man.
Okay. It fell from the sky.
They drilled it. Yeah, they drilled it, right, and they came back the next day, and their drill was stuck in the wall of that sky stone, like it grows back. It cracks and grows back.
Well, we have to see this.
So just look into it.
See this stuff, man. They say, remember, these are the people that have lied about everything. So that we have to see.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Just got to see it, really. I can't, like you said, you don't want to put your mind into that much. Put it down to another bloody lie. But now, until you can really,
dude, it's like this truth. You know how they do this with everything. There's lies on the news, and then truth in movies.
Yeah,
right.
They do this with everything. Like in all the movies, it's embedded within it, where there is more than you perceive with your eyes. There is more than just that.
Yeah.
And what people call their dreams, well, their eyes are closed when they're dreaming, right? So anything that you quote unquote see in your mind has nothing to do with the limitation of your eye. They embed this in the Matrix, of course, right? Where it's like, you were put here as a slave with wool pulled over your eyes, but I can't just tell you. You're gonna have to see it for yourself, right? It's just that there's more around you than your eyes alone can see, and there are different ways that you can actually see into some more of the spectrum beyond the veil. So
that's interesting.
That's very interesting stuff. I don't dismiss it. That's my dismissing none of this.
It's one of the best films ever, though, Matrix, weren't it? I mean, when I watched that, I did come out of the cinema feeling like, I don't know, man, wasn't the same ever again. Do you know what I mean? Like, it is fucking that's what's so great about the film, that it's so real. You know what I mean? And like you say, the truth for the films, like The Matrix, is one of them.
Yeah, it impacted me greatly in 1999. I thought, yeah, that's true.
Like, dude, he straight up tells Neo, bro. Everyone's seen it then, right? And just straight up at the beginning, he's just telling Neo. He's like, do you believe in free will? He said, no. Why not? Because I don't like feeling like I'm not in control of my own life. I know exactly what you mean, Neo. And the truth is, you were put here like a slave with wool pulled over your eyes. And there's more than you know. And I can tell you about the Matrix, but no one can understand until they see it for themselves. I can only offer you the truth. There's more here. And then he straight up ends up telling him in the next scene when they're talking about dreaming. You ever dreamed and it's so real that you feel like this has got to be real, but it's just a dream? What if the dream is real?
Huh.
Yeah, astral projection, all these different things that you can achieve in your
No, he says, what if you can't tell the difference between the dream world and the real world?
Well, I've got.
Then what does he say?
It's just after he gives him the pill, I think.
That probably involved.
And he looks at himself in the mirror, puts his finger in the mirror, and the mirror starts going up his arm.
Yeah, I saw it for the first time not so long ago. I remember. I did a whole stream on it.
Sorry. One of my favorite parts when I took my mate to the gym and he goes, "Oh, my arms are hurting and my legs are hurting," and I turned to him, I goes, "Hey, it's because your muscles, you've never used them before."
It seems like
trying to unplug him from that as well, man. You're gonna work their muscles.
You ever notice that they always go after the mind, the center of the brain? It seems like they always target the pineal.
Yeah, the pineal gland is a pretty big deal.
Yeah, that's responsible for a ton of the architecture you see. It's like pine cone-ish.
Yeah,
and then of course all the domes you see everywhere. We know what that's about, but the architecture is in plain sight. All the big truths also, and again, the big truth here is that whatever you want to think about it, right? So if you think astral projection isn't real, well, I don't know what to tell you.
Right.
But the point is, like, what's going on there? When people take DMT, at times they quote unquote blast off. Well, why do they all have a similar recollection of what happens when that happens?
Well, I think there's two sides to it, though. I think there's like the good side and the evil side.
My point is just simply this, like an objective recollection that there's more than you see with your naked eye. There's just more to reality than that. And that right there decapitates the materialistic worldview that there's nothing beyond the perceivable material world, i.e. pseudoscience that masquerades as science today. So it is what it is. I mean, you can call it whatever you want to. Don't call it the ether if that word rubs you the wrong way. It doesn't matter. There's more vibrations, there's more frequencies, there's more of a spectrum around you than you perceive with the limitation of the naked eye. And it was designed this way.
Well, the only issue is that by very definition, that rules it out of the scope of science, doesn't it?
Sure, in the sense of like physically manipulating and varying. But
yeah. So it becomes a philosophical sort of argument.
Not really, though.
Or logic and philosophical.
Well, you would have to say, if you're just going to hand-wave dismiss the whole discussion with that, I mean, that's a cool story, I guess, but I at least have an intellectually viable postulation to explain phenomena, and I guess you just have chosen to not even address that. You have to pick one. So are you saying that there is nothing beyond the material? I mean, yeah, as a logical framework, this is a dichotomy.
No, there definitely is.
It's a dichotomy. It's either there is or there isn't. Okay, well, if there definitely is.
Yeah, I'm just saying that there's no way to prove this sort of level of understanding of what's going on. You know?
I mean, yeah, you could just watch.
Can you prove God?
No, I guess not. I don't know.
I would say you can definitely prove God. I'd say it's one of the number one things you can prove, and your proof is in the form of look at the design. This this couldn't be here without being designed.
Yeah. Not just that, actions and people's characters, and
it's self-evident. You know what I mean?
It's the same postulation. It's the same framework of the postulation.
I actually agree with that. I was just trying to sort of think of how a normal person might answer that question.
Spiritual battle, man.
He's saying he's not a normal person. He's saying he's not normal.
You could say, I guess I didn't scientifically bottle God up, but I mean, you can prove God.
I guess it will come into play.
Well, it's the fact that it couldn't exist other than design. Like you'd have to offer a viable alternative. Like
I just logically deduce it. That's how I get to it. I mean, I just look at like you say, get the options, and then look at, well, it always existed. It created itself, and all the things from the Big Bang. All the events that happened were these laws of nature that all create. Basically, itself made it. A cake made itself, or the cake was made.
Check this, dude. I can't see the wind. I cannot see the wind. I can feel its effects. I can see its effects. I cannot see the wind. The wind's real.
Right.
I cannot bottle up God or see God. I can feel the effects, see the effects. Right. So the thing is, design is the antecedent of the very nature of where we live.
I mean, Earth could be God.
I like that logic.
God could be the Earth itself.
You think about it. Even if you never experienced wind, say you were locked away somewhere and you never experienced the breeze at all, somebody told you about it, you'd be like, "Oh man, you're just making something up. I never felt it before. I never seen it." You wouldn't believe.
My God's always been like the sun. I think it's the life giver. It's the light. It's the the warmth. It's the the thing that you can see every day. It's looking over everyone, and it's.
You gotta chill out with the sun worship, man. I mean, like the Statue of Liberty did.
Yeah, I mean,
is that what it is? But that's what I'm saying. That kind of like, if I was to say God, it was the life giver, and it would be the energy, and that's kind of like what else could be giving you
something made the sun, though, bro.
Yeah, exactly. The creator.
So you don't worship the sun then because something made the sun.
I don't worship the creation, worship the creator.
That's what you say, yeah. That's what you
No, I'm just saying there's a religion about worshiping the sun that basically runs the world for thousands of years. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, Christmas.
To be honest, let's slow that down a minute. Let's go 20,000 years if man was alive and they were looking at the sun and they, showing the sun respect. Would that be a crime?
I'm not saying it would be a crime, but there's no 20,000 anywhere. I'd say the maximum I can give anyone is 10,000. I'd say 10,000. Yeah, they were all sun worshippers. Atlantis was sun worshippers. They were known to be sun worshippers, sun god worshippers. And all I was saying is that this is the religion. Oh, I'm just saying that all I'm saying is that is the religion still kept by very powerful people in a little Gnostic religion. It's sun worship.
Yeah, they looked at the sun. They didn't see past the sun and seen the creator. So when I see the sun, I see past it and see God. They just see the sun.
Yeah, but if they can see the sun, then they can. That is self-evident, isn't it? Because that's evidence. You've got something that you can see. That gives life.
That's where their mind stops. Their mind stops.
Okay, let me give you another example, or another thing to think about. The Shinto religion, the Japanese religion. Now, when I've read a book about the history of Japan. Now, the writer was a Christian, and I could tell by the way he was describing the gods, the many gods in the Japanese religion, Shinto, he thought it was paganistic. But I thought, no, it's not paganistic, because if we're looking at the Japanese and the creator who created everything is looking at the Japanese race. They didn't send a messenger to this race, but yet this race is showing the highest respect for creation, knowing that a mountain has the power to give you life and take your life if you make a mistake. So you show respect. The sea can give you fish, but you can also lose your life.
I like that because I love the Japanese, and I'd like to say,
I haven't finished it. Yeah,
sorry,
right?
mate, sorry.
Right. Then there's the god of the rice, the god of the moon, the god of the sun. Okay. Now, basically, when you look at the Shinto religion that never had any messenger, but yet they have these many gods that people see, it's showing respect for life.
Yeah, I just want to elaborate.
My last point: before they chop down a tree to make a house, a temple, a shed, they wrap a belt known as the obi around the tree. And they gather around the tree and they pray to the god of the tree because they're going to end this life. And then they chop the tree down. Okay?
They show respect for their environment. I mean, let's look at the fact that the houses they live in are like wooden and everything's kind of like to the earth. And they make their swords trying to get the spirit into the sword, don't they? The way I love the Japanese and the samurai.
Essence, and that's Shinto, for example.
Well, respect and gratitude for nature is a good thing. I don't think anyone is saying it's not. But you just have to worship creation itself, because something way bigger than the tree and the ocean and the air and the sun and the moon and everything on the earth made all of it. Like, that's the point.
It's also respecting God's work, isn't it? It's respecting the Creator's work. It's appreciating what is given to us, and really,
that's it.
Yeah, that's not a bad thing. That's what I'm saying. That's
and anyway, when they were all together in Babylon and building the Tower of Babel, and they all speak the same language. Then when God destroyed the Tower of Babel, He scattered them amongst the world, all over the place, in different countries and all over the place. So of course they're going to pick up certain other things, from Babylon.
Well, dude, this is the point that I was making, right? It's like, can you prove creation? Can you prove God? What I asked. Like, yeah, you can prove that this place is designed. Like, just looking at the amino acids and then creating a polymer chain to get a protein, and then the chirality of the helo structure of the DNA itself. Like, you can just go forever. Golden ratio in everything. Right. Okay, so the point is, we know this place was designed because it had to be. There is no other intellectually viable option, right? The same thing is going on with the background. It's called the ether, but people don't like the word. But the point is, you can't offer another intellectually viable option. If we know that there are vibrations outside of what we perceive all around us that make up everything, and we can't see them, what a foolish, stupid claim to say there's nothing beyond what we perceive.
Well, the ether has been hijacked. The observation hijacking is going on there.
Yeah, they take observations that happen within the fields, within the background. They hijack it and make up pseudoscientific stories and make names up.
So how is it the scientific community has dismissed the ether theory?
Oh, because they just hijack it. I mean,
they just hijack it, dude. They take the phenomenon, the effects inside of it, and then they make up new names for it. They call it quantum foam, quantum field, quantum energy, quantum nonsense, whatever they come up with.
It's the same. That's where, if you look at Einstein's explanation of this fabric of space-time, he also, he insinuates it's a fabric So it's a physical thing of space and time, and matter inside it will be affected by it, which is kind of saying that it is a physical thing, but without saying it. So we're saying to people, "Oh, it's non-physical; it's just space and time," but he's insinuating it's physical things, physical properties.
Yeah, he's claiming space and time are physical. Yeah.
Yeah, that's only.
How are we detecting this ether? How are we detecting it?
Okay, there's different things that happen. For example, they shot a laser through a quote-unquote vacuum one time, and it worked. It worked better. And so the idea that if you make a vacuum, it would be nothing, went out the window. So they came up with quantum fields, is what their explanation for that was, or quantum energy. And there's like 20 variations of inadvertent ways they acknowledge the background. Quantum field theory in general is that. So they're having all kinds of. So there's all kind. Dude, a magnetic field. How does that work? If I take a magnet and I move it back and forth, introducing a vector, it'll mess with the TV like 80 yards down the street. But like the magnetic radius of that magnet, it's only like a foot, dude. But once I introduce a vector, what is that magnetic energy traveling through to go all the way to that TV 80 to 100 yards down the street and make it mess up with this little handheld magnet I have? It's traveling through a medium.
Hang on a second. Have you actually done that?
I haven't, but I've seen it done. No, I'm going to, though. You have to get an old-fashioned TV.
Take a magnet and put it to an LED light, it will affect it. You got to have a very strong magnet, though.
Yeah, neodymium iron boron magnet. Boron iron.
Yeah. That's what my interpretation was on the laser gyro.
What?
I'm still just wanting to know how we can detect. How do we detect the ether? How do we detect it?
Well, if you understand what the ether's postulated to be, light itself is detecting the ether. You're exciting the ether enough to see it and detect it, and we've even quantified the illumination rate very intricately. People call it the speed of light.
The thing that Bob used, it was my interpretation, is that it's not the Earth moving, has nothing to do with that. It's what is moving in space, in our space, not space vacuums. You know what I mean?
Well, here's as simple as this. We know there's no such thing as a vacuum. A vacuum is conceptual. Right. And because there's at least a few hydrogen atoms per cubic meter or whatever. So when we say that we get a vacuum, just say we have a vacuum. Once we get all the gas out of it, is the vacuum then nothing? Is there literally nothing inside of it?
But we don't have a vacuum to be
exactly.
Okay, but dude, if you make the best vacuum you can on Earth, and there's just a few hydrogen atoms per cubic meter in there, or whatever it is.
All right. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Now is everything except for those atoms? Like, is everything except for that nothing? Is that if once you take the gas out, does that mean there's literally nothing?
Absolutely.
In the chamber?
It's so easy to understand, Richard.
Well, technically, yeah.
Yeah.
No, that is
no. Like, think of it. He's saying, just forget that. Look, Jin. The atoms. I know you're about the atoms in there, but let's just say, what else? If we take the atoms out, and you're trying to say there's nothing there, there's no such thing as nothing. You can't have nothing. Nothing is just a concept that can't exist. It's impossible to have nothing.
Hang on a second. You have a plastic container. You suck out all the air. So, right? All the air. Mm-hmm. So it becomes a vacuum. What's left in there then?
It's not everything. That's all
that's left is space.
You got a container though, and it's not.
All that's left is space.
I mean,
guys, think about it. Richard's making it very clear. It's not. Look. Let me put it this way. The reason you can't have nothing, right, is because you have something. Whatever something is in front of you, right, eradicates the possibility that nothing can never exist. So you can never have nothing because you have something.
Yeah,
that inherently
within the vacuum chamber. We suck out the air. Now, granted, we can never get a complete zero vacuum. Okay. So there's always something in there in that sense.
Yeah. So there's still energy in there, dude. Like, dude, that's the thing. There's still energy. So they can't call it the ether because they're devoted to general relativity and the fact the Earth's a magic spinning ball. So they call it all kinds of random nonsense.
Excuse me, what energy is in there? What energy?
Like, how you
so energy. You're talking about the definition of space. Of what space is, like literal three-dimensional
space is just a concept, dude. And the way that it's used, it's the idea of the absence of matter, the area void of material. No, I'm saying that when you get the gas out, there's still something there.
It's a volume. Space is a volume.
What is that something? It's preposterous to claim that there's literally nothing there. It's
what is that something? What is that something?
That is non sequitur to my point, which is that you can't make the claim that there's literally nothing there.
I can.
Yeah, I agree. There's no such thing as nothing.
If you can say something is in there, I can very well say nothing is in there. Of course I can.
Then why does energy present, bro?
There's no such thing as there's no such thing as nothing. So when you're saying nothing is there, you could not possibly have nothing, and nothing is an impossibility. You cannot have nothing.
I don't know why you say that because
it's logical.
I am talking. Hang on, I am talking about the inside of that chamber, inside there.
Yeah,
so
the stuff. What's in that? The thing inside is something.
Hang on, please, just listen to me out. Hear me out. The substance that's in there, which is the air, is gone. Okay. Well,
yes, but dude, there's still a field of energy, dude. Jen, you have to listen. There's still.
Let me finish. Hang on.
You don't get it. You don't get it.
Let me finish, please. I know it's not completely gone because we can't get a perfect vacuum with the machine that we have today. So there is something in there. Granted. Okay.
No, there's a field of energy. It has nothing to do with the gas that's in there. There's a field of energy.
What energy is that? What energy is that? What energy?
Yeah, they call it the Higgs field, dude.
Let's say I've got a door. Let's say I've got a door in front of me. All right, Jin. Yeah, this door is made of nothing. There's nothing in it. Not just the air or the material or anything. It's an absolute nothing door. Now, can I walk through it and walk?
Yeah, because it's not there.
So I can walk through nothing.
Of course you can, because it's not
there.
So
there's literally. So how am I passing myself through a void of existence?
Well, you're telling me that there's nothing there, so you're walking through nothing. There's nothing there. The door is not there.
If it's a void of existence, then how can I walk through something that doesn't exist?
Because you're walking through.
Let me break it down for you. Let me break it down for you, dude. They say that there are like electrons right in there and all this stuff. They come up with the Higgs boson field. Yeah, the electron, that pseudoscience claims is a little material particle. They say some pseudoscience like that the mass itself, the quote-unquote mass, will increase as it goes through this energy field. This is because they are just making stuff up, though. It's all pseudoscience because the electron itself is nothing more than a gap in an energy field, a dielectric gap. But yeah, it's a gap in a dielectric line of induction. It's in the field. Everything is in the field. Everything's pressure mediation and energy within the overall field. The background that is here. Right? And they're trying to quantify the immaterial by saying that it is in fact material. And they're making up pseudoscience like, well, when it goes into this energy, after we get everything out of it and we make a vacuum chamber and there's still an energy field here, so we'll just call it the Higgs boson. As these particles go through it, this electron goes through it or whatever it is, they actually can increase in mass because they're going through the energy field.
Okay, so let's go back.
What are they talking about?
Let's go back. I
thought that was what you just said.
I'm going to say it again. For the children who are listening and those who have little knowledge of this, we've got the vacuum chamber again. We've sucked out the air. We can never get a complete zero. So there is a little bit of residue of air, something left behind. It's almost a perfect zero. Okay. Is there anything else in there? Like, are you telling me that sound waves is something or microwaves?
No, Jin, I'm trying to say the absence of absolutely every single possible thing. Let's say a room. Let's imagine a room.
No, can I put it very simply?
Absolutely nothing. You can't walk through something that doesn't exist. It does exist. So you can't have nothing.
Let me put it differently. When you get all the particles out, hear me out. When you get the particles out, you're left with the energy. That has nothing to do with the particles. That's the most basic way you can put it.
Yeah, that's true. But you have to, if you want to get into the depth of their pseudoscience, they start invoking particles.
What is that energy? What is that energy?
Okay, so in
something.
It's not particles. That's the thing. It's not particles. Okay, let me give you a question. Jin, let me give you a question. Do you have a dog?
Do I have a what?
A dog.
Yes.
Cool. Have you ever seen how your dog starts to feel happy when he doesn't see you or hears you, but he feels your presence next to you? Did that ever happen?
I can't say that because I wouldn't see that if I'm not there, but I've seen my dog react when my wife is coming back, sort of thing, by the door.
Right. How is what I'm trying to say, just to get to the point, is that there's frequencies, there's a field of energy that your body generates that the dog is able to perceive.
I disagree with that. I don't know.
Hang on a second. I'm going to say this. The dog's sense of smell is like they can smell a 1/1,000,000th.
But maybe they've lied to you about it being the smell and it actually being the dog's sense.
So they know when we're coming a mile away. Okay.
But what he's trying to say is that maybe they've lied to you about the dog's smell. But maybe it's sensing energy.
Let me give you another question. Have you ever sensed that somebody's looking at you for minutes? You haven't seen them, haven't heard anybody. You just have a sense, a feeling that somebody's following you or looking at you. We've all had that, right?
Feeling in my life, yes.
And many times it's actually been true when we felt it completely, incredibly powerful.
Yeah, sometimes I've looked at somebody looking. Sometimes, yeah. Other times there's not. But
how do you explain that?
Energy.
Yeah, that would be energy in that sense, I suppose.
Right, and is that an exchange of particles, or is it information or energy or a field in which we're all into?
I would like to say it's some kind of brain to brain signaling, maybe.
Right, and what is that? Is that particles or frequencies of waves of energy? Information. Probably, you can even call it information.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go with it. Probably.
Man. I think this is just going off the reservation. Right?
Can I speak?
I don't know.
Nothing is the argument in it. Richie's saying there's nothing there. You need to continue.
I was trying to say. Let's say it's frequency of sounds, like you said, frequency of energy. But I'm just trying to find out that in my vacuum chamber that is empty of absolutely everything, what's the energy there? The frequency? Would that be an energy that will be in there?
Sure.
You moving through it will be energy.
There's an ether background. They can't acknowledge it. But so what they say is there's
the ether
field everywhere in the universe. It's the background field. There's an energy field encompassing everything. That's what all the energy is within. It's just an overall background medium.
And Jin, I'm trying to say, if you walk through a door of nothing, you'll cease to exist with that nothingness. You cannot walk into something that's nothing. So something has to be there. That's why you can.
Have to walk through.
If I walk into a door of nothing, I will disappear.
If there's nothing there, I'll be able to walk through because there's nothing in the way, is there? Isn't
Are you?
Oh, you're not getting it, bro.
There's no such thing as nothing.
Where does all this energy come from?
Thank you.
Ask the person that designed the place.
Right, the God. That's God.
Yeah, that's
you can see how quantum eraser gets explosive because it's okay. Can you see that now? Okay.
If you take all the gas out of a chamber, is there now nothing there?
Right.
This is the question that I'm asking.
Answer it, Jin. Answer the question. Is there nothing there?
Is there nothing there?
Need to be clear about the context.
I'm thinking that chamber is empty. Now, if there's going to be anything in there.
Okay, is it empty? It's empty of what?
Okay, let's talk about the real.
Please understand what I'm trying to say. Because you're not.
Your definition of nothing is the absence of particles. That's your definition. Like,
no, hold up. Another question. Big brain question.
Wait, calm down. Let Jen answer. It's a yes or no question. If I take all the gas out of the chamber,
it's not.
Oh my God! If I take all the gas out of the chamber, is there literally nothing?
You're not letting me answer now, Will Smith. You're not letting me answer. Let me answer the question. As I've said, if I remove all the substance from my vacuum chamber, okay, it will be subjected to the outside environment. Let's say it's heat. Maybe the thing might heat up and generate something. I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out. What is this energy you're talking about?
Let's explain.
My question is simple. It's if you have a chamber and you pull all the gas out of it, is there then literally nothing there?
No, there's still no.
You could never say there was literally nothing there.
Jin has a different. Jin, is it fair to say? Let me say this, Jin. Is it fair to say that your definition of nothing is not the same as what Witt's postulating? Your definition of nothing is the absence of material or physical things, gas, etc. But what the actual meaning of nothing is deeper than that, and that's where
I got a question. So you get a box of absolutely nothing, and the box is transparent. The light passes through it.
Right.
Right.
If there's absolutely nothing in it, how come the light can travel through nothing?
Because the energy's there for it to propagate through.
Right.
Because there's nothing, no such thing as nothing, which we keep repeating.
AKA the ether. The light is going through the ether.
Because if you have, there, you cannot say there was nothing there because nothing doesn't exist.
Is ether not a particle?
No, it's not a particle. It has nothing to do.
Ether dismantles. Ether is antithetical.
Is ether?
Okay, listen.
What is ether?
I'm explaining it to you. It's the opposite of particle physics. Okay, it's that there aren't particles. Everything is energy. Everything is a field within fields. It's characteristics within the energy field. Everything. What they call an electron is a particle. No, it's not. No, it's not. Photon's particle. No, it's not. It has nothing to do with particles. There aren't particles, right? On the quote-unquote subatomic scale, it's just energy and fields.
Yo, Gene, let me ask you something.
There's
wait, Gene.
No meaning in what you just said.
Hold up. Gene, can particles attract one another? Are atoms connecting with one another? How do you have a material? Do you think a material is made of atoms, particles, right?
Right.
Cool. So these particles have to be connected with one another, like Lego pieces, right?
Yes.
Cool. Now, do they connect one another physically with physical things, or is there a field, a magnetic field, a dielectric field, whatever you want to call it, that allows them to connect with one another and be one?
Yeah, it would depend on the particles we're talking about and the fabric, whatever we're talking about.
Sure, but the question is, whatever you want to choose it, something else other than the particles that allows for
yes. The answer would be yes there.
Well, that field, if you go deep into it, is made of water field. That is the fabric of the universe, the foundation. That's what we're saying.
I don't know about
dude, it comes down to some simple things, dude. Jen, check this, dude. I'm saying there aren't any of these little particles. What they say is, then we get down there making up all the stories, and they say that there are now massless particles, quote unquote, and that there are virtual particles, that they pop into existence out of literally nothing, which comes full circle back to my point is, how could there be literally nothing? How can the quote-unquote quantum field make a quote-unquote virtual particle pop into existence from literally nothing? How could the field extend into nothing?
Exactly.
That's apparently
come on, Gene. You got to understand that, Gene. You got to understand that, Gene. Come on.
Isn't that where our whole universe apparently came from?
Yeah, that would be impossible, wouldn't it? You can't make something out of nothing.
You can't have nothing, bro. Nothing can never ever exist. It's completely.
You cannot have absolutely nothing.
What about our universe?
There we go. That's all we're saying. So it cannot pass.
Look, Jin. How can you know what nothing looks like unless you know what something looks like?
Hang on, listen to the question. How does that apply to my vacuum chamber and ether?
Because it's a deeper meaning. You are talking about the nothing of absence of particles. We're talking about the absence of absolutely, empirically, nothing. It's a deeper version of nothing, which I'm trying to bring your attention to. And you're saying, how does it compare to your vacuum chamber? It compares to your vacuum chamber because you're talking about the physical properties inside of it, but we're talking about the realm in between that. The ether, the backbone.
People want to get past it and say, oh, they heard the word ether. They want to say, we can't prove it. Ha ha, dismiss it. But they don't realize that means they've just disengaged from the whole conversation. I'm not doing that because you still have to make a decision if you're going to be intellectually honest. Either there are little particles on the subatomic scale that are bombarding everywhere randomly and chaotically, and we can give them names and titles and then quantify them, and that some of them are quote unquote massless, some of them pop into existence from nothing with a quantum field that extends into quote unquote nothingness, and there are virtual particles and virtual photons. Or you can acknowledge the other viable option, and these are the only two. It's not a false dichotomy. It is the dichotomy, which is that there's a background, and all these phenomena are happening within this background. Everything is about pressure mediation and energy fields. We have different characteristics within it, and you cannot quantify the immaterial. There's an ether background, or there are little particles bouncing everywhere. There are either little particles bouncing everywhere, or there's an ether. Do you understand that?
I have a question now. I have a question.
Can both not be true?
I have a question right there, right at that point. Look, so you're saying with all what you've just said, a vacuum pump would have no effect on all these particles you're talking about. A vacuum pump in a vacuum chamber.
What is your perspective?
I'd agree with that. I agree, Jin, because you say like a vacuum would suck out all the air and the other room. It wouldn't suck out the ether. It wouldn't suck out the backbone of the
particles, man. There are no particles.
It wouldn't suck out the backbone of the existence between point A and point B.
Yeah,
there would no such thing.
The Higgs field. Listen, Jin. I'm trying to break it down for you, dude. They'll call it the Higgs field, okay, and they'll say it's still there. So these people these quantum physicists, they do not say that there's nothing there. They just make up a title for the effect they can't explain when they claim nothing's there, and then keep on claiming nothing's there. It's stupid. They do the same thing with virtual particles. I just explained it. They say that magnetism is the exchange of virtual photons, massless particles that pop into existence through a quantum field that extends beyond existence, but where it extends into, well, that's nothingness. So it's either you believe that, or there's a background. There is not another option.
Like a magnet, Jin, like a magnet. Like a magnet, Jin. If I've got a piece of metal and I put electric current through it, let's say, and it induces a magnet current. That magnetic thing that pulls the piece of metal, for example, would you say the magnetic field is physical?
No, because you can't touch it.
So, but is it there though? Even though it's not physical,
it's there because you can see it working.
Exactly. So you know it's there, but you can't see it, and you can't put a physical property to it. Hold on. You're not putting a physical property to that magnetic field, right?
No.
Okay, so there's something there, right? Even though there's nothing there, there's something pulling it. So there's something that's creating physical properties.
Hang on. Sorry, you're going too fast. I can't see it, but I can see the result from the current being put through. Obviously, there's some kind of action happening. That's why we know it's there. Yes.
So it's not nothing. You've got your evidence of not nothing. So there's always something there. That whatever that electric field, that's not physical that it's passing through, and it's grabbing the metal pen and pulling it across the table. Right?
Again. Let's go back to the vacuum chamber again, and we suck it all out. Are you saying that there's something in there still, like a
the space inside that vacuum chamber is something? Yes, you cannot say inside that space. You cannot say within that vacuum chamber there is nothing.
Yeah, is there a magnetic... Hang on, just answer the question. Is there a magnetic field in there?
Let's say I put a magnet on the outside of it. Would the magnetic field go through into that room?
No, it's not that there's a magnetic field in it. There's a field that allows a magnet to exist.
Yes,
exactly.
It's a difference. Listen, so if I get this box of nothingness, I can still put two magnets and they will work. Because there's a field that allows that smaller field that we call magnetism to exist.
Yes,
now,
exactly.
Hang on a second, you got two magnets, they attract to each other, okay? Let's say my vacuum chamber is 2 foot thick. It's glass, you can see through it, so you can see things.
Yeah. You think the magnets are not going to work?
Hang on a second, I've sucked out the air completely, so that we've only got a residue at the bottom there, okay? Then I've got my two magnets, okay? Now, they're attracted to each other, so if I put them on either side of the vacuum chamber, what's happening? Would they attract to each other through the chamber?
Yes, magnetism would go through the chamber. Yes.
Right. Okay, that makes sense there, doesn't it? That's the magnetic field.
Okay, yeah, but what's the magnetic field happening within? It's the thing that was already there in that chamber, even though you took out the gas. All you did was take out little physical particles known as gas molecules. They're still at the background there. Another example, dude, is the people that believe in this little, I call it atomism, like the cults that believes that particles bounce everywhere randomly. They went and shot a laser through a vacuum chamber, and they did not expect it to get through to the other side. But it did. What? And they were like, oh, I'm so surprised, because they're dumb. And then they were like, oh, this must be quantum energy is still in the vacuum.
Right. Hang on a second. Now, with the laser going through the vacuum chamber was a transparent one, was it not?
I believe so, yes.
Right.
I thought it was yellow.
That's going to go
doesn't really matter, like.
Why would they think it wouldn't go through? It's stupid, because that's obviously going to go through, without a doubt.
Because they're idiots.
Yeah, I think that the light is a physical particle called the photon that travels from point A to point B, and that it would be affected by the pressurized conditions of the vacuum. But of course, they were wrong. It was not in any way prohibited by the vacuum. It was actually more effective. And my point is that they don't ever know what they're talking about. They're wrong all the time, Jen. Every couple of weeks they come out and admit they were wrong again. And this is because they say everything's a physical little particle.
I agree with you. I'm just trying to get a clearer understanding of the ether and in relationship to the vacuum chamber, and that laser beam you just said. For example, remove everything out of the vacuum chamber. I would imagine that the light would pass through even quicker because there's nothing there. I got a question.
Jin, but do you just I need you to define nothing again? Like, what's your actual definition of nothing?
Well, my definition of nothing is that I've removed, like you said, all the particles, the air, and all the gases that are in there to the best I can with my machine. That's
so
it.
There's still nothing. So that's your definition of nothing: is the absence of material matter.
You're jumping in again.
I'm sorry, but
let me just finish, and then you can jump in. I'll only be 10 seconds, and then I've vacuumed. But you guys are saying that there is something still in there. That's what you're saying.
Absolutely.
And that's something. Yeah. That something is something that we can't see. It's an energy.
Jen, have you ever seen like a magnetic field image under a ferrocell? You know, you can use what's called a ferrocell, and you can see a magnetic field. Have you ever seen those? I'm sure you have.
I've seen a magnetic field through an oscilloscope. That's the best I can say.
Okay, yeah. And so you can see the magnetic field. Now, when you see these images, what you're seeing is the magnetic field, which is just energy being exchanged perpetually, right? It's got to right. It's and so where is that energy being exchanged within?
Right.
That energy that's exchanging perpetually coming around in that field, that movement that's coming around perpetually is happening in the field.
Yeah,
it's around it. That means that there has to be a medium or a field around it for that to even happen. When you look at a magnetic field, you're technically looking at phenomena happening within the ether. You're actually seeing energy
that could be the ether. Okay. Now I'm understanding.
Brilliant.
Hallelujah. We got it in the end.
Yeah, it's cool, man. The absence of material is not enough, you know. The absence of brilliant.
Thank you.
Oh, that was cool, man. That was cool.
Yeah, now we understand.
I was still
we're on the same page.
Oh, he was using the vacuum. Was he trying to compare it to the vacuum of space?
Yes,
well, dude, that's what I was trying to do. It's simple. People, because of general relativity, quote unquote gravity, they have a materialistic understanding, meaning literally nothing is beyond the material world, right? And this is because they say that there's nothing beyond the material world, and that's just space, a concept, and time, a concept. Because of general relativity, they have to limit everything that they acknowledge within the confinements of there's just the material world. And what has happened is now they're wrong about a ton of things because they just keep building upon those presuppositions.
False foundations, basically.
I still want to know, is that what you were comparing the vacuum to, the vacuum of space, the chamber?
Oh, there is no vacuum of space. It's just if you had a quote unquote.
Right. No, I'm asking him, is that what he was trying to compare nothing to? Like, there's nothing. Is that what he's claiming, that there's nothing?
I think Jin first was used thinking of nothing. It's just the absence of the air and the particles, the material thing. But what we're actually saying, nothing is an impossible thing to actually even explain, because you have to literally take away every single concept of idea of any sort of existence. But like Witzit said, there's particles coming out of that nothing, which is just an actual logical problem.
What I was getting at is because NASA claims that there's water droplets flying through all there, so the doublespeak is just bizarre.
Yeah, they're psychopaths. Yeah. Their Hebrew name means to deceive. Dude, they got to keep up their work, bro. So, if you throw a rock in some water and it ripples, think about this, dude. If it ripples, okay, so say light is just a ripple for intents and purposes. Well, you wonder, why can't the light go through the wall? Well, what happens if the ripple in a pond or a lake hits something physical? It's going to impede it. It's going to impede the ripple, the movement in the medium.
Right. That's what I was getting at. Because if he was saying that vacuum of space is nothing, then how the heck can you believe that there's water up there? Like, it's just.
I don't believe there's water up there at this point, because I can't.
So you see how something physical can impede the movement that is a quote unquote wave. It's just a movement. But now when you shoot a laser through, like, say, glass, well, if this is a little physical particle that this freaking laser just shooting out of it, how's it going to hit the glass and just go through it and then go down and pop back up? I mean, come on.
I definitely believe that it's not a vacuum of space. I definitely believe the biblical.
Yeah, that's right. Me too.
I believe the biblical part where it says water's above, water's below.
Yeah, different type of waters in it. The waters below are going to be different from the waters above, and the waters above are going to have properties that we're not familiar with down here, which obviously as long as it's not strong enough to hold in the gas. Hence why I talk about it.
You know, we can't really prove that. We don't have any evidence.
We can't prove it, but I mean, if you know, it's consistent with the ideas, right? I mean, it's not like it's not alien.
But here's the thing: falsification is independent of replacement. We've dismantled their fairy tale model, and we can do that in every type of way. And we should try to figure out the true characteristics of where we live. Like we have,
that's true. Yeah, absolutely.
We have phenomena, right? So we have sprites, and we have just lightning in general. We have sundogs. We have what appears to potentially be 24 hours of light, which could work in a firmament with the coffee cup caustic. But we have like demonstrable phenomena and effects that we shouldn't just like ignore. So we, you know, like this. Where's the sprite going to? You know,
I like sprites. When I thought about the globe, heliocentric model lying to me, and I thought everything becomes suspicious. Then I mean, I'd look at the moon and I'd see like the craters on the moon that they said was hit by asteroids. But then I thought, so if they're lying about that, what could that be? Could that be space landing UFO disc? Could it be lightning? Hitting the moon, and maybe that, you know, like when you hit lightning on top of like iron, it gives them sort of staying. So what could it be? What could these creators be? So it opens the minds to figuring out, well, if we've been lied to about everything, then we need to work out what it actually is then.
Yeah, right. You know what got me on the moon, the craters hitting the moon, is why they're not diagonal. Why they
yeah.
They would hit the surface and like skid across it.
Right. They're always straight on. Like what?
Stupid.
Up or down in space. I mean, come on. I ain't never even seen a meteor go from the horizon, quote unquote, up. You never from down up.
Yeah. They go in all directions. I've seen pictures of different all directions, but I forgot my other point.
Y'all have seen the sprites though, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and so y'all can see where it kind of looks like it enters a fluid-like medium in a way.
Right.
Yeah, I've seen the sprite as well. Yeah, in the sky. Electric. It's like an electric liquid, isn't it? It looks like
it's crazy, dude.
Well, some people get dome, but I think there will be a medium. There's mediums way before the dome.
Well, yeah, I think so too. I think that when you get up real high, something to the effect of being able to fly real easily happens. And
but then it also
that's been hidden from us, and they twisted it. You see how they twisted it, and they show you like floatlessness, and they talk about space and stuff like that. But we're not allowed to go up real high. We don't even know for sure that you can go past like 60 miles. No, certainly not 70, but we're not even allowed to get close to that. And so what is the change in the medium as you get closer and closer to the container?
Have you noticed when they shoot a rocket off, right? And then you can see on the glass that it starts to freeze. There's some kind of substance. I forget to it, but it puts out fire. You could you can't see it. I seen a video. They dump it on the candles and it puts it right out.
Have y'all heard of magnetic levitation?
Yeah, I think it's something like that. But it puts.
What y'all have heard of? Is that quantum locking magnetic levitation? Y'all heard of that?
Yeah, I've heard of that. Yeah,
right.
Definitely.
So say hypothetically you get higher and higher closer to this containment, and some type of phenomena to that effect begins to take place.
Right.
You would effectively be able to float effectively.
Well, yes, that's correct. Yes.
Right. Yeah.
But our bodies, you know, I mean, that thing, something special property has to happen.
Well, what are these UFOs? What are they doing? Right, like quote unquote UFOs. Like, I think that there's a certain elevation that we would be very surprised as to, let's say, the aerodynamic.
If you guys get a second to quickly look at this video,
you're talking about. Hang on a minute. Where are they coming from? Where are they coming from? These UFOs you're talking about?
We just know that the government has like very advanced craft. You know,
you know the Egyptian beetle. You know the Egyptian the Egyptian beetle. I forgot what it's called, but the wings you can put them together on top of each other and they'll hover.
Yes, that I'm aware of. Yeah, and the man who actually
what more
levitation died.
They could probably take the material that is on those wings and redefine it or recreate it.
Yeah, or spider ballooning, or how bees like aren't aerodynamic, but they can fly unaffected by crosswinds because they're like electrostatic resonance. So yeah, there's all kinds of things like what people would maybe falsely call electrogravitic repulsion, but magnetic levitation, all these type of things, just like your resonance. And then it would change relative to the medium, of course, right? And the energy output close to you in your proximity, which would always be changing based on your location change. And so up there, it's very possible that there's just a much more cooperative environment
Probably. Yeah, that's like Ezekiel. Remember?
Probably.
You know the video of the rocket launch. You know when you say go up into space, and you've got the lightning in the background in that other picture, but you can see it's going through some sort of water. I mean, that rocket goes up and then it goes into, and then they say it's the lights, the sun's rays illuminating the smoke coming from the rocket. But let's say it went into the dome and then it's going through some sort of liquid material, and it makes it all expand out the way it does, and you get that kind of spectacle.
Yeah. But then that's what stops.
Again, we don't have any images of this stuff. That's the problem.
I've just put the video in the live stream, and it's
but it's not realistic.
You read Ezekiel, right?
Could be water they're going through, and it could be.
We need to be there with the rocket to really know. That's the thing.
What about
we need to be on that rocket.
Yeah, when who's to say what Ezekiel was seeing was ancient technology that they're using now? That the wheels inside the wheels. And what was upon them above their heads was a firmament, the color of a crystal sapphire. It's in Ezekiel. You have to read it. I always thought it was like a UFO looking thing because a wheel inside a wheel with 4 eyes around about it.
They're just going up there saying, "Oh, we're just doing these experiments, guys. That's why we're sending these rockets to the sky. Not that we're leaving this planet and going somewhere else for a bit." They're probably going to some other planet, leaving this planet and going, "No, we're just doing experiments in some orbiting thing that's going around your planet. We're just sending rockets up there. Really, this could be just travel for fucking people visiting us, literally right in front of our faces. Look at these people shooting to the sky. These." And really, they're just going to a different planet, or they're going somewhere else.
There are no planets, man. You're not just flying up there, dude.
They're going to other
man.
Yeah.
Look, dude, here's the truth, and no one can handle this, but all around the world, they wrote about the same story all around the world. And there was this king that took over the world, and he tried to build a tower to the firmament.
Yep, Babel.
And he was actually prohibited. People were dispersed into all directions with different languages. And so they've told the same story with different languages. Let's say different names of the same character, right?
Yeah,
and so he couldn't do it, but was known to be 2/3 God, 1/3 human. Now that's where I lose everybody. I told you guys I was going to lose everybody because everyone's like, okay, yeah, that's cool. But I'm just saying, we've been told that what they all said back in the day was stupid or something, and that's not true. And so just saying, I don't think it's just like an effortless task to jump up and go through the firmament.
Right.
I wouldn't know exactly though. Are they penetrating like this? They're trying to penetrate it. They get up in some of it and then they can't go further, or do they get? I don't know any of the details, but they're not just flying out into space. Simply cannot
They're not flying anywhere really. They're just in the sky and in the water. That's it. That's what they're doing.
Hey, Witzer, on that note, can you imagine the beings or creatures that were back then? How they looked? Oof.
There's no sound.
You're having a laugh.
I have a question for you guys. I don't know if you can help me with this. I've been making a lot of observations on the moon, and something dawned on me yesterday that doesn't make sense, especially on the globe model. So when I look at a full moon and it's way over to the east side of me, so it's way left, and it's a full moon. And then when it's overhead, so it's directly above me, it's still a full moon. I don't understand how that's possible on a globe if it's a sphere reflecting the sun's light.
Good point.
How is that possible? If it's gone from way over to my left and now it's directly above me and it's still an exact full moon.
Right, and it's funny that the fact that the moon is in front of the sun in their model. So how can something behind it light up the face of it?
Another good point. 2 good points there that just debunked the model. Well done.
Like, I have seen the moon full, like, almost side by side next to the sun. How the heck, in their model, how is the sun that's way back there lighting up the front? Like, come on.
But yeah, if the moon's moving so much... Then
no, wait, hold on. Just to answer that question, you can tweak the quantity, the candelas that the sun generates, the distances, you can tweak them all exactly as you want so that you can answer the question you just asked. They tweaked the numbers so that works. But the numbers they tweaked at don't allow for an explanation when it comes to the angle at which the sun the sun
rays,
light rays, whatever, go through the clouds. Because their model is not able to just take all the things and create a formula that embodies all these things they have to explain. It can explain only one.
Right.
It's that one you showed us earlier, isn't it? The Venus and the moon in front of you. Sorry, being illuminated, full moon and Venus, because Venus would be in front of the sun, or be on that orbital path. So how you can have a full moon and the Venus behind it was geometrically impossible, because you could only look at the night sky when your back was to the moon. I mean, your back was to the sun. Sorry, when your planet was back to the sun, the moon. You can't have a full moon. On the dark side. But one more thing, the moon as well apparently is rotating as well.
Right. That is funny. There's also a phenomenon with the moon and the sun both above the horizon. I think, Witsit, you might know it, because I think you were talking about it before.
Yeah, that's called the Senilenic.
Right. So there's another one.
Yeah.
The Earth's rotating, the moon's rotating, but then and the rotating. It's just fucking it's
crazy.
Just so funny when you think about it. Like,
I did make I made a strange observation. Maybe you guys can explain this. I've got it's kind of like a P900, but not quite as powerful. And I look at the moon quite a lot. And now my camera focuses on objects depending on how far away they are. And I think that's how the focus works anyway. So when I've got the moon in the middle of my view, it's in the middle of the lens, it's fully focused on the moon. Now, I watch the moon move across my point of view, across the camera. When it gets to the edge of my screen, it goes out of focus. Does that mean my camera's now focusing on something behind the moon? It's trying to focus on the sky behind the moon, putting the moon out of focus to the right.
That's true. It's trying to focus on something. That's why it's going blurry, of course. Yeah.
That's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point.
Right. So it's trying to focus on something further than 238,000 miles away.
Well, obviously, it's trying to find something. It's searching. What makeup camera is it?
It's a Panasonic.
Okay, Japanese. So there you go.
Panasonic HC V180. It's a really good buy if anyone wants one for like £110.
Yeah,
it's got a 90x zoom. It's only 50 optical, or 60 optical.
Works.
Panasonic did very good video recorders during the 80s, the 90s, and the 2000s, and they did very one of the best handycams. Handycam recorders, video recorders as well. You know what, John? Portable ones, yeah. So Panasonic is a good brand. So I'm not surprised to hear that your camera was functioning in such a way. Okay,
that's good. Hey guys, I posted in chat. Do you guys think that's a sphere?
It looks like it could be a circle rug.
Like, does it look like a sphere?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does look like a sphere. Yeah,
it's just a napkin cut into a circle. Isn't it amazing how things far away can appear to be not what they are when you're close up to them?
Yeah.
I mean, it's self-evident that you can have something that looks like a sphere and it's just a picture on my computer. Obviously, it's not a sphere, but it looks like one.
Yeah.
Right.
Look, a camera lens.
Right, yeah.
When did you buy your camera anyway? How old is it?
I bought it maybe 2 years ago, and it's actually gone up in price. Yeah. I had a look recently to buy the same one. It's like £70 more expensive now.
Yeah, I was going to say, it sounds like you got a bargain there. I was going to say, and if it's only 2 years old, then the technology hasn't advanced that much in the time. So,
I don't know.
Well, it's because it's a camcorder. No one buys camcorders anymore, but it just happens to have this really sick zoom on it. So everyone films with their phones. No one buys the kind of obsolete camcorders. So.
Yeah, see what I mean? That's why I told you that Panasonic made some good camcorders. That's what I meant by the handycam. So you've actually got a handycam, is what you got. Yeah.
Yeah, 90x zoom on a handycam. That's,
brilliant.
Here's my question, though. Here's my question. How are you able to zoom in on the moon through a medium of gas pressure that's something 200 and something thousand miles away?
Well, it's because it's not that far away. It's not that far away.
You're right. And it's only 2,000 miles across. There's no way.
And it's like 250, it's like 250,000 miles away at the moon, apparently.
Yeah, there's no way it's that far away. There's absolutely no way.
We'll give a big shout to Robert Pisano of Planete Veritas, because if you look on his video, it states that the moon is not 38,000 kilometers away or whatever, right? And he has done something odd kilometers away. And then when you're looking at the actual video itself, watching it, he actually has a pair of binoculars, okay, looking at the moon, military spec binoculars, right? And in the way he states it, listen, folks.
You're cutting out, Jin? Is he cutting out for anyone else?
Yeah, he's cutting out.
You see all details on the moon, but when you're on the moon, looking at the Earth from the surface of the moon, you can't make out any features of the Earth. None. With a pair of binoculars.
Right. Well, they got 2 different or 3 different type of images from the moon. The Earth is really, really large, like it's supposed to be, and then really, really tiny.
Oh yeah.
Make up their mind.
Oh, but you can do a zoom with the camera, can't you? And when you're looking at this, you can zoom, and look, it all looks like it's all relatively big and small. And it depends on the aperture, which is still like argumentative and still feasible, but like it's also a good way of covering your tracks. That look, they've took a picture of something that just doesn't make sense, and now you're saying, oh, we zoomed out, we had the field of view differently. Like it's like, well, no, maybe you just didn't take a picture from.
I'll tell you what I want to do. The guy with the camera, the guy with the handycam. What you want to do is get yourself another spare battery if you can. Get it now before it goes obsolete, and look after it, because those things go forever if you can. Okay, you can have it for 10 years, no problem.
Well, actually, this is my second one. I broke the first one, right? Because as soon as I got it, the first thing I did was start filming the sun. And I left it running, filming the sun, and it broke the lens. Like everything was really dark after. So I took it back to PC World and lied and just said it broke. I never told them I was filming the sun, and they replaced it.
PC World is still out there. PC World is still going.
Yeah, wow. PC World 2 years ago. I don't know if it's still going now, but 2 years ago, PC World.
Yeah, PC World is an old company. They've been around for like 15 years or so, 20 years. Not a new company. That's
I had a video once upon a time that someone zoomed in on the sun, and you could see what appeared to be a solid structure. It was so weird, and then they zoomed back out. It's deleted off my YouTube now, though. So I mean, I gotta find that clip again, because it was so weird how he zoomed. It looked like there was something in front of the sun, like a crystal. Like it was weird.
So as long as we agree, then there's no such thing as nothing. You can never have nothing, so nothing could ever come from nothing. So that's a complete, you can't have it. It's just impossible. Nothing is a concept that we try to, quantify, but it's unquantifiable, because to have nothing is to absolutely have nothing. And to say there's nothing between A and B, the space between A and B is still something, whether if you're doing it on a physical property.
Even though I've emptied my vacuum chamber, there's still something there, because magnetic fields and electric fields can pass
through it. Yeah, that's what I was saying. If you walk through nothing, I should disappear, shouldn't I? It should go into a vortex, a void, maybe this is what they're saying with this black hole bullshit. Once you pass this event horizon, once you walk into
right. That's the biggest trick Satan has ever pulled on mankind, is to convince us that he isn't real. So I mean, what more so will he do to convince nothing is real? Like,
imagine saying light, quote unquote, propagates through nothing.
Right.
They said that the light goes into the black hole, and it then becomes stretched and scattered. It's still there. You cannot get rid of information. Information, they are trying to convince people of a black hole. That's crazy.
Did you hear about that pseudo?
It's the space budget.
I forgot his name, but he says that eventually we're going to be able to travel through black holes. Oh my god.
What a cool story, bro.
Cool, man. Wow.
That sounds like Neil deGrasse Tyson, man.
Yeah, footballs move. The Earth moves underneath a football.
Yeah. He doubled down on that recently.
Yeah, did he really?
Yeah, on Twitter again, I think.
That's crazy, man. That's some crazy stuff. You know what? He'll say the football moves right.
Movement is a
right. But they'll claim that the planes fly relative, right? Planes and helicopters don't.
Jen, you're roboting, my man.
That stuff was funny.
Yeah, he doubled down in a video on it.
Yeah, right.
Star Talk videos.
Yeah, right. But here's the funny thing is, you know how they say, "Oh, the Earth that's Coriolis effect or whatever," but then it doesn't affect airplanes or helicopters or my drone. Like, it's so funny. It's. Whew.
Have you guys heard of the dye you can buy? I've been looking at it recently to make a pair of Kilner glasses. And now there's a guy called John Kilner, and he made these glasses which filters out 95% of white light, and you're supposed to be able to see dark light. But the dye you need to make them is illegal. For no reason whatsoever, they've made it illegal. In America, it's illegal in the UK. It's called Diasin dye. I don't know how to pronounce it. And I've heard you can buy it on the dark web, but I've never used it at like $200 a gram or something.
That's really cute. Why would it be?
I'll post something about it. The guy's name was John Kilner. I think it was John Kilner. And I've been looking to. It's like, I'm not sure what color it is.
That's interesting.
I think it's red.
The red pill.
I think it actually is red. It tracks back to like this crazy, not like deep Gnostic rabbit hole. If we're talking about the same thing.
Kilner.
That's interesting.
So you can't buy the dye. It's annoying. It's like super illegal. But all it is dye. Like, but if you put it between two pieces of glass, it filters out white light.
Color, right?
Yeah. I'm just going to try and find the guy. He's got a Wikipedia page, the guy.
So
his job actually was, what is it, like a medical electrician. So back in the day before pharmaceutical companies, you had someone who was like a medical electrician who was treating people with electricity in like hospitals and stuff.
Right.
I think anyway, I'll find some info and I'll post it.
There was a guy that used frequencies to cure people of cancer back in the day, dude. Everything is grappled in a lie. What is cancer? Like the frequencies can cure you.
Probably.
The Rife machine, was it? The Rife machine.
Yeah, pretty chill. Hey,
his name was Royal Rife.
Joseph W. Holden.
I don't know.
I sent his gravestone. See if you want to check it out. This is on his gravestone. I guess he died in 1900, but he was a part of the Flat Earth Society, I suppose. Who knows if that's true though? They could have just rewrite the whole.
It looks like a font. Pass it on. It looks like it's
interesting stuff. That's for sure.
Yeah, this is the guy, Walter John Kilner. And he built these glasses, and to build them again, you need this type of dye to do it, but they made the dye super illegal.
Wow.
That's crazy. There's this like dye that
must be
maroon and red, and it ties back to the word die. It sounds like the word die.
Right.
It's not so, yeah. And it's like this crazy, it's like this Gnostic belief system of being brought from, discovered and shown to by, let's say, deified figures, basically, in this little Gnostic recollection of it throughout the world. And certain places have made it like very difficult to get.
Huh.
Well, if you read this guy's wiki page, he says he was a medical electrician at St. Thomas Hospital, London. So that was in 1879 to 1893. So in the 19th century, we were treating people with electricity in hospitals. So that must be before Big Pharma, but no one knows about this.
That's mad, isn't it?
In hospitals in London.
People electricity as well, though.
But it's a Tesla thing, isn't it? It's about electrifying your bloodstream, and it cleans your blood. So of like viruses and whatnot.
Be a certain type of energy or electricity thing, because certain, there's some that are severe, too much, or it might be a certain.
Well, I've looked into it. You can get something that's called you can build one as well, a Bob Beck blood purifier. But when you use it, so you attach it to your wrist and it electrifies your bloodstream. But if you smoke a cigarette, it makes one cigarette apparently 20 times more powerful, and you can overdose on nicotine. If you drink a coffee, you overdose on caffeine. If you drink a beer, you overdose on alcohol. It makes you really susceptible to all these drugs and chemicals and stuff. So you can't take any prescribed medication.
That's interesting.
It's funny you say St. Thomas's Hospital, because it's located in southeast London, and it's very gothic round there. Very spooky at night.
Really?
Ladbroke Grove. Oh no, that's somewhere else. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Abergrove is West London, you see.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
No, St. Thomas's Hospital is in the central, near the city, near the Tower of London and that, Tooley Street, round there. St. Thomas's.
Is that by the catacombs?
Catacombs? I don't know what catacombs are. What's that?
It's an underground place where, religious people used to go, or certain type of people. There's a bunch of... It's over there in the UK, the catacombs. Have you seen it?
No, I don't know that area. No, this where I'm talking about is right in the, Tower of London, Tower Bridge, London Bridge, Tooley, around there. You have St. Thomas's Hospital, and it's very old England, very old.
Right.
Yeah, he's talking about underneath London. There's probably all sorts of secret tunnels and things like that underneath London.
Probably, yeah.
Certainly there is.
Yeah, definitely. There are some dungeons and that down there. Yes, probably that's the place near there.
Creepy stuff, man.
It is.
Ever heard of Vril?
Where?
Vril or Vrillian. Vrill.
Vril. No, I don't know that.
Yeah,
first time.
McDonald or something Donald, I can forget his name, McDonald or something. These beans, how people with the black eye, or they cover their eye. People cover one eye. What goes in, and then it goes into the pineal, and it takes over, and you become like lizard-like or weird creature-like or something.
Never seen it in my life.
Oh, the underground people.
Yeah,
really. Yeah, I've heard something about them a little bit.
Dude, I'm not. I don't just look past it. I'm not saying it's real. I'm not saying it's fake though, but it's very interesting. I wouldn't doubt that there's some crazy stuff like that going on underground.
And we don't know, do we?
Right.
I don't know. But I know in my hometown, which is in Cheshire, and it's like a really rich area, the surrounding areas, and it has all these underground tunnels, and there's just so many stories of pedo rings and satanic worship and all that stuff that goes on there.
Yeah.
An area called Alderley Edge, and they have a pub there called The Wizard, and the forest next to it is just full of pagan ritual stuff, like stones and all this weird stuff that goes on. And on Halloween, they apparently meet up and do all these rituals and things. And I tried to go there on Halloween with a few friends. We drove down in a car, and the police had cordoned off the forest. So we weren't allowed to go in to have a look what was going on.
That's very suspicious.
I know, yeah. And that's an area, and it's just full of millionaires, in massive houses in the country. It's kind of like what Hampstead is in London. It's exactly the same as that, but in Cheshire.
Right. Yeah, but see, the thing is, these pagan worships, what are they are they worshiping beings, fallen angels? I don't know if you guys know any about that, or creatures of different features, they eat people or something, cannibalistic.
I'm not sure, but I know the UK is full of it. It's full of druids and pagans and stuff like that.
I believe they worship these lizard beings. or whatever it is. Because I mean, I've seen statues. I don't know if they're real. You can't. I don't just miss though.
I guess it's all a big secret. I always wonder what happened to the witches and the wizards. Like, we hear these stories of, like, you know, witch hunters and stuff. Where did they all go? Like, my understanding is they just changed the name to, like, Freemasons and things. So they're no longer witches, they're Freemasons. Because if you look at the initiation ceremony into witchcraft and compare it to the initiation ceremony into Freemasonry, it's exactly the same thing. But one's witches and one's a secret organization, a fraternity or whatever.
But that's the same way I see the Nazis too. Like, what if they didn't lose? What if they just changed their name?
Same with the Romans. What if they just infiltrated something else? They found a new way to rule. They couldn't rule by force.
I mean, look at the eagle. You see the eagle is everywhere. That's a Roman, image. They used the eagle all over back in Roman times. So I mean, they sure represent the Roman stuff. I mean, look, they call Apollo, Jupiter, Saturn, all this Roman stuff.
We had it weird in the UK, apparently, because the Romans came here, but they could never hold it for long enough. So eventually they left after hundreds of years. But then hundreds of years later, in the Dark Ages, supposedly, this is what we're taught, we had people living here that just didn't know who built these amazing buildings. So they would live in here and there'd be these amazing Roman structures and they'd have no idea who built them. And just be like, these are from the past. We don't know who had this technology, because they were more advanced than the people at hundreds of years ahead of them.
Interesting. I think they're still roaming around. No pun intended.
Quite possibly, yeah.
I think they're just in a different name, like you just said, like just with a different.
I think maybe they just decided to control through religion. Like, if you can get everyone to believe religion, you can control through the Vatican.
Yeah, because the Vatican, that definitely is not of God whatsoever. I mean, the first thing, automatically, if you believe in the Most High, you wouldn't know it's off that they go up to this dude and say Father, like a man. Like, what? And asking him for forgiveness of your sins?
Well, the Romans always had this problem with trying to rule the whole world by force. So, like, they had this problem with the UK where whichever general commanded an army large enough to hold the UK, every time there was turmoil in Rome, the general in the UK also commanded an army big enough to march back to Rome and take over. And that happened on like 3 or 4 different occasions. So, like, if they had one general controlling an army big enough to rule a few countries away from Italy, every time like a Caesar died or whoever, they'd be able to march back and try and take over Rome, and it'd always collapse in on itself a little bit.
Correct, you're right. You can see it in Vatican how they try to be a god or be God. I mean, you just see it. I mean, can you imagine all the stuff that's in the basement of the Vatican? I mean, I hear a lot of stuff about it. I mean, I wouldn't put it past them to have that stuff. You know what I mean?
Well, the Vatican Library, that'd be an interesting read.
Oh man, I bet you. I without a shadow of a doubt, they would probably have all the ancient flat Earth information down there.
Almost certainly.
I wouldn't be surprised at all.
Well, they just know the secrets to the world. I think they just know everything in the Vatican Library.
Right. Or they could, right? But they're of Satan, so why would they tell you the truth? They want you to worship them, not God.
It's weird how the Vatican's the place where the Vatican is the same place where the guy called Nero, I forget what his title was, he was like king or whatever back in the day, slaughtered like 15,000 Christians, and that's where the Vatican is. And it's full of like Egyptian obelisks as well that have been brought over from Egypt and placed around the Vatican, which I find bizarre.
That is quite bizarre, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, Christianity is not Christianity really much anymore. It's all paganized.
Yeah, I think the Vatican messed with the Bible. I think they messed with it, the names and things like that.
Yeah, because look at the translations. I mean, King James is, I would say, a decent way of translation, but then you got the new NIV and then standard, and they're all like removing verses or it's weird.
But what gets me is, and I'm sure there's a logical explanation for this, but there was no letter J until the year like 1523, right, when it was literally invented by a guy who was part of the Vatican.
Yup, and it was an I before, it was the last letter too in the alphabet, it was weird. That's why his name Jesus. They want you say Jesus, they be like, "What are you talking about?" They'll look at you like, "What?" Yeah, they're messing with a lot of stuff. I tell you that.
I came out of a pagan source of Christianity.
Mm-hmm.
That's part of my testimony. One day I woke up and I saw all the false doctrines and the lies and the oral traditions they were teaching and stuff. And throughout my whole life, when I was a Christian, I always asked, I'm like, why don't we keep the Sabbath on Saturday?
Right.
Why don't we do tithes the biblical way, the way the Tanakh says?
Right.
And I'm like, what's going on with this speaking in tongues things? People like flopping on the floor and everything, like a fish out of water, and people speaking gibberish and just running around, just going nuts. They like run into walls and stuff, and I'm like, what is going on here?
Right.
And if I questioned any of it, oh my, I was.
Yeah, because Satan was their daddy. They couldn't handle the truth. They couldn't handle it. They weren't seeking God. If you're really seeking God, the Creator, full-heartedly, dude, you'll listen to anything. It's not saying you'll believe it, but you're opened up. You open up. You know what I mean? So yeah, I get what you're saying. Like they get forced speaking in tongues. Like if you really think about it, they're not supposed to speak in tongues unless there's an interpretation or interpreter around that can tell you what they're saying.
Yep.
So
I saw that done so many wrong, and I even heard one person speaking in tongues, and they referred to our Messiah as the morning star.
Wow.
Okay, there's only one book in the Bible that refers to our Messiah, and it says the bright morning star. It makes a distinction, but any other time it refers to a morning star, it refers to Satan.
Right.
And I'm like, does anybody know what's going on here? My jaw just dropped, and everybody's like, oh, I could feel the spirit. God was here. And I'm like, are you kidding me?
You know, like, are you sure? Are you sure? Like, because Satan mocks God. If he mocks God, like, I can take the pineal gland, for example. Like, he'll mock it. He'll make it seem evil. Make good look bad, bad look good, you know, stuff like that. He's just mocking.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't even know. You wouldn't even be able to tell what the difference is if you don't have God, you know.
Yeah, man. I saw all that, and I turned my back on the world and on Christianity and left. I kept my faith, but like I didn't agree to their doctrines or anything. I'm like, this is not right, and I'm like, I should be keeping the Sabbath. I started keeping the Sabbath on Saturday.
Right.
Boy, that was a huge weight, man. A huge weight lifted off my shoulders. And it
bless you for doing that. Really bless you for doing that. Because the Vatican changed the Sabbath. Sunday to Sunday worship. I mean, come on, that's obvious. It's pagan worship going on in the Vatican.
So the Vatican was the first one to overthrow the power of Elohim, of God, and say, hey, we have more authority than you. Before that, though, it was changed before that also. The Vatican's not the only one.
Yeah,
but the Vatican's the main one.
You guys are. I've never heard anybody else say that. Usually, everybody else in here talks a bunch of foolishness when it comes to that stuff. But what you guys are talking about is actually for real. You guys know the real truth. A lot of these guys don't know about that, or they won't accept it.
Yeah, they're on point.
So the Vatican went out and found very specific.
What I'm saying is a lot of people don't understand what the Sabbath represents. So a lot of these guys, they come on in and they talk a lot of junk and think they're smart, but they don't recognize the Sabbath.
You gotta think, even though people can know the earth is flat or believe the earth is flat, doesn't mean that Satan still isn't their daddy. So I mean, that doesn't really.
Well, I wouldn't say that they're willingly doing it. They just don't know. They just, some people they claim to be truth seekers, but when it comes to real truth, they have a barrier. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I'll go so far, but no further, right?
That's facts. I got banned from this Discord for saying there's a difference between woman and man and how we think and operate. I'm not saying we're not equal. I'm just saying we have different roles, and I got banned. They couldn't handle that truth.
You gotta be careful. Some dudes are trigger happy on banning things. You gotta be careful.
I got banned real quick, but I think it's the fact because there was a female in the Discord. So then you got the white knights and beta males that come rush in. So
the truth is there's inequality no matter what. There's inequality between men. There's inequality between women. There's inequality between men and women. Inequality is a part of this construct. Now, when it comes into value, now that's a different thing. Everybody is equal in value. Everybody is important. Everybody is extremely important, and you gotta love everybody equally. Yes. Okay, but there are guys out there stronger than me. There are guys out there smarter than me. There are guys out there who's got better talents than me. There is inequality.
Right.
There's girls out there and do things way better than me, and then there's some things I can do better than girls. Everybody's different. Everybody has their strengths and weaknesses.
I explained it for the average. Men are to lead women out of the mess, because you know how it says women are the weaker vessel. So obviously they would get attacked more by spiritual energy or something. So we are to guide them out of that, lead them to be a leader, so they don't get and everybody goes crazy.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's because the thing is, man. Whether people want to accept it or not, you got mothers that will turn the boys away from the fathers, and they'll have mothers hate. It goes deep. So we're
you guys say a lot of good stuff, man. Interesting conversation, and I think you're right. There is people are open to a certain point, and I guess it's basically defense mechanism in one way, and it also is kind of like because I've been taken advantage of in the past. It's like learning, isn't it? When you learn, you get more experience. You can stuff right. I don't want to make that same mistake again. And how did that get you into that trouble in the first place? Which is probably listening to the wrong advice and not being too trusting into what has been said. So remaining some healthy skepticism is not bad, But at the same time, it can prohibit and prevent people from being completely open to, which I think it's kind of a fucking contradiction or catch-22,
Right. When you guys wouldn't you guys agree when you're a young boy, you seek for the father's approval, but you appreciate mother at the same time. So the men and women have their place together, but they have their roles. You seek the father. Now, most of the times now in the world, that mother turns the boys away from the father, and then they start having the mothers hate towards the father, so then they can't handle certain things like words, or they will say people are bullying me or whatever. It's because they have mothers hate or whatever. I mean, it's not that it's funny when I explain this, a lot of people will be like, oh, you must hate women. No, it's just, it's what I observe, and it's obvious. Okay, for example, women have a harder time admitting when they're wrong than most men. Would you agree? They have a harder time.
There's definitely difference between men and women. I agree with that, and I agree that everyone's better in their, and women tend to be better in certain areas and better than men in others. I think there is, and I guess that you're going to get collateral behaviours and certain problems that may arise where you can connect dots, which is what you're doing with the behaviour and sometimes the resentment. You know what I mean? But every family's different, every outlook's different, and there's so many variables that.
Right.
But I do think you will definitely get like a pattern within certain communities, certain ways of living, and men and women having certain. Coming from certain places. I mean, we grew up in a different culture that basically women were the stronger ones, and men were this or whatever. And you could get some. There'll be pattern similarities in that culture. Or,
Well, that's the thing, man. They've been trying to destroy the family by destroying the man or the father. That's what's going. That's my observation. Is we need the back in the home. Period. The fathers need to return back to the home. I mean,
broken home is one of the biggest problems in our current culture now. Yes. And that's causing, it's the root of one of the biggest problems. It causes a lot of problems in a child's life. I come from a divorced family. My parents divorced, and it caused problems.
Sometimes it's right to be a good person, though, doesn't it?
No, I mean, you got to think, though, man. I mean, I was raised by a single mother, and I had her identity. I didn't even know what it was. I used to be a beta male. No lie. I used to be a beta male and had anger just like her, and had hate towards my father with her hate. I had to realize within myself, and then I had to go to her and forgive her to let go of her identity. And I returned to the Father God, and then he gave me my own identity.
Yeah.
So
I think sometimes people have bad situations. For example, like some people have a bad upbringing, but it turns them into a good person because they see how things shouldn't be treated, and it makes them think, well, I'm never going to do that because I didn't like the way it made me feel, or I don't agree with it. And sometimes, for example, let's say your dad was a race car driver. You might not end up wanting to be a race car driver. You might end up wanting to be a mechanic.
Right.
So it's like. You might not enjoy the thrill of the race in the car or whatever, but you might enjoy the cars and the sport aspects. And your bad situations can create good people too. If they see bad things when they're younger, they don't do them when they're older, or some people follow suit. So sometimes you can't really blame your whole surroundings on, being brought up in a bad situation. Eminem was one of the most abused children to become one of the most successful people. I wouldn't disagree that he definitely still has issues or problems.
Yeah,
but we all do, even people come in good families also.
He acts like his mother. Eminem is just like. Now, here's the thing, though, man. I'm telling you how important mom and dad is. That's what's wrong for the most part in society, like general public, is the lack of fathers. You know what I mean? A single motherhood, they don't have the leadership as it used to be back then. You know what I mean? So it's like
in general they don't, and you can get some women that can probably do a good job, but inherently usually there's more society to work.
Right. Yeah, not all. I mean, you look at the liberal side. I don't know. I'm not using politics, but I'm just saying you can observe it. Look at the liberals. It's so wild out here, man. The fathers, that's what they've been doing, is trying to remove the fathers from the best way to break a family is remove the father. Period. Remove the leadership.
And I think it takes a lot longer to mature when you don't have the right mentors as well. Like, if you've only got one parent and they're working full time, you're getting brought up by school, children around you, and TV. And nowadays, social media influences.
So it may not be the fact that you're just a woman. Maybe just the fact that you're under stress of having to deal with everything that life throws at you.
Well, that's it. I think it takes a lot longer to mature. Like if you go back to the 19th century or whatever, where the kids were brought up by the parents, before school, you'd be a functioning adult. Like I know when I was 18, 19, I was a retard. I was fully retarded. I was like proper stupid. Like I was just still a kid, and probably until I was about 25 or something. Like I know if I had like a functioning family and like good mentors and stuff like that, I probably would have been at least normal when I was like 18 or whatever.
I can, without a doubt, I guaranteed you earned for a male role model, without a doubt. Though all boys do. We just want, because we look for strength.
I think some people though, even though they wouldn't be the good people they are today if they didn't have that disadvantage, like because you don't know what you got till it's gone. So if you never had a good start, you know what it would be like to have one. But from a kid who always had a good start, he would not know what it's like not to have one. Therefore, not taking full advantage of becoming a brat. And that's why you see these sport brats that do have functioning families that provide everything they want. And they moan about the colour of their car. They're unhappy because they haven't had to have any hardship or go through what you've gone through, and that's why you appreciate that.
Right. But I'll say this: not all women, not all, but usually most women are the ones that spoil the children. I mean, look at the lip. I'm telling you, man.
Yeah. It does happen, man.
I mean, there are still men out there that thinking that approach life like females with emotion and all this extra stuff. But I mean, I'm telling you, we get the strength from God, dude. When you get strength from God, from within yourself, dude, you're a new creature. Just like it says, you're stronger.
Yeah, the ball story got rid of the creator father, so now you have godless men out there, and there's the problem.
Yep. There you go.
Yeah, it's not only that. All of science, like Darwin, you evolved randomly. It so did happen that you just got to be a human being because some strange event happened in the past. So you're meaningless. Also, you're just in a random corner of the universe. So you're meaningless. Also, the universe came out of nothing for no purpose instantly. So you're meaningless. However you analyze it, you're meaningless.
Yeah.
That's it. Nothing. They call you space dust. What a mess. I think it's the fact that they're running from God. In my opinion, the idea of a creator or flat Earth and all this extra stuff, it makes them uncomfortable. Their spirit, it makes them within them feel, they can't deal. They got
makes them feel inferior. It makes them feel like, I can't stand the fact there's something so infinitely powerful that I could never be powerful to them. And it's like it's the ultimate power, and they feel jealous of the fact that some creator out there.
Bingo. Praise Yeshua.
Yeah, right.
What worries me is, say this scenario happened, right? So all governments just disappeared, and there was no government law, and then there was no belief in any sort of God or God's law anymore, which held people together for like thousands of years. So now it just turns into like computer game world where everyone's just killing each other and stuff because there's no God's law binding them together.
Well, here's the thing: we don't need government to tell us the law. We have it within ourselves. I mean, we don't want to be killed. We don't want nothing to be stolen from us. We don't, for the most part, like the Ten Commandments. We don't want it's within us. We don't even need someone to tell us right from wrong. We already know.
Yeah, we do know. But if we're all convinced that we're all meaningless specks of dirt in an endless universe, then what does it matter anymore?
Right.
It's kill or be killed, take or get taken or whatever. So
that's their religion, though, man. Their religion is it's dark. Their religion is that's tough, man. And they suffer without a doubt. I mean, like Neil deGrasse Tyson, Bill Nye, all that, I guarantee when they're alone, they're suffering.
I mean, that's never really crossed my mind, but I guess like when you do take away, the creator, and you do just try to say we came out of not that we came from nothing, an unknown. We came from an unknown, but it's not God. And basically these laws of physics came out as this Big Bang, and all these molecules started crushing each other, and intense gravity that came out, at this Big Bang, which wasn't created, but it created itself with these laws of nature that then fucking created like fucking solar systems with planets and fucking all this madness, like, and then basically all these reactions happened, and it was a little blob in the ocean, and then we just crawling. It's like, it's just, come on, bro, it's created itself, and you're saying that this created itself, this world. No, but it didn't create itself. It just, it just happened with the. Like, what the fuck are you on about? Like, how is that not creation in itself? Just trying to create itself. No, it was created. Well, who created your creator? Who created your creator? It doesn't matter. The world that I live in was created.
Yeah,
it doesn't
right.
matter what created the creator.
Right. The thing is, though, when they try to ask you, like, who created the creator? Well, one, he's outside of time and space, so he's not affected by time. And two, you don't even understand certain things here on Earth. So how more so can you comprehend the Most High?
Yeah, true.
Well, I've noticed every time I've spoken to an atheist and mentioned that atheism is a belief, they get so offended. They get so triggered by it because it is a belief. They believe in
what all atheists believe in? You know what they all believe in? They believe in a government.
Yeah. They believe in something. You can't do
government. That's the thing. If you want to break their minds, use the word government. They're all statists. Right. All of them.
Or they believe in themselves to be God.
Yeah.
That they're a God.
But they can't get their head around it, and it's a belief. It just breaks them down. Like, it's weird. They get so offended by it. Just the mention of a belief, like,
right?
It's weird.
I mean, I think we're all sheep, right? We're all sheep because we all believe in something. We all lost and following something. It's just the wolves that we have to watch out for. The ones that are like evil within, that you just can't, you can tell them by their fruits. I mean, there's different like type of sheep that are trying to find it, but there's sheep that like, they're just lost roaming around. Those are the sheep that they just won't never see. Like, there's 3 types of way, right? I mean, you can either you can see, or if somebody shows you it and then you can see, or you'll never see.
No, I think you lost us all with that "we're all sheep" statement there. I don't think we're all sheep.
No, I'm saying
some of us are wolves within sheep. Like,
yeah.
No, let me explain. No, that's not.
Thank y'all for the good shepherd.
No, I'm saying that we're all sheep because we all are roaming around trying to find truth, and that's why I explained the 3 varies of it. Like, those that can see, those that are shown like flat Earth, and then start to see, are those that will never see. Those are the lost sheep. Like, just they're sheep, like super sheep.
Oh yeah, I know a few of those.
You get what I mean now?
Yeah, I got what you mean the first time. I just noticed everyone went quiet after you made the statement. Everyone got quiet there, and like, what happened?
Right.
In Revelations where it talks about the sheep and the goats, Jin's definitely a goat.
Okay, so goats. Maybe the furthest.
You've got my goat, man.
Yeah.
But do you think it's possible that there's such thing as someone being born evil? So as soon as they're born, they're just evil. It's like an evil baby.
Born of sin. I mean, right? Are we born of sin? Like, I heard the sins of the father can be put on the child. So I mean, born evil.
Look at dogs. You mean you can raise a dog to be very, very aggressive and very vicious.
Yeah, I don't think can be evil. I don't think they can be.
The scriptures say that the sin will no longer affect the children, and the sin of the children will no longer affect the fathers. It says that it changed if you go and read it.
Yeah, I don't think when a child is born, it's born perfectly pure, clean, devoid of anything wrong. You see, so
that's what I think. I think it's our environment that changes us.
Yes, that's what I think as well. We're a product of the environment we grow up in. Yeah.
Well, here's the thing: the child is born of the flesh, then God renews and born again, so it still has sin within it, but it not evil like how. Because it has.
I would disagree with that because the child is born innocent. It can't even speak, can't control it.
But we do have natural traits and tendencies that could go through generations.
That will come from stimuli after a certain time. You see what I mean?
Right, right. Well, they can learn. They can learn evil ways, right? But I'm saying that, but they can learn evil ways. Correct. Yeah. But I'm saying we're still born of the flesh.
Yeah, but they're not born. They're not sinners. They're not born sinful.
No, I don't think sinners either. I don't think they're sinners either. But when they get, that's why when they get a certain age where they know right from wrong, then they greater, then they get born.
I know, but it's crazy. It's crazy. It's funny, right? I don't want to mock it too much, but you say a baby is evil just by being born.
I don't think I don't think they're evil.
There's an evil baby there. It's, I don't know, like, difficult to call a baby evil. You know,
that's right. No way, man. Babies are not born evil. No.
Yeah, no, not born evil. But the father can't be on the child. I'm not saying they are sinning. I'm saying the sin. That's why when you're born of the flesh, then you be born of God afterwards. I'm not saying.
You protect, like as I said, if you got a puppy, a dog, and it'll probably have a certain personality and certain traits or whatever. But you know, if you raise that dog to be vicious, it'll be a vicious dog, wouldn't it?
Yes.
I don't think the actual puppy itself was a vicious dog. I just think maybe it was raised and certain things happen, or you know, I don't, you know. But to say that someone's purely born evil, it's like they have no choice in their destiny and they have no choice in, you know, becoming a better person, or you know, no matter what they do, they'll always be evil. Like, you know, I don't think that. I don't know. Like, I couldn't speak ultimately on it, but I wouldn't say that someone's born to be like for example, Hitler could have had a different life. You know what I mean?
I think he's saying born of sin in the sense that sex happened after the fall. So then there's creation that wouldn't have happened before the fall.
Yeah. That's what I'm getting at right there. You know, you just mentioned animals. In it, you know how they lie, tell truth in movies and lie in the news? You know, have you seen Dr. Dolittle? What if we used to be able to talk to animals?
Yeah, I remember Dr. Dolittle, yeah.
What if
people can? I mean, I talk to my dog.
And they talk back to you, though. Like, you know,
they bark back. Yeah, they bark back. Yeah.
Everything in the book of Jubilees, it says that Adam and Eve and the animals all spoke with the same tongue.
There we go. Boom.
It's an apocryphal book. I tend to agree with it. I mean, it blew me away when I read it, but I was like, hey, I've heard so many allusions to that and so many people talking about it, but I'm like, where did this come from? And I decided to start reading Apocrypha, and I ran right into it in Jubilees, and I'm like, oh wow, there it is. There it is.
Good morning to you, Charles.
It's in us. The law is within us. We don't need no man or government really to tell us common sense. Really, it's already in.
Where I'm living, there's a German Shepherd. Okay, now. The traffic is flying normally, but when I'm jogging, I've got my my jacket on. I've got my iPhone on with music blaring out. Okay, and it still picks out the sound of my phone and starts barking, even when the traffic's flowing. So I bark back. Oh, shut your mouth! Oh, I got rights as well. Oh, you know, and it just keeps barking. It won't shut up. Every time.
It's amazing.
You know? Even if I go 200 yards down the road, I go, oh, he'll bark back. Oh, I'll get you. You wait and see.
Have you seen the experiment on dogs being able to sense ether? Like, I've seen it. I've seen it. There's some experiment where apparently a guy puts his dog in his living room and he's got a camera in his living room. And then when he finishes work to go home, which is like, I don't know, miles away from his house, as soon as at the same time he leaves his office or wherever, the dog reacts and starts getting animated, like it knows he's coming. Like apparently,
yeah, that's the argument I just brought up like 2 hours ago. I didn't know they actually done that, but
Yeah, I said that dogs have the power of sense. The sense they can smell a 1 millionth of a particle and find it wherever you've hidden it. 1 millionth to what
So
we
my
can
question,
smell.
my question would be, what if it were that the owner was an hour late?
Ah, there you
Did
go.
he still?
Well, that's it. I mean, apparently they leave it, like a non-disclosed time, not a normal time.
Dogs definitely have to be able to sense something we can't sense, because you ever to see like ghostly things going on. I'm not saying the spirits are what they are or whatever they are. I'm not saying that's what they are or whatever, but they know that they sense something we don't see. They freak out. So
they do freak out. They just start barking at random things and stuff.
My dog has done that a couple
It could be
weeks back.
something that it could be a frequency that we can't pick up that they picked up. The other thing is this: they know when people have got cancer. They can detect cancer in human beings.
Cancer sniffing dogs. Yeah, you can train them to sniff cancer.
Yeah, it started in Japan. Yeah, Labrador retrievers.
You can get it done in the UK, I think. I've not looked into it, but I'm sure you can.
Yeah.
I wonder if we used to be able to be like that, where we can sense just like they can sense. What I mean, and if that's the case, what, like, the serpent, right? It used to. Did the serpent used to walk? Like, things changed, obviously. What I mean,
it's funny you say that. I mean, I went out for a walk a little while ago. I came back and I sat down here, right by my iPhone, and I could smell the electric running through the cable. I could smell it.
Yeah, you can sense the energy. So I mean, does God like turn it off, turn it up? Does he change it, or like this stuff? Is so it's intelligent design. Like all you got to do is just look. It's so.
This is my opinion, but for people to be able to sense that stuff, I think it all depends on how close to God you are and how much you actually do what He says.
Right.
I noticed that when I came to Torah and I started keeping this Shabbat and following what the Torah says, the first 5 books, my whole world changed. My senses changed. I picked up on. I saw everything. Like I saw the truth in everything. I saw the whole world was a lie, and I'm like, holy cow! It was amazing. And
that's what happens. You repent, and it renews your mind. Like how those. They're out there just don't care, and then they got a depraved mind. He gives them over to a depraved mind, or something like this. I think that's the word. I'm not correct. So I mean,
know what you're talking about. I know that. I remember that scripture.
Congratulations to you who's celebrating the Sabbath with me. I know that I changed, and all of a sudden, when I started doing the Sabbath, suddenly my parents, who I'm living with in the same household, became my first enemies.
That happened to me.
That does happen.
It happened to me too.
Yeah, it's like I've lived with them all my life, and suddenly when I said, I want Saturday off just to spend the day with the Lord, just to read scriptures, and all of a sudden, in spite of the fact that I put it on a post-it note that don't disturb me on the Sabbath because I want to spend the day with the Father, they're giving me errands. And making me travel, making me buy stuff. I said, I don't even want to buy anything on the Saturday. I don't want to travel within out of a mile radius out of my house. It's just a day for me.
Top of the morning to you, Rio.
Walking is a thing, because even they walked on the Sabbath. Even the disciples, they walked. Remember when Jesus was picking what was it called? It was some type of food or something in a field. They were eating it, and the Pharisees came up. Well, why are you guys eating on the Sabbath or something like that?
It was corn.
The thing is, I told them I can do all, it's just not on this day. Please respect that. It's like something had happened. Like they got possessed or something. That's the first thing I noticed when I started celebrating my Sabbath.
It's because they feel guilt. It's because they feel guilt. If they're already a believer, it's because they feel guilt. They've read many a times, that you're supposed to respect the Sabbath and whatnot, and you don't want to go eat out with them or whatnot, because you don't want to do commerce, and it makes them feel guilty. So they got to lash out at you to make you be the bad guy and not them.
Yeah, but when you keep doing it over and over, they see your fruits. Some will follow you. Some will start to like, okay, maybe this is like, look at them. They'll see strength in that, and they will adapt to it.
Well, hopefully that's my hope. And I keep reminding them, it's a commandment in the 10 Commandments. Did you forget about that?
All right. That's like Christmas, dude. When Christmas came, dude, I seen it. I watched it. I observed it. I just had
Well,
no towards it.
luckily, I came from a church that did not celebrate Christmas. We don't celebrate Valentine's Day. We don't
Thank God.
celebrate Halloween or whatever. We're forbidden to do that. We're
Awesome.
also not allowed to have anybody who's from the masonry in the church. So I was kind of lucky that I grew up in that kind of church. But
Yeah.
we celebrate Holy Supper. That's one of us, and Thanksgiving. So we only have two holidays that we have in that church, but not the
Right.
Sabbath.
Well, I think
However, we do have services on Wednesday and Saturday. So in a sense, we're still keeping the Sabbath. But when I want to go deeper, like I just want to have my day of rest, day of reflection with the Lord, that's when things like, it's like, what happened to these?
right. Dude,
Yeah.
I tell people, you don't think God is real? All right, if you don't think God is real, repent. Law. You'll see the spiritual battle. You'll see it. You already, dude. I'm telling you, it's so obvious. Once you start keeping the law, you see the spiritual battle all around you.
Yeah.
That's what the government is hiding, is the fact that Elohim is real.
Yeah.
I don't call it the law. I'm sorry, Charles. Go ahead.
Oh, you're good, Chris. No worries. That's that's why they say the earth is round. It's a lie. They don't disclose the fact that there's a firmament of a dome over the earth. They lie to us in religion, health, politics, science. So we don't know that. They don't want us to know that he's real, and they know it. They know it, and they're hiding it.
Yeah.
Instead of calling it the law, I call it the Father's loving instruction.
Yes.
For those of you guys that are fascinated with you guys there, for those of you that are curious about the Sabbath, look into we do some research on 7-day Adventists. Do some research on that.
The academic definition of the word Torah is actually instruction. I study Judaism and biblical Hebrew and all that, and the more I got into it, the more I found out that Torah does not mean law; it means instructions.
Right. Okay.
I think Sabbath is part of the 10 Commandments. Ordinance and law were all nailed to the tree, right?
Yeah, part of the 10 Commandments. Keep the Sabbath holy.
Well,
Christianity believes that the Father's instructions were nailed to the tree, but there's no in context verse that says that we shouldn't keep the Father's instructions.
That's the pagan or those
Which instructions? The ones that were witnessed by everybody and they were fearful and told Moses to go up and get them, or what came through Moses and may have been gravel?
Well, Messiah says that Moses' words are the words of the Father. You can find that in Matthew, I think it's chapter 7, when he's talking crap to the Sadducees and Pharisees, saying that, that you cause these people to sin against their parents, going against the commandment, to make your own tradition higher than the commandment. And if you go and read in that chapter, he clearly says that the word of Moses is the word of the Father.
Are the feasts and stuff, is that part of the law and ordinance? Is that something we're to follow, and how do we follow it on this plane with different seasons?
When we're commanded to keep the feast, it says it's the Father's feast. These are the Father's feast. It's the first thing listed in Leviticus 23, right? First verse or second verse says these are the Father's feast, and it says you're to keep it through all your generations. Can we observe it perfectly now? No, we can't, because the Levitical system changed and we can't make sacrifices or anything like that anymore. But it says that you're supposed to observe it through all your generations. So what does it hurt to observe it?
Right. Well, I think
to the best of your ability.
I think read Hebrews 4.
I'm just trying to marry that with
read Hebrews 4 through 10. You read Hebrews 4 through 10, you'll get a good explanation.
I think you should.
Well, actually, I would read it through 12. Because 10, 11, and 12, 8 through 12 all talk about how now Messiah is up in Father making atonement for us.
Right.
Yeah, I
might not have said that right.
It's as if they see when people bring up this divisive question as to what law to follow. It's like, all right, so what Bible are you reading to? So there is no law then? I mean, so what's the purpose? You know, God has a people. He's always had a people from the beginning to follow his way, the way he taught them, right? He separated. That's why you have the sheep and the goat. The sheep on the right hand and the goat are on the left. Yeah. You understand? So God has his people separate. You know, so there is a way you have to follow God. There is a way. And it's up to you to search for it. So we can give you all the scripture you want, but if you don't believe in the Bible, dude, how can we help you? You know?
Or if you twist Paul's writings, if you don't adhere to Peter's warning about Paul's writings, that's the only place they have to make an excuse for not following it is Paul. There's no other place that they give you but Paul. And Peter tells you that those that are unlearned will twist Paul's writings, leading to their own destruction, leading to the error of lawlessness.
Probably did that. I mean, I wouldn't put it, but what you say about the goat, it is strange. I mean, I don't know if you guys looked into the book of Enoch. You know how Zazo's the scapegoat. Why do they all these money hungry God want to be their own God, call themselves goat? I mean, like, interesting stuff.
Would Australia be celebrating Passover at a different time than the United States based off of how the crops grow for the barley?
Passover's not got to do with the barley or that. It's from the first day of the year, and then you count onwards from there.
But Elijah, he has a good point, because what he means is spring equinox for them is going to be different than spring equinox for the center part. He has a good point. He has a valid point, Elijah.
Does the physical event happen on like a completely different month, or is it like just 12 hours out because they're the other side?
Has it? The Book of Enoch calendar has.
So when Yeshua was walking on this earth, he addressed something very important, and it was the spirit of the law. He said that if you have hate in your heart for someone, it's his murder. If you lust after a woman, it's his adultery.
Right.
He dealt with the spirit of the law, and the Torah teaches us two things: one, how to love God, and two, how to love our neighbors. Okay.
Right.
The most important thing is that we keep the spirit of the law. It's more important for us to keep the feast days and the holy days, but it's less important that we do it at exactly the right time. Right. If you do it in generally the right period, so if you're on another side, you're in Australia, and it comes at a little bit of a different time, so what? As long as you keep it, that's the important thing. So what if you're a day or two off, or even a week off? I mean, the calendar is so messed up, it's lost. The chances of us finding it are slim to none. So
let me see if I can find it.
He's talking about like your first fruits and whatnot are going to be different because your growing season is going to be different. The guy has a very good point.
The sky's a map and a clock too, so it's tied to the sky, which I think is it's all across, right?
So that's an interesting question. Does the spring equinox actually what is it? When the midday thing that you can test with one of those old little devices with the strings, right? Does that happen at a completely different time in Australia than it does in other parts of the world? Does anyone here know that? Because
I'm pretty sure that
would be interesting.
Your equinox depends on your latitude, because it depends. In like the AE model, it depends on where the sun is. That equinox is going to be different for everybody.
Okay, but my question was,
if you're using that tool you're talking about, the equinox might be the wrong word, but using that tool you're talking about, you got to wait until the sun's directly over your latitude for that string device you're talking about to tell you.
But the most that could be different from, say, because he was thinking of the example of compared to Jerusalem, right? The most I could understand that to be different is maybe 12 to 24 hours, somewhere in that vein. So it couldn't be any longer than that, right?
Everybody. Yeah, not Jerusalem. Unless everybody's recognizing from Jerusalem and they're getting their crops from them.
I just sent the Enoch calendar. I check that out.
It would be 6 months, Elijah.
Really?
Not hours, 6 days. Yeah, it would be 6 months for that. Like someone. Yeah, because think about it. It takes 6 months for the sun to get down there to where the sun would be directly over their head.
Right.
That's what put me back to the 10 Commandments and having the Sabbath. Yes, like its intent. I get back to love the Creator and love its creation. That entails all.
Well, I'm going to bed now, guys. So, good night.
Good
See
night.
you tomorrow. See you guys.
Blessing.
Keep up the
Hey,
good
but
work
we
and
don't
good
have any
fight.
instructions, so it'd be all speculation because we don't have any instructions on how to exactly observe it in different parts.
Well, I mean, just check out Enoch's calendar. Just check that out. I mean, whenever you, I mean, not saying to believe, but just observe.
Well, when you say Enoch's calendar, there's two different calendars that people follow. When they say Enoch's calendar, there's a lunisolar calendar, and then there's the Zadok calendar. So I'm going to guess that you're talking about the Zadok calendar.
Yeah, I just sent it in the chat.
Okay, I have to get ready for work. I'll see y'all later. Y'all have a blessed day.
All right, you too,
Later,
man.
Carl.
Keeping the Sabbath.
Hey, Elijah, your back, your neck feeling better?
A little bit.
Yeah, this is a good topic, guys. That was awesome.
Dongo, have you been on the server for a while? Did you change your name?
Who, me, Don Gio?
Yeah.
No, I didn't change my name. It's been the same. I've been on it for about a month, but I got banned. I got banned for a bit. For
by the bot or?
How was that?
By the bot or a person?
About a person. I think it was a lady, and then all the beta males came in. It's the same stuff that we're talking about. You know, we were talking about difference between women and men.
It must have been Blaze. It must have been Blaze.
There was a woman in the chat, and she didn't like what I was saying, so obviously she banned me, or her, or somebody did. Some white knight.
I doubt it was Blaze. Blaze doesn't ban people very fast.
Yeah, Blaze will ban you quick.
I don't know. I don't think it was that name. It was something.
Well, I don't think I've ever spoke to you before. I haven't been hanging out in the live stream hardly at all the past month and a half. Anyway, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too, man.
Hey, I don't know if you know or not, but every TH day around 7 o'clock Central Standard Time, we have a Bible study down in Biblical.
Yeah,
I know. Biblical though.
Oh, there's a couple guys down there that are decent. They just disagree with flat Earth stuff.
And this?
Yeah, no, yeah. When I go to let me see where it's at. Bible study. Yeah.
No, not Bible study. Biblical.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, I don't.
It's further down.
Huh. I don't know if I've been in that one yet. I love biblical study, man. Definitely a very awesome topic.
Well, it depends if they stick to the Bible.
Right, that's true. You know, it's funny. You know, that's funny though. Some people will try to say, you know, when in Isaiah 40:22, he says he sit upon the circle of the earth. Some people try to take circle, but Isaiah knew the difference. If you look further in or before, he says they will be tossed like a ball. So if he knew, like, come on, if the earth was a ball, he knew what a ball was. He would have not said circle. He would have said ball.
Well, that depends on the person who's seeking the truth. You see what I'm saying? People will distort things in their mind to suit their own agenda, right? So everyone knows a circle is a circle, it's not a ball, right? So,
right.
You know, it just depends on the mind of the person.
Right. I mean, you got to think too. In a circle, how are you going to put a tent to dwell in over a circle? Tent to dwell in. So only half of us get a tent over us? Like, Oh my goodness, it's funny.
Christians are some of the hardest people to convince.
Man, tell me, and there's
crazy.
Right. There's this one Christian, this one pastor. I cannot remember his name, but he hates gay people. He wants them to die. It's this white dude. I can't remember. He's probably like in his 30s. Dang, I can't remember his name. He hates flat earthers. Man, like he hates it. He says it's evil. Like what? Oh.
You're talking about Steve Anderson.
Pastor Anderson.
Yeah.
Anderson.
I think that guy is gone with hate. He's got so much hate in his heart, man. It's unreal.
A lot of these preachers are like multi-millionaires as well.
Yeah, right.
And they've received so much money.
Anderson's not, but yeah.
Yeah, that much money. But here's the thing: even Satan knows the Bible. So this guy is like, in my opinion, he thinks he's saved by the Bible, not by God. Maybe the way he approaches it seems like that.
He's just major cognitive. I think I know how he talks about, certain topics and stuff, but I think he's, a pretty decent human being, most likely, but he's just triggered, there's lots of Globers that are triggered. And I've listened to a lot of his stuff in the past because I first met him because he wouldn't ID going through the checkpoints.
He's good dude.
And yeah, I've been listening to him for a while. I mean, do I like him when he sits there and is so spiteful towards certain, groups? No, not at all. But we all got our flaws. But when you break it down, I would stand by the guy in battle, no problem whatsoever.
Well, but here's the thing, though, right? You know how it says either you worship God or another. You either love God or you don't. Like, where does that line cross then? Like, aren't we supposed to be perfect then?
But almost all Christians are deceived, man. Almost all Christians are deceived.
Man, righteous indignation. What's that about? You just have to go a different delivery method.
Yeah, they cherry pick, and then try to say they don't. They make the Bible contradict itself. Do they mean to? No, it's just ignorant. And then, they grew up that way for so long, and it's no different than Glovers. When you try to show them, they got a knee-jerk reaction, and if you're right, that means everybody in their life's been wrong.
Or they're Satan's still their daddy, and they're not looking for God. They're looking for self. Like they're looking to be higher self instead of giving glory to the Father. That could come into play.
I'm in a Christian chat group on Telegram. It's got thousands of people in it, and they just quote the Bible all day. But then they all believe that we're on a spinning ball in space.
Yeah,
and they can't snap out of it. It's crazy.
Yeah, Satan knows the Bible. You can know the Bible. Okay.
Well, they don't have any. They don't have any questions in the Bible. Like, all right, so the first time I saw, when Joshua asked God to hold the sun and the moon so he could finish destroying he was either the Philistines or whatever.
Yeah.
I saw that right away. I didn't have to question.
Yeah, dude. How are you gonna do that? Then if the Earth is spinning and we're on spinning 1,000 miles an hour, 66,000 miles an hour around the sun, 400 and something thousand miles an hour. Okay, so stop the moon and the sun. The Earth is gonna stop. Then everybody falls off the Earth, flies off.
Yeah, and then you think about it, all it's gonna fly past the moon and the sun.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It's like it's crazy.
It's ridiculous. It's crazy. Yeah, it's their own religion, dude. It's pseudoscience religion.
And it also means they're not reading. These people aren't really reading. They might be quoting crap, but they're not paying attention. They're not absorbing any information, not comprehending. They don't have any questions. This question was sitting in my brain for years, and it's never been answered until now. You know what I'm saying? It's like I had to figure it out myself.
That's why I can relate better with what you call Christian or however you want to call it, believers that know about flat Earth, because I can relate with them better. We can see things clearer. You know what I mean? I can sit there and debate with a Glober that's a Christian, and it's just they won't see it.
It's a nightmare.
Yeah.
Messiah broke it down with the parable of the seed on the good and the bad ground, and you can see it. Like you said, they're reading it, but they're not actually hearing what it's saying. Because like, how many times does it tell them in Psalms and in Genesis and in everywhere about how the world actually is? Yeah, that thing just doesn't land, just doesn't sink home, because that ground, unfortunately for them, is not good. And yeah, go and look up the parable. But yeah, it's pretty self-explanatory, I believe.
Well, I think there's a lot of similarities between hardcore Globers and hardcore Christians in the fact that, say, someone like Rumpus, who can quote every major science book and organization and university and fact ever, but has no understanding. And then you can get a Christian who knows every single word, every single sentence of the Bible, and also have no understanding. It's about understanding.
So that is their Bible. That is their Bible. The science books are their Bible. They think math that's abstract is physics.
For me, it's like somebody who knows every single little detail about Star Trek, which could be millions of little things.
Right.
But not an intelligent person. They just know everything about Star Trek.
Right. Yeah, Star Wars is not real, buddy. I'm sorry.
Exactly.
They can't let that go, man. Star Wars, that's a strong bond there, man.
Well, have you ever heard the tapes of a guy called John Collins? He also went by the name of John Todd. There's only three tapes of him speaking in existence from the 1970s, and he's apparently a whistleblower from the Illuminati, supposedly. Like, he's got one of the 13 family names. His name is Collins. Anyway, he talks a lot about Star Wars being like the most satanic movie ever made because it's all about the Force. But one interesting thing he does mention is, which was very, very weird, before David Hasselhoff got famous,
right?
He picks him out, this John Collins guy, and goes, they love him. All the witches and the wizards, they love this guy. He's going to go far in life. And this guy, he disappeared off the edge of the earth. Apparently, he went to prison for 30 years, and no one ever saw him again.
You pronounced his name wrong. It's John Todd.
Yeah, John Todd, but he changed his name to John Todd from John Collins.
Oh, I didn't know that.
He had the Collins family name. Yeah, and it's supposedly one of the 13 families, and he'd been to London and met the Rothschilds, and all this. He tells a very good story.
For y'all that never heard him, he says that all major albums, before they're released, the first album that they would print, the main one, back when they used to make the
masters
albums, yeah, they take the master one and like have a seance over it, pretty much, to pray that it would invoke demonic spirits over anyone that hears it. Go look it up. He got some pretty crazy information to share.
He tells a really good story, or he's a really good liar. It's one of the two.
It's really interesting too that the creatures they have in Star Wars, if you read the book of Enoch, you know how the fallen angels mated with not just the daughters of men, but other creatures. Like, who's to say those creatures weren't real and they were demonic?
Yeah, they corrupted all flesh. It says they started to sin against birds and cattle and all that stuff. So that's kind of what we're starting to see now with hybrids and all that evil stuff.
Same thing. DNA, trying to change DNA and all that stuff, and hybrids. Yep.
Before we get off the other topic, if any of y'all like stories about spirits and stuff, there's a good documentary called A Trip into the Supernatural. It's like 3 hours long. It's just a guy sitting there talking. And even though it's just a guy sitting there talking, he'll keep your interest. It's called A Trip into the Supernatural.
Oh, yeah.
The days of Noah.
What's up, D? I'm working on that song still, man. Yeah, like the days of Noah. That's right, man. You gotta imagine what was going on at the days of Noah, man. There was a lot of fornication, all people running around butt naked through the streets. I guarantee it. I wouldn't be surprised at all.
There's no way to know
Genesis
for
says
sure.
evil on their mind continually and violence. So
Man.
yeah, we're seeing that in pockets around the world all day.
Yeah, just walking around butt naked. I mean, you'll see a group of like 10 people and they're all butt naked. Dude, it was probably bizarre back then.
I find it interesting about the the animals, the liger and the tigon, which are like crossbreeds between tigers and lions.
Well,
in every single case, they can't have children. So a tigon can't have tigon babies, and a liger can't have liger babies. That's my understanding of it.
Really, they can't. So a liger can't make.
They can't. It's like some mechanism to stop. So when there is crossbreeding between species or whatever, like their offspring can't have children.
Same thing with a mule.
Same thing with a mule.
Yeah.
Interesting, man. That's really interesting. Because you got to think, a lion and a tiger is the same species, same breed. It's like dog, wolves.
No, they're not. They're not, because the Bible doesn't even mention the tiger. It only mentions the lion and the leopard. Never does it ever mention the tigers. I'm curious as to what the tiger actually is.
Oh, okay. So basically, the lion is related to the leopard, though.
And that's what I'm saying. The tiger might be related to leopard instead. That's what I'm thinking. Because it doesn't. I mean, I always thought that it must be related to the lion, but it's a solitary animal. You got to remember, a lion's a prideful animal. It has to have a family. Tiger's solitary, like the leopard.
Yeah, right. Well, I always thought a hybrid would be more like a giraffe with a zebra. Like that's like completely different species.
Yeah, you can't make those. You'd have to DNA.
Yeah, they're trying. They're trying. I wouldn't be surprised if they're trying to splice genes and create some weird creatures underground.
Yeah, you gotta think about it, dude. If you didn't believe in God and you thought you were God and you had the power and the money to do all kinds of stuff like that, I would be doing it too. You know what I'm saying? So I know they're doing it. I know I would.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. You gotta put your mind. You gotta put your mind in their shoes. Like that's like detective work. That's what detectives do. Put your mind in the. You gotta to learn their ways.
I mean, you got all that money and power, man. I mean, you believe you're God. You believe you're God. I mean, no one can stop you from doing what you're doing. Why not?
Yeah. Right. And they probably hate God for the most part. The Almighty. So I mean, they will play God. I won't be surprised if I seen creatures like 12, 15 feet tall and they look weird and strange. I wouldn't be surprised at all. I'd just say demon. I wouldn't be surprised though.
It does seem to relate to, certain beliefs in sort of materialistic worlds, can affect you also your behaviours, because, it's what you're willing to believe kind of is your compass to, your depth, isn't it? I mean, if you don't really care about material things, you think there's anything that exists, it's going to affect your decisions on, like, if there's any, spiritual or inner soul, or, do you know what I mean?
Right. That's why
I don't know if I explained that properly, but
that's why I think flat Earth is important, because that's why what better way to hide God, the Creator, than to change His creation.
And then also to try and say that God's equal or better than God, because if your God ain't got a creator, well, God can't have a creator, therefore I'm just as good as your God. And, that's what it's about, being better. It shouldn't be about being better, it should be about being equal. Right. Think about how you want to be treated. If you don't want to be treated like that I'm superior to you, then don't claim that you're superior than God. You know, it kind of goes hand in hand, right?
Right. That's why I think, what did Jesus say? If you love your brother or sister more than me, I think, if I'm not right, don't quote me on it. Yeah. You love them more than me, that means you're not on me or something, because you're supposed to love everybody equal. Love God.
Yeah, totally agree. Yeah, I agree. It's like there's a jealousy thing there, isn't it? Because if you worship something greater than anything they could ever possibly stand up to, they're jealous of that. Oh, how can you worship? What about, look at this airplane I built? Yeah, I built this airplane. You still love me more than your God. You know, how dare you? I built you. You know, look what we've given you, the technology. Yeah, but the technology you're using is God's work anyway.
Right. Yeah, dude, he's the one that created it all. Like, what the heck? That's one of the things that got me scratch my head is when Satan took Jesus up, right, and said, "I'll give you everything." Like, how? I mean, like, okay, it does say that Satan is God of this earth; he can give you that stuff, but it's not really his to give you. It's just his for now.
You know, well, it kind of makes sense. You know, if they're making stuff out of the material, where did the material come from? Don't show off about the tree you just chopped down. Built a bench. I know it's a lovely bench. You can sit down. It's nice and comfortable. What you've made out of the tree, but the tree itself, where did that come from? Who gave us the tree?
Right.
Well, you know, the tree is, you know, material thing inside of atmosphere, inside of like that's what's been given to us. They're the same thing we're on, and we can appreciate things on it.
Right. I look at trees. I look at trees as like, man did not make the tree, so explain it. You know, I look at trees.
Yeah.
God. Like, this is crazy, man.
That's the material, isn't it?
Right, but no man can make a tree without a seed, or without, you know, cloning it.
Yeah, exactly.
Like how God made the tree. Like, you can't recreate same pattern.
To manipulate the tree, you can pick the apples off it. You can bend the arms. You can put strings on it. You can use it to climb and to make tree houses. But, you know, you didn't make the tree.
You can't make the wood. Like water, you can't make water. Where are you gonna get all the stuff to create water? Like, like it's so interesting. Like when I found God, right? I picked up water in my hand. I was like, wow. Water, I seen water in a different way. It's so hard to explain. It was like, wow, man can't create this. Like it was so.
But you see that, like, man can't create this is true, but to them they take that as like an offense, like, oh well God's better than me. Well, no, it's just like this is it. It's the life itself, existence itself is the gift. You know, we can all be equal under this. You know, everyone we look at what's been created for us. Let's appreciate what it is. You know, let's appreciate nature. Let's appreciate life, wildlife. Let's appreciate the life that the thing that we have. Let's appreciate each other. Like, what, you know, we're all experiencing this fantastic world. So don't fucking get mad or jealous at the fact that this has been provided for everyone. But to say that you're better than him because you've made a tree out of it, I mean, a tree house out of a tree. It's still impressive, and I still think, oh, it's lovely. You know, I'd put a nice bench or a car, or, you know, that's brilliant. I do appreciate that, but life itself is the ultimate thing, and we're all in the same world.
Yeah, you are. I mean, all we're doing is mimicking what creator create. We're just being creators, like we're just the same thing. It's such a broad perspective when you look at intelligent design. There's just so much to it. You can go for days explaining it. That's how much you can see that. That's how you prove God. It'll take you to explain it.
I mean, for me, how does evolution explain the eyeball? It doesn't work until it's perfect.
Right. You can't even make an eyeball. What man can make the same exact eyeball without cloning or all that extra stuff? I'm saying, where do you get this material? Where are you gonna get
make it from mud and from dirt?
Yeah. Right.
Go on, I'll wait.
Right.
Billions and billions of years, right? Billions and billions of years ago. You got no time to wait. We talk about that. Billions and billions. That's the magic dust. The billion.
Yeah, and still all they will come out with is a ball of dirt.
I mean, Darwin once wrote, if you leave a bear in water long enough, it'll turn into a whale. But then he scrapped it because it was so hard for anyone. He actually wrote that and then like scrapped that part because no one would ever believe it.
Oh my goodness!
That's what they actually believe. If you left a bear at sea long enough, family of bears or whatever, they'd eventually could turn into whales or fish.
Oh man!
It's one of the arguments I said earlier about. I said to somebody that the rats in your sewer today, with the right conditions and right atmospheric changes, the continents all breaking up over billions of years, could they eventually take those adaptations for their environment, eventually being like human-like being that are sophisticated and have arms and legs and intelligent? And he actually thought that was possible. He said, yeah, with loads of time and variations of the environment, a rat in your sewer today could evolve into a human being, a bit like how we, in the Jurassic times, when the dinosaurs were apparently around, we were like little rats, Jurassic rats. I mean, you can go on to Google now and search back the evolutionary steps. I mean, past the monkeys, past the relationship to them, go all the way back into the Jurassic times, and there's a rat. We're a Jurassic rat.
Sounds like someone's been watching Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Dude, the one that hit me with evolution, always, even before I came to the Bible, I'm like, dude, if we evolved from monkeys, why are there still monkeys? Were those monkeys not picked? Were they not chosen ones? Like, it got to me. I'm like, what the?
But they
I don't understand
that response. Sorry.
Oh, sorry, I was going to say, what I don't understand is it's all in this last 200 years. It's all come about. So dinosaurs, space, people believing in the globe.
It's a religion.
Because the end is nigh and they're trying to deceive you from the truth.
Well, is this really the age of the Great Deception? Because I mean, for the last thousands of years, no one's believed any of this stuff. No one even fathomed this because it's so stupid. But
that's it.
Right.
That's exactly what it is.
It does say false religion.
You've got to be careful when you say the monkey response, because their defense to that, you don't understand the argument properly, which is
because we came from apes.
Because apparently we have a common ancestor, right? We never came from an actual monkey, but that's how they will attack that as you not understanding the argument and you being stupid. But really, it's them that actually claim that one thing goes into another. So even if you're not really addressing the fact that it's a common ancestor, you're still pointing out that they still think that one thing can turn into another thing, and yet they say it doesn't work that way. But then in second breath, say it does. Common ancestor, which is just double speak.
Right.
Yeah. Make sure you use the term. Make sure you use the term ape and not monkey, or they'll get you on that too.
Yeah, it's a religion.
Well, my question was, where did these people come from that are propelling all these lies over these last 200 years? Where were they 300 years ago, when no one believed any of this?
They were preparing.
They just popped up.
People were way smarter than it wouldn't have worked.
No, they were. They did the same thing. They didn't have the means to do it. The infrastructure wasn't put in place. The internet is the best tool they have. You get us all locked down. Everything on the internet is controlled opposition. Brainwash everybody. That's why they're doing it now. It's not like they're doing it now and they didn't do it in the past. They have the means to achieve it now. It's a different time.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about right now. I mean, like 100 years ago, 150 years ago when it started. Like all this, like dinosaurs was like 1842 or whatever, and then when did you start teaching the globe in schools? That was like maybe 100 years ago or something.
I take it to the Book of Enoch. It's not evolution, man. It was just fallen beings mating with all sorts of different creatures. It's not evolution, man. They're making it a religion, saying that this is it and these are my gods. That's how I look at it. They worship the fallen angels.
I noticed that they always, but someone said they come out of nowhere, like Darwinism came out of nowhere 300 years ago, and all these people. I've noticed a pattern in like the, let's say they want to feed you some bullshit, and it's like, oh, it's been known for thousands of years. Oh, it goes all the way back to, way before you was even born, that, these evolutionary pressures were sought out. All these heavy debates went on between very intellectual people 500 years ago, and they all determined that evolution was the evidence for it. And so it's already done for you. So you can't really argue against it because people have already thought this, and you don't even know what you're going to talk about. You ain't got a degree in every fucking aspect of biology. Therefore you can't even challenge these ideas. So basically, I have to accept them on faith because they were said before I was even born, and I can't argue against them because I don't have a fully education in every aspect field that surrounding it. It's just
How
like
dare
you can't
you
challenge
question?
it.
How dare you question abiogenesis when biogenesis is a law?
Right. That's like that one lady. She said her cousin. What's her name again? I forgot her name. She's some astrophysicist or whatever. A rock is her cousin.
Well,
oh yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
Yeah, but coming from her, I believe it.
One common denominator that I've noticed that seems to have a massive influence on where this all came from is these royal societies, because I've visited them in London. So there's a Royal Society of Arts, Science, Medicine, and whatever else. And the one thing I've noticed about each one is they always have snakes. They love snakes. Snakes on the outside of the building, snakes on the door. And I don't know if that's a biblical thing to do with knowledge. And stuff like that. But they all have snakes around the front door.
And so does the Roman Catholic Church. They own all the observation for the stars.
Yeah,
because they're trying to invoke that Kundalini spirit, however you pronounce it.
Yeah, they use the chakras and say that's the spinal cord is the snake of knowledge, and I mean they could be trying to use that, but for evil, not of good. Because I think there's two worlds. Two ways of when it comes to spiritual. You got the evil, obviously, good, but they take the evil out of their god is Satan is their god, hands down.
They want to rename it though and call it Lucifer and say no, we're just searching for the light.
Right. I mean, it's funny, man. They Apollo, come on, right away. They name stuff Apollo. These are all freaking pagan gods, man. Everything they name. Then I get a lot of Globers that say, "Well, it's just names. Why not name it something else then? Name it 1, 2 planet, 3 planet, 4 planet. Why you got to name it after pagan gods? Each and every one of them."
I got an odd theory that Helio Skeptic named himself that, so we would call him Helio.
Yeah, right. Helios is the sun god. Helio. It's all of it.
And he's into that kind of stuff, like the Egyptian deities and stuff. That's the only reason why I say that. It could be mere coincidence. It could just be my conspiratorial mind. But every time I call him Helio, I'm like, did he do that on purpose?
Just call him Skeptic.
I just find it so bizarre, though. Ain't it strange that everything they have is pagan Roman gods? Sun worship.
I didn't read that. Posted on.
Try again, bro.
Hey, brother, you're breaking up real bad, man. We can't understand you.
I think in the book of Enoch, it explains that in the later days you'll be confused about the stars and those that will worship the stars. So that's interesting to me that it have to find the actual verse.
It says that in the scriptures too, I believe. It's a normal.
Yeah, they will worship the stars and they'll be confused. Heliocentric confusion.
Hey, brother, that was trying to talk. Let's give him another try.
Yeah, go ahead.
Try again, man.
Who's that?
The guy that we couldn't hear.
He left. Ago. He's left. He's probably trying to reconnect.
Oh yeah, he got pretty good comment.
Yeah, I want to hear it.
Oh, there he is.
Try again, brother. We're waiting for you. All right.
This is an amazing topic.
Yeah, I hadn't gotten the live stream in a while because it's getting ridiculous. Everybody fighting and stuff, and I'm like, "Whoa, man!"
Yeah, I'm not with all that.
Brothers in here today.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah, y'all should really try to make it to the biblical on
Yeah, I need to.
CH Day around 7 o'clock Central Standard Time.
I gotta find it's down here. I think
Not Bible study. It's underneath it. It's down by the debate.
Can you hear me now?
And yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead. Let me finish real fast. Let me tell you something real quick. And if it's heated at first, like in the first hour or so, usually after about an hour and a half, 2 hours, that's when the good conversation comes, because all the rowdy, argumentative people or heathens have left by then.
Yeah.
Go ahead, brother.
They like that mute button.
I was going to say, has anybody seen the paper that Rumpus posted on gravitation, Einsteinian gravitation reducing down to Newtonian?
I haven't seen it, but it wouldn't surprise me.
In the very first paragraph, it has R with the directionality vector.
Post it in the chat.
Yeah, I'll go get it and post it. But in the very first paragraph, on the very first page, it has an R with a directionality vector, M1 and M2. And
interesting. But here's the thing: they can't explain if it's a force or not a force. Which one is it though? I'm still trying to figure that out.
Well, they have an R in it either way. It don't even matter at that point. If they can't measure R, it's just like imaginary. What the hell are they even doing?
It's a really bad magician's trick. They're trying to make you not look at their hand and all that.
Yeah, well, yeah. And then they tell you, give you numbers. It's funny how they used abstract to say it's physics. It's like it's like they're objecting. Was observation hijacking is what they do. Period.
But that's like what you said, right? That they'll be confused because of the stars and worshiping the stars and that. And I mean, that's the pure confusion, because take that to a young child and go, see that thing, that light in the sky that moves around all day? Yeah, we're moving around it. The child's going to look at you, go, what the hell are you talking about? And just laugh at you.
Right. That's like the rocket. Have you seen videos of the kids like, that's falling down? Okay, so the earth is so dang big, we can't see curvature yet. We see the rocket so high up curving already.
Hey, and on that worship the stars thing, I'm sorry, I butted in, but you continue after I stop. And on the worship the stars thing, isn't it? It's not coincidental that they call all the popular people stars, rock stars, movie stars.
Yeah.
And people worship them.
Well,
Yeah,
it's a bit of a coincidence, but at the same time, I mean, people are always fascinated by stars. It's like, you sit at night and look at something and appreciate it. It's shining bright. I think someone's talent shining through, and it's a bit of glimmer. Watching someone sing is a bit of a star thing. So, I wouldn't be too suspicious about they call them stars because they want us to appreciate stars. But at the same time, we couldn't mistake that for just people being talented and us loving to observe people being talented, and they are stars to us.
But you know what?
I never hear me worshiping like Arnold Schwarzenegger, for example, or worship like a famous football star or something, But
but you should hear how people talk about them. People actually say he's my idol or she's my idol. That word comes out of their mouth on a regular basis. So people don't even realize half the time what they're doing, but they're saying it with their mouth.
And a lot of the stars admit to invoking deities,
Right. Yeah.
If God should be our idol, then what do we? How do I guess there's a problem with it, but at the same time, if God is your idol, you worship to be God, be the greater good, be the best person you could be, I guess.
Right.
Like people jump to the defense of these Hollywood actors, like they're their friends and they know them personally, but they know nothing about them. Like the amount of people that defend Tom Hanks, like he's this really nice guy, but he's only played nice guys in all the movies. He's never played the villain, and they act like it's his actual personality, when really they know nothing about him.
They're worshiping their hypnotist, because that's what they are. They're hypnotists. They trick us into emotional states that aren't natural.
They're not even different. They're no different than us. They bleed the same we bleed. I mean, it's just,
and it's the same with the so-called scientists and all that. Same thing.
Yeah.
Look, they got Neil deGrasse Tyson
Hold on. Can we all sing? Can we all dance? Can we all perform? Can we all entertain?
Yeah, we can all do the same thing. The only thing women can give birth. That's different. We
can you sing?
That's it. That's it.
Well, could it not be like Animal Farm, where, to quote Animal Farm, all animals are equal, but some animals are more equal than others?
Right.
They're all equal, but I just guess that some people have got talents and things that that take practice and hard work, and it's good to appreciate the hard work that people put into certain talents. Like crafting, for example. Someone who can craft a great chair. It's still nice to appreciate and admire or someone might make you a bouquet of flowers. It's nice to appreciate what someone's crafted for you, right? I think crafting things is to be,
over here in the States, we say Smith and Wesson's what made us all equal.
I got a question, guys. What do you think? How do you think God will see those that follow Him versus those that hate Him? Would equal come into play with that? I mean, I don't think He has favoritism.
With what? Sorry.
A lot of talented people always thank God, don't they? They all say God is thankful God for making all things possible for this talent and being able to, like, for example, a lot of world champions say that at the end of their fights. A lot of athletes that win their tournaments, they always say bless God and thank God for the victory.
Do they ever define which God they're talking about, though?
Yeah, right.
Not really. No.
That is correct. But what I was saying about,
some do.
Those that follow God are blessed. Their suffering is taken away. So would you think God seems to favor those that follow Him more? So then we wouldn't all be equal, in a sense.
Yeah, I agree with that. I see what you're going with that. Makes sense.
Huh.
We're not all love God equally in our hearts, and God will not reward, so to speak. But
right,
that just comes down.
There's a couple of scriptures that kind of break that down. You have how He sees like the sheep and the goats, and like he didn't know them, right? So if they don't do His ways, He doesn't know them. So it's like they're not there. But then with respect to like equal and that, when it comes to His judgment, He doesn't see anyone differently, right? He has no respect of mankind. That's how it says about Him as a judge, right? Because you have, nowadays people like, oh, if he's rich, they'll give him a better judgment, maybe let him off for a crime or whatever. But the Most High doesn't do that. And then the other thing to finish that off is describing the kingdom. And it's like there'll be those who are least in the kingdom and greatest in the kingdom. But that's not because of favoritism, but that's because of how they led their life. But yeah, I just thought I'd add that in just so that you had some context.
Right. Well, what's awesome, though, is that we all in this chat are seeking. Don't you think He would not favor us? It's hard. It's I'm trying to find the word. The best
favor is
well, if you live righteously, you live in the right way, obviously you'll be a better person, you'll be healthier, you'll make better decisions, and you'll more likely to get more successful. No, but it's not because you're doing it for success, but these things come intrinsic because you can't look up
it's like you reap what you sow, right? And it even says that seek ye first the kingdom of heaven, and all these things will be added onto you, right? The necessities and the good things of life. So yeah, I think you're kind of the idea you're coming from makes sense, Don.
It's just obedience, man. It's the same with your parents, bro. If you're everyone's got that idiot brother or the black sheep of the family, and he gets what he gets what he reaches. You know what I'm saying? I mean, so like
I'm pretty sure most of us are the black sheep of the family.
Right. I never went to school. I skipped school, so I got punished.
I must have been adopted for sure. I rumpused you, someone. Sorry.
I used to think that as well. I'm adopted. How many people say that? Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah, the guy in the truck or whatever. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead. I was just saying, like, I'm pretty sure most of us are considered black sheep in our family.
100%.
Huh. The thing is, though, when we're following the Most High, you know how it says, "Judge or you be judged," or accordingly. Now, if you keep reading, Yeshua is saying, pluck out your eye first to take the mote out of the brother's eye. So don't be a hypocrite. So when you're following the Most High and you're repenting from sin, it's a different way of judging versus when you're in sin and don't care and you're judging. Would you guys, do you agree on that? If that's what
I do. I think if you're a bad person judging, no, not a bad person. Let's say you're biased in your judgment. It's going to affect your outlook. So, but if you come from a neutral, a non-biased position, then you'll get more of a clear view.
Right.
Like I think if you've got
So I think we all judge. Like I know when I'm following the Most High, I know in my heart that I should not hang out with somebody that's getting ready to go rob a bank.
Absolutely.
So
well, hold on. The Bible doesn't tell you not to judge. It just says to be principled in your judgments.
Right. You have like a discernment, right from wrong.
That's right.
People that see nothing wrong with, let's say, dog fighting, are more likely to have dogs that will fight. You know, like I mean, if you don't agree with that, then they're less likely to. Like if you give an opinion on what do you think of dogs fighting, if you said, oh, I don't see nothing wrong with it, then you'll probably have a vicious dog. But if you if you have a loving dogs and stuff like that, you'd be like, absolutely not. You know, but your opinion of that you're judging of that particular topic, dog fighting, for example, would reflect on you as a person.
Right.
If you're coming from a bad place, you would say, oh, dog fighting is okay. But if you're if you don't think, there you go.
Yeah, that's like judging like a person that's physically handicapped. We know that's wrong. Like they can't change that. They can't. They're born like that. Now, from versus somebody that eats too much food, they're like, "Oh, you're just fat shaming." No, dude, that's not healthy. You can get a lot of issues with that. So, I mean, you're not being a Christian. You're calling me fat. Like, no, dude.
It allows them to continue to keep destroying themselves, doesn't it? Though it allows them to continue eating unhealthily and not exercising, and you know that gives them that's why they have that opinion. Oh, you're fat shaming. We're not. I think the best thing you can do is allow people to show this is unhealthy. This is not good for you. And there's people out there trying to say that it is good, and I think that's where you can get a bit edgy.
Yeah, and I think people misunderstand the word a lot of the time. It's like when someone says, "Oh, this bridge is not safe to walk on," right? That's a judgment someone's made, right?
Yes.
So I use that as an example because some people, like what Brummy was saying about, it's like they take it like you're accusing them or something, but all you're doing is you're saying, "Oh, this is not good," right? You're making a judgment on the actions, not on the person.
Right.
But yeah, people, they jump to conclusions all the time.
Yeah, no, I get in debates with other people outside of this dialogue we're having, and they'd be like, "You shouldn't judge. You're not supposed to judge. Are you kidding me? You judge. Do you not observe?"
Yeah, you know where they get that from? They get that from Matthew 7:1, but they don't read the rest of the sentence. It says, "Judge not that ye not be judged," right? So if you don't want to be judged, don't judge. And then it continues to say, for with the judgment ye judge, ye shall be judged. And with what measure ye shall be measured again. So that's just, if you're to the standard you're holding people, that's going to come back on you. And you see that a lot with people who are hypocrites. That's like the most obvious. I know it's a bad example, but with the sodomite degenerates, a lot of the time the ones who are most against it are the ones who are secretly doing it at home, right?
Well, Judge,
and then
you were saying that's
right,
quoting
exactly, and then it continues like what I think Broken said about the mote in your eye and the mote in your brother's eye and the beam in your eye, right? More sense to go in the mirror and deal with yourself first before you go and. Because if you're drowning, how can you help your brother out who's in a leaky boat, right? First, get yourself out of the water.
Yeah, right. That's why it says to rightly divide, not wrongly divide. Also,
exactly.
Yeah.
A lot of them wrongly divide. They see that one are done. Like that's it. Like continue reading.
I mean, they say, don't judge. Is that a judgment? Even that's kind of ironic.
Yeah.
Yeah, like we were saying earlier, it's cherry picking. They take one or two words out of a sentence or out of a chapter or out of a book, and they just go, "Yeah, here you go." It's like, well, excuse me, but read the rest.
You're right, and that's why I give them that scripture. I gotta find it. It says, "Do not wrongly divide the Bible. You're supposed to rightly divide it." I just throw them that scripture. I have to find it.
Aren't we all supposed to be different shapes and sizes? I mean, I don't know where or if it says that in the Bible, but aren't some of us supposed to be fat, some of us supposed to be thin, small, tall?
Variation is the key of life, isn't it? I mean, you have the same food every day. You could think of your favorite food, a pizza, for example. You had a pizza every single day. Could it be your favorite pizza every day? I don't know. I mean, you could kind of get sick of it. So where's the point I was trying to make? Variation, that's it. So having variations in people, personalities, views, beliefs, everything, taste. It makes more variety. The colours of the rainbow. We've got more different sorts of colours of the rainbow. What was it? What if you had a rainbow with just one colour? Variation is part of life, isn't it? Different sorts of tropical islands, places to see.
Yeah, because if someone looks like has a different shape and they're eating healthy, then it's all good. But I think what Brummy was saying earlier was about what they eat and like what's good and what's not good.
It's more or less when they're like 5 to 1,000 pounds is where I'm.
Oh, okay, yeah, obviously, because you still you can eat healthy food and be overindulgent. Yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah, I'm talking about like you can barely get around. Maybe you like that's not healthy.
Yeah, they need intervention or something. But just one quick thing, the geezer who. Yeah, one quick thing. The geezer who's looking for the scripture, it's 2 Timothy chapter 2, verse 15. Study to show yourself approved unto God, a workman needeth not be ashamed, rightly divide the word of truth.
There you go, yup. That's where it is. I know. I forget the verse.
People say that they never study the Bible. They study other books, but they don't quote the Bible. So that I find is shameful. You know what I'm saying? People like to claim religion. Claim to believe in God, but they don't ever quote the Bible. It's fascinating.
Well, God said that the poor would always be with us. So that's, poor in money, poor in intellect, poor in virtue,
Well, I mean,
ways. So there'll be those that are rich and those that are poor always.
Well, you got to think.
Like I said earlier, you could be spoiled rich, and because you've never been through hardship, you don't know what it's like to have, like, let's say, a nice fancy car. So when you work hard, extremely for it, it's worth 10 times more to you than somebody that's had one given to them when they were born, so they never really appreciate anything, so they become brats. That's why you see a lot of brats on the TV shows that are upset because their daddy brought them a Ferrari that was yellow instead of pink. I mean, a Ferrari's a Ferrari.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, like that guy was saying about they don't really quote the Bible or something. But you got to think though, we have to observe their people's fruits. Even Satan knows the scriptures. You know what I mean? He's witty. So, you work through the evil spirits, work through people that can know the Bible. Like atheists, they know the Bible inside and out. There's some that know it inside. There's atheists that didn't believe in God and said the Bible is about a flat Earth book. I seen a video on that a while ago, and so we got to really see. You know what I mean? Fruit.
Well, there are people that have believed on him with less, so you don't need all this knowledge or, all of this, history or all of this apologetics. There are those who believe on God and just, simply believe. So,
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel because I've never read a religious book in my life, and and like someone said earlier, I don't think we need to. We know our rights as human beings. It's embedded in us. We know what good and bad is. We don't need to be taught it. It's within our hearts. Like, for example, piranhas, they kill any sort of meat that goes into the water, but they work as a swarm and they don't eat them to each other unless one of them dies. So, who taught them, their morals and who give them their moral compass? Like, I guess we just know in ourselves to look after each other.
Yeah, we don't need no government to tell us a law that we already know because we don't want nothing stolen from us. We don't want to get killed. We don't want to get robbed.
we know right from wrong within ourselves already. It's like God wrote it in us. That the word is in us, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
Yeah, I totally agree.
even still, though, I mean, with if you go back to Cain and Abel, they knew right from wrong, and Cain still chose evil. You understand? So even if it's written in you, doesn't mean you're gonna follow it. You know what I'm saying? Because there is someone there coercing you to do the wrong. You know, there is a coercion. There is a spirit out there that's against God. You know, so this is why he read what he 1 Timothy, whatever, study to show yourself approved, because you need to know what is right and what's wrong. You need to know what is righteous and what is unrighteous. You need to know the difference. You can't discern everything. You know, you can't discern.
Some people learn differently, don't they? So some people need the book, or it's for them. I'm not saying that you don't to be like taken out of the equation. I'm just saying that. That's it really. I think it's good for some people that need to learn in a different way, and reading is definitely a great way for them to understand things and to rehearse it.
Well, on that Cain and Eve, what if Cain? I'm not saying to believe, but what if Cain was Satan's seed? Because you know how I say beguiled.
Come on, no, that's not scripture.
Well, that is the serpent seed doctrine. Some people say that when Eve ate of the fruit, it meant like the fruit of sex or something. Some people did say.
Yeah, I get that, but that's not scripture.
I'm not saying to believe. I'm just saying, observe, have discernment is what I'm saying. No,
because Eve said, "I have me a man from the Lord" when Cain was born. So, I mean, also if eating the fruit is a sexual act, Adam ate of the fruit too. So either, Adam was having gay sex with, Satan or, it's a kind of a interesting interpretation possibly.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it is, but we're not saying to believe. It's like what real scientists do. They sit back and they have dialogue with each other, not saying forced to believe each other, just having their opinions and disagree or, agree.
I think mating may have come later, but I think up until then they were pretty human.
Yeah, I think a stronger understanding will be when you read how Cain interacted with the Most High. Right, he was told that sin is knocking at the door if you let him in and all that. And then when Messiah referred to the Pharisees and those guys about of your father the devil, right? So it's not about physical birth, right? It's about how you serve, how you act, where your heart is, right? Their heart was not for the Most High, so that's why he referred to them as children of Satan.
Yeah.
That's why you must be reborn of the spirit. You understand that this is a spiritual thing. It's not on a physical.
Yeah, I was saying with babies. I'm not saying they're born evil. We are born of the flesh. We learn our way when we get older. We're taught stuff, and then we get born again. No child is born evil at all. We just have the sin of the flesh. If that makes sense.
It's like a child is not born to speak Japanese or Chinese or English. It depends on what environment they are and what information they retain. It depends on what language they talk. What mannerisms, what sorts of I think they have a huge influence. And not many people. Most people become products of their environment. But yeah, I mean, if but not and some that's it really.
Really interesting.
But you don't have to teach a kid how to lie. You don't even have to teach, certain kids.
Yeah, they will already lie.
Selfish or want their own way.
A lot of kids will make up stuff. So I mean, like I said, I think we're not born. No child is. They're innocent. That's why Yeshua said, "It is better for a man to be cast with a millstone around his neck and tossed in the ocean, for to turn a child away from God." Right? Like that's a pure child.
Commandments.
When you. Yeah, I mean,
it says to turn them away from the commandment.
Or yeah. That my bad. My apologies. But it's just we're born of the flesh, so obviously the flesh is cursed. So that's why we need to be born again by the Spirit.
Well, Adam sinned, and he gave us kind of his rebellious sin nature. We don't, really obey God. We do what we don't want. and don't want to do the things that we should do, it's kind of like we kind of have this rebellious nature
Right.
in us.
But I don't think a child's born evil, though.
Well, some people say they have the age of accountability. The moment that they know right from wrong, that's when they're held accountable.
Yeah, there you
And
go.
it's not like this set age per se, but when a child knows, the difference between right and wrong, that's when they're going to be held accountable.
Yeah.
Age of accountability.
Isn't there a verse though? Isn't there a verse? Don't quote me on it. Isn't there a verse that says if there's the father that's in the house that believes in God and follows the commandments, that their sins are covered or something like that? I could be wrong.
No, it's talking about your wife. You're thinking of the verse about your wife and whatnot. Yeah, you have a unequally yoked spouse.
Yeah.
Of what you're.
My wife can be worse. You celebrating Christmas. I don't celebrate Christmas, but she does, and so like, ooh wee.
Congratulations.
No, that's not awesome.
No, to you, for your standing up and not acquiescing.
Yeah, I observe it. I see it, but I don't. I go into the Bible. I was straight into
That
the Bible.
observe word, you might want to look at the definition when it comes to spiritual things.
Don't practice the way of the heathen who, cut down. It gets pretty explicit in the Bible who do like cut down a tree.
That's Jeremiah 10.
It basically like talks kind of like about like Christmas. It kind of sounds like.
It is.
That's Jeremiah 10.
Over. Like, yeah. And they used to eat the red and white mushrooms. You guys know what it's called? What is it? Some fungi. They used to deck the tree and hang those and get high on DMT. If the kids was good, they had a good trip. If they were bad, they had a bad trip.
That's a totally different thing. But yeah, that's Jeremiah 10 that you're speaking of there. Metal art.
Yeah. Manna in the desert seemed to grow like that. It's weird.
Yeah, it does sound like mushrooms, doesn't it?
Yeah.
They didn't know what it was, so it wasn't a mushroom because they said, "What is it?" They definitely, most likely, knew what mushrooms were. So, I would personally rule out a mushroom. They didn't know what it was.
But
that's literally what manna means. Is what is it?
No, I'm just saying the pagans did that. There's no doubt pagans ate those suckers. Did it say Christians did? And I can't. That's not my place to say. Really, I don't know. But definitely pagans did that. I wouldn't put it past them. Some dude in a Jolly Holly suit got high on mushrooms.
Peniel Ngande talks about occultists and different visions that he sees, and he said that he saw people in hell for celebrating Christmas, since it's kind of like this pagan holiday that doesn't really commemorate Jesus. Some people are saying that he was born September 11th or around there.
Yeah, somewhere around there. Yeah, the flock. They said the flock was out, so how can it be when the wintertime? Like, no, it wasn't hustle and bustle like that. It was more. It had to have been more like a summer, spring, summer. It had to be somewhere more where it was warm, not like And it's the funny thing is, I think it's that Zeitgeist movie, how they tried to take these these pagan gods and try to match it up with Yeshua being born on December 25th when he wasn't even born on.
They matched that up with Jesus, not with Yeshua. They couldn't match it up with Yeshua.
Yeah, but Jesus, right? And then they try to. One of them was actually born of a rock. Like what the?
Mithras.
Yeah, stuff is so bizarre. I mean, Babylon teaching. There's no doubt about that.
Well, celebrating Christmas, that's I've always wondered about that. But do you think that there's people in this world sick enough to make April Fool's Day, the day where he might have actually been born, the day that you do mean shit to the people you care about?
So April Fool's Days comes from in the scriptures in the Exodus. The Father told the Egyptians that now is the time that you celebrate. This will be the first month of the year for you, and it's in the Abib. And Abib means like when the shoots of the barley are first coming out. Call it the Abib. The Abib just means new, so spring. So you're supposed to start your year in the springtime, and that's usually around the month that you know, around that date. It usually falls within on the Gregorian calendar, the month you mentioned, like 1 through the 4th, the 5th. And if you were still following the Hebrew, you know, solely lunar calendar, or you know, Enoch and whatever you want to argue the calendar was, then you were a fool.
That really
for following the Father's ways and not adhering to, you know, Rome.
Dude, like that just like bing in my head. Like, wow, yeah, dude, that is because you know how Satan does mock God, you know. So obviously he'll take it and just, you know, and try to put it in his own way and then make fun of it. So yeah, that's very interesting.
Yeah, I ain't saying it's objectively true. I just say
right. I get what you mean.
You know, more.
I wouldn't put it past him. I hear what you're saying.
Man, it's so interesting, dude. Because like the joke's on you. Like that's Satan's way, man. These gotcha moment, gotcha. Like,
yeah, the day that you should express your love towards your community and family and friends is the day that you're mean as shit to them.
Right. It's just there's so many pagan holidays. It's unreal.
Unholy days.
Unholy days. Well, I say holidays, holy days. I mean, there's
yeah. I'm just having fun because that's what they are.
Right. You're right. Yeah, they're days.
Anytime I write holiday, I always put a slash between the holly and the day. Holiday.
My son's 5 years old. I tell him saying it ain't real. I don't care how mad any other people get. They're like, you're just a bad parent. You're just taking the fun away.
Shall not bear false witness. And then if you want your child to respect you and trust you, and you're going to lie to him and get him to love this fictional character, and then later on in the life he figures out it's not true, then how's he going to believe you about like the deity you say is true or anything else?
Right, man. That's right. Mm-hmm. I don't want.
Well, I've never told my kids that he was real, but you know, I would, you know, hint to them at it, but like I just couldn't do it. I wanted to holler at him, "I love you. I'm buying you the gifts," you know.
Right. Yeah. I get what you mean.
Most people have no idea that they're putting up an altar in their home.
Yeah,
they're putting up an altar, and then they're bowing down to it to get to put the presents under it. They're bowing down to it to get the presents out of it.
Yeah. God is not a vending machine, man. You don't just give and receive. There's more to it. That's why it says we're not saved by, but of grace. It works. I mean, you can do works all day long, but if you have no love for God, you're gonna fall out of that. You know, you're gonna fall away. You gotta want it. And you gotta chase after His heart like King David.
I think that's why I was an atheist until I had kids.
Yeah, right.
I couldn't understand love or the soul, you know, because when you look at a baby, they got a personality out, you know, it's there, and they don't know nothing.
Right, and even more than that, right? The need to discipline, the need to correct, and that, like it kind of is difficult to understand maybe if you haven't had that same relationship with your own children.
Right.
Get a dog, and you'll learn the need for discipline real fast.
Need to guide as opposed to like discipline and dominate.
All right.
Jimbo, say that again. We didn't hear you.
Oh.
Well, you're talking about discipline and instead of like guidance and education and learning for your child. You get a child, what are you going to do? From birth to death, discipline the poor little fucking thing?
Yeah, you didn't hear me properly. I was talking about the whole thing, right? Discipline, instructions, correction. So take it in full context, Jimbo. You don't need to jump on everything all the time. Go ahead, Tommy.
They say the Santa thing, right? People say that you shouldn't teach your kids Santa Claus because it's like lying to them and they won't trust you. But I think sometimes you need to exercise your child's mind with the, how do you know that Santa's real? Because you saw footprints. You know Santa's real because of this, because that. It's also exercising the kid's mind to actually know, how to tell the truth between things. Because even though you may not lie to your child, if you never expose him to how to work out the truth for himself, then when he gets to manipulated by people in the outside world. So I mean, in a way, yeah, it's good. It would be bad because you'll ruin trust between you and your child. But at the same time, it will also exercise your child's mind in how to work out what's true. Even though he saw footprints, even though he saw cookies missing, how does he know he's real? And it can be a good exercise for the child.
Yeah, teaching them how to think.
Yeah, I mean, it's like the Father in heaven. It's a blessing to have children because we mimic the Father in heaven with our children as He does with us. So we're called to teach them the right way to go, and they will never depart.
Yeah. The right way being the operative word right there. Because unfortunately, many people have been thinking they're teaching the right way, but it's not. Christmas says not the way.
Right. That's why we learn from the Father. We learn from His Word, and then we learn from Him, and then we reflect it to our children. It's like a pipeline, metaphorically. You just pass it on.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to things like Passover, right? It actually says you shall observe this, and when the children ask, you shall tell them we do this in remembrance of this. So, because obviously children are gonna just do what they're told, and they're gonna get involved, but they'll be curious. And the whole thing is about tell them why it is we're doing it, and then also, that it's like teaching the family history. It's like this is part of our history. Like we're grafted into the vine, right? So let's share with them the history, because it once you turn to that way, right? All that history in the scriptures, that's part of our family history.
Right. Yeah, here I got a question for you guys. You know how there's some people that will turn bad, end up in jail or prison, and they will say that they had family, their mom and dad were Christians, hardcore Christians. Was it that they were probably celebrating the pagans, or they weren't full Christian, or they didn't practice what they preach? Because that always hits my curiosity. What's your guys' take on that?
I'm not too clear what you were saying. You can repeat it.
I think a lot of times it's not necessarily their parents' fault. It's more of their social, what they ran into socially, who they were hanging around with, that influenced them, or the information that they were taking in, that caused them to be rebellious. Because that's why I think that's why in the scriptures that the people wanted them to stay within their clans, because all of those people would be being raised the same way and pretty much have the same ideologies. It's like you're not supposed to go out teaching the word except for in two, because then you got accountability too. If you were to run into temptation. But if you're around a whole bunch of heathens, you're going to be influenced by them eventually. And if you do it one time, you're going to feel really bad about it. But the next time you do it, you don't feel so bad. And then it just escalates to where you don't, your conscience.
I think we need that back again. Like with the way we are, right? I would prefer my children to hang out with children, the father, parents that have children like how you guys would have, or like, you get what I mean? Like, because we're seeking the truth, we're looking for the truth. Your children will know the same stuff I teach my children.
Right. So, they'd get along better too. They wouldn't be telling each other that they're crazy because they have these beliefs or whatnot. And they would look out for one another, you know, be like, hey, you know, we shouldn't do that, you know, because da 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 da.
Right. I think we need that back again. You know, they what is it? What was that? Waco? Have you heard of Waco? The only thing I didn't like about Waco is him having sex with all the women, and you know, that was kind of messed up. Like, you know, a wife would be married to a husband, and he separated them. Like, what the? But there's a lot to that Waco.
Yeah, if you want to know about what happened in the compound and whatnot, you need to talk to the actual people that were involved in it, you know. And then you want to get the worst case scenarios, you go talk to the people that left, and then realize they're going to have a grudge of some sort too. So everything they say might not be 100% true.
Yeah.
But you need to go to the source and talk to them, because you talk to most of the people that live through it and whatnot, they don't say as near as bad as some of the people that left. And the person's dead, so it's not like they're going to have retribution for speaking the truth, you know, after the fact. I researched that a lot because I grew up 60 miles from Waco, and I've been there before. To go. I got arrested on the day I went to go visit that place in Austin.
Dude, I want to go there. I want to see that, man. Just the whole idea of it all was Satan. If they were doing it right, it would make totally much sense that why they act.
Do you know? Most people don't know this, but the people that are still there, that you know, and who knows, they could be government operatives. I have no idea. You know, I don't know them from Adam. I just met them and sat down and talked to them for a couple hours. Me and like 8 others that were visiting on the anniversary.
Right.
And they said that the reason that the whole thing happened was that they would ride these go-karts to this airfield that's like a couple miles from there, 3 miles or so, and that they were taking pictures of dope being unloaded off these planes. And they try to say that it was Bill Clinton dope, and that 2 of the bodyguards, because if you go and look, the 2 ATF agents that got killed, they supposedly were ex-bodyguards of Clinton, and they knew too much. And they say that's why they had the sign up saying, you know, asking for press, because they had that huge sign they made asking for the press to be able to come in. And they say that they didn't allow the press to come in because they wanted the press to come in so that they could expose the reason why the ATF was there in the first place. And then there's another theory that other people say online, and it's not what the people there say, but there's another theory that say that they hacked some government computer and had information. But that's not what the people there told me. The people there told me that they had pictures, evidence of people running dope through that airport, and that it was associated with Bill Clinton. Whether it's true or not, got no idea, but that's what they say.
That's still interesting. That's very interesting. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised.
After we left there, we went to Austin to hand out a DVD that had all 3 of the documentaries on it. And the old man I was with, you know, I didn't know him that well. I just met him online, and I told him I'd go with him. I'd met him a few times, but anyway, I went with him, and he was like trying to force some people to take it, you know, so I sort of distanced myself from him because I don't approve of that. You know, if people willfully want to take your, you know, give it to them, but don't force anything on them. So I went and talked to this homeless guy, and man, I got a state trooper come up and tried to harass me, and I wouldn't ID because I know my rights and whatnot, and arrested me, and I still wouldn't tell them who I was. I got to talk to Homeland Security and everything that day. It was an interesting day, to say the least.
I bet that was.
Because we had gone into a government building, and I had taken all the metal off of me. So, because I figured we were going to go through metal detectors, but so I didn't want to, you know, have any trouble going through the metal detector. But I left my sheath on for my knife, so the leather part you could still see, but my shirt was over it. And they tried to say that I took a knife to the deal, and when the cop frisked me, I was like, yeah, look, it's just leather. Oh, you can't take leather into a government building. I was being sick because they were being ridiculous. They didn't like what we were doing, you know, exposing. They knew we were there to expose government corruption. They were trying to mess with us.
Interesting. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Waco, like that area, is just like off limits. So you probably get a trespassing ticket.
No, you can go and visit them. They're open like any kind of church is. They'll let you come on the property and go into their sanctuary and everything. The people that are there now, they're still what they call, they call themselves Davidians because they were an offshoot of the Seventh-day Adventist Church. And the people that are there are pretty much still Seventh-day Adventists, but they're just like a different sect of Seventh-day Adventists. But they still hand out the same literature and stuff that the Seventh-day Adventists do. Like if you go there and visit, they'll give you a great, what's it called? The Great Controversy book. Mm-hmm. And it's one of the like 6 huge books that Ellen White wrote.
One thing I can respect about Seventh Day is they keep the Saturday. That's one thing that I can.
Well, they keep Sabbath. It doesn't matter what day it is. People can argue whether that day is technically the right day or not, but they at least keep Sabbath nonetheless.
All right, that's that. I respect that. Most part, they don't even do it on the sun worship day, though.
And Seventh-day Adventists, they also teach their congregation to eat properly. That's like part of their doctrinal teachings is, eating healthy.
Interesting.
Eating more. They don't tell you can't eat meat, but they say you should eat vegetables.
Vegetables.
No, you can't eat meat.
He is one. The guy speaking knows. Let's let him talk.
Yeah. I am one. So you can't eat meat. Anyone who does is not truly converted.
But you can eat fish, right?
Yeah.
No.
See, that's crazy. Why would Messiah hand out fish to people? Was he just tempting them? I mean, it makes no sense.
He did what was customary for the people, right? That's a different thing. That's.
No, that's not what he said. He said he only saw what he saw the Father doing and says what the Father says. So you're gonna have to match that up before you carry on.
Eat fish.
What are you talking about?
Here, right here it says all of the creatures living on the water is seas and streams. You may eat any of the that have fins and scales.
Why did he do that? Do you remember why he did that? Why he said you could do that?
This is Leviticus. You may.
Do you remember why God gave that command? Well, why God said that man can eat flesh? Do you remember why he did that?
You may eat all that in the water.
Are you talking about after the flood?
That you may eat. Yeah, you can eat fish.
Hang on, he's asking a different question though. He's trying to go further back and ask for the reason originally that we were told we can eat flesh. Are you talking about after the flood when he told Noah that?
Yeah, exactly. That's what it stems from.
Well, that's probably the fall. Well, the giant Nephilim were out there. They were.
See, this is the thing with Seventh-day Adventists and that whole Enoch stuff. We don't ascribe to that. That book is from our understanding.
Well,
it's a false. It's false religion. It's false teachings. That from our standpoint, you know what I'm saying?
You think it's
Have you tested it?
You assume it's false.
Yeah, I've tested it. I've tested it. First of all, the spirit of prophecy speaks specifically against that. Even the Bible says the angels did not have sexual members, dude. And I have the quote for that. So first of all, that whole thing
you're misunderstanding.
No, you're misunderstanding. That's the problem. You're misunderstanding things.
No, because it's in Genesis, right?
No, it's not.
It says the sons of God came down and took.
Not angels. That's men. That's man.
Go and look at the Hebrew.
Sons of. Come on, bro. Listen, I never want to get into this. Bro. I never want to get into this because you guys accept that whole Enoch stuff, and I don't. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, let's.
Why didn't it say the sons of God and the daughters of God? Why did it have a distinction?
Yeah, right.
Because the daughters of man are what? What are the daughters of man?
Children.
They are.
Why would it?
They are the seed of Satan. They are Cain's seed. This is why.
Huh?
What?
The daughters of men are God's people. Okay. I mean, the sons of God are God's people, right? It's not. It has nothing to do with angels. I don't know where you guys are getting that from.
From the scripture.
Yeah,
it's not from the scripture. It's not from the scripture.
You got
ridiculous.
Why you don't read a book of Ezekiel? Read the book of Ezekiel.
First of all, right? As a 7-day Adventist, listen, relax, dude, relax. as a Seventh-day Adventist, right? Relax. We ascribe to Revelation 12:17 and 19:10, right? We out of the Seventh-day Adventist church comes the 144,000. All right. So therefore, we have the spirit of prophecy, the testimony of Jesus Christ, right? So that's what we were told to read. That's what that as the children of Israel, right? So that book speaks specifically against the book of Enoch. So we will never ascribe to that book because it's not scriptural in the Bible, and it definitely the spirit of prophecy does not address it in a righteous context. Okay. So I don't care what you guys can say. You can say all you want. If you want to know what truth is, then read the spirit of prophecy. If you have something to add, something more, then read the spirit of prophecy, right? If you want to learn knowledge, you guys claim to seek for truth, but when it comes to you eschew it. You throw it away, right? The spirit of prophecy is specifically spoken in the Bible. Specifically,
are women evil?
Right?
Calm down. Hang on. Look, Jude. First chapter, 14. And Enoch also, seventh from Adam, prophesied of these sayings. This is in the Bible. Behold, the Lord cometh with 10,000s of his saints to execute judgment upon all. Why is Jude in the Bible quoting Enoch if it's not a good book?
What did I just say to you, dude? I said to you, the spirit of prophecy is a testimony of Jesus Christ. This is Revelation 12:17 and Revelation 12:19. Okay? Satan specifically came to make war with these people. These people are the descendants of Israel. They are the 144,000. These people are given the truth, right? So this is up to you to either fact check the book or throw it away. You understand? So this is the truth that's been given to man. Whether you want to accept it or not, whether you want to accept it or not is up to you. But the book is there for you to read. Okay? Learn something and stop just quoting stuff you don't know about. You understand?
Was there 144,000 people prior to, like, where did they come from?
They are the tribe of Israel. They are the sons of Jacob, right? Jacob had 12 sons. So God said he would make. God always promised Abraham that he would make of him a great nation. Understand? So when the time comes, that people will be found, right? So there's a kingdom, like Elijah keeps talking about the kingdom. Yes, the kingdom will be here on earth. All right? So this is where all of God's people will be taken because they never made it to the promised land. What happened when they left Egypt? Most of them died off because they got caught up in craziness. You know what I'm saying? Only like Joshua and a couple others made it in, right? So God's got to bring his people back to their promised land. This is what he promised Abraham.
I'm going back to the Nephilim. I was going back to the Nephilim and the 144,000. Like, you know, Adam and Eve were first. Their children beget children that beget children. Like, that's a huge jump prior to Enoch, who was what in line of Adam? 7?
Yeah, it says it right. It was right here. Yeah.
That's a mathematical impossibility, isn't it?
Enoch was translated anyway.
All of it was translated. What are you talking about?
No, you're speaking out of ignorance there, man. Just be quiet.
Listen, you think the 144,000 is all that's going to go to heaven?
No, they're the ones to bring in the great multitude. They're the first fruits, and they're the ones to bring in the great multitude. I understand. So there will be more, but they're basically they will basically be in the place of Moses, as Moses was for the children of Israel. There are going to be a lot more. So you're going to need a lot.
So
the question I have for you, dude, is the 144 Messiah, the turn of Messiah, and all that is within Enoch. So I don't understand what the issue is with Enoch if it's pointing to all the things you're talking about.
What I'm saying to you is the spirit of prophecy speaks directly against.
Well, can you give me a citation? Because I haven't seen that in any of the searchings that I've done. In fact, I've seen the complete opposite.
You have to go to spiritual gifts and spirit of prophecy. Go to spiritual gifts. I'll give the quote when I have time, but I'm driving.
I have a question for you, sir. Did Ellen White speak out against the Book of Enoch?
Yeah, in spiritual gifts. You have to go to spiritual gifts to read it.
And in the spiritual gifts, she explicitly mentions that book?
She mentions that quote that everyone loves to convolute and say this angels mated with women and had giant craziness. Okay? She specifically corrects that misinterpretation that people seem to graft towards.
A woman? You're listening to a woman?
Here,
Hey, leave the woman alone. She was a legit woman, man. You go and research her. She's a legit woman.
Okay, not all, but sometimes I don't listen to certain women.
There's women that were very knowledgeable in the scriptures and had many roles.
I'm just annoyed when people claim to seek truth and read a lot, and then they skip past certain things that they don't understand. And then when someone points it out, they just, oh no, it's not real because of
Is it in scripture that Enoch? I want to know if it's in scripture that Enoch is not real. In the Bible, is it in the Bible?
The book?
Or is it somebody's opinion?
You talking about the book? Are you talking about the book or the actual person?
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about, is it in scripture saying the book of Enoch is not real? Don't listen to it.
Not in so many words. Not in so many words. What I'm saying to you is in the book of, in the Bible, it specifically tells you what an angel is made for. Okay, it's not made for procreation and recreation, stuff like that. Angels they were one being. They're neither man nor woman. They're neither given or taken in marriage. They don't do that. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Are you sure? Are you playing God?
What about the angels that came and visited Lot? What about the angels that came and visited Lot?
They came in the form of man.
Yeah.
There's another.
Right. Do you think that they didn't have genitalia or what?
What was their purpose, bro?
No, I'm not. It's a yes or no question. Do you think that they had genitalia or not?
What was their purpose for coming to life?
But you specifically said that they come in the form of man.
What was their purpose for coming to life? Were they coming to mate with him or mate with his daughters? Or what was their purpose for coming to life?
You don't want to answer the question, okay?
Because you're acting something silly. That's so silly. That's so stupid.
Answer this to me.
Where did he came to come on, man?
Okay, here's a verse. Job chapter
Job.
1, verse 6.
Job
or whatever. Right. You got that. Okay. Now there was a day when the sons of God came to the presence themselves before the Lord, and Satan also came among them.
Okay. See, this is another misinterpretation, right? See, this is why you'd have to read the spirit of prophecy to get the understanding of that interpretation, right?
No, I read the Bible, not scripture. What's that?
Listen. All right. So interpret that and tell me what you get that somebody else is going to get the same thing.
Was Satan a fallen angel?
Listen to me. That interpretation, what you're reading, that scripture you're reading, let someone else read it and ask them if they get the same thing that you got from it.
Yeah, there's people that have communicated with people and these sons of God. But
this is why we as humans are idiots, dude. This is why God put one person to lead us. Okay? Like when Moses led the children of Israel, why? Because they're a bunch of freaking morons. They couldn't lead themselves. So God had to have an emissary to carry his people, and you've seen that through the time. Samuel, you had all Elijah, Elisha, all these people were of God, right? And they told God's people what to do, basically, because they couldn't do it for themselves. They're fucking morons. So this is how God has led us through the years, through the centuries, through the decades, right? So this is why we are in the condition we are, because we can't agree on certain things. That's why there's only one way to serve God. There's not 10, 50, 20, 30,000 ways. There's only one. You have to search for that one way. And it's contained in the Bible. The Bible tells you how to serve God. It tells you right there. So it's up to you to find it.
Because
it's a simple book.
Because we observe the book of Enoch doesn't mean we don't serve God, though.
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is people are taking this book and using it as if it's above the Bible and crazy. I'm like, you guys, people. I mean, the Bible's talking about Christ. That's the whole thing, right? It's about his sacrifice for us. The book of Enoch. People focus. Whenever people talk about the book of Enoch, what do they talk about? Fucking Nephilim. Every time. That's all they talk about. Craziness. Just a bunch of fantastical foolishness that has nothing to do with salvation. Nothing.
Hey, out of curiosity, are you in Texas? The guy driving the Seventh-day Adventist guy?
I'm actually in Montana right now.
Oh, okay, I'm just curious because you sound like a guy that was a Seventh-day Adventist. I knew that I shared Flat Earth with a few years ago, and I was like, man, I wonder if that's him.
Nah, dude, I can't even get 90% of the people I know within the Seventh-day to agree. Because, like I said, most Christians are caught up in that shit.
Do you think the flat?
Of course, man. I mean, the Bible says that straight up. I mean, I was the one who was talking about, with Joshua and, the sun and the moon. That right there was enough for me to question the whole heliocentric spread.
What's your interpretation in Daniel saying seal up the books to the end of time? What books were they talking about to seal up?
I don't have the time to do it right now. I just got to work, man. So I'll be around, but I got to dip right now. But I don't have all the scriptures. I'm driving. I don't have all that stuff.
But it's a simple thing. It says seal up the books till end of times. Now
I have it. I don't remember. You see what I'm saying? Because it's a lot of stuff. But I have all that.
Hey man, just one thing, not dissing anything you're saying or whatnot, but remember, even Ellen said to be open to new light, to new revelation.
Right, but nothing. But see, what I'm saying is, it's, like I said, the spirit of prophecy speaks directly against that book. This is why I can't. You know what I'm saying? That's the difference.
Prophecy. What is the spirit of prophecy?
It's a book. Testimony. It's a testimony of Jesus Christ. Is what it is. It's the testimony of Jesus Christ.
It's not a Bible.
It doesn't matter. You know what a testimony is? What is a testimony?
Somebody's opinion.
It's a recording of somebody's opinion, right? No, it's not somebody's opinion. If someone gives a testimony, someone has to write it down, right? Somebody has to take it, right?
Well, how do we not know that's not false doctrine?
But because it's in the Bible, dude. So what I'm saying is, if you don't accept it, you have to not accept the Bible. This is why you say you have to fact check it, read it for yourself. You know what I'm saying? Fact check it.
Somebody's opinion.
Yeah. If you're gonna read the Book of Enoch and hold that as canon, then read the Spirit of Prophecy and see what you get.
I would get somebody's opinion, not scripture.
That's spoken of from the Bible. That's the difference. Spirit of prophecy mentioned in the Bible.
Where's verses then? I'm saying I don't want.
I just told you 12:17 in Revelation 19:10. I just told you. Crap, is that one?
I got a question about Enoch and the Bible. The Ethiopian Bible contains 81 to 88 books, and it's older than the King James Version, and it contains Enoch. What do you guys think about that?
I just think new religion is coming away. They want to remove all this stuff. They want to hide things that have happened.
All right, I'm out of here, man. I gotta go work.
I mean, you gotta think, what better way to hide the Creator than to change His creation? I don't know. The thing is, I'm not saying I believe in the Book of Enoch 100%, but I do observe it as in, like, if I seen beings tall as cedar trees, I would know what the heck they come from then.
I visited a Seventh-day Adventist church in the UK, in London, to see what it was all about. Right. And I spent a few hours with them. And they're really, really nice people. And they sent a guy over to me to help break me into it as such, just to be nice to me. And I told him I was a flat earther, and he said, don't mention it. Don't mention it to any of these people. Because they might have said that. They had that book, The Great Controversy, and stuff.
It's interesting.
Yeah, he said don't mention. They were really nice, though.
Yeah, I bet they're nice. But, I mean, to force someone to say this isn't true, I mean, like, we know, like, killing somebody is wrong. That's true. For just going out murder, we know that's ultimate truth. There's ultimate truth to that. But to say a book's not true.
Yeah, well, what I found was a bit different was they seem to talk about King Solomon, is it, a lot, being the wisest man, and it seems to have a lot to do with him. I'm not an expert by any means. This is just what I remember. They talked about King Solomon a lot, and the guy they sent over to me, for some reason, he told me that it's okay to be gay until you're married, according to the Seventh-day Adventist Church.
What?
Because King Solomon did it. That's what he said. And he seemed gay himself. Like, he was really camp. Like, so it kind of made. I never went again, really. But I mean, it did seem a bit off.
That's tough, man.
He literally said that. He said something about how they used to all used to be gay until he got married and stuff like that. And
But I wouldn't think they would all be like that then, though. But
yeah, something to do with King Solomon. I don't know.
Mate, you should have brought that up before the other guy left. Because
Yeah, well,
I think that was a singularly unique building you went to.
No, it's the Seventh-day Adventist Church on Edgware, just off Edgware Road in London, and like I said, really nice people doing a lot of charity and stuff. But
yeah, but I don't think that would speak to all of them. You know, that's just one group, and remember, it's in London, so it's already sus. But you know what I mean? I'm because by the sounds of it, if people don't know, then they're gonna think that that's what they all think. But I wouldn't.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I don't think that lines up with what the rest of them say.
That's just my experience. That's what they told me, and I can't speak for anyone else or the other churches.
the thing is, he got me is Jude quotes that Enoch prophesied. That just blew me away. That it's not script. Like it's not like what the like. So Enoch never exists, basically, or something, or he never quoted, he never wrote. Like, what? Why would they? It was very interesting. I could say that. Oh. But I mean, my opinion doesn't mean truth, but I would think Satan can work through people to deceive them to hide the truth. Wouldn't you guys agree? So I just, sit back and watch. I mean, I want to go up to somebody and say, "Hey, you got to believe in the Book of Enoch, or it's true fully, 100%." But to say it's just not true with no empiric evidence to it, that's interesting to me.
Yeah, I didn't understand that. Enoch's not true because Scripture says it's not true. But when he was asked for the scriptures that says it's not true, I don't know. It seems an odd belief.
Is he still here, or did he leave?
He left.
Okay, so Seventh Day Adventists, maybe y'all don't know this. They have a prophet. Almost, it's not quite like Muslims, with Muhammad, but they have this person that they consider a prophet, and her name was Ellen White. She wrote a whole bunch of literature, and they almost hold her literature to the same apparel as Scripture. So when he said it's written in the Book of Prophecy, speaking of a book that she wrote. And she never she never called herself a prophet, okay? That's why a while ago I took up for her, saying she's a good woman. Because if you go and read her writings and whatnot and the stuff she wrote about, she never ever calls herself a prophet, never. And she tells the people that in the future, if new light comes, that, they should test it. And if it's tested to be true, they should accept it. But since they don't have nobody to tell them what's what, anymore, they're just going to stick to their old ways, in my opinion.
Right, but I mean, you got to think. I wouldn't take her word over the Bible or the Scripture. I mean, she could be the same type of person to say, Enoch is not mentioned at all in the Bible, or.
Yeah, I've never read what he's talking about, where she specifically talks about that. I'm gonna go look it up later when I get off work. But I mean, if you go,
let me know. I mean, I don't even know where to begin with that.
Yeah, but if anyone's gonna pass the test, like you could say, this person's going to heaven, or I mean, to gonna make it to New Jerusalem, have their name written in the Book of Life, or they're gonna be thrown in. I would bet money that her name's written in the Book of Life, because she's a good woman. That people just really blew up. She never claimed to be a prophet or anything, and she was really, really sharp, really, really smart woman. And devoted to the scriptures, She wrote a lot, and they just hold everything she wrote to be, 100% true.
Married? Was she married?
I don't think she was ever married, but I don't remember. I don't remember, to be honest.
Might have been because
Usually in the scriptures it says it doesn't like women to speak unless they're allowed to. Usually like women preachers. I mean I don't mess with that mess.
Yeah, there's nowhere in the Torah where it tells us that though. So we don't know. We don't know if it was a traditional cultural thing that was spoken there, or what exactly 100% they're talking about.
Could be teachings of men.
my wife is a big believer in the father of the family being the spiritual leader.
Yes, that's good.
So she defers to me in those matters. But I always ask for her opinion because she owns me and I own her. That's kind of what marriage is.
Yeah, you become as one. So yeah, right. But you got to think Satan. Demons attack.
And don't forget, Proverbs says to what's it? Listen to the teachings of your mother or something like that. So it's not like they're just there to be stump and stay nothing.
Right.
They have in the family they have their role, in the world they have their role. So don't get it twisted.
Oh no, I wasn't saying that.
I know you weren't saying that. I'm just speaking out to the topic.
Nowadays though,
I got you.
It's a mess nowadays. I mean,
And wasn't there even a prophetess that was when Messiah was a baby? So yeah, there's your example if you need one.
Right. Well, those women they had more morals and values than women do today. Not all, but a lot of women do not carry those values and morals like Mary did, and all of them. She repent and followed Yeshua. So they were a lot different. The women back then those are the women us men today dream to marry. Is what I'm saying.
Well, back then, women still today, women carry the morals and values of a society upon their shoulders.
Right. But
because they teach the children.
Right. There's more, though, that are freaking bat nut crazy. It's getting worse, man.
Well, that's why I think there's a social decay in that respect, too.
Yeah. I mean, you got to think, when it comes to raising boys, they turn the boys away from the father. I see that a lot dealing with a lot of people.
Yeah, a woman can't raise a man.
Nope.
My mom tried, but, I lost my dad when I was 8.
Tried to. I just walked around with her anger.
Yeah, I believe that's partially, not entirely, but a small part of why we're called to care for the widows and orphans. Because think about that. If an orphan is with his mother who's a widow, he doesn't have an example of a man, then that is one part that's missing. So obviously there's the rest of it, feeding them, looking after them, giving them, fellowship, friendship and all that. But also I think, at least in part, that example of what it is to be a righteous man.
Right. That's like what I was telling you guys earlier. When we were boys, we appreciate the mother's love, but we earn towards the father's strength. Like we wanted a male role model regardless. Like we looked for that.
Yeah, I did. Well, I lost my dad at 8, and I didn't know how to be a man. I didn't know how to be a man though. That was a hard lessons I learned.
Yeah, dude, I was so beta, dude. It was unreal, dude. I thought and act like a woman. I got angry fast. I had my mother's anger, dude. Just like her, dude. That's what when single motherhood is not all, but a lot. They recreate the boys in their image, and then they become beta.
Yeah, I went through that. My mom twisted me, but I don't hold it against her. It was just her nature.
That's we're supposed to forgive and overcome. We cannot hate that. To be forgiven, we got to forgive.
Yeah, I don't hate her for it or nothing. She was just doing what she thought was right.
Right, that's good. Yeah, don't hold resentment or hate. Always forgive. Yeah, because then when we forgive our mother for when she does that, God renews our mind and it let goes of the identity, and we get our own identity. We forgive her, we let all that go, and then we become our own
character.
Yeah, I'd say that's probably true.
That's tough though. There's a lot of males out there that I see, man, suffering, man, dude. I'm telling you, when you got mom's anger, dude, you suffer like a mug. I did. I seen a lot of my friends that were raised by single mothers, just like me, and I met their mother. They were just like their mother, and they were suffering because they were males. So that's why I call it toxic masculinity. So it's tough.
Right. Well, see, I think my anger at my mother drove me away from God and made me an atheist for a while.
Yup, that did that to me too. Yup, man. See, I see the pattern, dude. It's so obvious. Some just can't handle that, that truth. And be like, "Oh, you hate women." No, it's just the truth. I love the truth more. It has nothing to do with hating anyone. It's just obvious.
Well, they've turned being a single mother into a moral, position, and I don't think that's right.
No, it's not, man. That's how they destroy the family, is remove the father. They've been doing that since civil rights movements around before then.
Right around there, it decimated the African American community in America.
It did. Remove the father. Look at it now. Freaking, the fathers need to be back in the home. Dude, there's no such thing as white privilege, black privilege. It's parent privilege. It's having parents. That's a privilege. That's a blessing.
Amen. Amen.
I can't just walk up to a car lot and be like, "Hey, man, I got white privilege. I want this Lamborghini." Like, what the?
Well, white privilege is, a mass way to talk about the West, Christianity, capitalism, and other things that are really morality and good decision privilege. In a society where we want to, promote good decisions and positive moral behavior, you're going to tend to have a slight amount of privilege. This is where communism gets pretty satanic because it wants to get rid of all merit, including morality merit, by destroying, morality and making all things the same as long as you're serving the collective.
Well, I don't know, man. Communism has its place, though. Like, if I grow fruits or vegetables, I can sell them.
Well, as long as God's at the head of the communism, sure.
Not
But
communism.
when, it's the satanic government that's the head of the communism, it doesn't really work.
I got it mixed up. My bad. I meant capitalism. My bad. That was my fault. That was my wrong. I meant capitalism. I got it.
Well, communism works when the people are of one mind and one spirit. That's impossible if you have different warring groups of people. So communism, the Bolshevik global communism that they want to push, tends to kind of fail.
Right. I prefer capitalism at its level. That's where I can grow fruit and sell it or whatever and stuff like that. Because when you have communism, you grow fruit. Well, where does that go? You don't get the money.
Well, the brand of communism that they push now is a form of socialistic control over populations. Yep. The main object is to control the people, not really to give you a functioning working system.
Right. It's going really far left. I can tell you that.
So capitalism itself has its faults, so especially the way that it's been run by, these heartless Luciferian bankers. But it allows more freedom than, the social control that comes from socialism, leading invariably to communism, fascism, and, tyranny.
Yeah, that's why I say I like a level based of capitalism. I like it just level, just where it's just right. You know what I mean? But not that other stuff. That's a mess. Then dictators come in. You don't want no dictatorship.
I mean, really, at the end of the day, all these economic systems only work if it's based in volunteer free exchange. And that's why government should not be involved with economics whatsoever. When they start picking winners and losers, everyone loses.
Right. So yeah, I mean that's why there should be so much of it. Like, dude, a full government, dude. I mean, the thing is, there's people that want martial law to come into play. Like, what the? That won't be good for none of us.
Yeah, the federal government to step in to tell who your daddy's going to be.
Dude, I don't want no dang martial law. I don't think nobody on this panel wants martial law. Dude, that would suck.
Do you think it'd be a good thing if they made martial law, but we're in America, but with re-education camps that re-educated all the Globers? and got
Are you
snap
nuts?
out of it? Would that be a good thing, though?
Are you nuts?
Or a bad thing? And it's hypothetical, but I'm just saying.
No, that's nuts.
If they deprogrammed them all.
Dude, they would probably torture them.
Well, de-education or re-education or whatever of the globalists is going to say, hey, here's a flat horizon. Do you see a horizon that's flat? And they say no. Keep looking. Just sit. Keep looking. Sit on this chair until you see reality for what it is.
Well, that's like the three types of truths that come into play. I mean, there's those people that can see, those people that are shown and can see, and those that will never see. So where will that come into play? Because then you can try to force it upon them. Those that will never see will still never see.
Well, the main thing is you have to deal with the deceit that the spirit of deception that came about for heliocentrism, and trying to recondition it out of people, might be part of it, but you just need to address the deception head on, so that if it rears its ugly head and tries to, convince us that the earth is round or a pyramid or a cube or whatever, we can just address it whenever it comes up again.
Yeah, I suppose. But wouldn't you agree that there's people that can see the flat earth with their own two eyeballs and still think it's a globe?
They need to be given eyes to see.
The mugs, hey, I'm telling you what, that religion is strong. That heliocentrism, man, it's got a stronghold. I'm telling you, it's so strong, man. People are saying, oh, yeah, the earth, well, of course they're CGI, but that doesn't mean it's not real. Like, what the?
Well,
it's a strong spell.
How would we depart them from that? Like, to go about that. We barely can do it now.
Well, you let God deal with that sort of stuff. I mean, in that stronghold is a bunch of humanism.
Right.
Way of looking at things and doing things, kind of like implying that man's way of doing things is supreme, godlike and utterly correct. I mean, there's a lot to deal with in that stronghold. And recondition people till you're blue in the face, but until that stuff that's in the stronghold, the humanism, the lack of desire to believe in even a creator, or to deny senses for artificial equipment and synthetic replacements, until that's dealt with, it'll just come up in another way.
The re-education camp media is already set up. Look at the mask wearers.
Oh yeah. The mask itself is a ritual of compliance. Either you believe yourself in these kooky conspiracy theorists, or you believe these institutions, which are supposed to be sacrosanct and above reproach and just utterly correct. And so people are signifying their trust in the system by complying with it.
Right. I mean, but the strangest thing is, it's not like hidden information that the CIA coined the term conspiracy theory. You don't want to ask why. Like, how obvious is it? Like, it's right there. The stuff is right in front of your face, and they just.
You have to deal with the faith in the system, and it's culminating in the system giving us the solution, a vaccination, to show utter, faith in, allopathy, humanism, institutions, the culmination of man's reason.
I don't know. I think the politicians use the Christians that are paganized for a motive or a movement. I really do. I think to get them, in a bunch, to get them on their team so they can vote, man, it's a big
to
mess.
support the nation over there.
You gotta get the spiritual side.
Yeah, I mean, this stuff, it's a real big battle. I mean, you just sit back and watch it like a movie, and you see the spiritual battle everywhere.
And also the dedication to Rome, because a lot of this is
Right.
the Jesuits who are crypto satanic at the very top. They worship Satan, and they'll use a form of false worship to turn man toward their true God. Lucifer.
Right. That's why the eagle is everywhere you go, dude. Eagle. That's all from Rome, all from the Egypt, the Middle East stuff. All the pagans, they use that eagle, man. Their symbols. It says that they will fall. Their symbols. You could tell them through their symbols, something like that. So I mean, symbolism, man. There's messages all over in symbolism. It's like a game. Game juice symbols. They got meanings. So I mean, what more so are they a game?
Blue Lives Matter, where they take the American flag, turn it black and white, and then draw a blue line through it.
Yeah, that's very strange to me. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, there's decent cops here and there, and there's bad cops. There's bad and good in all fields, but like, I don't know. That's a little. Why do they do that? I don't know.
Issue is, go ahead, Lemon.
Well, they're using it for the UN takeover. They want the cops out so they can have the globalist UN police. So
Right.
their endpoint, that kind of helps clarify things a little bit. But you were saying, Jay?
That they have this idea that there's a system meant to take bad people out of society, but yet their system can't even clean their own house.
Right. Like I said, yeah, they're bad cops. I mean, I met a few good cops, decent cops actually. Have a good, like, you got bad in all areas, in all fields, and you got good in all fields. You got good and bad. It's a spiritual battle, but I get what you're saying. They do favor cops more when it comes to certain things. Of course, I mean, it's a tough call,
Well, that's why the only way a police officer or a government agent should be allowed to interact with another citizen is if they have a warrant or they're representing a victim. To try to say, well, I'm interacting with you because you're not wearing your seatbelt. So you're a criminal, but you're also the victim of yourself. So pay me the money.
Yeah, the pay me the money part is strange. I understand the fact that you wear your seatbelt so you don't die. I get that part, but like, pay me? No, what's really strange is tags. Let me tell you something. They charge every birthday. You got to pay for a tag. Now, I understand insurance to some degree, car insurance, but a tag just to drive on the road? What are they doing with that money? They get a lot of taxes as it is. Tags always make me scratch my head. Like, what's the? Can't we just have a lifetime tag?
It's kind of like the difference between illegal and unlawful. I don't know how it works in America, but if something's unlawful, it means there's a victim, and I think the police should, look into that. If it's illegal, it's a breach of government policy. That's my understanding.
It depends on where you live, what country you live in, and then what state you live in. Like here in Texas,
that's my country.
Here in Texas, in the Texas Penal Code, where failure to ID comes into play, it says that before you have to ID, it says lawfully arrested. And I tell people that's a huge thing you need to pay attention to, because it doesn't say legally arrested; it says lawfully arrested.
Right? Yeah, because you gotta be like in the act of a crime or something like that, right?
No, actually, you can be arrested for anything at any time for any reason, lawfully. The police officer just has to suspect.
No, that's legally. That's legally. Lawfully, you can't be arrested unless there's a victim. Legally, they can say your brake light was out, And so I'm going to arrest you because I don't like you, and we could arrest you for any violation of any, quote, crime.
You can be arrested for fitting the description. You guys know that, right?
Well, let's see if I can find the video. But like you said, law involves force being used to harm another person. That's natural law. When force is used to harm another person and there is a victim, that involves the law, lawful or unlawful. Using force to harm another person. Now, legal just involves what you can do. You can do anything legally. You'd have to make a legal, quote unquote law or whatever to address it, but you can legally do anything, as long as there's no victim or nobody's harmed. Like, I can drive down the street without a seat on, and lawfully, I'm not hurting anybody except maybe myself if I get in a wreck, but it's legal. I can do it, but lawfully, nobody's getting hurt, kind of like that.
Yeah, but law has its place, don't you agree? I mean, you don't want serial killers rampant running around or rapists running around.
Well, that deals with commercial law because you're a commercial asset in a car that has to be insured. And
right.
so
Well,
we have laws like that for the legal side to say, wear a seatbelt because if you get hurt, maimed, and killed, I'm going to have to pay for you. So put on that seatbelt even though nobody's not harmed lawfully by you not wearing a belt. So we're getting into commercial law, natural law, stuff like that.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying it has its place. I mean, I'm saying it has good and bad.
Yeah, but does having a law prevent someone from doing something?
No, that's not going to prevent them, but
no.
Prevents
all right, so just because there's a law against killing people doesn't mean that people won't go kill people.
Right, but you don't.
So it doesn't even matter in the end. So really, the law is just there for punishment.
No, you don't want no serial killer just roaming around the street.
But that's the thing. Okay, so we have all these laws, right? And allegedly serial killers exist. So even though the laws exist and are in place, they do nothing.
You're right. They're there for punishment and revenue. That's it.
Well,
I suppose, but I don't want no pedophile freak out raping people who live next door to me.
The reason why people have seatbelts is because the insurance companies need to know who was sitting where in an accident so they know who to blame and whose insurance needs to be deducted. So if no one survives an accident, they need to know if people are bouncing around, there could be no proof as to who was driving, in fact, or whatever. And then insurance companies they're the ones actually mandating who is putting seatbelts in because they need to know who was where when an accident happens.
For liability.
It's a schoolmaster. It teaches people because there are some people who will obey the law as long as it's enunciated and clearly, given to them. Some people don't give a damn. But it's just a schoolmaster. It helps teach people, hopefully, if it's a good law, the way things, that should ideally be done. Like, we shouldn't be killing each other, that sort of thing.
Most of it's Minority Report stuff.
Some of the laws are ridiculous. I mean, there's so many laws in the books. We're probably breaking 10 of them right now as we speak that aren't even, enforced. So there's the law itself, the enforcement, whether it's a righteous law. Does this match the consequence? Do people die if other people are murdered, and or should this be addressed by, blood for blood or something like that?
Pre-crime.
Yeah, it's getting pretty crazy.
Yeah. I mean, but
the ideal system is no victim, no crime. That way, there's a high degree of freedom as long as force isn't applied and nobody else has been harmed. Then we should be free to, do stuff like wear seatbelt, not wear seatbelt if we're willing to incur that risk. Wear a mask, not wear a mask if we're willing to incur that risk. Insurance or, not, for the highest degree of freedom.
You can't really compare a seatbelt to a mask. I mean, people do that. I mean, a seatbelt, you can actually die from hitting somebody without a seatbelt. A mask, that's just consume and obey whatever type of scenario.
Because they're using
after 90 miles an hour in a normal car with just a 2-point seatbelt, you're actually more likely to live if you don't have it on, because you're more likely to live if you get thrown out of the car. So seatbelts are just ridiculous.
I guess it depends. I mean, but I would prefer my child to be in a seatbelt.
And the seatbelt is a safety mechanism. It's not foolproof. It can cut off your head. You could even, hit the seatbelt too hard, depending on the quality of the crash. It just
Right.
helps. Even the
Would you
law.
agree that car seat is very helpful for children that are smaller?
The law is a
I
helpful
I call
people. You do what they want to do.
I call
I mean,
my children's car seats. I tell them you got to get in your government restrainter.
yeah, I like that. I
That's
like for them.
awesome.
Like if I have a baby, a newborn, I definitely would want to put them in a car seat that's strapped that won't they won't fly through the car. I mean, like I say, it has its time. It has its good and bad, I suppose.
It's just a helpful schoolmaster.
I suppose. I don't know. I don't know. Even if somebody didn't tell me to do it, I think I would learn to figure out a device to keep my child still strapped in some way.
So why don't you strap your own self in a 5-point harness?
I would if I was that small.
Sooner or later, government's going to give you
What
like
does
a
size
bubble.
matter? What does size matter?
When they're a newborn baby, I mean, if you get in a little slight accident, they're
No, I
gonna.
know. I got 4 children. I'm just giving you a hard time.
Right. I mean, I'd rather them be in a little safety harness just in case than because if I get well, like I said, it's tough, man. It has its good and its bad.
Well, you keep things simple, especially for kids. You can try to reason with a kid if you want, but really their mind isn't formulated. They need
Right.
laws and regulations. And then when their mind is developed, then they can deal with it later. But till then, it's like do what you're told and, just to make it
Right.
simple. And children, kind of appreciate that because they're kind of simple. So, until, they grow up, with the schoolmaster, the law is the schoolmaster that helps bring them up
Cool.
later.
That's a better. There you go. That's a better one with the law. When if your child is not in school, like with this virtual mess, if they're not on the computer in time or something, they'll kick them out. Man, this is a mess, man. They can try to threaten to take your kid away if they don't go to their indoctrination camp. What the?
I mean, it's insane. The indoctrination in these schools is pretty big. A lot of atheism, a lot of humanism, globalism. There are subtle, messages that are given in the public schools, especially.
Yeah, definitely, man. It's a mess, dude. School started off with the Bible in the first place.
And
It's
everybody
amazing.
was educating their own children, so they were getting a
Yep.
high quality, personalized education.
Yep. That's what I like about Globers. It's funny. Like, did your mom and dad teach you school? Was you homeschooled? I said it's better that way, anyways. What the heck? I'm not indoctrinated as much as you are. Like, what the? Especially if you got good parents that are teaching you the right stuff. You know what I mean? And dedication on it. Like, what
Well,
the?
Well, communism comes in because everybody gets the same low quality education. It's not personalized anymore. You don't have time to give people one on one tutoring and instruction, and the quality can kind of suffer too.
Right.
Because
Right.
of artificial scarcity, splitting the family.
Splitting the family, making everybody work, no caregiver at the house. Feminism making, women want to compete in the workforce for better or for worse.
Right.
Now there's no caregiver, latchkey kids. Both the parents are too busy to raise the children. It's a combination of things that kind of, add up in a way.
Feminism is a mess, dude. That is a mess. Ooh, we men for sure. They
It
definitely
started out nobly, saying equal rights for men and women on paper, but now it's gender replacement. Women
do.
are
Yeah,
pushed to become replacement men and
yeah.
deny, motherhood, family, replace the family unit for a career in some ways.
That's what Black Lives Matter is about. Trying to, they dislike the straight black man. Ooh, that's terrible. Children need the straight black man. They need their fathers. What are you talking about? Get out of here with that mess.
Well, it's 75% illegitimacy now because the government is the father. And so,
Right.
there is a big hatred for strong male leadership in,
Yeah.
society nowadays.
Yes, man. But that's what the black community needs is the fathers back in the home. That's what they need. That's what the children are missing is their fathers, man. They want them. And that's right there is what I see automatically.
It ties
And
in with security, discipline. A lot of these police officers, or you guessed it, male. So they're having a big problem with recognizing law, recognizing society, even
Yup.
perpetuating and maintaining society. They're being turned into society destroying, rebellious, anarchist
Yup.
radicals.
Yup. It's not even about a race. It's really not. It's not racism thing. It's the character. It's all about character and what a system is doing to destroy the family structure. They want to destroy it. They don't even care what color you are. To really be honest,
The war on drugs is huge
and also
too.
the drive. I'm not sure if you guys spoke about this already, but the big drive to push all this woman independence and how women don't need a man, and there's a lot of lesbianism that's being promoted, and that's also a flushing of the male out of the household, especially with young children.
Yeah, dude, it's destroying the family. That is the key. You want to destroy a family? Remove the men.
And statistically, it's already been shown that absent fathers is one of the indicators that leads to the worst outcomes, both like intellectually, financially, all of these things that they show by having an absent father. It's worse than having an abusive father is having an absent father. So it's definitely part of the plan, and I've noticed a tremendous pump this year. A lot of new divorces, and a lot of splitting up of relationships. So it's sort of accelerating.
It's amazing though when you speak this truth right to people, especially to some females, they'll think you hate females for saying this truth.
Well, the thing is, the truth is something you submit to. You could count that even a masculine feminine dynamic where the thing you submit to, quote unquote, I guess traditionally the masculine thing, the truth, is submitted to by the feminine side, I guess us. So we're enshrining a rebellious spirit that will not submit even to rational, justified authority, even the justified authority of the truth.
Yeah, the God, Satan, man, it's a mess. That right there, man, that would be. I think doesn't it say in the scripture, there'll be one day I return the children to the father.
Something I'd have to look, but if you're not willing to submit, male or female, then that's rebellion.
Yep.
So this is a rebellious spirit that we're being given, constantly in a lot of these movements.
Oh yeah, it says right here. He will restore the hearts of the fathers to the children.
If you look at the Nixon war on drugs, that's also when this huge war on men, especially black men, happened. Because they went through like the, I wouldn't say the ghetto, but the inner city, and started locking away all the men, and then said to all the women, "Well, your man is addicted to drugs. Hop on the government dole, and the government will take care of you now."
Right. No, but that was more crack in the 80s to the black community. Now meth is to the white communities. Now they're trying to destroy the white community.
Yeah, but I mean that goes back to the whole Nixon-Reagan war on drugs. Yeah. That was like the largest takeover of society that has ever been seen.
Right.
That the government moved in and said, "I'm the father now,
man,
and I've got all the guns."
Man, it's a spiritual battle, dude. Just straight up battle.
Shit, you just reminded me of a movie, White Man's Burden.
Yeah, that's a good one too.
It's a mess, man. It's a straight mess, man.
Just reminded me of a movie about the CIA flying drones.
I think you cut out.
flying drone.
The war on drugs. No, that reminded me of a movie called Air America, where it's basically just it's known that the CIA flies drugs into this country all the time. They're controlling the the war on drugs. What a joke!
Yeah,
They probably it's destroy. Man, I'm telling you, destroy the man, and you're good to go. I'm telling you, the leadership, man. Men are strength. We are to be, we overcome things a lot easier. Depending on how he was raised, but for the most part, we're not as emotional. We can overcome things. When you're a very sensitive, emotional, angry person, you just can't deal with things as easy. Men are that. Men are to be that light. That's why I said, what is it? God over Christ, Christ over man. Let me see.
And somebody has to submit. It's just that instead of submitting to, the truth, reality, we're now being asked to submit to other people's emotions. So
Right.
people have to submit in some sort of ordered dynamic. It's just that the order has been totally upended.
Yeah, women usually. Well, that's how it says submit to the husbands, but it says the husbands to love the wives as Christ loves the church, as in truth. In truth, love them in truth, as Christ loved the church. What did he do with the church? What did he love? Gave them truth. So
And we all have to submit. I mean, we're the bride of Christ, male or female. We're all going to have to eventually submit in some way. It'll be a living relationship, but he's God and he's going to call the shots. So ultimately, we're all going to have to submit in a certain way anyway.
well, I suppose, but I mean, there is an order though.
But it's that the government has almost replaced. I heard JP Sears was actually making a joke about it, where he said, don't trust Jesus for your salvation. Trust us. We're the government. We'll save you. Don't trust, Jesus and God for this. We'll do that for you, And it's like, so people think it's ludicrous from a religious perspective, but then when the government steps in saying, we'll give you protection, we'll give you security, we'll give you a long life and happiness and all this stuff, people just say, yeah, great.
Okay, so it's right here in Corinthians 11:3. But I would have you know that the head of every man is Christ, and the head of every woman is the man, and the head of Christ is God. So there's an order.
And also how it said, to love your wife as Christ loved the church.
Yeah.
Christ loved the church so much that he sacrificed himself for it. And it's
Right.
if there were more men out there that were willing to love their partner to the point of sacrificing their own individual needs for the greater good of the family.
Right.
I think that's a massive lesson.
I have a question. So if we throw out what is written, why should it be that a woman would have to submit to a man? Why is it that a man is, I guess, superior?
A healthy woman that doesn't hate her, doesn't hate men, naturally actually enjoy doing that. I have seen it. I have observed with other people. I've associated with a lot of people. Women do enjoy that to a certain extent. Man's not beating her and all that stuff. If he just is confident in his being, he's not emotional, sensitive, very easily angered. She sees strength in him. She will cling to that.
Women that support women that support men being the leaders, they say it's that in times of hard decision making, that they're too emotional to make the best logical decision, and that a man can put his emotions aside to make a more logical decision that might not be as safe or whatever at the moment, but in the long run, it's the better option, because like fight or flight, they'd rather just flight when sometimes it's better to fight.
Well, they're supposed to submit to each other, but somebody needs to give initiation and clear direction. So on that end, it appears that men appear to be a bit more, logical and less, emotional when it comes to certain things. Men and women do have exceptions. but it does appear that, you know, men were designed with a bit more of that killer instinct, a bit more aggression, a bit more logic, a bit more level-headedness. That doesn't mean that a woman can't lead in certain you know, situations if she wishes. What women are supposed to submit to their husbands. Some people say that that interpretation is to their husbands, not to all men, but to their husbands. And so I guess you could interpret that, you know, differently based off of the scripture that, you know, you're citing. I guess we'd have to go to the Bible and see what it says.
Yeah, but I said
And it's just like a
regardless of
job.
what is written.
It's just like a job too, Arian. It's like a job, you know. If you don't have one person that's running the things, it's going to be chaotic. But if there's one person that's running the things, and you got to pick one, and definitely, some women are way better at management than some men. But on average, is what we're talking about. On average here.
Yeah, but okay, so hold on.
Equilibrium.
Yeah, but see, and that's kind of where I'm like, that's kind of where I lay, is the equality among male and female. But what you were saying, I serve, is talking about something about how natural, right? How, well, now I lost it because I talked about what Fuzzy said. But basically, we don't live in a natural environment. So we don't live in a world where, you know, we're not saddled with things that influence the way we behave. So, you know, like we have to like give shekels, you know, in order to get some water, right? Which in reality is just free, right? But the way they got it set up, right, we can't just go down to the river and drink some water because the police will show up and say, hey, you can't do that. So you know, it's what is the, I guess, natural order of things. You know, why I'm still trying to figure out. I'm still trying to understand why is it that
Cooperate.
You know, the female has to submit to the male. Again, this is without being written, right? I don't care what's written down somewhere.
Because they're nature.
Well, I think it's one of these really fundamental things about the difference between the sexes, is that if a woman tried to take on a man physically, she wouldn't be able to. And I think men, a lot of what controls men's engagement with one another is that fear that the other guy could punch you at any point if you overstepped a line. So there's this.
Okay, so we actually don't know the capabilities of women because, well, they've been, you know, well, actually, men and women have been sissified. So, you know, we don't actually know the full capabilities of a female. Have you ever tried to kill someone? You ever tried to attack a woman? I mean, do you know how strong they are?
Physical, I'm talking about mental.
No, so I think old Jordan Peterson, he goes into a lot of detail about this, where he says this concept of the patriarchy, that's tyrannical patriarchy that we've sort of been sold over the last, say, 5-10 years. It's never been proven throughout society because women enjoy fulfilling some of the things that men think about. So a man will say, let's make this house a home. And when he comes home later on, you know, she's hung the curtains and she's done all those things.
Oh, yeah.
Now, it's not necessarily that he's ordered her, and it's not necessarily that she needs to submit, but it is her nature. And if a man can often be the catalyst or sort of the initiator, women are exceptional at following through. That's why they do so well in administrative jobs.
Well, obviously, because women view the world differently, right? At women's natural instinct is to have children.
Yeah.
So of course they want to find a man who wants to, right, set up a place where she can have children.
Yeah. Yeah. She was looking for if the man's doing it the right way. Through God. I think the only way is the best way is through God. And he's doing it. She will cling to him. We'll just like follow his lead.
See, from my perspective, it would seem that the man would more have to submit to her because, and of course they have it backwards nowadays, because she is the deciding factor of what kind of children are produced for the next generation to exist. So, currently we have it where a bunch of weenies are, promoted as being strong men, and that's what's promoted, for a good family. But what is actually a strong man?
I could never submit to a woman. I mean, for the most part, women live in more fear than men. I mean, look at the mask wearers. Most of them are females.
I mean, so where I live, it's equal men and women that don't wear a mask.
No, I'm saying the ones that wear masks. I see more women wearing masks than I
So yeah, on a very fundamental level, talking about there is that women tend to be more agreeable. So when you press a woman really firmly on something, she'll often tend to agree just to keep the calm, whereas men tend to be less agreeable. So it's not necessarily that one's submitting to the other, but the one does often agree or might disagree until you agree on a new solution.
Have you seen the liberals? Most of them are females. Men are following them, right? And they won't agree. They won't agree with you. You tell them that killing babies is bad, they won't agree. Women are better.
But that's like the whole feminist side of things is to be more disagreeable. So they literally will argue, even when you're agreeing with a feminist, she's going to argue with you. And often they say that that's assimilating male traits or the male tendency to argue and be aggressively chasing down something that you want. When you live in a household with both, you'll see that both are required to actually raise life. You need both a woman and a man with the different thinking and all those different soups of combinations lead to a healthy upbringing.
The issue is that most people's behaviors and thinking has been programmed into them.
Well,
so men and women don't behave as they should.
But you're talking about
we have transgender women
about a
today.
blank slate. Something needs to be written down at some time. Something needs to be written down, whether it's written in the Bible and or written by us. And so I think people go with some of these things that are written down in the Bible and other places because they appear to match what is written down inside of us, the way that we naturally tend to function. And when it matches, we tend to hearken to these words, not just because of programming, but because there seems to be some sort of reality written down or not verbally.
Like a resonance.
So something needs to be written down in us that makes us act the way that we act in a certain way. Otherwise, you're saying that we're a blank slate that we can write anything upon, but that doesn't seem to be the case, especially if I do not have a womb and a woman does have a womb and seems to have written in her some level of nurturing that maybe I do not have.
Right.
Correct.
Well, I look at my wife. And I used to be beta, right? I used to think and act think with anger and all that stuff, right? So when I look at her, I'm like, that's tough. I used to be like that. We're supposed to lead women out of that emotional state when they're just all ready. We're supposed to be strong and like, hey, it will pass, overcome it. Like, man, I used to be like that. I used to suffer. I knew something was wrong with me. I would suffer because I had my mother's identity, and that's tough. I think we're definitely different creatures, without a doubt.
That's quite profound for you to identify that in yourself, to notice that change. In South Africa, we often say that you don't get a strong woman, you just get a weak man.
Yes.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, weak men create hard times. That's why you see this rise of feminism.
Why not getting a strong woman then? Because we have transgender woman today. Modern society offers.
There are not enough men identifying as women because we need more strong women.
Yeah.
I used to be so beta, dude. I'm telling you, dude. And no wonder why I couldn't get a woman for nothing, dude. I was too nice.
And I'm not disagreeing with you, Don, but that's not being beta. That's being something less than beta. Beta,
yeah, it was horrible.
Beta is generally between men. When men identify a leader, a good man will know to follow. No. A good man will know to follow. No. What you're talking about is not a normal process. It's a bastardization of what should be going on, where you're identifying a woman as your leader instead of identifying at that point where a leader is devoid, you are one by default. But all men should be rolling back to a beta state when they identify somebody more competent than themselves in a certain situation, unless they see that they are the ones who are the leader, then should identify themselves as the leader. What you're talking about is more or less a sigma or a delta.
Yeah, so, like, because I used to think
gamma.
Yeah, gamma. But
work with them. Like, oh, they're gods. I can't live without one. Like it. Oh man, it was tough, dude.
But I think you nailed it with what you said there. Is that I can't remember the exact words you used, but a man that's worthy of being a leader will often find people that start to follow him. You know, so it's and I think that's also where the Bible, where it says the husband should be like Christ. If you are doing good decisions based on wholesome morals, you're gonna be that good leader that people will want to follow, including your wife.
Well, yeah, a woman will fall in line behind somebody.
Actually,
a woman will fall behind or fall in line behind a good man when she knows that she's safe, taken care of, all of her securities are fulfilled, and that's what a good leader gives a group. So.
And the thing is, we all submit. I submit to my bed when I lie down on it. I'm not supporting myself. I'm just letting the bed support me. I let the river support me when it carries me down the river. You know, part of this is a willingness to recognize a hierarchy and submit to it, you know, as long as it's functional. Or it gives us what we want, or, you know, whatever, or because it's true, you know. So part of the question is, you know, somebody needs to initiate, and we need to fall in line eventually and submit. Just make sure that the system you're submitting to, you know, isn't corrupt or whatever.
But it's when these leaders are forced into position. Sorry, as a quick one, where we're like, okay, we need a leader. Who should we now pick? I think that's where it's completely messed up. Where real leaders do inspire and they do rise to the top.
But very rarely will a leader elect themselves. A leader is elected by the group. So when people are asking, they're formalizing that decision that everybody's already made in their mind within 5 seconds of getting into that situation.
Definitely a strong woman. See, the thing is though about submitting to my wife, like I'm not controlled by her vagina. So like, is she like, I need sex? I'm like, girl, if I'm not feeling it, I don't want it. Back up. Your vagina don't control me. Like that. Submit that part. That's a suffering if you're controlled by vagina. You suffer. No, there's no way around that.
Who is the righteous leader?
Wait, what?
The carnal side, which is just letting the body just take you wherever, and even that's into the flesh. Then you have a head, which can kind of direct, you know, and say, okay, I'm not just going to be led blindly by this. I'm going to choose whether or not I'm going to participate in this process. Even that is more of a logical, cerebral leadership side than a carnal, sensual, I'm just going to let this thing lead me side. And I guess you kind of see that with men and women. You know, the man, you know, might chart the direction, some women too. And then once, you know, everything's nice and settled, we can kind of enjoy, you know, the pleasure of this nice home after everything's been established and taken care of, though. So there is kind of an order to even that.
Yeah, you're not going to get very far if she's not feeling secure.
Right, that's true. So when you have God's love, though, man, you love, you don't lust. So you don't see her as a thing or an object, and they appreciate that. No lie, healthy women appreciate that.
I agree. Healthy women.
Healthy woman. Yeah. Can you point one out?
The ones that don't hate their fathers, ones that are really close to their fathers, I have noticed. Well, if you meet their mothers too, because they'll tell you all about them. You meet the mother first, and you'll know what you're getting into. But if they don't hate the fathers and they have a really good relationship with their fathers and still love their mothers, oh yeah, they'll probably be a decent woman to be with, to date at least.
That is such a huge litmus test. I also discovered that early on. If you see a woman that treats her dad like he's below her or just a financier, or you're gonna, I can almost guarantee you're gonna get that same behavior.
That is exactly how she will treat you.
Yep, just like how she treats her father is how she'll treat you.
And the same goes with the man. How he treats his mother is generally how a woman will be treated.
Yeah, that's why you got those.
This is the produce of a messed up society, actually.
That's why you guys are saying about gammas, or I was saying betas. They usually hate mothers, so they treat women how they treat their, with hate.
Right. Beta is actually it's a preferred residence. It's what you should be doing when you're not in lead. You should be a good cadet, a good follower, a good leader, a good leader a good follower makes a good leader. A good leader makes a good follower.
Well, that alpha makes it. I think alpha is more.
Well, you'll flow in between alpha and beta states throughout your life and throughout the day, depending on the situation.
And people are so complicated. They're fractal. They have many roles they take on. I mean, just because somebody is a really good cook doesn't mean that you have to go to their restaurant all the time. It just kind of shows you that they're kind of geared toward cooking or leading. You can occasionally lead too, but there do appear to be people that are kind of appear to be kind of naturally born to lead, male or female.
But this is also something that I find very fascinating about this community, is that I would tend to at least postulate that the majority of the guys who discover this and are willing to talk out are not in that beta category of followers. We're generally people who don't mind standing in front of a group and telling them that they're all wrong, and for whatever reason they're wrong. And that's generally the kind of trait that an alpha would display, is you have your own mindset and you're going to change the course of whatever you're in. And then you'll find people that will step across towards your side if they agree. And then you'll start creating your own little group of people. But I've noticed that my friends that I would classify as the typical beta or gamma, they can't understand this because of that. There's not enough number of people all saying the same message. So the followers will always be followers, and they'll always look at majority rule. And then the few of us that are willing to actually stand up and, discuss thoughts or postulations or assumptions, those are the ones who are willing to put the risk out there, which means that you now get a group of 10 alphas, which creates very heated debates and quite can often sound quite aggressive to people who are just arriving there.
More than two alphas is not generally a fun time.
Yeah,
correct.
Isn't it all more like? Isn't it about adaptability? Because no man or no woman is the same in every situation, and in every day is a different situation. This idea that every day is the same is a false narrative that this is being punted, right? So the idea of just being able to adapt to change is what makes them if people who are living in an office their whole life, and if they have to adapt to something else and they have problems and they need to, I don't know, it's like you should equilibrium, right?
You should simultaneously be able to adapt and also both be resistant to the change you don't want and adapt to the change you do. So when you work towards change, things are naturally going to flow to a more positive place, and you've got to be able to get out of your head and say, okay, that time is over. I'm not going to hold on to those grudges. Or conversely, if something is going in a direction you don't like, you have to be willing to stand up in a crowd that doesn't agree with you and say, this is wrong. So, if
you do that, you will be killed.
Not necessarily.
Crowd.
Not necessarily.
Most likely.
But
more than likely. Yeah, you'd be accosted.
You do have to take that risk
in order to be a man.
Why?
Now,
why do you have to take the risk?
Yeah. So why do you have to put your life at risk to tell a whole bunch of idiots that they're wrong?
Because your life is meaningless without them.
Wait.
Really?
My life is meaningless without
This
a bunch
is
of idiots. What?
We're all idiots. You're surrounded by idiots.
I would not feel like I was leading a meaningless life if I was out in the jungle living by myself. I do not need other people.
Okay. Well, I mean, some people don't think they need kids until they have them.
What's the line, right?
The definition of a man is 1, what he thinks of himself, 2, what he thinks others think of him, and 3, what others think of him.
Yeah, those last 2 points. What?
You need people.
So you're saying that in order to be a man, you have to be concerned with what others are thinking about you. What?
Yeah.
Come on, man. Really?
Yeah, that's like the weak men cause hard times thing.
Okay, you guys have been.
Hang on. You live in a society of people. Like, we are part of a culture of, especially now, social media, right? We are part of a collective. Whether we want to agree with it or not, we are part of all of us. We're all in this together.
Okay, so basically, I'm not a man because when I go out, I don't care what people think about me, right?
You do. Whether or not you would, whether or not you admit it to
so if you've
yourself.
seen me, right? If you've seen me in real life, and where I live, I should be concerned with the way I look, but I don't.
That's good.
See, I live in a place where people with brown skin, a beard, and long hair are viewed as terrorists. And yes, quite frequently I get looks. And if people actually talk to me, yes, they do get angry and violent towards me, but I don't really care because that's just me winning. Because that shows how they're so concerned with how things appear.
I'm speaking about this objectively, and you're taking it subjectively. Really quick. Yeah, you are. You're saying, oh, me. Well, shut up about you for a second. I'm not necessarily talking about what people you don't care about leading think. I'm talking about the people you care about, what they think.
Let's see. So my parents, why should I care about what my parents think about how I look? They don't.
This leads back.
See, those are the people I care about.
But I don't know why it's so surface about what you look like. I don't really think
you're the one who said it. You're the one who said that part of being a man is
caring about what people think.
What other people think, right?
Yes, I didn't say about what you look like. Why is it so surface and so
because that's part of
shallow
what they think. If you're going to be a man, right?
Yeah.
Part of your identity is going out and being concerned with what other people think.
I think you should be presentable to the
typically
situation.
think about you first on the surface. So what you look like matters to other people.
That's why I just said I do think you should look presentable to the situation. Yes.
Well,
to the situation of what? Of being a leader?
The point is you're still going to be judged by others, regardless of whether or not you care. Others will.
That's what's wrong with society
judge,
today.
Which is, yeah.
Yeah, but those
That's
who
what's
judge
wrong
are
with
just
society
judging
today. Everybody
themselves.
worrying about what everybody else thinks about them. Who cares what everybody else thinks about you by your appearance? That's judging a book by its cover.
This in one
That
word.
just shows y'all are weak-minded if you judge a book by its cover.
Okay.
But to summarize,
if you don't care what others say about you, then you are some narcissist, egocentric.
No, but
person.
you can summarize this in one word, and it's called diplomacy. So it's about getting your message across in a way that the other person can receive it. So
Most effective way.
you have to think about the other person.
That doesn't work with everything, because if you're trying to say a simple truth and you're trying to sugarcoat it, then you're not saying the truth, are you?
Well, we're not talking
Just
about that.
Speak the truth. Diplomacy is for people who deal within that world of nonsense, right? If we're telling them the water is level, the horizon is level, and they don't want to hear it, that's their own business.
But any act of debate.
From all the people,
Matthew 6, listen to this. Matthew 6:25. Therefore I say to you, do not worry about your life, what you will eat or what you will drink, nor about your body, what you will put on, as in what you wear. Right?
Right. First of all, diplomacy is not meant in the statism sort of, diplomacy the way the UN works diplomacy. No, the idea that you don't want to just be a hammer. You want to be a bag of tools, right? You want to have the right tool in your hand for the right job. If you go up to a group of bikers and you want to talk about something versus a group of soccer moms versus a group of, I don't know, the idea of diplomacy, of like meeting people on their own terms and trying to, let's use flat Earth as an example, right? Not every person is going to need the black swan as the end all proof for them, right? Someone else is going to care more about Coriolis, or someone else is going to care more about curvature, some type of thing. You have to be a bag of tools, not just a hammer, because then everything looks like a nail, and then everyone thinks you're a hammer. You know, it's like
exactly. And when you start to watch intellectuals debating, you'll often watch that they have this ability to get their message across with a smile on their face without having to raise their voice at all. And then the audience can also receive the message. So a lot of us, we get stuck in that hammer mode. We start hammering our family. We start hammering our close friends. Why can't you see this? This is a nail. Check here. I want to hammer it. And then, like you say, we're not using the right tool. And this is something that I've been slowly discovering over the last, say, 4.5, 5 years. Is my delivery. The way you deliver your message is everything.
And
in the same way that how you swing a golf club, you only have control over how you swing the club. After you make contact, you had to have done everything else right. So it's the same thing with the delivery of a message. When you start to get aggressive and hammer things, you know, the more diplomatic you can be, the more it can be received by your recipient. Yeah. So it's in your best interest, if you're going to waste the time talking to them, to try and do it in a way that at least they can receive what you've told them.
And it goes back to
diplomacy is not judgment.
Well,
I understand where you're coming from, but what I was meaning is that ultimately you have to say the water is level. You know, you can't pussyfoot around the fact that the truth statement is water is level, or whatever example you want to be.
Nobody's disagreeing with that.
Correct. And at that point,
let Lemon finish what he was trying to say before he was in.
Go on, Lemon.
Well, really quickly, the conversation moved on so fast. Back to the man thing. Being a man is different than being a man to somebody else. You're talking about relation at that point. You can have all this knowledge in the world, all this maleness, but if you're in a relationship with another person where action is necessary, they're going to have a different opinion if they need you to be a man for them, and they have a different impression. And so we're talking about, you know, being something in and of yourself and or interacting in the real world with other people who have different standards. So that
and Lemon, that does go to my point in which I was saying, you know, a man defined as I'm defining it as a leader of people. One, you're taking into account what people whom you're leading think, and you're taking into account how you view what they think about you. These are all important things to consider. It doesn't make you weak. And people who think that, and I understand why they do, because they were raised by a hedonistic, materialistic world in which it develops narcissists. And I don't think that you're all narcissists for thinking that, but you've been bent towards thinking that no matter what, only my opinion matters. But that's not true, especially when you're taking on that leadership role. If you all think you're fucking alpha, then you're going to consider the people under you, because you will not put them into a situation in which you will not go. That is simple, that is easy, and if you don't get it, then you're fucked.
Guess I'm glad I don't want to be a leader.
I'm glad you don't either.
Yeah, because there's no point in leading a bunch of idiots. I mean, really, there isn't.
Right.
Yes, there is.
Question, you guys. So
off the cliff, maybe.
What would you prefer? A woman that submits,
or into the bank?
What, a woman that submits, or a controlling woman?
Some guys like that. I'm not. I don't know.
If I'm going to be the one, if I'm going to be the breadwinner, I would prefer her to submit, so that way we can have some sort of control, and I know that she's going to do what she needs to do while I'm off doing what I need to do. But if she's going to be the one that makes the money, I wouldn't mind. I mean, if she wants to go work and she's made enough money to support us, I wouldn't mind following her lead. But that's rare these days if you're going to find a woman like that.
This question is very denigrating to the human being.
When they do that, when you do have a woman that is, it's a competition. You ever notice that women make more money than you? They make it a competition. The relationship shouldn't be about no competition. So when a man makes more money, we don't put it over her head. There's women out there that will hover over you like, I make more than you. Better listen, you can't go here. There's women there. Let me see your phone.
Yeah, and ultimately that's the man's fault for getting involved with a woman like that in the first place.
You always have the simplest of answers that don't work in reality, Elijah, when it comes to women.
Well, the thing is, women are still looking for
Yeah, but if it's true, it's true. Eat it.
women are still looking for a man that makes more money, even at their high bracket. But the thing is, things get really pinched at that bracket. That there's a man who is going to be interested in them that makes more money than them. They're looking for a younger, more submissive thing usually. And women who have that sort of money making potential currently are tend to be older and tend to have some not necessarily aggressive, but dominant leadership characteristics. So they get pinched into a hole where basically their options become really, really limited.
They're called femcells.
They want to be mama. When a guy dates a woman that's much older and makes much more, she becomes mama. I'm like, no joke.
Yeah, that's just unnatural, man.
That's just I can't do that.
Disgusting.
But with regards to the money question, I think that's like irrelevant, right? If you're in a marriage, you should be operating by the dictates of that marriage. Like people were saying, yes, women are to submit to the husbands, but the other side is husbands love your wives. And then also, your body is not your own; it is hers. Same for her. Her body is not her own; it is yours. It is enough too. And with respect to the money thing, it's like, well, I would hope if it's possible that a man can get himself in order and be that one that the wife doesn't have to work. That's what everyone wishes. But we live in a world that's messed up. But also, if you read Proverbs, there's a whole chapter dedicated to the good woman, and a lot of what she does was practical business stuff, providing for the household, providing for the family, and she was honored by everyone because what she did honored the husband, and what she did was good for the children and the teachings, etc. So people need to get the full context of these matters.
Because she fulfilled her role in her marriage.
See, look, I get this conversation with you guys because you guys are men, right? I have had this conversation on the same panel, but with women in it, and I got banned. So there's a difference. I'm telling you, I observe it.
Yeah, but same. There's a difference between men and a man. Same with women and a woman, right?
Well, the thing is, it's an emotional reaction, and so we've been conditioned to become SJWs who react off of a rational emotion first when certain hot button red pill topics come up. Feminism,
there you go.
male and female roles, Zionism, this group, that group, race, Sandy Hook shootings, conspiracy theory. We're programmed to emotionally react first and think later, if at all. And so we have a big choice now in this SJW rebellious, emotional mess that we find ourselves in. Do we submit to the truth, or do we become irrational children?
Right. It's a mess, is what it is. I mean, it's a mess.
But I also think one of the misperceptions is that we look at our relationships and we try and divide the tasks, and then it starts to become imbalanced at some point, and then it starts to build resentment. And
right, like
slowly, as I got older, I realized you need to actually participate together in a lot of things which you leave up to the other one. Some days you need to step in and do it, and some days she needs to step in and do it.
Yeah, like
when you can get to that point where it's like a true partnership, then you have two heads in all situations. You have the emotional aspect, and you have the rational, pragmatic aspect. And then you put the two together and you find excellent solutions side by side in the same way that the head and the neck are connected. But
when dividing up,
my wife tried to give my son Adderall because she couldn't handle his hyper. All boys are hyper. Naturally, they're hyper. She tried to give him Adderall, and I told her it's not happening. Flushed it down the toilet. That's where I step in. That's a good example. Now the child he's starting to calm down and grow out of it.
There was a bit of a failure though there, Don, to what Flat Earth Solar is talking about, and that that conversation was not had beforehand.
Yeah,
correct. There was no union there.
But this is the thing where I've also found.
But that's where a man corrects her.
Having a partner that maybe isn't religious. That's normally where you're going to see. You're not going to be seeing eye to eye. You will have differences of opinion. She wants the Adderall and you don't. So you might have had the discussion, but suddenly, it gets to a point. I had the same with myself. I didn't want to vaccinate my youngest child. The wife did try to educate her. She didn't want to watch. She didn't want to read. She didn't want to. I couldn't get her to see this information. Eventually, she did see it, but it was the same sort of thing like the Adderall.
You did it. You corrected her like I did my wife. I corrected her and let her see. That's what we do, correct them. Like when things are not right, because we know drugs is Adderall especially highly addictive. They go through withdrawal. Who wants to go through withdrawal? Let alone
Ritalin affected me. On Ritalin when I was in the 5th grade, and before then I made almost straight A's. Every once in a while I'd make a B. And I had like many gifts, and they put me on Ritalin, and I made straight F's the first report card deal, and it made me dumb. I still think I'm affected from it.
Yeah, that's why.
So you think you were intelligent when you were getting straight A's, right?
No, I was smarter. I was cognitively smarter, and I could also retain information. I understand at school it's about memorization. Okay. Yes.
This is a system where you were in. It was an educational system. And what if this system is actually a system to produce fanatics?
Right, but his ability to comprehend was hampered, and that's what he's saying.
Oh. Was your mother the one that put you on it? She's the one that do it.
My parents both went with me to the doctor and whatnot. It was the teachers at school. It wasn't but the teachers at school are the one that instituted the idea.
Ooh, that's tough, man. Forget those
And it was because I was too smart, because in preschool, my parents took me to a really good school, and so I knew everything. I didn't learn anything new until in 4th grade. I can remember when I learned something new from 1st grade to 4th grade, and it was a pie chart. A pie chart was the first thing that was new to me.
Interesting.
So all that hyper energy and being bored as hell because having to be with all these other people, that were ignorant of the stuff that I already knew.
All boys are naturally hyper. All boys. There's more severe cases, of course, but naturally boys are just hyper. We're ready to go.
I've never been hyper in my life.
Just kidding. You're smaller. Think of having to keep up with men, out hunting or in the field or whatever. You need a lot more energy to keep up with them because you're smaller.
Mm-hmm. It's natural. We got more energy, at times.
Yeah, you can't be locking young boys up in a classroom all day. That's just.
But I've also read the education system. When you go back to its roots, how it was birthed in the Industrial Revolution. The men were often out doing other things, and it was the woman being educated for sewing and for other trade skills. So it would be women who would sit down and accept this knowledge from really young, and a lot of the girls would work in the seamstresses and so then it's almost like now with less war, there's more men going into this academic system, and it was never designed for boys who literally, like you say, we've got no limit to the amount of energy. When you're a young kid, you can swim for 7 hours, 8 hours straight. You can go on marathons and walk mountains, and you don't get tired as a kid. You just keep going and keep going. Or especially like when you hit your teens, where you really start getting your hormones. Right. So it's like this entire system of putting 15 men or young men in the same room, and they need to sit down for 8 hours a day.
Right.
It's completely counterintuitive, because the sons would be following the fathers and learning in the fields, or they would be using that energy for productive
really quick though.
hands-on things.
That's not necessarily true for all of us. Some young men are very interested in the intrigues of the mind, not necessarily the hands, and I think they should be nurtured in that way as well.
Agreed.
Well, sure on that, but for the most part, I'm saying most boys, for the most part, have energy.
Oh, I agree.
Just don't dope them up, like, because a
I
lot
agree,
of
but
single
it's
mothers
just
would throw pills at their children because they
no, for sure. On the pill thing, I think we're all in agreement on that. But my point is that the brain is the one organ in the body that uses the most calories in the whole body if it's being utilized. So there's a good way to exercise that energy out of a boy who's interested in learning those things.
put them in the woods and have them build a tree fort. I'll bet you he'll enjoy the measurements of that. Oh yeah, they'll love that. They'll work on that sucker all day long.
I agree. I'm saying that education isn't for everybody, but it is for some people.
Yep, that is true. We just need that structure back, man. I bet you, like back in the 50s, where the moms and fathers were home together, there was a time, a period. I guarantee that it was more like that, and things were a lot better then. A little better, you know. I mean, you know, it's disagree or agree type of scenario.
I just wanted to say you're all a bunch of beta cucks. Just kidding.
Screw you.
I used to be, dude. I used to be so bad, dude. It was terrible. I was wondering what was wrong with me. I'm like, there's something's wrong with me, man. What is it? I had to go within myself to figure it out that I had my mother. My mother created me in her image. I'm like, oh, that's tough. I can't do it.
Yeah.
That was suffered as a male with masculinity. I suffered, dude.
Yeah, I had a father present for most of my life, but nonetheless, I still questioned what a man was as I was growing up. Like, what's the definition? I knew what a definition of a woman was, but I had no idea what the defining traits of a man were, and they were illusory at best. So,
right.
I got a voice in my head. I call it Shirley. That's my mom's name. My sister takes medicine for it. I don't. But the worst case scenario always going through my mind because my mom was such a worrywart, man. It's you got to ignore it, and if you don't learn to ignore it, you know, then you're gonna have major issues.
Right, but don't hate and overcome. Don't ever hate them. They can't help themselves. That's just they're gonna do what they're gonna do. Don't take it personal. Overcome, and get like that. That's why I'm gonna teach my son to overcome. I prefer to teach him. Okay, they got the bully thing is well. I'll teach him not to be a bully, but also to be able to not be affected by words. So he's strong from within that he can overcome. Then he won't have that type of emotional effect where he will become a bully. Because usually bullies are just crying from within. They want love. So if you give them the right love and then overcome strength and show them guidance, leadership, yeah, good to go.
Stand up to them and they'll leave you alone because that's not what they're looking for. They're looking for easy prey.
Well, I guess it depends on them, right? I'm saying for the most part, not all of them, but I'm talking about like younger children, the ones that are and like, junior high type of stuff.
Almost everybody gets bullied at a certain point, and it's a shit test that men put to each other, and we continuously do it all through our lives. But we call it ribbing or joking. Bullying has its purpose. It's not the worst thing in the world. But not knowing how to deal with it may be the worst thing in the world. And that's where your father comes in.
MJ would agree with you. He thinks bullying his brother to make him strong.
I don't disagree with him.
It's the bullying, not just the bullying, being able to not be affected by words and being able to overcome.
Yeah, exactly right. And that's why I'm saying, like, brothers will do that to each other, and fathers will do it to their sons even, stand up, don't cry. The father knows he just got hurt. Stand up, don't cry. It's perfectly natural. So bullying does have its place.
I just tell children and adults in that matter, hey, if you're letting these person's words bother you, you're letting them control you. And you need to learn to not let them control you.
Yep. Look at the liberals, man.
But it's such a challenging the bully, like you said, subjected to really harsh conditions, absent of love. So their core psyche is looking for love, but they don't know it yet. So they're just looking for aggression, and they're looking to dominate aggressive situations. So it's a difficult thing, even when you try and give that bully the love which he desperately actually needs. He sees you as a soft target, and as well, the love is not received because he still has to go back to that harsh environment later on. So it's not a long-term solution. So like the other guy said as well, you've just got to stand up to them. And that's a defining moment in each one of us where you say, all right, I'm not going to take any more of this. And I think it's quite I don't know what scale it's at now. And I've heard that it's gone much worse with the invention of social media, where kids are being like attacked online as well as physically.
Right. Now it's not the strong being the bullies, it's the weak.
Yep. Yeah. There's no guide to parenting. I beg to differ. Bible.
Just look at look at the riots that went on. They were all skinny little retards.
Yeah, they're spoiled probably. They're not grateful. You got to be grateful for what you have, even if it's little. That's what I'm gonna teach my son that too, man. To be grateful, even if you have only a couple rocks to play with at the moment. It's fun. Let's make it fun. You know, like grateful for littlest things.
Speaking of like parenting handbook, right? Like if anyone real quick, just how does one parent a child in this sort of ever-changing landscape every day, finding out new things in a complete lie, knowingly in a falsified world?
The Bible is
Teach them the trivium. Teach them the trivium, and then they'll be able to figure out what's true and what's false on their own. Teach them to think, and they won't have that problem.
Don't let them stay on the internet.
What age is the child?
First grade.
Yeah, don't let them stay on the internet. And up to that point, don't give them any phone or nothing.
Yep, tell them porn is bad.
I think also allow them to interact with the adult conversations, the adult interactions, so that they actually see what it's like to be, on that level. Because
when it comes to
I should actually interact only with that.
Yeah, because because me personally, I found that super helpful. Because for whatever reason, I was always ended up with people that were above my level, and it brought me to such greater understanding of life. And then. Hold up. There's another thing I forgot. 1 second. Oh yes. So what Messiah said about not turning the little ones away, I think that's also the same thing, right? Because the disciples were trying to get rid of the child, but it's no, that's the wrong way. If anything, they should be more present, right? And especially sometimes they come out with more truth than we ever realize. It says it there, out of the mouth of babes. So,
exactly. Really quick.
There is super blessing to just let them like for a young girl to know what it is to be a wife and a mother, and a young man to know what it is to be a husband and a father. If they don't see that, they're never going to learn.
Someone said something about porn. Ignorance is bliss in that situation. Don't tell them about that stuff until you have to, because otherwise, if you tell them don't watch porn and then they don't have a clue what porn is, they're going to go and look up porn and then they're going to find it.
Yeah. There's no good way to broach the conversation.
I mean, when they are aware of it. When they're aware
really quick, you should never treat a child as a child. You should always treat them as an equal.
Okay, so how would you go about telling a child not to kill people?
I mean, if that's a problem, then
no, you don't even have to. There's no reason to do so.
Yeah, the law's already in their heart.
You read the Bible.
I guess. Let me ask Aaron. Could you propose the question in a different way so I can understand it better?
Yeah, right.
Like, what scenario are you thinking about?
Yeah. Let's dissect this.
Well, so we know that people kill people.
Right.
Now, at some point, the child who grows up to kill people, at one point in their head, thought to themselves that I'm going to kill people, or maybe that it's okay to kill people, or something. See, I don't know, because I'm not a child that wants to kill people. So
most children see violence as something to be reviled.
Let him finish out his thought, because he did ask a question.
So if the child, asks, "Why can't we kill people?" What would be your response to that question?
Thou shalt not kill. You just read the Bible to them.
But the child would say, "Why?
No,
Why can't I kill that person?"
A child. Most children find any violence. Most children find any violence to be abhorrent.
I would say Vikings would have ruled the world if they wouldn't have had the vengeance that not vengeance, the right word, where they would go and kill the people that killed their what's it called when you go back and get retribution?
Revenge.
Well,
revenge killings. They'd probably rule the world if they wouldn't have killed all each other because they're revenge killings.
Okay,
but if you look into the psychology,
but I think I get what Aaron's getting at.
Killers,
wow,
those killers are normally brought up in very difficult
because
conditions.
he's asking a legitimate question about.
Yeah, it is.
Hold up. He's asking a legitimate question about a unique kind of person. So, because you can see these traits, because I don't know if you've heard the history, but people who end up being serial killers, they started off as children killing animals. So you either catch that, or in his example, they ask you a question. I would go about it my way, but I'd be like, the fundamental is for me is scripture, but I would turn it to them. It's like, do you like me taking away your toy if you're having fun with your toy? Paint that kind of picture, because we're dealing with a child, right? And go, look, this is a good thing. Life is a good thing. Taking away life is a bad thing. And just kind of the same way you would if you could bring yourself to have that honest conversation with another man who came out, who was in that situation. I think the same way, right? Talk to them plainly. Explain the value of life.
Yes, but you don't have to explain it with
No, but he's asking for a very specific example, and yes, it's rare, but this is how Arian comes up with ideas, and it's good to flesh it out. Because what if that does come up? What if for whatever reason a child of yours or a child that you come across asks that question? You have to know how to deal with it. So
it is 6% of the population.
That's the rough idea, Arian, of how I would go about it.
But
the same way you'd explain. Just assume that they don't get it. Assume they don't get it and explain it from its base principles is how I'd operate.
This is the best way they can get it. You look at them, and when they do harm an animal, you look at them and ask them, do you want that done to you? And that's when he looked at me like...
yeah, that's why I gave the toy example of, you take it away from them. It's like, would you like that? Yeah. Hopefully that was somewhat of helpful for Aaron, because... He does have decent questions that make you think more than...
Yeah.
Well, and I ask these questions, right? I'm not actually looking for a specific answer. I'm just looking to see how different people answer these questions. Because
how would you go about it?
I think the porn one was more interesting in terms of when do you actually introduce that. Most of us, our parents were waiting for us to be at the right age, and then one of our friends would tell us.
About porn?
About porn and sex and all that. You learn through your friends.
Until puberty, you don't need to bring it up. I don't think.
Just don't let them stay with other people.
I can remember learning about it. I had no clue whatsoever until another boy told me about cat mating and whatnot. I had no clue. It never even crossed my mind.
They're doing it in school.
Yeah, because they want us to be perverted.
Yeah,
that's their goal.
If you teach them like the righteousness and the base principles of what it is to be good, right? These things will stand out to them as abhorrent and immoral already. But the problem is, a lot of children, they're not taught the scope of what it is to be correct or righteous or holy, or however you want to phrase it. Because I know not everyone is in agreement with my stance on that. But if you don't do that, then they look at that thing and it looks weird or whatever, but they won't see that it's wrong. But for instance, if you teach most children, like we were talking about, they know that violence is bad, so they see violence on TV or they see it somewhere, they'll squirm, they'll look away, they won't want to be involved with it, right? But that's because they already know that it's wrong because they appreciate life. But if that understanding of the right way to interact with the opposite sex, the right way to go about relationships and that. Like I said, the family relationships, the example, having them actually interact with the adults. If they haven't been exposed to the good side, then the bad side won't be obvious that it's bad. I think that's partly it. But I do agree with what Serv said about Don't tell them until you need to, right? Because let them be innocent. Taking away the innocence from them is
We should pay attention
it's nasty.
to who we're hanging out with. My opinion.
And that's the crux of it, is that, you know, in a schooling system, you don't get to pick who their friends are going to become,
Right,
or
yeah.
who they're going to be
Homeschool if you
interacting
can,
with, and
please.
what.
They are
they're
teaching
gonna
your
be
children
interacting
at least the second grade about sex. So you're losing that battle as soon as you send them to school.
Yeah, I never send my child to school.
That's true, though. Yeah.
You're sending your kids to school for your kid to be taught by other children.
Well, the World Health Organization was introducing masturbation into schools now.
Yeah, it's not also about it's not
grade
only
2
about that. It's about kids teaching other kids about stuff. So if one finds out about porn, everybody's gonna find out about porn. It's as simple as that.
Having a wrong stranger tell you how to masturbate. It's strange.
See that goes back to what I was talking about, having them interact with the adults, the people that you respect, the good and the holy type stuff, right? So say obviously they're going to want to be children running around, climb trees and that, but let them run around, climb trees with the people, the children of the families that live the way that you want to live, that teach the way that you want to teach.
I think you put that so brilliantly.
If you have that whole life, as much as you can. Obviously, once they grow adult, they want to do their own thing. You know, that's that. But while you have control as a parent, if they're with you when they're with you, they're with good families, with the good children of those good families, then these kind of things don't happen. And I can speak for myself. These kind of things only popped up when I was outside of the control or outside of the umbrella, so to speak, of the family unit, the good stuff. So if you remove that, right? Because temptation's everywhere, right? But if you don't partake in it, if you walk away from it, there's no longer temptation, right? So if say you're tempted by the hooker on the street, just don't go to that street, then that problem's not there. And I think the same kind of logic can be applied to the children.
Like with the financial system, if they're trying to spot a fake, they would train people by looking at the genuine article. So they would train you everything that's in a legitimate note, so that when you see the fake note, it's instant and obvious because you're so used to seeing what the real note is. And I think your point, Elisha, which was spot on, is that if you can instill in them those true core beliefs, those things will seem strange and completely undesirable.
Well, I'm sure you guys all can agree with this. Those that have children, you would be very disturbed if you found out that a teacher taught your middle school son how to masturbate. Like,
I'd go kick his ass,
dude.
Well, see,
man,
check this. I when I moved to a new area once when I was younger, you know, finding a new school and all that. There was a school that was literally down the road, like 2-minute walk from my place where we were living. But we didn't go there because in the looking up of the school, parents found out that one of the teachers was like openly gay and like pushing that kind of stuff, right? And because of that, I didn't go to school for like a good bunch of months. So I missed a bunch of school for that year until we found one that was decent, and it was far away. So. And that's just that. Obviously, now I would take it to the complete extreme and go, no, just forget school because there's nothing of value there. But you see what I mean? Just kind of in addition to what you were saying.
Their parents did that, right? They
yeah. I mean, I don't think it would have. I don't think it was. It wouldn't have affected us too badly. But you see, like even with them who don't have the kind of high standards that I have with that kind of stuff now, looking back. But even they saw that was something to like steer from. So if we do that full analysis to everything of school, you just wouldn't send your children to school because you got people who don't believe the way you do, teaching things that aren't according to actual science, aren't according to actual scripture. The decision's pretty easy. I'm not sending them. End of story.
How about this? How about we just all, get our own village, biblical and flat earth?
Yep.
I'm telling you, just all flat. My son got excited. All flat earthers and biblical, like real truth that are true seekers that are chasing after God's heart. We need that back. We need that community. That would be amazing. The parents will have the same structure. So will the kids. So it'll be less worry.
Can just be as easily infiltrated as the church was with Satanism.
Well, yeah, or like Waco.
But I agree. Like, yes, that would be heaven.
Yeah, it'll be a lot.
Just just to be around like-minded people, like on a server like this, it sometimes feels like a breath of fresh air.
Definitely, it definitely does, man. I mean, you get those ones that come in from time to time and don't want truth to like surface level truth, but like when it comes to parenting, we want the best for our kids, obviously, and we want them to be able to hang out with the right other children. So yeah, I mean, of course, I would like to meet the parents and see if we're like-minded, because then I'll know what they're teaching their children.
It sucks. I didn't realize I hadn't been this far down the rabbit hole when he was born, and I found out more recently. And so he's still like, space is a whole thing. It's fun. He brings it up all the time.
Yeah, they will do that because they still see it out there. It's all over.
Yeah,
it's hard to unteach a person.
You just don't understand, he says.
Yeah. But they can't escape it. You can walk down the street and a sign flashes space, like it's everywhere. You just can't avoid it. I mean, children see the world a lot different than we do. So.
But this is the difficulty that I had. My one child is grade 1 or first year, and by this age 3 or 4, they had already learned about dinosaurs and the globe and space and aliens and
right.
And for me,
3 or 4.
This was
when did you send them to school?
Like to nursery school. She went to nursery school at about 3. And it was like a daycare, just half the day, fetch them at 2 p.m. or whatever. But already then they would do these class activities where they would teach them about space. And for me, knowing this information makes you the person that stands out. So you're going to catch a lot of the headwind, and it's like if you go and dump this information into your grade 1 child, they're essentially going to be that person in the school that everyone will point fingers at and laugh at. And so you really have to be doing a homeschooling type thing if you're going to be opening your child up to this truth. So I found it quite difficult how I've had to dance around certain topics, and I'm just implanting to her that there are multiple ways to look at things, and that just because it's presented this way, do you really think it's that way? And she's already, her mindset is that way. So she'll say, but why did someone say this if they said that last time? So she's already spotting the lies, and
that's
so prepping her for a future conversation.
That's cool. In terms of dealing with that, like the rest of the world, because she's in that system partly. I would use the Proverbs, because obviously you're teaching her the base and the truth, and then she's hearing all these other lies, right? But with the application of the different ways, until it teaches us in Proverbs how to approach the unwise, right? You don't give them your time. You don't answer a fool according to his folly, but then also answer a fool according to his folly, lest he be found wise in his own mind, and that. So it's not easy, but I think a child is perfectly capable of understanding that, and it'll give a good a good template on how to navigate the world and its intricacies.
Isn't it interesting, guys? I mean, I don't know how many of you guys have your children on Zoom or whatever, but with classes at school, how it is now, I mean, I swear I just peek around the corner when they're talking about space. I'm like, so cringy. Like, you're telling my...
I would just unplug it. I'll be like, sorry, no internet today.
You're telling my son that boats go over a curve? Like, what?
It's even worse when they start telling them about evolution.
Right. Oh my goodness, such a...
I can easily take a child and disprove, the sphere thing, but evolution, man, that gets ingrained. They love dinosaurs.
Yeah. I mean,
but you want a cheeky idea? Just tell your ISP to ban Zoom, and then you've got a perfect excuse. And it's like, sorry, you can't go to class, and then give them something better to do. Give them a real book to read.
Yeah,
give them some puzzles, something to build. I'm serious, because if you have the advantage of them not physically being there, they don't have to listen to it. You can do something else.
We got a court thingy in the mail though, man, because we weren't being able to connect. Okay, so when we connect, if the kid is not fast enough, this is United States. I don't know where you guys are, but the kid's not fast enough, like muting the mic or not unmuting the mic, the teacher will kick him out, right? Kick him out of the class, and then they'll be absent. So we got a letter in the mail, and they're talking about going to court and all this mess. I'm like, what the?
Just laugh at them. Honestly, I would use this as the perfect ground to start planning your removal from that system, if you can. I'm not going to push an idea, but I think it's perfect time to like start pulling your children from these systems.
Yeah, dude, me and my wife been thinking about just straight up homeschooling them, teaching them the Bible. See, here's the thing about flat Earth. I will tell him about flat Earth, right? But we'll end it from time to say, don't believe me, test it yourself. I won't be like the Globers, be like, oh, you have to believe this. Like, I tell them we can do the test together. What school have you ever been to that had a field trip that goes outside to a lake and tests the curve?
Nowhere, because they wouldn't. It wouldn't work.
Right. That's what I would have in my school curriculum. My class. We will go out and test it together. They don't do that. So I mean, just add more. I mean, it's just You're right, dude. I definitely want to homeschool though.
Really quick, guys.
Yeah, and
I hope you all know that.
Any court letters.
Really quick, guys. I hope that Zoom is a Chinese spy app.
What? So that they shut it down?
No, it is actually a Chinese spy app. It's owned by. Yeah. Oh, for sure.
Oh, I thought you said you hope that it is.
No, it actually is.
Ah, okay.
Interesting. I wouldn't be surprised, dude. Ain't TikTok too?
Yes.
I'm not surprised.
So is Call of Duty Mobile. Don't play that game.
Yeah, I don't play video games very much. I grew out of video games.
Well, there's several people here, and I'm talking to them.
Oh, right. But yeah, man.
Forgot all about the rest of them.
Homeschooling, man. The only thing that I not fear. I don't fear. There's a word for it. I want them to have interaction with other children, though. You know what I mean? I don't want to.
I got a good suggestion for that while still being kind of semi within the system.
Yeah.
It's just sports clubs. Decent sports clubs. Vet them seriously, because you're giving authority over to like the teacher or whatever. But I found that like the most, in terms of that was real social interaction. That was real stuff.
Right.
School stuff was all fake, all nonsense. Like you remember what that was like. It was just nasty. Yeah. But when you're in a sports club, you're working as a team together. You're helping each other out. That's so much better.
That might not be good for every child, but when you do look into homeschooling, if you decide on a certain curriculum, most Christian homeschooling curriculums will let you know of the people around you who are also in that or or another established Christian homeschooling, and you can have meetups and play dates and stuff like that to where you can get that socialization that your child will be longing for.
Right, I was going to say in my town there's homeschool groups.
In my town there's too many liberals.
It doesn't have to be like sports clubs, because not everyone's into sports and martial arts. You could do like chess clubs. The idea is like things are constructive, but then also social. But yeah, do your vetting. But I think what Deathfault said, all of that together will be the best.
That makes sense. That makes sense, because I boxed for like what, I don't know, numerous years since when I was a kid. So I mean, like, might get him into boxing classes where he's around other it'll help with him humbly and self-defense. So I mean, probably do that.
Yeah, and the other thing you can do is keep making children.
And also, the church is a great resource for socialization as well.
Right. I guess
the church should be utilized, not feared, not denigrated. It's just people coming together to talk about God, regardless of your view on what they might be teaching in there. Nonetheless, there are good programs that they will be able to help you out with.
Yeah, the only thing I want is him to have interaction. I don't want to seclude him from people, like that isolating where he's socially awkward.
Yeah.
that would be oof.
Yeah, so you can definitely induce social anxiety by not allowing your child interaction, but you can also you can armor him with him or her with a huge amount of discernment by pulling him out of established schools. So
yeah, I guess it's like the question would be like, when is the right time? Maybe then.
now,
Yeah,
it's 100% now. God's given you a sign. It's 100% now.
Yeah.
You know, guys, I think I'm the first who pointed here about children education that the live video chat technology in the 90s, early 2000s was used exclusively in porn industry. This sex live video chat, cyber sex stuff, and this is the industry which benefited the most from this technology. But the technology itself was designed for like business conferences like that, and it has been very rarely used in business, you know. And today they are using this tool of live video chat streaming to educate the children.
Yeah, it's a mess.
Indoctrinate, more like.
It's a mess, man. I mean, you ever heard that story? There was some teacher called CPS on a kid for having Nerf guns in the background. I mean, it's a mess.
Yeah, I heard about that. That's ridiculous,
dude.
Another kid got what was it? Not detention, but expelled from school from a Zoom call for having a Trump hat on.
What a mess! What the?
Man, these guys are lucky this didn't happen when we were younger. It would have been a revolt. It would have been, what are you on about? We ain't going to school. Shut up. I mean, even just to get to use the PC or the laptop to even do work assignments for school. Like my father was like, why does he have to use the internet to do his homework? Like, so even that, I don't think my dad would have even let me. He would have been like, nope, no chance.
Right.
So yeah, I would have just been, see ya, climb trees, get out of there.
Right.
Oh my goodness, just think about it. Just think about when you were a child, you couldn't wait to get outside. It didn't matter what the weather was.
Right.
Now you can't get a child outside at all. That's insane.
So we want to learn. They want to learn. Let them go.
We'd get in trouble for not coming home early enough. We'd get our asses whooped.
Yeah.
Did anyone have any glow breakers in here?
Any glow breakers?
Not yet.
The Jetta first.
You remember the times where like you'd be like sent out? It's like come back for dinner. Like they want you to be outside. You know?
Yeah. You don't slam the door.
Right, and in England it was playing football in the streets until it was dark. That's how life was.
Until the street lights come on.
Yeah, like that was how it was, man.
Well, nowadays though,
Same in Romania.
But see, I think that's partly what they're like. They played a sneaky game, right? They slowly manipulated society to the point where you are actually justified by not letting your children do that anymore because it was so degenerate outside.
Yeah.
And then they closed them off, made them insulated, and then it all plays out to what we're seeing right now with this Zoom BS.
Yeah.
So it's a sneaky game. So that's why with what Don was talking about, yeah, it's tricky, but keep it up, like, you know.
Then you get
do the homeschool, but let them live as well.
Then you get
it's a fine balance, and I think if anything, it's actually like a refining of our quality as men and people, because we're having to use wisdom, right? It's not just as easy as it was before. We have to use wisdom to do these basic things of life, and I think it's actually making us stronger for what's to come.
Yeah, and that brainwashing is tough, man, because now, like what you were just saying, you know, stay inside, making them, you know, time. Now you get those neighbors you never know, and then when your kids are outside playing basketball on the road, they freak out and want to call the cops. Like,
there was two siblings walking to a park, and they got the cops called on them, and the parents went to jail for abuse because they were neglecting their children by letting them walk to the park.
Jeez. Let go of the let him play. If I could see my child looking right at my front door and they're playing basketball right there and I'm watching them, I'm sitting on the porch and you want to come over like, it's not safe for your child to be right there in the road playing basketball, or and I can be in the road with them and they will come up. I haven't had neighbors that done that. I'll be in the road with him playing basketball and they will come up and say it's not safe.
What's that say about them? They're so afraid of the world.
Man, it's tough. It's tough. It's tough. And I'm at a dead end too, dude. Mind
So
you,
you're in a cul-de-sac?
No, I live on a street. It's just a dead end road.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and it's a sight to see. I just sit back and be like, okay. That's my response.
Just tell them go back in their house, you boomer. You ruin the world for the rest of us.
Right. What happened to those things we see in the movies? Your US movies, like they've set up the ice hockey in the street, the football in the street. That's life, man.
That's the way it should be.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, right.
Children have right of way. The cars, they can wait. They can go the long way.
Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah, the street hockey thing. Every time a car would come, everybody yell "car!" and everybody get out of the street.
Nobody got hit. Nobody got hit though. What do you mean? We all knew to get out the road. We had common sense. I mean, we learned it from our parents to look both ways. Right. You still teach them that. They act like nobody's teaching the kids to look both ways anymore or something. What world?
Or that nobody's teaching the drivers not to run over children.
Right. What world? What? I don't know.
They played enough GTA.
Yeah.
Even today's adults.
Even look in front of themselves today. I notice it all the time. I'm riding my bicycle out there, and people are just not even looking in front of their own faces. They're looking
at their phones, right?
Well, yeah. Yeah, I guess that comes into play now because you got the. So, but I live at the dead end, though. Man, no cars hardly ever come down this way. So it's just weird how some people act. You know
how many people are hit every year looking at their phone?
No, I don't want to know.
Walking in the street, just on their phone, they get hit. There's like it's in the hundreds every year. It's a big problem now.
You know, it'd be funny setting up like human-sized animal traps in the middle of the walkways, and people just walk into them on their phones. Like, wait, what?
Yeah.
Talk about slapstick comedy.
But that's how retarded people are.
Walking into a man trap that's easily visible, that's consent.
Right.
Yeah. A harmless trap.
You're mine now. Come and work the fields.
And you'll be out there outside, and you have to remind people, I'll look in front sometimes.
People will be like, "Oh, you've got slaves," and then you'd be like, "No, they're volunteers. They walked right into it."
Yeah, you had signs up and everything. By entering this, you got into a contract with me. 10 years on the fields.
Consent form for indentured servitude.
But yeah, we jest, but I think this is another thing that's like with the subject of children. Like I've seen it, and it's actually made me like wow. I kind of want to say something, but hold your tongue because it's not your family or your business. But you have like babies in the pram or babies in the whatever, and the mum or the dad is just staring at the phone. So you can imagine a young child looking at that, and they're like, "Wait, the phone is more important than me," or it's like that. That's how you get children nowadays, like the Zoomers and all that, who are just completely hooked to these technologies because they grew up looking at that stuff as more important than them, more important than anything, because that's what their parents were hooked to.
No, actually, the child doesn't even develop that kind of mind to question such things.
I would beg to differ because I've seen like the results of it. It's so unhealthy, man.
Yeah.
Neglect burns into a child's mind. They do question neglect, and they know it when they see it. And again, obviously, there's exceptions to the rule. I'm not talking about the 6% of psychopaths, but of course, children will question neglect.
Yeah, I've seen neglected children, and they have, very empty eyes. They are weird.
Generally, they're hurt and will be looking for love
Yeah.
elsewhere.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, I think that's something worth thinking about. If you're with your child or a child or anyone, you don't need to look at your phone, man. Unless it's an emergency call, put it away. Look at them, talk to them, play games with them, whatever, right?
With work emails and stuff like that, it can wait.
Yeah.
Well, see, that's where probably the bullying can come into play. You know, they're just seeking it out and don't know how to express their feelings.
Alright. Is there anyone who's still confused about what they live on?
We live on a coin.
Hey, we have someone in here with no roles called Vegeta, whatever the flip that is. But I'm not a mod. Anyone want to do that?
Me either.
Vegeta?
I thank God.
That's who I was talking about when I asked about the globe earther.
Did I?
Okay.
They've deafened themselves.
Fair enough.
Well, he's in the lobby actually talking to Emerald Monkey, I think, though.
Well, when they're ready to talk, we'll let them talk.
Mic check. Mic check. Mike, are you there?
Mike checked out.
Checked out. Okay.
Is Earth a spinning space rock?
Not.
Is that even correct English? Can you ask a question about assumptions like that? Is something real an assumption? Well, obviously not.
Here's a good here. I want to ask you guys a question. What's your take on this? You know how the AE model, they say, well, it's not a working model. All right, you know how in the winter solstice the sun moves outward in that model, right? And they claim that it can't work that way because then the sun has to go around faster. Obviously, linear speed would, be take into play and all that, whatnot. But the weird part is their model claims that the Earth moves away from the sun.
By 3 million miles.
But do you get what I'm getting at? The Earth moves away from the sun, so it can work on yours, but not that. What the double speak going on here? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like the Earth it should be spinning
Shut
around
her
the sun.
down.
They're like, come on,
Because the globe is retarded.
Man, tell me about it, dude. I have told a Glover that.
I think even that's too much, Sonny, because for it to be retarded, it would have had to be going away from something that exists, you know? But the whole thing is the globe it's just nothing. It's a nothing. It's not even a has been, it's a never was.
Yeah,
I
can't
saw
even
yesterday I saw yesterday a funny NASA motto. They were saying, where monkeys go, humans will follow. And they were saying it about that chimp
there we go.
astronaut.
And there we have it, folks. Exhibit A.
It's such a it's very easy to dismantle. I don't get it. I guess that's where religion or faith comes into play in Star Wars, and you can't let it go. Like that's a big hurdle for some to overcome.
Hey, do you guys know the GIF of the sun hurtling through space with the planets trailing behind it?
Yeah.
That's patently false. And well, that's patently wrong based on their own model because everything follows the galactic elliptical.
Right. I mean, it's
so it'd be moving sideways, and the planets would be moving around it, right? On a flat plane.
want to see that.
And really quick, now when the Earth is going around the sun in one direction, it has to be going slower than when it's coming back around in order for it to keep up with the sun. So in their model, the Earth speeds up and slows down. Yeah.
So it would be a sideways spinning.
Yeah, it wouldn't be that. It wouldn't be the helical thing that they show us. It'd all be moving sideways.
A sideways helical spiral.
There would be no spiral.
Really trying to make sense of their stupidity.
No. I'm trying to clarify.
I get what he's doing. I get what he's getting at. How they mock how they mock this. It's just double speak. I mean, it's really, in my opinion, it's copying the original structure and making their own by mocking. It's observation hijacking. I mean,
right
there you go.
But what they show us as an example of what it should look like is a lie even unto their own model.
Oh no! Because they know that sooner or later they will soon come up with dilithium crystal.
Okay, but that doesn't. That's not quite my point. My point was to answer, the sun speeding up and slowing down, which I think it clearly does. But even in their own model, that something is speeding up and slowing down.
Yep.
I do understand.
All right, with like this, what's the thing where it's like this, the winter and the summer thing? What?
I'll share it to you guys. What I was saying, because I know the.
You know where it appears to like stop in its rotational thingy.
The retrograde.
Now? I'm gonna share.
Yes, I think so.
Let me share.
You know when they like take the pattern of the yearly pattern, looks like a figure, right?
Oh yeah, the Hellenelian or whatever.
Yeah, what is the point on either end of those where they appear to to chill?
That's the solstice.
Hey, read
right,
that.
yeah,
Read that
yeah. That's where you can see it like changing.
Read that.
They are saying now that the Earth is actually accelerating and decelerating, and we also don't feel it.
Look, sometimes closer. It says sometimes closer.
Yeah, perihelion. Sorry about that. Not Hellenelian.
We should model that. I mean, I would like to see and they're always asking for a model, but they have the ones they're claiming to be a model. So let's see that it's like a top spinning, being spun around a tetherball pole.
Right.
We know they don't have a tether, but that's what it would look like. So moving,
right,
and then the tetherball pole is moving too around the playground.
Right.
Or whatever.
Because when you play with model train sets, the train set actually works. Their one is they can't build a model. It doesn't work.
What do you guys work, man?
So you're gonna hang the ball on nothing? Okay, show me. This will be fun.
Okay, when you guys when you guys tell me what I just posted, it says Earth moves sometimes closer.
Yes. That's during the winter. It moves closer, and during the summer it moves further away.
Sometimes you feel like a nut. Sometimes you don't.
Let that fry your noodle. Really quick though. What was I going to say? Damn it! Never mind.
They forgot to put a comma between sometimes and closer. It moves, but only sometimes.
And that's not the only thing.
It's when you're sleeping is when it's moving, because that's when you can't be sure.
Oh my god!
These guys are so full of noise.
Oh my god,
dude! So how would we not detect this? Sometimes we would. Feels a little different. I feel a little different. Eh?
Check this out. You know how they say you're moving? Oh, you get used to it. Well, all you have to do is make a left or right turn from whatever direction you're moving.
Yeah.
Let's see them.
Tilt your head a little bit, and you'll be like, "Wait, what happened?"
That is a change in vector and momentum.
But see, when the sun's moving, we don't detect it because we're not on the sun.
The change at what rate?
Right. Do a 90-degree turn from whatever direction you're moving. That's a change in rate and directionality.
Hey, just
east to west,
scratch
right?
your ear and that's enough.
So just move north to south.
Like north to south, or north to west, or north to east, south to west.
Any one of those. In any other direction but east to west.
Yeah, so they're saying, oh, you just get used to it as a baby. That's why babies fall over. Like, how stupid.
Did they say that?
Yes, they actually said that.
Oh no!
How stupid is that, man? Like, our ears, please.
They said they're basically saying babies would be able to walk if they weren't suffering from vertigo from the earth.
I know. Kaboom!
They said that.
Every time a baby
Man,
throws up milk, it's because of
send me
vertigo.
a citation of that. I need a good laugh.
Here's what goes with that. My guitar part. This guitar part. It's only like 20 seconds long. Hold on. Let me play this.
Dude, if they said that, no, I'm done. I'm done.
You're done then. Pack it in.
Dude, they said that?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, what the? That is wild. Jeez.
Hey, maybe these guys really are descended from monkeys.
Why are the monkeys still here?
Because it would explain a lot. It would explain a lot of their cognitive inefficiencies.
Yeah, you see, when a ball earther gets old, they devolve back into a monkey. That's what we still have monkeys.
Just the ones that are still here are not.
They got rocks for brains.
They weren't the chosen ones. That's why they're still here. That's wild. Did you do that? Did you just do that?
Yeah.
That is. Whew, I couldn't do that.
That was electronic whale fucking.
I'm like, where does this sound come from? I'm gonna record some of this. It's intense, man.
I couldn't do that for nothing. I got tiny fingers, so.
Don't ever talk about yourself like that.
I got
You could always do.
My Vienna sausages wouldn't be able to wrap it right around. I'll be struggling.
You know what? There was this dude, Django Reinhardt. Yeah, I think that's his name. He lost 2 of his fingers in a fire, in a shop accident. So he played with 2 fingers, and look him up, Django Reinhardt. Like, he's
may be true, Sonny. That may be true, Sonny, but that doesn't help Don's baby hands.
No, it doesn't. Vienna sausage.
Okay. Well,
just play a baby guitar. Problem solved.
No. Listen. There's always a way if there's a will. So you could do an open tuning, and that way all you have to do is lay your sausage fingers straight across, and you could still freaking do it.
Yeah, maybe, dude. It'd be tough.
Play a lap steel or something.
Yeah, or something. I mean, I think long hands are really good for piano. Really
They're good for a lot of things. I can tell you all the uses I get out of them.
What a mess.
Channeling Eddie Van Halen. Sometimes I think so, man. Like, these people are talking to me from somewhere. It's kind of scary sometimes.
Don't let them do that.
Yeah.
I just write music though, man. I write music. I need to finish this Flat Earth song. That's for sure. There's no doubt about that.
Do you write small?
Actually, I should. I actually write big and sloppy, and sometimes I can't even read my own handwriting. I guess sometimes that's good though, because then nobody else can read it. When it's something important that I only need to see.
Yeah.
That's the only time I think it would be important. But I write pretty sloppy and big. I need to write small. Because when I'm writing bars, right, I prefer to have one line, a whole bar, one line, then the next bar, a whole line. So it's not all jammed, and so it's easier to read better, you know?
Yeah. Hey,
Don, I
Don,
found your
really
hands.
quick. Don, really quick. Is this a proper interpretation of your hands? I'd say the arms are a little too long.
I got some Neanderthals. I'm not gonna lie, to you, dude. I got some. Well, I'm a short dude, so man, I'm like 5'6".
So one day you'll be a real man.
One day.
We're gonna have to stretch.
You
know that torture device from medieval times? I think you need to get that.
That wasn't actually a torture device. That was to grow men.
Really? Maybe I should adopt to that. Well, I got hit by a semi when I was 19, so I got a rod in my femur, dude. So
Oh, geez. Well, then you're already halfway there. We could just extend that.
Right. I think when I die, dude, I want to give my rod. That don't sound right. Never mind. I'm just not gonna.
Phrasing.
Yeah, I'm gonna just. I was gonna say I was gonna give
your metal bits.
My rod to my wife if I die before.
Oh, dude.
I'm not meaning it like that. My actual rod in my femur. What?
I think True Flat Earth Knowledge just posted where a globe earther says that babies are suffering from vertigo from the Earth spinning.
Babies, dude. Oh my goodness! If a glober come in and tell me that babies are falling because of the Earth, that would be so cringy.
Never mind, he didn't.
Dude, that would be so cringy. Of a glober believes that.
That's okay. They do, but all you got to do is take them to the vestibular system and ask them scientifically or medically prove to me how the ear is not being affected by whatever you are bringing up, like unicorn fart dust or something.
Right.
So they have to prove it. They have to prove. Show me how your magic fairy tale gravity is affecting the ear. I want to see exactly how it's being affected in this particular area of the ear.
Right.
So they can't do it. They can't provide anything.
Independent variable for gravity. They don't even have a. They don't. It doesn't even pass through the scientific method. So therefore, the scientific method don't pass through science. Pseudoscience. They don't even. Oh, we can tell you what it does, but like Neil deGrasse Tyson, but what it is, I don't know.
Just remember, astrophysics is in the pseudoscience range. There's no hypothesis. There can be no experiment. There's no control variables.
It's all mathematical conjecture.
Yeah, they use abstract like it's physics. They really do. They do. They give you math that's truth with the whole story of lies. Oh my god. Then they tell you, oh, you just don't know the math. Really? That's physics?
Yeah, because they engineered something from a false premise, and then they just built right on, just keep on adding on, add it on, change it, back and forth. Like, really weird.
Yeah, it is.
And now it's the same thing with the medicine,
Right. I mean, medicine for the most part is just dope.
They have never isolated COVID-19.
Nope. Or isolated, purified, or gone through Koch's principles.
Right. Thank you for elucidating what I meant.
There's like 6 different variables that have to be undertaken before it can be said to be a virus that causes anything, and there's only been a couple.
It's called Koch's postulate, right?
Yeah, Koch. Yeah.
It'd be 7 variables. They got to go through the 7, I think, right?
Is it 7? I don't know. It's 6 or 7. I don't sit there and study this stuff, but I have looked it over at it quite a bit.
Yeah, but the thing is that they still, when they form that hypothesis on anything, they always skip the whole thing and make you understand. Like what?
Yeah. So this Fauci guy was in power during the whole AIDS HIV thing, which was a fake. It was completely fake. It doesn't even exist. Like, it's really weird. The guy that invented the freaking PCR, who just died last year, he was notorious for going out and asking these famous people like Gallo and whatever, like, where's the citation, the scientific citation for this thing that HIV causes AIDS? And no one could provide it in like 20 years. So what he said is that there's no gold standard, like there's no gold standard for PCR. This is the Nobel laureate chemistry inventor, Kary Mullis, says it's indeterminate. There's nothing specific about what this test. It cannot be used to determine infection, illness, or anything in a human being, period.
Ain't Dr. Fauci a midget too?
Okay. Yeah. He's a puppet. He's a puppet midget.
Dude, that guy's been around for decades, Fauci has. He's been involved with all of like the swine flu shit in the 70s. I mean, like he's been way back.
Dude, I have noticed that a lot of short dudes, I mean, dude, they just oh, is it the height that bothers them? That because I have, you know, they just become angry.
The guy that used to live here told me something funny. Apparently, like, I mean, I never do it.
Hey, Orlon or Orion, sorry, misread that.
Each other anytime we wanted to.
Orion.
Somebody got an open mic?
Yeah, it's Orion. Orion.
Just mute him,
Orion.
please.
I can't hear him.
I just muted him real quick and sent him a message.
His mic or something.
We don't need to hear about him arguing with his mother.
Oh boy. Hey.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing y'all got no heliocenters since you're sitting here bullshit.
Yeah, I'm waiting for a Glober to pop in.
We have one. It's Orion.
Is he
or fajitas? Hey, Vegeta, are you there? Vegeta.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Let me ask you a quick question. What do you believe the shape of the Earth to be?
What I'm seeing with my own eyes.
What do you believe the shape of the Earth to be?
I don't believe. If I see something that is.
What do you think the shape of the Earth is?
Billionaires.
What do you think the shape of the Earth is? Don't sit there and bullshit me. Just give me an answer, please.
Well, I just gave you it. What do you believe? What do you see?
What are you talking about, dude? What do you fucking think the Earth is, man?
Yeah.
That's an easy question.
I'm asking you, what do you see when you look out?
Don't ask me a question. I'm asking you a question.
To you.
Yeah, but I'm one of you. What do you see?
Dude, we're flat earthers. We think it's flat.
Yeah.
What do you think we think it is? Right? Yeah. So what do you think it is? It's real simple.
That's what I'm saying. What do you see when you look out?
Okay. Really quick, Vegeta. I get where you're coming from, but please, I just need you to answer my questions as directly as possible. Don't ask me another question when I ask you one.
I'm here to listen.
I'm just trying to give you a role, bud. I just need you to answer my questions. Stop being difficult.
I did. I don't want to be direct.
We're just asking a simple question. It's very simple.
Yeah, I'm saying it's simple.
Why can't you answer the question, Vegeta? Please answer the question.
I am.
Not with another question. That's illogical.
Are you being insecure about your own answers? I'm saying
you're being incoherent. Just please answer the question he asked, not with another question. That doesn't make sense by answering with another question. So what do you think the shape of the surface is? What is the surface you live on, the Earth?
Look.
Or a ball.
I said to you, what do you see when you look out?
Dude, this isn't a fucking talking around in circles, bro. This is how it works. We ask you a question real quick to get you a fucking roll. You answer the question, okay? You don't sit here and fucking keep running around in circles and trying to evade a simple question.
But you're being an ass to me.
No, you're being an ass, buddy. You're the one that brought this shit on yourself, okay? You're the one that fucking started the dumb shit. No one else.
Okay. Everybody stop.
You join.
Hang on, Don.
Discord.
Don, please hang on. Don, hang on a second. Vegeta, I've known Ray for almost 4, probably 5 years now. And I've never heard him get actually upset at somebody or swear at them. So good job on you. I'll come back to you after your heels have cooled. I understand you're trying to say you're a flat earther. I'm just trying to give you a role. Next time, just answer my questions directly. Thank you. For fuck's sakes.
Yeah, Steve. I didn't. Man, you sometimes, you know how it is. Sometimes it's just like, come on, really, you know?
No. It was hilarious. You're perfectly fine.
I mean,
so that was a momentous occasion.
Even Sonny got pissed. It was pretty funny.
What a mess.
I wasn't pissed at all. I just wondered why he wasn't being honest. He couldn't answer the question asked. He has to ask another question.
Well, yeah, that's what they do. So the question.
Sometimes people have a heart of dishonesty. They don't want to say what they truly feel or think.
But he asked us what we are. I mean, what?
I think it's pretty obvious.
Humans.
Hey, down, Dickie, down, go boom.
No.
Down, clicky, down, go boom. Are you there? Cool.
Yeah.
Your name sucks.
That's tough.
Wow. So no Glovers to contend with. How? What happened to them?
Our most difficult person is a flat earther.
Wow. Here to report on the West Coast, San Diego, Chem Spring, the skies. Yes, that's what's happening. Updates to come to follow. Right.
If you're not
hip, Dallas, Texas is muggy and misty, and it's going to get freezing cold tonight.
Dude, dude, I don't know.
Did someone say Dallas, Dave? Where is the water gas?
Water gas. Y'all don't understand the water gas.
The thing you flat earthers are avoiding is the water gas. You have to have a pump. See, you flat earthers just don't get it because you got a pump in order to contain the water gas. I don't know, some crazy shit.
But then you need a container. There is no container. Opening
of water gas.
Didn't he also call Brenda a beautiful young lady?
I don't know.
Disgusting.
He was on Japan. I think that was him on Jampana that says West Texas. Sounded just like him.
I said Dallas, Texas.
Yeah, I know, but his name on Gamma Pandas, I think, is West Texas.
Why would we bend the knee and give a listening pass to anyone? Can somebody please answer for this crime against humanity and the server?
What?
Oh no, man.
Freaking listening pass to a voice channel? You guys have really come full circle. Bent the knee. What is wrong with you people? I'm not talking directly to everybody. Please take it objectively, not subjectively, unless you did indeed do this crime.
What's the problem here?
Somebody gave somebody a listening pass. Oh yeah, it's fine. You can just listen and not participate in a voice channel. Go to the YouTube.
Isn't that what most people in the room are doing?
No, I don't think they can.
If I call upon you, you should definitely answer me. It used to be the rule that if you're in the voice channel, you participate.
Yep.
If you're asked a question, you answer it.
I don't think kind of what a voice channel is, right? Sorry.
There's no point in being in a voice channel if you're not going to participate. We are broadcasting live.
Oh, we got a Glober in here, huh? I don't even look.
I'm against humanity.
Who? Where? What's the name?
They left.
Yep, I seen that. As soon as I said, "What's your name?" Boom.
That's brave of them to enter the gauntlet.
Oh, there I was.
I'm going to go back to Vegeta and see if we've got any clarity. Vegeta?
Go fuck yourself.
Oh.
Vegeta?
Douchebag.
Don't project like that, man.
Douchebag.
Really quick,
You have no
Vegeta.
respect for people. I understand
Vegeta,
you might be
I
pissed.
have utmost
I
respect for
understand you
people.
might be pissed, but go fuck yourself.
Oh, no, I'm not pissed at all.
Yeah, you're being disrespectful for no reason.
Not at
I'm
all.
trying to make it interesting,
You are.
and I'm speaking my way, and you have no respect for that.
I have no
So
respect
I have no
for
respect
you
for
answering a question.
Nobody
with
has
a
to
question.
talk if they don't want to. So fuck
Yes,
yourself.
they do.
Come down.
Yes,
Come
they
down.
do.
Very spiraling.
Come
So
down, Vegeta. Chill out, man. Take a break.
When you come in, when I go into your house, I'll go by your rules. And when you come here, you'll go by the rules in which
You're
are
not
given.
the owner of this fucking server.
Calm down.
Everyone here is.
Calm down.
Everyone who's a member here is owner of this fucking house. So fuck
Get your
you, man.
panties out of a bunch, dude. Stop being a little wuss. All right, pull your big boy britches up and start acting like a fucking man.
Vegeta, can you be a man for a second and talk to me like a real person, like a real boy?
Says the soy boy who muted me for answering my own way.
I answered you for being despondent, or I muted you for being despondent.
you didn't answer the question. He only asked a question. He only asked a question. So just please try to answer the question. That's all.
Ask the question.
Vegeta,
No,
what
I
do you
won't.
think the shape of the
I'm
Earth
sorry,
to be?
no. You don't have my respect anymore.
You don't have my respect. You never did. You have to earn that. Vegeta, what do you think the shape of the Earth to be?
You guys are just douchebags.
Vegeta, what do you think the shape of the Earth to be?
Vegeta, listen, dude. The reason why we do this is to make sure you're not a troll.
You clearly are a troll, Vegeta. I'd like you to see yourself
clearly
out.
ask me a question, and I
Vegeta, I
can't
would like
answer
you to
my
see
own
yourself
way.
out before I
Who's the troll?
go ahead and
I don't
put you
have to
somewhere
answer
where you belong.
No, you don't have to. But why are you on
People.
here? We're going to ask you questions.
Can you shut the fuck up? Or is this a serious live stream?
You are
Just
only.
fucking listen to your fucking members if you ask them questions. Or are you serious or not?
Listen to this kid. Listen
Look
to
here,
this
you cunt.
entitled little fuck.
If people believe
Listen to
that
this.
the Earth is a globe or not, it has nothing to do with you. If they stay here and they don't cause any trouble, then you can fuck off. Don't be fucking rude, okay? So I'm gonna shut the fuck up now and never talk to you guys again because you have no respect for people.
Exposing yourself as a douchebag, just like you said, you're projecting that. I'm sorry you feel that way about yourself. You know, you need some self-respect. Is what you need.
I think a few of y'all just need to go get laid.
That's interesting.
I feel your pain, Vegeta. I feel you, man. It's all good.
Say that again, sir.
Me?
I said I think a bunch of y'all just need to go get laid.
That's interesting.
Yeah, that's true too.
Not enough
So
chugling.
you think getting laid would answer all of Vegeta's questions? You think that would make him a better person?
Yeah, sure.
No, but he might relax a little bit.
Shut up, Vegeta.
Go fuck yourself and eat ass.
Why are you so angry?
He needs to forgive his mama.
Because you're
Vegeta, why are you
stupid.
so angry?
And I don't forgive stupid people. You know?
Who paid in your
I bet you
Cheerios,
don't
Vegeta?
think
Tell us
so.
about it.
Don't be a hypocrite.
Vegeta, let me ask you something. Why should anybody respect you? Aren't you supposed to do something so that then
I
we can
didn't come here
respect you?
and getting respected, so I don't get it. Like I don't expect it. So shut the fuck up, dude.
Dude,
I'm driving, so I can't look at his screen name. Are y'all just calling him that, or is his screen name like say something like vagina, and y'all are pronouncing it wrong?
That's a screen name. That's a screen name. Stop being a degenerate and drive.
Yeah, Vegeta.
Man, have self-control. All we're doing is asking you.
One question for Vegeta. Vegeta,
Dude, he's out of control.
why will you lie about being a flat earther?
I don't know, man, but he's out of control. He needs to calm down. Like, it's a rational question.
Hang on, Don. He's unmuted himself. Let him answer. Vegeta, why would you lie about being a flat earther? I don't think he's lying. I think he's a genuine flat earther.
He might. He's very
Just
angry.
got hurt.
I don't know. He might be, man, but I
If
think
he
he's.
starts talking, he's going to make himself out to be a liar because he said he wasn't going to talk to us anymore.
Yeah, I think he's getting a bit defensive because I think you're going to find holes. He's saying he's a flat earther, but you just asking, or he's afraid that you're going to push the envelope a little bit more on knowledge, and he's going to sink. His ship's going to sink because he's not going to have it, right?
No, Ray. What's actually happening is what we have here is a genuine gamma who wants the world to bend to his will, regardless of earning that right.
Good. Yeah, absolutely. I'll go with that too, man. I can see that. Yeah. I can see that.
Forgive you, man. Hey, Vegeta, I forgive you. Forgive us. Now tell us why you're here.
State your purpose.
Dang, that's tough, man.
You just get over whoever said whatever what. Just get over it. We're here about a specific subject.
Yeah, be a man about it.
Just go over the postmodernist idea of you hurt my feelings. That happens to us too. It doesn't matter. We don't care.
Right.
We don't care if we're getting offended. We don't care if you're getting offended. We always try to get on the track of the truth. If you're trying to intellectually find it, then you must push everything away. So if you really want to have a discussion about the shape of the earth, then let's go on and have it. If you just want to go on and point out the problems of respect and language, yeah, whatever. You can keep on pointing that out. Nobody cares. Just saying.
Man, dude, you're gonna suffer with that approach if you carry that getting angry that easy. Dude, only you suffering with that, man. Nobody else is. Overcome.
This that whole mentality, I think that's a huge problem with today's youth anyway. Look, I don't want to get into another discussion about things, but there's a huge problem with entitledness and just the me now. It's all about me. I'll fucking walk on anybody's back. I'll stab him in the back to do whatever it takes for me to get what I want this moment. It's like that instant gratification. And Steve even said it, the bend the knee, all that kind of shit. There's no boundaries or like common sense with like respect or knowing how these kind of things work in a hierarchy of things. You just don't jump into a crowd of people you don't know and act like that. You wouldn't do that in real life because you know that it could actually get a lot different because it could get physical and everything else. So don't do it like over, a microphone and shit where you can hide behind a keyboard because people,
but his feelings hurt, Ray. His feelings hurt.
Yeah.
Right.
They're just words, man. They're just words.
Nobody said anything to him wrong. All we did was ask.
Actually, he's the one that was beating around the bush like a batting up crazy woman.
Right.
You could have just said, I don't know. It might be flat and it might be round. What you guys think? That would have been a good.
That's it, right? He could even say it's round for all I care.
And say it's superfluous.
It doesn't even matter.
Well, I'm sorry, David. What did you say?
Let's give up on Vegeta and see if Superfluous will talk.
Okay.
Superfluous?
I'm going to go ahead and give Vegeta a little timeout for being a bitch.
That's fair.
That's tough.
Tough love.
I wouldn't want to deal with that anger, man.
It's all inside of anyone that has anger. That's not controlled by anything outside of us. If I have anger, that's my possession. It's my responsibility. No one can make somebody angry. So,
okay, really quick, guys. Hang on. Superfluous, are you there? Super Fluffy? Superfluous, are you there?
Yeah.
Hello? Alrighty. No, Dave. No.
Sorry, I just noticed a new name. Go back to psychoanalysis.
That's okay. Psychoanalysis. I already booted him. Really
we got
quick.
Black Wine up in the house. What's up?
What's up, Black Wine?
You still spinning, Black?
But the next month, the first 2 months of next year,
Black Wine.
Oh, I make music.
Orion is still hot micing, yelling at his mother. Hey, Black Wine, are you there? Black Wine, please speak up. Black Wine.
So we know you're there.
Black Wine, I will revoke your VC check-in if you do not speak to me right now. Revoke it.
What if he can't hear you?
And
he should pull his head out of his ass and not join a voice chat when he's not listening. I'm hard but fair.
Put the wine down.
Honestly, I think that dude Black Wine, I think he's in Cogdis right now, actually, from the last conversation. That's what I suspect.
Well, he has speaking ability.
I see some red wine and I want to turn it black. Anyway, go ahead.
Rolling Stones. Yeah, I guess that is it. Down clickety, down go boom. Are you there? Your name is literally the worst. Down clickety. Hello.
Over, down, clickety, over. Are you there?
What is up with the incommunicative people today?
What we have here is a failure to communicate.
Yeah, that's true. Rogue 113. Rogue 113. How's it going?
Good. Sorry if you're calling me before, but I'm in a car and it's cutting out.
Oh no, that's perfectly fine. That's perfectly fine.
I was just trying to listen mainly.
That's fine. I'm just checking in with you. What do you believe the shape of the Earth to be?
I believe it's flat. I still keep looking into it and trying to learn more, but I've been convinced in the past year or so.
Mm-hmm. Have you looked for yourself?
No, I haven't really done like my own measurements. I'd say mostly it started through YouTube, although lately I've been trying to find sources outside of YouTube because of all the censorship. But
yeah,
I mean, you can still find it. Like I've watched a lot of Witsit Gets It, and he talks more than Flat Earth, but
yeah.
which I
really quick. When you're not in a car, I want you to come into voice chat and ask exactly how you can measure the sphericity of the Earth yourself, and they'll give you all the tools. And from there, I want you to go and look, because there's nobody who can tell you anything more convincing than yourself going and verifying it.
Correct.
Yeah, and I'd like to do that, but I would say, I mean, I'm pretty convinced just based on.
But it's super easy to just go out there and look, and then I think you'll be 100% one way or the other.
Yeah, and I'm not too far from the ocean. I live near Tampa, so I could.
Oh, that's perfect.
I assume you have to do. Yeah.
That's the good side, because you don't get all the big waves from the Atlantic. So.
Yeah. Now I'm pretty much on that side, although I do have those moments where I'm like, am I crazy? I mean, I still have that because your whole life you're one thing, and then
I think this will make you feel more akin to everyone else is definitely crazy than am I crazy. So,
yeah.
So put those monsters to rest and go look for yourself. And when you've got the time and you're not driving around, let somebody here know, and they'll give you the tools. Okay.
Yeah, sounds good. Thanks, man.
No problem.
That was cool, man. Smooth.
Thank you.
Hey, can you tell us what the weather is like today?
Yeah, sure. Give me 1 second. Today's weather is cold and windy, 43 degrees. The moon phase will be full tonight, but you won't be able to see it.
That was great.
You forgot to say that what you see here is a mirage.
Did you say full moon there?
Yeah.
So that means full moon here too. I thought it was over the weekend.
It is today.
I got it.
It was last night. It was yesterday, actually. Go and look at the percentage. It was 100% yesterday.
Yeah, I thought it was yesterday.
So
Yeah, man, I saw it on the night. It was lovely.
So it's
guys like
16 or waning.
Even with all the street lights, it's blazing.
If you guys like hip hop a little bit, I posted one of my songs on YouTube called Bible, Bible. If you guys want to check it out, if you ever do.
Where'd you post the link at, man?
It's just up at the top. 17 minutes after 2 o'clock. 2:17.
Okay.
I gotta finish this Flat Earth song though, but I'm just waiting for my iMac so I can record better. So I don't use the dang phone no more.
Did I miss FE Society?
Yes. You did.
Bummer.
Dyed in the wool. FE Society. No, I think it was somebody with a little bit of a... Something caught them the wrong way and they just didn't like it. Or they're a secret king and they decided that they wanted to rule the chat all of a sudden when they were being asked a question. I believe they were a flat earther, though. Honestly.
I don't know, man. That's tough. I don't know. That's why it's good to ask them, so you make sure they're not trolling or just there to just.
Did we talk to Superfluous?
We attempted.
We tried. Even yesterday, I think we tried. No success.
But I mean, they do have the Jesuit papacy as the head of the snake folks, so they kind of won me over.
I didn't even see the picture.
Superfluous has kind of won me over, but that doesn't mean that I don't want to at least check that they're not CIA.
Or a troll.
But I mean, obviously somebody has already spoken with them, so it's out of my hands.
Yeah.
So what if they say they're CIA? What do you do then, dude?
Usually mark them with the mark of the beast.
Okay.
Well, what does your military role mean?
That I served in the military.
Oh, that's cool.
Did you went to Afghanistan or Iraq?
Nope, never left the contiguous United States.
Okay.
So, guys, where's the curvature?
MIA.
On your mom.
Kim Kardashian's ass.
And so, being a military man, what's your beef with the CIA?
They're not really a military organization. They're an organization that only serves one purpose, and that's to change the hands in which an empire is held.
Didn't the Nazis, not just NASA, but they went to the CIA as well?
Yeah, they did. The only thing they do is regime change. They're a garbage organization and should never actually exist.
All right. They're the ones that coined the term conspiracy theory. Like, so you don't question things.
There's a myriad of terms they've coined.
I bet. I wouldn't be surprised.
The term, what is it? Chauvinist pig would not exist if the CIA didn't invent it through Gloria Steinem. That's a fact. That's a simple fact.
There's nothing wrong with being a chauvinist anyway.
No, there's nothing wrong with being a chauvinist, and it shouldn't have a negative connotation.
But I guess most people here might not know what that means.
Still to this day, right? NASA astronomers tell you it's not okay to think the Earth is flat.
Yeah, right. They say it's dangerous. What the?
Yeah. Well, the truth is dangerous.
Right.
But then they tell you, well, I see myself as a complicated rock. I mean,
right. That's what one lady said.
They actually told the truth in the beginning part of that statement. It's not okay to think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. The one lady said a rock was her ancestor.
Yeah, cousin. Distant cousins.
Yeah.
Yeah, but with her, I believe it.
She's
Michelle
clearly a
Pfeiffer.
moron.
Yeah.
Dude, she is gone.
She has bought the lie hook, line, and sinker and is now selling it on the streets. Little crack rocks.
Those people, right? They have to know the arguments we are saying, right? It cannot be.
They've been put to that lady specifically has had an argument with Jern.
Right.
I didn't see that one.
They know the arguments. They refuse to hear them.
Yeah, but the thing is that none of them will ever have the guts to debate any top flat earther live at all. That won't happen.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, Neil deGrasse Tyson wouldn't even debate Eric Dubay. That was
Who did?
Neil deGrasse Tyson. He wouldn't even debate Eric Dubay. I think what's his name? Eddie Bravo wanted to get that set up.
Yeah, no. The time for that has gone and passed. There was a time that it was possible, but as soon as the argument got articulate enough, the scientists realized that they didn't have any standing.
They won't come in. Time for the blade sharpening sound effects.
It's now a year, right? After the Black Swan argument.
Well,
and Neil deGrasse Tyson said himself, this year we will see if people believe scientists or not.
You know, it's good that you quoted that, because I do think a lot of what we're seeing right now is a direct fucking smack in the face to us. It's like that knee-jerk reaction. It's that backlash that they're having right now to try to fucking do anything in their power to get people to stop, looking at the scientific method and questioning these so-called scientific, educators. You know what I mean? On what they're teaching other people and kids and schooling and everything else. It's a direct slap to us, man. I mean, they know that this is they've pushed it to the limits. And what they've done is they knew by separating that older generation or people who totally have faith in the medical system and just the whole 9 yards right there, they're going to just totally go along with it.
Yeah.
I almost see it as a test, like a beta test. With the flat Earth, the information was allowed to be shown, and even with the information available, people still couldn't see it or couldn't understand it. And it gave them the confidence that they could push forward with this new agenda, waving their hand in front of us saying science says. And now you hear all these people saying science says this, and the science on the mask is this, and the science on and there is no science on it. We know there's no science.
Exactly.
There's nothing supporting the ball.
It's actually worse.
They ran it out as like a beta program, saw that even presented with evidence, the world will still fall for the con.
A word you're missing.
All right, let's go ahead.
Hey, hang on. With your speech there, the word that you should have said is the science is settled. That's what they like to say. The science is settled. There's no debate. The science is settled.
Yeah, it's written in stone. It's finished.
Really quick, they don't just say that. Oh, you don't believe in science. They say that you're a science denier. When they say denier, they're hitching it to Holocaust denial. They're saying you are a Nazi.
Yeah,
exactly, dude. They're balling it all up together to make it seem like you're a crackpot, nut job, racist, anything.
It is a linguistic trick to make people hate you.
It's a bizarre, dude. Their observation hijacking is obvious. That's all. That's really what they do. They just take an observation and they hijack it to their story. Boats go over the curve, but you can't see it because the Earth is too big. The curvature. They just hijack everything. So it's just.
I don't deny there was a Holocaust. I just think it was the Germans and the Japanese that were Holocausted.
I agree.
Well, yeah. I mean, listen. I can tell you one thing. Look, if they're having a war on that scale, there's probably some fucked up shit on both sides. But I can guarantee you, 90% on the shit for the German and Japanese are probably hyped up to about 10,000. Right? They hyped that shit up to about 10,000% to make it look like they were like literal monsters, just to cover their ass for the atrocities that they did. Right?
Yeah.
Right?
But
they even agree with you. They call it war propaganda even to this day.
But we can't forget. Hold on, we can't forget about these offshore bankers, international bankers, working on both sides of the Atlantic, that were profiting from all of this. Like they're at the beginning of all of it.
For instance, Prescott Bush.
Yeah.
That's a big one, man.
Yeah, who was providing the petroleum to the Nazi? Who let the Hitler's regime get so damn powerful, industrial-wise? Like who allowed that war machine to be produced in the first place? There was people profiting from that.
It's on this side, Prescott, and then over in Europe, you have the Rothschilds. They definitely were huge in funding. Dude, it's all set up. They knew exactly what they were doing. This ain't new. You know what I mean? They still do it to this day.
Bank, like the whole thing. Bank of Italy, the whole thing.
Germany was the fall guy for a worldwide government.
What do you think?
Yeah, they were. Absolutely, dude. They absolutely were. Because, you know, what it was is they kind of like took and kind of twisted that idea that Germany had and made it into like what we see now as the New World Order, just in, different interests of hands. And a wide variety of shit.
Look at like Antifa and people donating to Black Lives Matter. Where does that money go?
Antifa was a Jewish group inside of Germany. They were communists, and they were the ones who actually wore the brown shirts, not the Nazis.
Yeah, you're talking about a group, dude, that supposedly these guys are a total joke. And then look where the funding for these fucking groups comes from. Just take one look and see who the main man is. You know who the main man funneling all the millions into that shit is?
Yeah. A small hat.
George Soros.
There you go. And then look who George Soros is, man. Do you see his fucking muddied background and what he supposedly did? Like, he was a fucking straight up snake. Like, if you believe what I mean, like turning in his own fucking people. All this was a way to rob. This is another part, I think, that all this Holocaust and this Jewish shit comes into play is in there because there was such a huge theft of monetary value. Like, they must have fucking stole so much money from people. It was insane. And I think that it's what's happened. And they covered it all up with all these fucking genocidal fucking, stories and these horrific camps and making fucking lampshades out of human skin and all this retarded shit, right? To this day, people believe that. To this day, they believe that.
To this day, people believe that Anne Frank died in an oven.
Yeah, it's sad.
When it's actually history that she died from typhus, like most of the people who died in those camps.
You got to figure we're probably more to blame for anybody dying in any kind of prison camp than anyone. You got to think of a German military who's reeling. They're falling back. They're being attacked on all sides. Do you think, and not only that, anything that moves on the ground is being hit by air and air shit. So how are they even moving supplies to feed these people? It wasn't like they were
supplies. We bombed their food supplies.
Exactly, dude. And nobody can fucking even understand to see that. It's simple.
Hey,
it's simple.
That's what you're talking about is what woke me up to it, because I was like, man, I'm like the most good-natured person I've ever met that would take care of strangers and stuff. And if I had lost 1/3, 2/3 of my food supply, I would not be keeping my enemies alive. I would not be feeding them because I'd be feeding my own family.
Exactly, dude.
And that's what made me look into it, because I was like, man, these people they're still alive. That's the one thing people don't realize. All those skeleton bodies with stuff we see, they were still alive.
Hey, dude, yeah, and then look at this too, man. If you take the two halves, and you look at early in the war, the people that were in these prison camps, dude, they had bands and soccer practice. They cantina. These people were treated with respect.
Movies.
They had movie night. I mean, like even from the Jewish people themselves, out of their own mouths, they weren't fucking doing this horrific shit to them. That horrific shit happened only when they were pushed on the back heels and they were reeling and shit was bad.
And shit was bad in the cities that they were adjacent to. People were starving in the streets as well.
Exactly. It wasn't just there. And that shit has a lot to do with...
Why were these people in camps in the first place? Why were they in camps in the first place?
Dude, it's a war, right? If you're a military, if you're a soldier,
let me answer this.
Who are they at war with?
Let me answer this specifically. The Jewish nation, as they called themselves, declared world war on Nazi Germany before the war even started.
Okay.
So they were considered enemy combatants.
How are the Jews inside of Germany gonna take out the Germans? Explain that to me.
What do you mean? They were. I mean, they're the ones who started Antifa.
They had tanks and all of this shit ready to just bomb the.
They're the ones who started Antifa. Right. You clearly have not read any of the actual history.
I'm just curious. They were going to bomb the Germans out of Germany. Is that what was going to happen?
No, dude. You don't understand. It's not about bombs at that point. It's about the infiltration. It's about being in positions of power and being. It's the same thing that's happening today in your own government. Wake up, dude. Open your eyes. You don't need to have a standing army with tanks and shit to have another country fall to its knees. You've destroyed it from the inside out. It's the fifth column. It's,
So killing people is the answer. Is that what you're saying?
What?
That's a complete straw man, and I don't know why you would even say that.
What did he just say? I didn't even hear what he said.
So what's the right way to handle it? What's the right way to handle it then?
Send them back to their country. That's all the camps were.
What were they doing in the first place? Why were they there in the first place?
Which is what they were doing with the Transfer Act.
Oh, so they snuck in like a fucking snake, is what you're saying?
Yeah. So look. You know how it said that he was burning books? He wasn't just burning books. He was burning porno. You know,
and pedophilia magazines.
So it wasn't just all burning Jewish culture books. It was propaganda that he was trying to get out of his country. He loved his country. That's it.
Really quick, here's a newspaper from the day that the Jewish nation declares world war on Germany.
So
they were considered enemy combatants.
The Jews run the world, buddy.
I got no qualms with that. I'm not for either side. I'm just trying to find out how you think killing people is the answer.
When did I say killing people was the answer? That's a complete straw man that nobody here has said.
Who the fuck said that?
Nobody here thinks that. No, he's trying to. Hey, the problem is he's taking propaganda that he's previously absorbed and putting that on our topic.
So
if anybody is to blame for death, it's the fucking communism. Have you seen what they did in the fucking Ukraine? When you got to post fucking signs telling people not to eat their own fucking children, there's a problem, brother. There's a serious problem.
So shooting women in the back of the head, that's cool?
Bro, who the fuck told you that? Where are you watching TV, dude? Stop watching the History
You're a little retarded, aren't you?
Stop watching the History Channel and fucking learn some history.
So you're saying those videos are all fake? So who's getting shot then? Who's getting shot?
What channels of children? I've never seen women and children getting shot in the head.
Are you talking about the movies?
The only one saying the crazy shit is you, man.
Wait, Fraud, are you talking about the movies?
No, I'm not talking about.
You think those are documentaries?
The propaganda, war propaganda.
I told you. See, I was right.
I'm not close-minded.
You sound a little close-minded because we're trying to tell you what's up, and you keep on straw-manning us with this insane bullshit where we said that fucking it's okay to kill somebody.
Wait. Evidence of what? Let's go step by step. Evidence of what?
Evidence of what you're claiming.
You're the one claiming.
What are we claiming? No, let's go.
You're claiming.
The claim was already made. The claim was made. The Nazis.
No, you're claiming.
So now you have to prove it wasn't the
Nazis.
You're
claiming.
Give me the evidence. Give me the evidence that it wasn't the Nazis that started all this shit. Give me the evidence.
Dude, you're the one that's claiming.
Watch the videos yourself. They were trying to fucking put an olive branch out for a long time to the English, brother.
Prescott Bush, Union Bank, Bank of Italy. Think about it, bro. You haven't done any research. You don't know anything about history.
Like I said, he's taking the propaganda that he's absorbed, and he's placing that ideology on what we're talking about.
Let me answer. Fraud, really quick. Fraud, let me
finish. No, let me finish.
No, I'm going to answer your previous question. Shut up, Fraud.
Hold on. Dude, I need to shut up. I need to
Carnegie.
Okay. Okay, Sonny, really quick. The first action that was taken by the Polish and the in communist Russia when they were actually killing German citizens inside of Poland due to the Treaty of Versailles, in which part of Germany got annexed into Poland. Germany asked Poland to stop. They had a meeting, and the communist Russians killed all of the heads of Poland that were there to meet them, and then said the Germans did it. That was the first action of war that actually happened. Go ahead with your statement.
Dude, don't fucking mute me, man. Don't be.
I'll mute you anytime I want, bud.
Don't be fucking rude, dude.
I'm not being rude. I'm answering your question directly, you fucking insolent little puke.
Oh, this fucking guy, piece of fucking shit. These are the motherfuckers y'all hang out with?
Yes.
Go on. Dude, I mean, where are you getting your information? It sounds like you're getting your information from like BuzzFeed or the fucking Anti-Defamation League or something. Where are you getting your information from?
Hold on. What? Fold. You probably just got muted because you just kept talking a lot and wasn't listening to the answer of your question, mate. Probably the only reason why it's done.
Dude, Jedi, you know me. I don't talk very much.
Yeah.
You know that, dude. So I mean, the guy gonna call me.
I hear that.
And all that
yeah.
Shit, dude. Come on, man.
I know, but
You called me a name first. In kind, I returned it.
Yeah.
But I would just like to ask this question to everyone, looking at 9/11 and how there are so many versions of that thing which happened only 18 years ago. And we still don't quite have the transparent truth about something that's so recent. But yet we've got this absolute certainty. 2001,
9/11.
19 years. 9/11.
Bro, it's been
so it was 2001, yeah. But effectively, that happened only 20 years ago. We still don't know the truth about it. But we postulate that we know exactly what started the Second World War. We know exactly what caused these things that led up to this. And so we've always got to look at it through that lens that there's going to be, there should be multiple versions.
The difference between these two events, we lived through one, right? So we have first-hand knowledge that this is bullshit. That other shit you're talking about, granted, it might be propaganda. I got no problem with that. I just want the evidence to prove it as such. That's all I'm asking for. I'm saying, because yes, we have been fed this propaganda for years. We grew up learning that. You know what I'm saying? I got no problem with it.
But anything,
if what you're saying is true, I'm cool with that. I just want the evidence.
So what proof do you want? I don't understand. What evidence about what?
Just post it.
Dude, there's like a 5-hour. This guy posted. It's called Adolf Hitler: The Greatest Story Never Told. Why don't you start there? And then not only that, go back and actually look into like all the different treaties that were going on at the time before the war even started, and how this shit even starts. Like, go back all the way. You got to go all the way to World War I, brother. You got to start with that, because both of these are. It's a tale of two halves. Okay. Just like a football game, it's like a tale of two halves. You had the fucking first half, and with World War I, and the second half of World War II, and then go from here. Dude, there's a lot of fucked up shit. If anybody got fucked over, it was the Germans, brother. They got fucked.
And just because we're knowledgeable of it doesn't make us quote Nazis either.
Right. I'm just sent back.
I'm not no fucking Nazi. Exactly. We're not no Nazis just because that's all propaganda bullshit that they've actually taken an ancient symbol and twisted it into this something fucking disgusting and ugly.
And remember, all of this came up because
searching out that.
All of this came up is because that is what they are calling us when they call us science deniers. That word is a trigger word for everybody who is bought into all of this propaganda.
Perfect example, dude. I'm glad you just said that, because this is a perfect fucking example of exactly where this is perfect. 100%. Hit the fucking nail on the head with that one, man.
Denialism.
I gotta back you guys up on that.
Great Story Never Told Adolf Hitler. YouTube removed it here very recently. I've seen it probably 4 or 5 times, and it's one hell of a documentary piece.
It's propaganda as well. To be fair, it is propaganda with the way they do the music and all that. It's meant to spin a certain yarn. There were atrocities made on both sides, but to say that one is guilty over the other is ridiculous.
Exactly.
But there's
right,
always
and we don't
multiple
deny that. There's
versions.
definitely
His
atrocities
side-
that were committed on the German side. But when you look at it in a whole, like the whole outline of things, you can actually see where the real shit lies.
So be able to demonize a whole people for the rest of time without telling the whole story of what happened.
So is this the interpretation? They started off with a good cause and end up evil or something?
No, they didn't start off with a good cause. They started off breaking the Treaty of Versailles in order to stop the Polish from killing German citizens, the
Right.
German people.
Yep, I know that.
Do you know what the Treaty of Versailles is, right? Okay, that's a treaty that was put into place after World War One, that basically gave the Allies a victory, even though they never stepped 1 foot in Axis territory. Okay, even though the reason why they had to quit, I mean, literally, Germany it was a stalemate at the time, pretty much, except they didn't have no fucking bullets, no money, because the banksters pulled out their support. They wouldn't lend no more money. It fucked them. And this is a huge theft, dude. This is a grand scale fucking way to portray theft on anyone. They basically fucking fucked them over that way by pulling any resources or money that they were able to get, so they couldn't get any supplies. And I mean, then it goes back to what even World War One started over, with Grand Duke Ferdinand being assassinated. And then, it wasn't the Germans that was a German prince, quote unquote, that was assassinated, tied to their royal family in Serbia. This is all backed by, it's total fucking like deep state fuckery that they were doing. They had like these cells that were in Europe at this time that were against Germany for one reason or another. And it was portrayed, I think, on purpose to start a catalyst.
What was the name of that? What was the name of that group? It was the they call the people this all the time. When somebody's
the Gestapo.
No. That it's a
patsy.
Partisans. The partisans.
Yeah, that's it. Okay, yeah. I got
okay,
you.
and that was a Jewish group inside of Germany.
Yep.
Agitpropping to start World War One.
And then people talking about all this Jewish shit. There were tons of fucking Jews in that war, in World War One, that was for the German. They were everywhere, dude. This is not the same Jews. This is like a Zionist propaganda shit.
Right.
This is like some fucking.
Right, because it does say in the Bible that those that say they are Jews but are not, but the synagogue of Satan. So where are they at?
These are the people we're talking about.
Okay, makes sense. Right.
Yeah, they might very well be the Edomites, which is the southern kingdom when the 12 tribes split up.
The Edomites took over from the house of Judea.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with
when they
all
were
of that.
taken into Syria.
I got no problem with that, because even like I said, they are not the same Jews that the Bible addresses as the people of God. So yes, these are not the same ones.
Brad, I apologize for my jibe, but you did call me a name first, and really quick, I understand where
We're all on the same page.
where your friction comes from on this. If I were to hear this for the first time, I would think, what are these people on about?
I mean, right now
substantiate it.
my brain is like a globe. You know what I'm saying? Because I've only heard what I've heard.
Right.
See, but that's the thing. That's that white-black divide that they try to put on people, dude. They try to get the black community to
really
believe
cool
that,
you
like,
said
the
that.
Adolf Hitler.
Sorry.
And,
Sorry, buddy.
They try to really push this narrative that it's all these Nazis and they're against like all these different races. They're these racist fucks, dude. They were totally different, man. They were totally different. Check out the Olympics, right? They got smeared for the.
Ray, let Jedi talk. Let Jedi talk, please.
We let Jedi talk. Go Jedi.
Sorry, Fraud. You said your mind was just like a glober. When you started reacting the way you did, I was sitting there thinking to myself, "Fucking hell, he's acting like a glober." It's really interesting you admitted that, man. I think that's really cool that you did that, but that was weird.
Yeah, man.
Because
I'm
it is
looking for truth.
that
Yeah,
kind of
so-
cognitive dissonance, and sorry, buddy, it is just that coming into that piece of information and not knowing what to do with it, and then coming back and saying the things that you did. Oh man, sorry, it was just a good example of it, man. I'm glad that you said it and brought it out and can own up to it as well. That makes it even better.
I mean, 'cause I just want truth. You know what I'm saying? I got no problem with it. You know what I'm saying? So you know, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. You know what I'm saying? I got no problem with that, dude.
We're not walking around Seek-Heiling anybody. We're just saying what the truth of the history is, and if we don't know it, we're doomed to repeat it, and it's happening right now.
Yes.
No, because like that's just how I came into the flat Earth. Because I would hear things just like I'm hearing that from you. I heard it from one of my friends too, and I'm like, what the fuck is he talking about? And so, but so I keep hearing it more and more. So now I'm like, all right, so maybe I need to look into this. You know what I'm saying?
So
I agree.
here's a question, guys. I understand some of you guys probably won't believe in the right wing, left wing thing, but is that kind of like the general public asset? You know how they try to make the Republicans look bad when actually it's them? Is that kind of like the kind of same scenario?
Yeah, it's like the brown shirts. Yeah, like the same people. That's the part that's not new. It's the same group doing all of this.
Okay.
Well, there's a false paradigm there.
Exactly.
The Republicans are the brake, the Democrats are the gas, and they're going to get you where you want to go, no matter how many stops they make along the way.
And it's all about the vision, right? It's all about having that just that two paradigms to keep people in their place and to be able to use shit like race and religion and everything else, sex, to separate people, man. It's like divide
The
and conquer.
Republican and the Democratic Party both support Israel. It's the same team.
Yeah, when it comes down to deep shit, right? Exactly. I mean, like, I'm just talking about the narrative what that he used to separate the common folk, people that are just here. Because if we all stood up together, we wouldn't have none of this shit. We'd be like, no, fuck this. You know what I mean? That's what they're afraid of more than anything. They can't have all of us stand up together and call out their fucking lies and actually get some shit done by removing fucking people and actually. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say, don't let people take things away from you, such as voting or such as even the name Republican or Democrat. If you have a strong enough will as a people, you go in there and you take over that party. You go in there and you take over that church. That's your church. That's your party. That's your country. Don't let people take things away from you. Then that's how they get you, too.
Well,
is because
voting is already useless now.
Well, I mean, the Republican Party, man, for the most part.
Let him finish.
The parties will switch as far as like populist affinity is concerned, and they'll always try to subvert that. They'll always try to control it through the Hegelian dialectic. Usually, whatever party is on the outside will try to tear down the establishment of the other party. And that's how things should work. But what they're doing most of the time is they're controlling from the top. Like you say, being a dual citizen with Israel at the top of your party, you should probably look into that and not have that happen.
Exactly,
but again,
dude.
You are the people, therefore you are the will of the government. Without you, the government has nothing. So it's your party, whatever party that is.
You can see that whole globalist agenda is all based on no one actually having a home of their own. These people are like vagabonds. They're dual citizens, sometimes 3-time citizens, and so they just roam around, to wherever, anytime, any place they can switch to wherever home may be, to whoever's more politically leaning toward them or favorable to them. So they've got, things together for their New World Order agenda. This shit, not only that, they're pushing for a fucking religious world order. This is the whole idea of what they're trying to do is bring in all the Abrahamic religions as one. They're gonna try to push all this shit. I mean, it's all part of their main agenda.
Hey, what's the news anchor that got that little short clip where he's like, "Do it live. We'll do it fucking live." I can't think of his name.
I haven't seen that.
Yes,
one.
Bill O'Reilly. He is the king at the Hegelian dialectic. He's supposed to be a conservative. And he gets up there, and if any of y'all want to see the Hegelian dialectic at work, watch any one of his episodes. Just one. It's always the same thing. Brings up a topic. He acts like he's against it. brings on people to talk about it. One of the people will be super smart, have all these letters and stuff behind their name, and then there'll be a normal person that's against the original topic he brings up, and then just an average individual that seems to be for the original conservative statement. So he'll let the normal person talk first always, and then he'll bring in the super smart person. And while the super smart person's talking, he'll sit there. He won't interrupt the super smart person, and he'll sit there and nod his head in agreement with everything she says, and not interrupt her one time. And then he'll bring the normal person back on, and he'll say something that's crazy. I mean, like aliens, quote, flat Earth. It's just something that triggers people into thinking crazy, so that you think that this conservative, common sense person that is making very good logical reasoning statements is crazy. And then at the end, you'll see he always goes against what he first brought up. He is the master at the Hegelian dialectic. And whenever, what's his name, that old ex wrestler that was a mayor, what's his name? The conspiracy theory show? Anyway.
The Hegelian,
He will not let...
Hegelian dialectic is problem, reaction, solution.
Yeah, he won't let anybody do it to him, because he'll sit there. He got to answer their questions. He'll sit there and start shaking back and forth because he's so mad because he knows they're trying to manipulate him.
But here's the thing, man. I have friends that are conservatives or Republicans, and they're more open-minded to the flat Earth theory stuff, and they're more open-minded to it. I get more liberals and Democrats that just bash it, but that's just me. That's what I deal with.
That's because they're statists.
So you used to be able to find these videos on YouTube. You can't even find them anymore. But this is like a 7-hour documentary, and
they're on BitChute.
Yeah, that's what I just posted with a link from BitChute. Yeah.
There used to be a really good website too that had all that information, but about 3 years ago it went down. It had all that historical information, all the historians talking about it, all the Jews that had researched it, because it's more prevalent if it's a Jew telling you about the history.
Yeah, exactly, right. And that's the whole idea. There's a lot of weird shit with all that too, because we know that where do they come from? They come from the Ashkenazi or Khazarian lines, and this is some. I'm telling you, we know what's going on. You know what I mean? And not only that, though, we got to tie in the Jesuits and shit like that with it, because they're working hand in hand. They're glove. You know what I mean? As one hand holding the other right there. Because that's a group that has done all kind of craziness and whack shit to like with the Muslims and not only that, all kind of shit. We see how they roll by obtaining ancient history and other religions and destroying it and making up their own narratives on it. They were like the military arm of
Rome,
the Catholic
man.
Church.
It's Rome. It's modern day Rome, and they're still in charge. And they get us to point the fingers at the small hats and everything when they conquered the small hats a long time ago. It's Rome. Rome is who leads the New World Order.
Dude, all roads lead to Rome. Back to Rome.
Yeah, I mean, and that's true, right? There's a lot of shit when you talk about. I mean, when you start really getting into it, and you have like those secret families, or I don't know if you want to call them secret kings, whatever you call them. Those, up in like that northern Italy area that were rolling. Man, they've got some crazy shit with them too, man.
You want to know who rules the? Go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, dude. You're good.
No, I interrupted you. I thought you'd pause. Do you want to know who rules the land? Just look at what calendar they use. Whatever calendar they use, that's who rules the land.
It's some other shit, man. When you look into the whole calendar, dude, and when you look into like the old schools, the Caesars, and look at like what the history is on what the Jewish nation was and their stories upon it, dude, there's some wild shit at play right there. They're always talking about 3D chess. There's some 3D chess happening and all that. The whole idea of Romulus creating Rome, or Romulus being the head or the father of Rome, and then going into like all these other narratives, dude, all of this shit is suspect and needs to be taken a huge look at. I mean, it's crazy. It really is.
What do you mean by the calendar, though? I mean, I'm ignorant to this.
Okay, there's several different calendars that are in use, and one of them is really interesting. To even get it more confusing, I don't even know if I should bring it up at this point, but it's what they considered or call the Enochian calendar. But at this point, let's just put that to the side because that can get a little bit more crazy. But we're just going to take like the major calendars that we know of. The what would it be? Going back to the Julian.
I look at more towards the Enoch calendar.
Gregorian and the Julian calendars that these are ones that we know of that were recent. Right. And then there's also ones that were used in Europe at the time that were a bit different than what came out of Rome and the church. So they had a profound impact on what was pushed on to the other nations and using.
Well, but also, the very notion of what Rome was or is under investigation. We have no idea. Rome and Greece, the way we think that they didn't build the Parthenon, they didn't build the Colosseum the way we're told they did. That's nonsense. The very idea of history is we have to question even what we think we know from did Julius Caesar even exist? How do we know?
Exactly. I agree, man, because there's some real funny shit. And like I was just talking about the idea, what is his name? Oh my God, I'm having a total brain fart. There was one of the main figureheads who is like he got together a lot of like Roman history. He was a scholar with all the Roman history and naming things. It turns out that oh my God, he was a historian. He was more of a historian. And he basically put together what was it?
Epicurus?
No, he's one of them, but this isn't the same one. Anyway, it'll come to me. This dude was...
Josephus? Josephus?
No, Josephus was cool because there was a bunch of different historians. This guy pushed the mainstream narrative of the timelines and the biblical accounts all in one with the Roman Empire. He helped. He was the father of building all these.
That's Julius Caesar.
No, it was under Caesar too, but
I mean Constantine.
Nah, fuck. I'm gonna. Hold on. Hold on.
It's a little more. It's a little more contemporary. It's a
Commodus.
No,
I'm gonna get it. Just give me a second.
I know who you're talking about.
Guy. He's got a weird name, dude. I mean, that's what I'm saying.
Skeldon or something like that.
Skelligan or Skelliger.
I can't remember it quite.
That's exactly. The dude, man. This motherfucker. He even used his father's name and his relatives to use names that he knew that were close in his family to fucking use these names and put them in his historical accounts of what was happening. He claimed that he was from royalty, that he was from the royal lines. He claimed that he was, not only that. There's a lot of weird shit. And this dude's basically they liked his ideas, and of course he was a Jesuit and tied into the Jesuit order and all it went with that, and he had a lot of power, man, a lot of backing for him to push his ideas and put his time stamped date on the whole idea of chronicalizing an archaeological time frame for all this. And also the thing that he did was pull up a lot of questionable manuscripts, a lot of very questionable shit that he said that he's seen firsthand but was never been able to find, like they were destroyed or lost or something, but he swears to God that they were. So more than likely they were probably just frauds or fakes to begin with, and he just used it to help create his narrative. So there's a problem with the source of some of this information that we have, that we claim we know about ancient Rome and Greek and everything else, because we don't know. All it is just hearsay handed down from someone to another.
Yeah, but
it's part of the same Big Bang. Everything is tied to the Big Bang. It's this whole narrative from the Big Bang to now, and that's hook, line, and sinker.
Wasn't it most of it though teaching those Solomon? I mean, most Rome stuff is probably based on that.
By the way, I think there's a new. No, not Flat Earth there.
I mean,
think tanks. It's new. And Marshy.
Yo, but back to what spawned this last little bit was what Serv said about the calendars, right? Look at all the calendars and you'll see who's in charge. So what I find interesting about that is look at how these, like most of the world, not all the world, obviously you got China and these different areas that operate differently, right? They got their own New Year's and stuff. But the New Year for most people in the West is in the middle of winter. So if that doesn't make someone think what the flip is going on, then I don't know what. But the other thing that I find interesting within that is, so you got everyone buying that hook, line, and sinker, even the so-called Christians celebrating a heathen feast with trees and nonsense, right? But then you have like the actual financial year, and that's actually more close to the biblical calendar, starting in spring. You know, they have the 4 quarters and all that. So there's a term for it, I can't remember, but you know what I mean, right?
The fiscal year.
That's the one, the fiscal year, right? And the reason I brought that up is because they do this, and they do this in nearly all facets of how they operate, right? Is they give something to the masses, but they operate by different rules. So they got everyone operating under this nonsense starting the new year in the middle of winter, yet they operate by a different thing. And what's funny is they flaunt it in everyone's face, but people don't seem to clock.
So, hey, the question though, the Cabal. So, is that like a Zionism that is probably teachings of Solomon?
Yeah, dude. Yeah. Yeah, and his son, Joseph Skelliger, also. Yeah, Petruvius Skelliger. That's it. Petruvius is another one of them. He was like his right hand man.
Yeah.
So
right.
Joseph Justice Scaliger.
I just wanted to add one thing to that point.
The Cabal goes back to Babylon, doesn't it?
Yeah, most of it probably goes back to Babylon.
Goes farther back than that. Kabbalistic teachings go all the way back to Solomon.
No, but this is
Babylon was pre-Solomon, is what I'm getting at.
This is rewriting history. That's what
exactly.
That's what Julius Caesar Scaliger did. He reimagined time, basically, put things that were 1,000 years ago into the present, put things that are in the present to 2,000 years ago.
Yeah, I heard about that.
And think about this. Julius Caesar is actually named after Skelliger's father. That is insane. Like, he named one of the biggest head emperors, to ever be. He used that name as like his father, he used names of people that he knew that was in his family, and shit like that to portray these characters that he was writing about, this whole new historical narrative. And another thing that's interesting is it was all written for the Dark Ages, dude. This is a time when you have the most sketchy of all the timelines. And he made it to where these Dark Ages come out to work perfectly with the whole biblical narrative and the calendar that they were pushing on to the people of the day. This is a huge deal, man.
Some think he added a whole 1,000 years onto the present day, and that we're only right now in the year 1020.
Yeah.
Or about to be 1021. So we're only 1,000 years away from Jesus.
One of the members that is in here, Serge, he's in here a lot at night. A Canadian, but he's a Russian. He looks into that 1,000-year thing. He talks about it a lot.
That where the years are not the right.
Yeah,
if that's the case, we're with the awakening of truth that we have, we're in a really good position if that's the case. Because now, with this whole talk of, like we were talking earlier in the stream, homeschooling, teaching children the right way, all of that, doing our own businesses, that kind of community. If we have that much time, man, we should take advantage of it full send.
Hey, Elijah.
Shout out to the part-timers. Hey, hold up. Shout out to the part-timers like Deuce and Cargan. It's been a minute, Cargan. Good to hear you.
What's up, brother? How you doing, Mike? Yeah, man. How you doing, brother?
Part-timers just come in with a good topic and run with it. I love it.
Yeah,
part-timers. How dare
you, man? Everybody can't. You know what I'm saying? We all can't, but man, this is our home. We love you all, man. I love all you guys, man. You guys are my fam.
I'm the thread you pull when you want to unravel the fabric of this server.
Oh, Judas, you're busy, Steven. You're always busy, man. I don't blame you. You got to work. You can't retire yet. It's all good. I do what the hell I want.
Again. I get it. It's cool.
I worked for a lifetime, damn it. Yeah, I'm at that point where I don't need no more damn money.
Your mic and your internet sound much better.
Yeah, today. Wait till I get these 6 kids out here on their Nintendo fucking switches or stitches. You tell me what the hell's that new Nintendo crap?
Okay, Boomer.
What is it? Is it a stitch or a switch, man? I just
It's a
spent like
switch.
$1,200.
It's a switch. It's what you tell them to go out so you can spank them.
Fuck, all I know is I got 1,200 into the damn thing, and it, man, if she sits next to me, it kills this old crappy computer. Just, I'm like, damn.
You know, man, that Switch is a pretty neat system. I do like it. It's nice.
Oh, they're badass.
Yeah, they're pretty cool, man.
Hardline like I asked you to, Michael?
Badass, dude.
They're posting. Michael?
Yeah, I didn't hook it up yet, but yeah, I got it. I got to open it up, and I've been working on a car, man.
Literally, you plug it in. That's all you have to do.
I know. It's sitting on the table, bro.
Get off your
I'll
ass.
get to it. I figured that dinner, man. Fuck, I got up at 5, shoveled shit, and been working on a motor all day. I'm fucking wore out.
Literally, you just have to open the box.
It's still interesting to me about the year you guys.
You know how much the crank weighs on a big block?
About 80 pounds.
Right now, bro. Yeah, my arms are exhausted.
Michael, before you derailed it.
Crank on a big block.
Michael.
Yeah.
Get yourself some turmeric, man. Just bathe in that.
Oh, everybody's a doctor, but hey, go back to that Roman rewriting history.
Elijah, tax
topic, and it doesn't get covered enough here, but literally the Romans rewrote history and wrote a new calendar, man. And this needs to be pointed out. Literally,
definitely. I want to hear.
And they military enforced it in 326. In 326 AD, they started military enforcing their new calendar and how you had to subscribe to it.
So that's the calendar we're under, basically.
Yeah.
No, it was the Julian. Actually, no, it was the Julian, and then they converted it to the Gregorian.
Right, but what we're talking about is chronology of what happened, like how history was written.
Yeah.
So it's not necessarily the calendar, but it does have to do with it. But the chronology of how things were written, very specifically, is by this Scaliger fella.
Yep, the history of history.
Well, the history is rewritten by the winners of war.
Not necessarily. This is pushing things back into the past and bringing things into the present. Kind of willy-nilly. It's actually a perversion of history so that you can't tell what is old and what is new.
Yeah, so you can't tell what's true and what is not.
It's literally 1984.
Yeah.
It's literally 1984. It says those who control the past.
We just took over the world.
Right. I get what you guys are saying.
Yeah, it's like we just took the world over. But actually, we took the world over 100 years ago. Fuck your dumb ass.
That's exactly it. We can't prove what happened. Just even all it would take is just a couple generations. That's it.
But in the Dark Ages, there was a big area of where people didn't learn to read. They were kept in the dark. So this is when this happened.
Says the people holding the light.
Yeah, so the winner of the war could have been the dumbest motherfucker, and then he'd have got an advisor to the king and say, "Hey, man, somebody's got to write my story." And here comes Rome. Hey, we'll write that shit, yo. Latin, we'll write it in Greek, we'll write that shit in our Aramaic. Just let us write history. We even give you some money.
Yeah, it's literally what the old world. When Bush says the New World Order, he said it. It's not I. He said New World Order. They're literally systematically getting rid of the old world. If you ask me, all war is basically an excuse to just go bomb buildings out of existence that don't add up to your idea of what history should be and how to control
and
power grid around the world. This is just how it worked.
And peoples.
I figure we're already in the New World Order.
Oh, it's been this way for a while. It's always been since at least we were born. So because it happened at least a couple generations ago.
Like 9/11.
Yeah, some people, listen, you got to get rid of some people too because their oral histories hold remnants of the past.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, it's tough because we everything we think we knew as history is all just, it could be just hundreds of years, not thousands or tens of thousands. right? We don't even know. Like when you think about the whole, wagons west, the oxen pulling a wagon across the country to California. Have you ever driven from like Vegas to California in that vast desert? You think a couple
Michigan,
of, I mean,
Yeah,
a couple of
nothing but death. Nothing but death. That's what I tell my wife when we drive through there. Everywhere you see a little town, you see a little town there because that's where water was. But think about trying to have to find that water in the first place and how many people died trying to find it.
Yeah.
And then when you think of San Francisco and you see what was possible for San Francisco back in the day, and you're thinking a bunch of people with horses who barely have figured out how to get here in the first place are building.
Here's the thing.
What purpose would these people have to do this? This is ridiculous.
Here's the thing. Really quick, Michael. Here's the thing about Death Valley. It used to be a large inland sea, going from
exactly. Back when the waters were different.
Going from the Salton Sea all the way to Vegas, all the way out to the Baja.
Same with
the
Kansas.
Bay of Baja.
Kansas used to be bottom of ocean.
You ever been to Afghanistan?
Really quick.
You ever been to the desert, desert, Afghanistan?
Hang on, Michael. This wasn't that long ago.
And also,
we have maps that
there's a Spanish.
There's maps of Chicago that
the map you're talking about.
Yeah.
The map you're talking about that shows that that there was an island there where California is. My only argument about that is that valley is super fertile. If it had an ocean on it, wouldn't it be too salty to grow that much food?
I'm not talking about there, and I'm not talking about there, and I'm not talking about then. I'm specifically talking about just a couple hundred years ago. There's still a Spanish galleon you can go and visit by the Salton Sea. That was shipwrecked there.
Yeah, there's another thing worth mentioning.
Yeah.
Within
so it wouldn't
plains,
be so hard to cross that desert. But here, if you've ever been to Afghanistan or over to Iran, Iraq, you know people cross deserts on fucking camels and sheets nowadays, dude.
Right.
It's not as hard as
a wild camel here.
They had camels though.
Yeah, but with respect to the plains in America, hold on, just with the plains in America,
there's Arabian horses too, bro.
Yeah, but don't forget that the native guys, whatever you want to call them, that were here before the Pilgrims or whatever. I mean, and even the Pilgrims at the time, they talked of but whatever. The point is, back then, before what you have now, they talked of grasslands. Where you now have desert, where the grass was taller than the horses. So don't forget that in a short amount of time, with a short amount of time, by bad management, you can completely change a whole vista, and vice versa. So just keep that in mind.
There's literally maps of Chicago that don't include Lake Michigan. That doesn't make sense. No one is going to make a map of that area without including that lake.
I'm trying to figure out more about Michigan.
Yeah, maybe, but I'm just getting at you're talking about desert places, but you can make a desert just by being a moron and not knowing how to maintain a grassland.
Yeah, no, of course.
Well, all you got to do is start damming up and reservoiring water. All you got to do is start damming up rivers and reservoir water.
Yeah, and to turn it into desert, you just kill all the beavers.
Right. You have pictures and memories and images and different tales of buffalo, and grass is taller than horses and all that stuff. So
that was the Great Plains.
That's in your recent history.
So the Great Plains still exist, the Great Plains, but they're not as vibrant, as fertile.
Pretty decent.
They're not full of buffalo. Michigan is pretty decent, but Michigan, we got 5 Great Lakes and we don't dam the hell out of the water.
Right.
For a reason. It supplies the lower United States of America, and we know this. We're not dumb.
Right. Who's all from Michigan here? Anybody from
Y'all should talk to Californians then. They're going to have that problem. They keep damming it up too much.
Well, no offense, but they pumped all their shit out into the bay.
That's what I meant. I meant they're letting their dams down is what I meant. I'm sorry. I said that backwards.
Michiganders generally don't talk to Californians. We're all right.
You're from Michigan?
That's what we say.
California.
I'm all right.
Are you from Michigan, dude?
Yeah, I'm from Michigan. I live in Concord.
I live by Lansing.
Lansing?
Yeah.
The Michigan Spartans.
I live on the north branch of the Kalamazoo River in Concord.
Oh, okay. I know that. I know where about that is.
Down the street from Ted Nugent, if you know where Ted's exotic animal ranch and stuff is, yeah. That's the area I live in.
Trying to remember.
Well, where he used to live.
Trying to remember.
I can still wake up and see people in my front yard, but that's because Ted moved them fuckers out here by us, and they're not good at keeping them on their damn land.
Well, if you get off your ass and plug that cord in, we'd be able to hear everything you're saying.
Hey, Michigander, how you feel about our governor?
That dude pisses me off.
Oh man.
Yeah, I'm saying.
It's a mess.
They got my family on the news talking about we was gonna kidnap her. We wouldn't kidnap that bitch. We're militant motherfuckers. We'll leave them laying where we find them. What the hell? What's kidnapping gonna do?
So you
What's that
decided
gonna
not to
change?
kidnap her, is what you're saying?
What was the inference about there not being like the lake on the map?
Witty gets it.
Yo, it's a nice stream today.
Thanks.
What's up, DJ?
I think the inference was that they couldn't get rid of all the evidence that it was there. They didn't go through history burning books and burning papyrus and scrolls and all that.
Huh.
So there'd be some type of evidence. That's usually the inference, but
I agree. They certainly
we literally-
manipulated a lot of timelines and stuff. I'm trying to understand how, within the context of that conversation, what I'm missing about the someone said something about there was a maps. That are missing.
I saw a map somewhere. It was basically there was a map of Chicago or that area, and it didn't include a big lake. And then obviously there's a lake there, but it's like nobody.
It didn't include the Great Lakes. Oh, I've seen that map.
But what does that mean? Is what I'm asking.
That's because it goes to the edge. Listen, it stops at the shoreline. I've seen that map.
But it's just I don't know which.
It's a land map. It's called a land map. It just. I've seen it.
Again, it was a while ago. It just made me think.
It doesn't depict the waterway, and that's for a reason.
What did it make you think? Is what I'm not understanding. What's the input?
That large bodies of water can change. Large bodies like. We've all seen the four corners of the North Pole with the rivers going right.
Lake Michigan is what 80 miles wide at the widest point, and 380 some miles long.
Right.
That's a bit different than the timeline being altered, right? And then the super advanced architecture they said just was built real fast by like Westerners and all this crazy nonsense.
Right.
I don't know about I can't make the leap. But tie that.
I think it's because we were talking about like a few different things at once about like the plains and the desert and that. So
I heard somebody on this server say that they call them Freemasons because they got all those buildings and all that masonry for free.
Yeah, I heard that.
That's what I'm saying. No, that's me. That's what I'm saying. That's literally they came across like when you look at certain things in like Salt Lake City, right? It was all supposed to be started by the Mormons, and you look at their temples and all this kind of stuff. A whole bunch, like what is it, 100 and some odd guys on barely crossing the desert due to religious persecution of all things go and they stumble across whatever. And then they are able to basically set up a basic society with a couple of hundred men and a few women and some children, and they're able to then somehow build these elaborately architecturally amazing places in the span of only not even a couple generations or so. It's just there's no reason to do that.
Like crazy
basically
hold up.
Yeah, exactly. It's everywhere. Exactly.
Well, you're leaving out one thing. Where did they come from?
Well, that's the thing. With the Freemasonry is literally just
Mormons.
They're inherent.
The Puritans they came from places where they had cathedrals and archways and all that.
Well, that's what they say. Exactly.
What do you mean? Hold up. You're saying they developed these technologies in a couple generations, but they came from across seas where they had cathedrals.
Yeah, but those cathedrals are also the same things that don't make sense. They're all over the place. That's how it's everywhere.
These people came from where these buildings were, and they built buildings that seemingly are just like them. That makes a lot of sense.
I think all the towns.
My question is, I don't know, I'm ignorant on the subject. Maybe this can help everybody. I don't know what's up with the walkie-talkie on the ambulance in the background, but when it comes to these really intricate, things of architecture or whatever, is there like modern replications of the intricacies of some of the things that we found back then? I mean, has that ever happened? Is that something that
A lot of our buildings.
Nobody would do it. They'd be so fiscally irresponsible.
Well, nobody that doesn't prove crap. You can say nobody would do it, but they're replicas of buildings from Europe.
Yeah.
And these people came from. These people came from. No, well, they came from Europe.
That's what they want us to think.
They migrated from Europe.
So why would the same?
And here you are saying nobody would do this, but these people who came from a place that already did it. Why do you gotta overtalk me, dude?
Well, no,
if your point is that valid, you wouldn't have to drown me out to make it. These people came from a place that had these technologies and these buildings, and you're acting like these people who already knew these things wouldn't do these things. Why would they? That doesn't make sense to me.
Why would somebody in Chile and someone in South Africa and somebody in Japan care about the buildings that are based on Greek Greco-Roman architecture?
Migration.
But so that means that they all were a part of the same people wanting to do the same thing.
You ever read about the Great Migration?
All the time. There's all kinds of stuff. Yes, it's all. I get it, but
they all started from a central point and moved out.
Yeah, the Roman Empire.
You keep repeating that. Yes, I get that.
Definitely, it's all like Solomon teaching forbidden knowledge. That's what.
Well, I mean, when you think about it, the idea that, like, I would say for sure we don't know the right year. Like, I would say for sure we don't have the right year. I just don't see in any way.
We don't know they didn't have those technologies either.
Yeah, like we don't.
Yo, Witsit, to answer your question, dude, pretty much if you were to replicate the shit from back then, it would be considered illegal. I think
it would cost way too much money.
Yeah, but it would be considered illegal. I think.
I'm just asking: has anyone done it? Is there not anything that can be linked where it's like, look, they replicated some of this really, really intricate architecture that some people attribute to like Tartarian.
Like
Empire.
I said, I'm pretty sure it's illegal.
Look,
you can't even collect rainwater, Witsit.
Look at our Capitol building.
Architect.
That's
You're
simple.
not even allowed to have a shed more than
30
square feet.
You do realize replicating something would be easier than building the original, right? Because you got the original there. You just take molds of it and copy it, and if you do it in the same materials, nobody's going to be able to tell unless there was a cataclysmic event in between.
And you can build a shed.
The difference or the age between the two, because they're the same material.
You can build a shed bigger than that. It's just called a barn. Just called a barn.
Yeah, but you have to.
But I guess here's what I always think about
practices that look like that. Yes. That's what I'm asking.
Material-wise, like
here's material-wise, it's unchallengeable.
How strong
they had a superior concrete. They had a superior steelwork. There's some temples in Spain where they started building them over several hundred years, and you can see different faces. The older stuff is always far superior to the newer stuff.
Have y'all ever seen a skyscraper?
Yeah. I was watching a show that they're making these cells, right? Prison out of concrete, and it's a hidden ingredients. They will not tell the public how they make it. And it's
here's what I always think about real quick. Let's just why a people with horses, right? In a group of people creating a civilization or a town or whatever you want to call it, what possible purpose would they need to build buildings this way at that time of just barely setting up the basic establishments of a city or a town or any of these things? There's
which buildings did they build when they did the first migration to this area? That's what I want to know. Most of our architectural designs that people point out and say Tartarian, they were built in the 1860s.
Yeah,
That's what they say.
1830. So in the 1830s, excuse me, I'm not done. In the 1830s, we weren't in horse-drawn buggies.
There was still a lot. I mean, but again, why would they need to? Here's the.
Hey, wait. Are you doing? Why would they? Because that's what the globalists do, right?
No. I'm thinking
just because it was your incredulity doesn't mean they can't do it. Come on now.
No, I'm not saying they couldn't do it, but my point is
I don't know. I make my house better because I like it.
It's making your mark, dude. I mean, that's why they would build something like that to be grand, right?
Back then, if it was,
I've rebuilt my house 3 times.
Yo, Battle Mod, you need a license
possible.
to shed, right?
You need a license to build a shed, a barn, a garage, a house, a structure. Now, here's the thing, though.
Dude,
do you want to get around permits? Listen, yes, you can. Do you want to get around the permit? All you need to know is homestead laws. So if you're
also looking at like over 200 years separated.
If you're 150 yards from the road, from the main road on all 4 sides, you can build whatever the fuck you want and you don't need a permit.
Dude, 2020 is not 1840. In 1840, you could build any fucking thing you wanted to, pretty much. You didn't need I mean, you needed permits for certain things, but nothing like today. Today's insane.
Exactly.
Today's just a money racket. They make money off of that shit today. Back then, there was nothing there. So, I mean, they wanted to make an establishment, right? They wanted to build and make their own way. See, I think some of these Mormon sites, though, I mean, I can't call them Tatarian because they could definitely trace those back. You can trace them back, man, to actual companies that built them. The work
if you
that
look
put
into
into
the
it.
Mormonism thing, dude, the Mormonism thing is super creepy because, like, what is the difference between the higher levels of Mormonism hierarchy and Masonry? Please enlighten me.
Well, I agree with you, brother. I agree that whole Mormon deal is weird, right? I mean, they've got some crazy stuff,
Masonry.
right?
It's just Mason. It's the same.
All right.
It's the same thing.
All right. Why don't we try to get it back on Flat Earth? We've got some new people in here.
Oh my God, really?
Yeah, we got a Glober as well, but he's unable to speak. We've also got Trim.
I thought
Why you gotta be a party pooper, Bambi?
I know.
Be a party yeah, well, don't cry about it. Don't cry about it. Don't cry about it.
He said, I'm tired of hearing this mud flood Tatarian stuff. Let's move on.
Exactly. I'm pretty sure everyone is.
Move on. I just want to say, when someone says Tartarian, it's a placeholder. It's a placeholder for the history that's being told to us. That's all.
Yeah.
That's right.
Well, if you want to continue the conversation, there's other VCs, but live streams for Flat Earth, really. So there's other VCs you can go to if you want to continue the conversation. But right now we've got Trim, Bone.
My turn here. 4.
Mike, were you going to do it? Do you want to talk to the person?
Boom goes the dynamite.
No, I'm cool.
No? Okay, that's fine. Trim, Bone, I'll give you permission to speak. One moment. Trimbone shall sound. You've got permission to speak. Try jump out and jump back in if it's not letting you. If you're on push to talk, push a button. No, I'll give you a few seconds. If not, I'll take VC verified off you. Trombone. Nope. Alright. Okay, who was the other one? Okay, great. She had one other person.
Grenade head? I think that's what his
Grenade.
name was. Yeah. Grenade something.
Okay, Trombone's not speaking. Oh, we've got the girl that was in text chat as well, the European. Hello. Hello.
Here we go.
Oh, Don left because the woman started talking.
Oh shit, is it Friday already?
No, that man's got a sheer hatred for women, though. He's got mummy issues.
Well, that doesn't sound good.
Yeah.
What's he got against mummies?
No, he hates like women actually taking a stand and speaking up for themselves. It makes him feel inferior.
What's that got
So
to do
he left.
with Flat Earth?
Oh, shut up, Mike.
Yeah,
so
Bambi.
Yum.
No.
You've got VC verified, don't you? What do you think the Earth is?
Well, I've said it once before, and like I'm doubting because like
you're what? Sorry.
I'm doubting about everything because like you hear a lot of things, but then you look outside and all you can see is the straight line. So I'm here to learn.
All right, okay, that's great. Have you spoke in here before?
Yeah,
like,
one
spoke to any
time,
flat earther?
like 2 or 3 weeks ago, because then I moved and I had no internet. So
So is there any questions you want to ask us about flat Earth? Anything you'd like us to clarify or help you out and figure out?
I've been like looking at the chat and everything, and at the same time, suddenly it's a lot of scientific stuff. And because I'm not a native English speaker, it's like I don't understand any of the scientific words. So it's like, what?
Yeah. It can be quite difficult to get a grasp on, but a lot of it can be quite simple. It's tough to hear at first. It sounds all really confusing. But it's easy to get a hold of eventually.
It's also because like I'm kind of awkward and shy when seeing how many fucking people I'm talking to. Yay.
Which country are you from?
I'm from Belgium.
Oh, okay. So that makes the language difficult. That place is confused.
You know, there are a few Dutch people in the server, so if you want to have a Dutch conversation sometime.
Confused.
It's true though, but Roger might be able to help, maybe.
Yeah, but like the thing is also you say Dutch people, but then the fact is, remember, Belgium has like 3 official languages.
Yeah, that's why I'm so
you've got like Flemish. You've got like Flemish and shit.
French?
Yeah.
Do I speak German? Which of the 3 do I speak?
Yeah, I spent
Well,
like
I
4
can
months.
speak Dutch, German, and a little French, so.
But let's try and work out one of the subjects that you were maybe having trouble with. See what we can do.
You want to talk
the
about
one that you were
Tataria?
covering recently that you were struggling to understand?
Not really. I'm good right now.
So
we can
Tataria it
it's
is.
simple stuff. It's simple stuff, right? You know about how, well, of course, they claim that we have this gas pressure on a ball Earth that's around it, and it's inside a vacuum, which just couldn't happen because the gas would immediately migrate to the vacuum, the low pressure system, and fill the available space, like immediately. The only way we could have the gas pressure that we have on Earth is if it's contained. That's the antecedents to the gas pressure. It's a requirement. And so, you know, their story can't be true just with
You
that
kind of lost me already.
Like if I have a container and I fill it up with gas and then I take the lid off of it, you know, the gas is going to disperse in all directions immediately as soon as I pull the lid off, right?
Yeah.
And it's just because the gas wants to seek equilibrium. So now that it's not contained anymore with that lid, it's going to go beyond that. So if you have a quote unquote vacuum, you know, of 10 to the negative 17 torr beside the atmosphere that we have, the gas pressure that we're breathing, the gas would go immediately into that vacuum. Like they could not be beside each other. There would have to be some type of container that's actually keeping the gas pressure here on Earth. They claim that there's just gas pressure sitting next to a vacuum, which literally couldn't happen. It's because of the second law of thermodynamics, which is that entropy would increase. And this is a natural law, so it's not really something that you can just disagree with, right? They just make a claim contrary to literal natural law, which is simply that the gas pressure on the Earth seeking equilibrium, it would just fill the available space in the vacuum next to it.
Okay, I'm following. It takes a moment for my head to like translate every single word you're saying so like completely understand everything. So it's like, okay.
It's a lot to take in as well, but I mean, it's just the sort of stuff that we observe. Like if you pop a helium balloon, you don't just get a pocket of helium that sits there. It's gonna equalize. It moves on the direction.
So could I define gas pressure real quick for you? It'll only take 2 seconds. Gas pressure defined is molecules moving in every direction until it hits the walls of the container, causing gas pressure. So the walls of the container causes gas pressure. So without the walls of the container, you don't have the cause for gas pressure.
Okay.
Right. It's basically like they're saying the Earth is that container we talked about earlier with the gas in it, except there's just no lid on it and it's sitting by a vacuum, but the gas stays in the container anyway.
Yeah.
It's science.
Yeah, it's like them saying that they popped a hole in a balloon.
Sucked at science.
Science.
I'm good in languages, but science is like not my thing.
Let me ask you a question. Do you drive a car or a bike?
Car.
All right. Can you have air around your rim without a tire?
No.
Yeah, exactly the point. Without the tire, without the container, the air would just go everywhere. It wouldn't stay there. It the same.
And if you
thing
puncture the tire, you lose
right.
it. You break the container.
Yeah, okay, I'm following.
Yeah, so when Whitsitt said it's the necessary antecedent, that means it's like one of the main things that you need. Like for a human body, we need blood, we need oxygen. Without that, no working human being. For gas pressure, it needs a container, it needs something physical.
True. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
So, us existing next to space, that's where it kind of boils down to, is impossible. Because there would need to be a physical barrier there. And there isn't. Basically, our gas should just be floating off out into space until they equalize.
I'm trying to wrap my head around everything.
Yeah, simple examples. You have a can of like soda.
I get the pressure and everything.
I was just gonna say,
but my head is like saying a lot of other questions and everything, and it's just like, but if it does this, then it does that. But how?
Check this out. Think about this. If you have a can of soda and you open it up, and it like fizzes, it's because the pressure was built up in the can and it was sealed in the container, and then you opened it up. So then it immediately, it sizzes and it seeks equilibrium. The pressure equalizes because you've opened up the container. So you just have pressure based on the container. It's the only way you can have the pressure.
So here's another one for you. If somebody leaves the refrigerator door open, you tell them to close it because it's a second law violation. All the cold air is getting out. You need to close the refrigerator door, creating a container for the pressure to exist.
Where's all the warm air getting in?
The warm air is getting in. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the warm air is getting in. Yeah.
Just wondering.
To burn and everything because I'm unsure, but it's very difficult to clear your head with everything you learned in school. It's very difficult to get it out of your head.
Yeah, let's do it like this. Second law of thermodynamics, right?
Oh god.
Maybe intimidating on the surface. Yeah, it's no big deal. It's no big deal. It's just that entropy will increase. A good example of this is if you have a cup of coffee, you fix some coffee and it's hot and you sit it on your counter, it's going to cool off over time. The heat is going to move to the cooler area to seek equilibrium. This is entropy, right? This is the second law of thermodynamics. The coffee cooling off is the second law of thermodynamics.
Yeah.
With it, shut up and take my money. Just kidding.
So it's the same thing when we're talking about the pressure, right? The high pressure would be the warm coffee, and then the low pressure would be the cooler surrounding areas. It's just going to migrate into the cooler area to the pressure system. Instantly, it just immediately does this. Yeah.
My head right now is like is just saying and what does this mean? That's like you're saying, so space is not a vacuum?
There's no space.
No, it can't be.
No, yeah, we're basically saying we cannot live next to space.
Flat Earth.
Yeah, it's going to take you a second to unwrap all of the years of indoctrination, to undo it all. But you have to. You have to wipe the slate clean. You have, if you took the wrong directions out of your house, if you were supposed to go right and you went left, you have to go back to the beginning where you thought you would never, you got lost, but you'd never go all the way back to your house to go back, but you have to go to the right direction. You have to wipe it all clean and start over.
You'll get there. Just take your time. But I won't pressure you anymore. If you want to ask anything or if you want to question anything, just jump in and ask, okay?
Just listen, okay?
Alright, sorry.
That was a really good analogy, by the way, dude.
Just think about this though. Like it's something very simple and easy to us, but I understand where she's coming from. Space is all of a sudden gone.
We were all in the same boat. We had
That's
that
pretty
same
fucked.
realization and confusion.
Yeah.
Space is the hardest thing to let go of and that's the hardest thing they're holding on. They have to keep space alive no matter what. That's why all the counter, they always have it a floating disc in space. It's a floating dome in space. It's always in space. Space has to be real for as long as possible.
I hope some of y'all are writing down some of the stuff y'all are saying. Some of y'all sound like a bunch of Yodas. You know what I mean? Like one must go back to go forward.
That's true. Have you ever gone back to go forward?
Yeah.
If you go the wrong way?
You gotta make a T-shirt for real.
Hey, you're one of the Flat Earth brothers, right?
Yeah, y'all.
That's one of the Flat Earth brothers, right? What's up, man?
What's up? Y'all have got to write some of these things down. I wish I could talk, but I'm running this Bobcat. But anyway, I just wanted to say that. That was
Don't tip
good.
over.
Yeah, thanks.
You know why it's so hard to let go of space? Because you weren't holding on to it in the first place. It's not.
Damn.
Now, it's still no one believed in stuff. No one knows more about Star Wars than I do in this play, and it's the hardest thing to let go of.
I would challenge you to that.
Yeah, me too.
It's the
I would challenge you to that.
Do it.
I can't relate to
General Kenobi.
Dude, space. How many people in here was it like not really a big deal for them? The whole space thing.
Me.
Yeah, same. I was like,
I was just looking
Everyone's
into
different.
the International Space
So the
Station.
movie was just a movie after all. Who would have thunk it?
Well, no. But see, that's the thing.
like the movies, like Star
That's
Wars.
why they call it sci-fi, dude. It's in the name.
Well, that's exactly because that's the science part of it. Space is real. Obviously, the things they're doing, we don't have ships like that yet. And just in the future, if they just got more money, and Congress was so dumb and gave NASA more money, we'd have better space stuff that we could do. Because obviously, space is Star Wars is fake, but space is real. Like that's the foundation of the way the world works. And the other stuff is just a little bit of fantasy. So it's like you could argue all day about Star Wars and Star Trek and which is better and whatever, but you're never going to argue that space is not real. It's just how it's crazy. It's well
Can I ask
played.
another question?
Oh, sure.
Okay, so if space is not real, then is there nothing outside of Earth, or is Earth situated anywhere else?
You
We don't
can
know.
see this stuff in the sky. All right, that's not
Right.
what we're saying.
Space
They're
as we've
real
been
in the
told.
aspect that you can see it.
Space, as we've been told, is not real. Space is fake.
Yeah,
As
I think we
we've
should
been
specify
told.
when we say space like that, we're talking about the vacuum of space, the infinite nonsense. So that's what we're talking about.
vacuum of
That
space,
doesn't
as we
exist.
were
Yeah, you should say outer space because space is any area void of matter.
Yeah, outer space is a little more specific. That would really help, though.
Yeah.
I think that's why my head was like, "What?"
Outer space is fake.
No,
It does,
there are
but
lights
some
in the
people,
sky,
hey.
but we don't know. We have gas pressure on Earth, so we live in a closed dynamic system. This gas pressure is clearly contained, and what's beyond that? Well, we certainly don't know. We can't go there. We don't even know the specifics of the container itself.
Yeah.
But that's what makes it
We've
so
all been
wonderful.
told the same story in school. Like if school had taught us that the lights in the sky were ancient unicorns, and this is how their magic works, we'd all grow up believing that. And then someone could come along and say, they're infinite giant balls of gas burning billions of miles away, and you'd be like, that's stupid. Where's the proof of it? They're obviously unicorns. It's only because we grew up all going to the same government-funded schools, mandated by the government. Because they've never lied to us, we can believe their story.
It's called doing the time without doing the crime. That's what school is.
Yeah, so long story
I
short.
thought it was called Common Core.
Yeah, go ahead, Ben.
Both of my parents were the teachers that taught it. So if I can figure this out, anybody can figure this out.
You can do it.
Well, it appears you can't go past like the 60 to 70 mile mark. So there you go. There's something contained in it. What's above it? I don't know. Speculative.
So you said, long story short, what?
There's a container.
Oh, that was me.
Yeah, Bambi, what's the long story short?
Long story short, Earth is flat. We just can't exist next to what they say it is. It could literally be anything but it's not that. And if it was, there would need to be a container, and that's just the point that we preach.
Yeah, this is the
But
one
that's
thing
all,
about
really.
flat Earth, maybe we should say, right? Like, a big deal for a lot of people, the reason they can't accept it, or at least not right off the bat, is it comes with a lot of I don't knows, and meaning specifically things like what exactly is the sun? You know, like you have to admit we don't know certain things. We don't have access to the information to empirically validate certain questions. And some of these things that we have to concede we don't know, we were given supposed explanations for them in the heliocentric paradigm, you know? And so, like, people interpret that foolishly as if they are stepping back, but really, in fact, you're just stepping forward, throwing out the falsified pseudoscience. If you follow what I'm saying.
Yeah, by stepping back, you're allowing this shit to happen. Like, look at what we got us into.
My head right now is going. It's trying to process everything.
I guess my one point was just that it comes with I don't knows, you know, and being intellectually honest, we just have to concede some things that we don't know. Like, for example, flat, that's a general description of the surface of the earth, right? It's just flat. You know, technically, you know, it's a topographical plane. We have topography, you know, mountains, valleys, different elevations of the terrain, but it's a plane overall. It's a topographical plane. Flat, that's a general description of the surface of the earth. But we cannot honestly make a claim to the nature of the entire earth, you know? Like, we can't even go past the 60th south parallel, like south. So we can't even explore all of the earth. Literally, you can't even go within 500 miles of each direction of the quote unquote North Pole either. So we can't make that kind of a claim. We know that there has to be something containing the gas pressure. We can't claim where it's at or exactly what it is because we can't verify it. It's illegal to go and verify all these things out, to be honest. Like, they just like enforce it by law that you don't. But either way, like, my point is just the overarching premise being, you know, like, we just have to intellectually be honest and admit what we don't know, what we don't have access to or can't verify yet, and stick with strictly what we can, like what's empirically verifiable, and go from there, you know.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with
like,
it.
it's gotta be instead of saying just
Give
heads
the
up from the
person
beginning,
time to process, for real, yeah.
Yeah,
about
I'm just
being
saying, like, just
consistent.
heads up. You just got to be comfortable with the fact that, you know,
I
falsification.
agree with it. It's about being consistent, I think, because if you start like saying you do know stuff that you can't verify, then they can start to do that same game, and it's getting away from that sort of mentality where you can claim to know things that you
Yeah,
can't
but we
verify.
can verify it. So Black Swan, he really wants to go down that road. Just let her process it. We do have the evidence. So fuck that.
Oh no, yeah, okay. Maybe I'm just not doing a good job communicating or something. But I'm just saying, heads up. Towards the beginning, we've falsified what they told us that we live on. We know the Earth is actually flat. We don't know exactly what it is in entirety, right? We just know the surface is indeed flat. It's geocentric, meaning the center of everything, and it doesn't move. It's stationary. We falsified what they told us all that we lived on by going and testing the Earth, right? But falsification is independent of replacements. We simply don't have the replacements for some of the fairy tales they brainwashed and indoctrinated us with. They were just making stuff up, though. They were just making things up baselessly. But no, we don't have the answers to all the things people think they have answers to in the heliocentric paradigm.
Flatter than what they claim. That's the point.
Okay. I think I'm just gonna go like right now, like, thanks for the answers. I think I'm gonna listen for a while while I try to like. Yeah.
All right. Well, you might not know. You might not know, but down at the very bottom of Discord, there's additional information A to Z. Any questions that you have, you can find information about down there.
or talk to 24/7. There'll be someone in here waiting for someone to come in and talk about the globe. More than likely, people were just waiting around for someone to talk about the globe. It's the answers are here. This is the best place to find information about it.
And I think what Richard was trying to say is that we're consistent with what we can verify, and we won't make claims for things that we don't know, but we can logically do things like there has to be containment due to the gas pressure laws, otherwise all the air would rush out due to entropy increasing. So we know there's something there, but to say where it is and what it is, that then we'll be lying to you, and we're not being lying. We're being consistently honest with what is true and what is not. So, I mean, they're making claims about what is out there, and we can't verify the things that they're saying, but people believe them to be absolutely empirically true without that verifiability, and that's why we won't be making the same mistake.
I mean, suppose we can speculate, but that's why I go to the biblical aspect.
Well, yeah, sorry if I kind of ranted, but what I've found out, with people in real life and everything, when I'm constantly trying to tell people about the earth and stuff, it's like they're hesitant because they look at it, they interpret it like I would just have to throw away all my understanding of everything, and I wouldn't have answers to tons of questions that I think I have answers to right now, and that just makes people uncomfortable,
But I think it's also the fact, is the thought of space, outer space, is that the first thing you have to understand before you can, how do I put it, get to understand or accept flat Earth?
Well, we just need to falsify what they're saying. They're saying it's got a radius and a measurement that should drop at 3 inches per mile squared. We go out and we try to verify what they're saying, and then we realise we're seeing further. Then they move the goalposts and go, oh yeah, well, atmospheric conditions, this, that, and that's happening. But then you if you work out what they're actually saying, you'll always get to a point where you'll realise they're lying. And then when you try to put them down in that lie, it's always like, oh, you don't understand, or you're an expert, you don't know everything, So, you can see the dishonesty, so you know that something's up.
Yeah, if you're asking if what is that the number one and I mean that just falsifies what they say about space, what he said it right there at the beginning, the way that you test it is they told us that we live on a ball and it's a certain size. It's 3,959 mile radius. That's a specific size claim. We can go out and actually make measurements and observations over long distances on the Earth, testing the surface of the Earth, looking for the convexity rate or the rate at which it would bend and curve the ground itself because it's a ball supposedly, and we falsified that radius. So by actually going out and observing the Earth itself, we see way too far without the physical obstruction of the Earth curving based on the size they said it is, which is 3,959 mile radius. I can show you if you want to see an example of how we falsify it. I could show you the voice text.
I think I'm good right now. I'm not sure. I'm like I said, my head is going
Okay, sorry.
It's a lot of information right now. Also because of the fact you have to accept the space thing.
To boil it down as simple as straight to the point as you can, the globe Earth model makes 3 core claims. It's that it's a ball, that it's spinning, and that it's spinning in a vacuum, right? So that it's a ball and that it spins in a vacuum. And we went out and tested to see if it's a ball. The Earth is not a ball. The surface doesn't curve anywhere. It's flat. The Earth is never moving ever, right? Ever. The sky moves. The Earth never moves. And then we explain to you what's wrong with how they claim there's a vacuum of space next to us. So that's just simply, that's the thing. We falsified all 3 of those claims.
Yeah, it's a lot to take in, and you can tell that you're just kind of generally interested in what the Flat Earth's proposing, but there's a lot of bad Flat Earth out there, and there's a lot of good, in anything, you get good restaurants, you get bad restaurants that serve you good or bad food. Here it's the finest dining. So if you want to get some actual proper disproves towards what they proposed to be, then we can serve that up for you.
Indeed.
Say right now, it's just like I want more information on everything, but at the same time, it's difficult to understand.
There's a McDonald's down the road if you want a McDonald's.
Think about this. I'll give you an example. I'll stop talking so much after this. Here's an example that maybe like will put some things into perspective for you, right? So, because we all know you've seen a sunset, right? Everyone's seen a sunset.
Yeah, because like that's the reason why I'm actually here. It's what made me doubt, because when you look out at the sea, there's a straight line. There's no curve anywhere, and that's what made me doubt, and that's why I found this group and everything. So.
Right. Yeah. The horizon is always horizontal, right? It's from the word horizontal. It's always just flat. So when you see a sunset, well, the sun sets. It goes away from you and then it sets in the distance. Well, that's what we know happens because the Earth isn't moving. We're just standing on the Earth. It isn't moving anywhere, and the sun moves away from us, and then the sun sets. But according to the globe Earth, in fact, it just looks like the sun is moving away from you setting. It's actually not moving at all. And you just feel like you're not moving, but you are actually moving. And it looks like the sun sets because you're effectively falling backwards. So which one do you think you experience when you go and you see a sunset,
When he says falling backwards, I think you've got to understand that the Earth's orbiting the sun, and the moon's supposed to be in a perfect lock rotation with the Earth. You never see the back of the moon because it's rotating in sync with the way the Earth rotates, as well as the Earth moving around the sun. So you're falling backwards. That's what's happening as the moon goes down and the sun goes down.
Yeah. Like, so the globe, or if the Earth's a globe, when you see the sun set, it just looks like the sun is moving and setting, but it's actually just looking like that because you are falling backwards. You just don't feel it. Or the flat Earth position is, well, the Earth is stationary. We're standing on the stationary Earth, and the sun is moving over top of us, away from us, and then it sets.
Mm-hmm.
For the Earth to be a globe, the phrase sunset would have to be called a misnomer.
Okay.
I just think it's funny, right? If you think about it. I mean, if you've ever seen a sunset, or next time you see a sunset, that's really the best way to do it. Just go rethink about what these basic observations we have, natural occurring observations we have, and what we just overlook for the most part, and maybe just think when you see the things. That's what clicked for one of my friends, But anyway, I just thought that was interesting. I mean, no one's ever no. We're just taught what the Earth is and does, and we never think about it or question it. So people have never even thought of stuff like this. We just see a sunset and it's beautiful, and you can see the sunset, especially when it's like over water. And they want us to believe that it just feels like we're not moving, but we're actually falling backwards, making the sun look like it's moving, but it's still. What a clown world.
I think when he says like a sunset, it means that it's a misnomer if it's not being by a sunset, because sun setting, it means by the sun is setting. But if it's not actually setting and it's falling away from us, then it's the wrong word to say. But it should be sunfall rather than a sunset. Sunset is showing that it converges to the horizon.
It should be called Earth fallback.
Yeah, that's the one.
Because the Earth is what's moving, it's just wild. So, sun sets.
I don't think she kind of understood what you meant by that. Yeah.
No, I understand what you mean with like the sun not setting, but do you mean then like when you say falling back with us?
Yeah, well, they just say that we are falling back because the Earth is spinning away from the sun while also revolving. But that's just not true, of course. Another simple way that we test the Earth is we shot a laser. Like if you think about, say, a hill, you agree if you're standing at like the base or bottom of a hill, you can't see on the other side of the hill because the hills would block you, right? Okay. So with that same understanding as it applies to the Earth, which is supposed to be curving in all directions at a certain rate because they say the Earth's a certain size, we can shoot a laser at a certain height and it should actually hit the curve of the Earth. It should be physically obstructed like the hill would be, right? And if the Earth is curving at the size rate that they claim it is, and if not, then it'll go all the way, and theoretically we could hit a target on the other side of it. So we went out and did this, and we have one that's over 20 miles, and it did not hit the curve that would have to be there if the Earth was the ball Earth they say that it is. It did in fact hit the target. So the laser couldn't have gone through the hump of the Earth and hit the target on the other side. We've done this a few times. FE Core did it, actually, to be specific, which is a group of engineers. It's been released for peer review, etc. We can link it. It's down below also. The thing is that Flat Earth is so censored because it's not really that it's a debate. It's just that we went out and we proved the Earth is flat and we falsified what they said it is, and so they have to censor it. The only option is to censor it, or people would begin to find out that it was flat. So it's not like it's just a debate. It's we falsified what it cannot be what they said it is.
Wait, so you distract?
You'll only find out at the censorship is when. You'll only find out if it's censorship if you actually try to, spread the word. Then you'll realise. I think some people think that it's just something that they say. Oh, we've been censored. Oh, they're holding the truth. Well, how would you know unless you've actually tried to spread that truth yourself, or just explain the arguments to what isn't what they said it was. Only then you'll realise that.
Yeah, so there's another person with voice verify called Confucius Stan. If someone wants to talk to them, if they want to talk. Yo, Confucius, you there?
Yeah, I don't mind chatting if they want to.
Yeah, no response. Guess we can move on.
If anyone's got a DLive account, hook a brother up with a follow. I need 5 more, and then I hit the 1,000. I got to make 1,000 by tomorrow.
Easy clap.
Yeah, I think we're good. Within 5.
A what? What account?
Can you post the link?
Yeah.
Can you post the link?
A what? If you cannot get Rumpus D-Live, all right. Send me a link, bro.
Post it in the live chat, man.
I think I'm
already.
not sure.
Is it the lag today, or is just people in the bucket rumpus mood, or what?
I think, honestly, I think it's a bit of both because I saw you speak.
Drinking that high caffeine coffee?
No, right.
No, but legit earlier, Mod, I heard you speak, but your thing wasn't lighting up, and then it lights up after, so it's not always obvious.
Oh, well, I wasn't just...
But do you know what I mean?
For me, you guys are rumpusing each other. I haven't even been talking about rumpus.
Right, but what I mean is, like...
I do know what you mean, but I wasn't referring to you were rumpusing me. I'm saying you guys have nonstop been rumpusing each other. So, excuse for that?
No, but that's what I'm getting at. I think Discord's lagging out because, like, I think people are getting the response in the middle of someone else's speaking,
Yeah. Sometimes
I haven't heard one person finish their sentence in 15 minutes.
Yeah, I think it's Discord because I've noticed since the 25th, the Discord has been a bit like up and down, people going robot, all sorts of weirdness. So. But yeah, of course, everyone's always rumpusing. That's just standard procedure.
It's because mods are being lazy.
Just came back into Rumpus Battle Mod.
Damn you, Sonny. Do that with the guitar, man.
Just kidding, man. Oh, hold on. I got something for you. Hold on. Here, I'll play something for you. Listen to this.
I'll sing the Rumpus Blues. Make it rumpusy. Make it bluesy.
Started happening when Bambi changed the topic.
All these motherfuckers talking over me. They come in without a clue. They change the fucking compass. Give me the rumpus blues. I got the blues.
Yeah, we're gonna have to teach people in CB radio etiquette or something.
Breaker voice chat, breaker 1-5. LS1, you out there? Come on.
Yeah, when you ask for a break talking on the CB, it makes it a lot better, especially when the person talking says, "Go ahead, breaker."
Yeah. I like to just put the smack down on people. I turn the amps up when they say break, break, and just keep on talking.
How many watts you talking about?
It depends on what amp I turn on. I got a lot of CB stuff. I'm running a Cobra 40 channel 0 to 40 dial-a-watt, but I got a Demon 1001 amp, and I can dial that in too. You just gotta go slow.
Pills? Do you use pills or
no?
Or
tube amps. Tubes, yeah.
Old school. 240 or what? What voltage?
Yeah, 240. The Demon's 240.
All right, we're boring everybody. Back to the topic. Cool, man. I like that stuff.
Yeah, just when you crank that up, you got to go slow because you got to continuously match the antenna. You know. Go ahead, guys. He's right. CB radio ain't no fun for SETI fault.
I'm all about the tube amplifiers, though.
Oh yeah, PVs.
Mine's a Blues Junior. It's all hot rodded. I put ceramic tube sockets in it. I hand wired it. Put a bias control on it, like set the bias. Yeah.
Bro, when I was 15, the church got all new band equipment. They got the new stuff, and my pastor gave me a bunch of old tube stuff. I was geeked. I was like, yeah.
Great amplifiers. Actually, the older, the better, almost.
They got the better sound if you're into that sound. If you're into that digitized bullshit music, then, you know, hey, you like the new stuff. Rock on.
Nuh-uh. I have two tube amps. I have a Carvin V3M. It's a little micro 3-channel amp. It's pretty badass, too. It's EL84s, just like my Blues Junior.
Can I ask if anyone heard the news about Bill Gates funding Chemspray to dim the sun for us?
Oh, thank you. Oh, I see them doing it right now. They've been doing it today.
He's all over the news now. He's funding it. Bill Gates is going to dim the sun for us as our next step forward. 19 hours ago.
People are insane.
Yep.
Everybody's just okay with it, I guess. People got a good beat on things, don't they?
They think they do.
So
I got an old Marshall you'd love, bro. I know you would.
I bet.
Do you reckon we could make a case for taking him and stringing him up?
I don't
know. You probably have to have a judge that would take your case. So.
What? Hold on now. So you people think you need a case, not a cause?
I guess, but in terms of...
Well, I just want to know, you know, when the mob gets together and we say we're going to hang a person, we're going to hang them. Somebody's getting hanged.
This is news to me, so can I get a little detail? What's going on? They're coming out on the news talking about the creepy little grabbler in the sweater that all of a sudden...
Oh, so you want me to hip you on a mob hanging, huh?
Yeah, all of a sudden this little creepy grabbler that wears sweaters is a doctor after not really even doing much with computers except for inventing a virus and then a way to protect against it, supposedly. And then he tells us about medicine, and now he's doing what? He's blocking the sun how? By spraying the sky.
Right.
That's like you said, it's like on the news.
the bloody hell?
I'm confused. How would that be on the news? Like, I mean, this is a clown world, but there's no way that like everyone would be cool with we're blocking out the sun. I don't even.
Oh my
YouTube,
god.
there's about, I don't know, 1,000 things on YouTube now. The speech, everything. People
Never
tearing it apart.
underestimate
I think they're literally gonna.
predictability.
Sorry.
Oh, okay.
of
So he's not.
stupidity.
I mean, okay, I can see you saying like he's up to some creepy crap or stuff, trying to do it for sure. For sure, I can see that easy. Just not that like he comes out and he's like the news props him up like it's a good thing. Like, to look, Bill Gates is blocking the sun for us because, and then tells us how it's somehow a good thing. You know, like that would be super clown world confirmed. So okay, now we're on the same page. I'm assuming we're not meaning that for sure. It's not going like mainstream or anything. I heard the word news and I was like, whoa. So basically, we're saying,
CBS, NBC, mainstream. What the fuck do you need for mainstream?
oh wow, dude, that's crazy. So they're talking about Bill Gates blocking the sun, dude. Is this idiocracy, dude? I guess I'm just.
I mean, have you not realized? Come on, dude.
That's
Come on, man.
I can't even keep up, man. I guess that's the point.
You can't invent this fucking shit.
I think they're.
I mean, there's no way everyone falls for that one. No way people just blindlessly cheer that on.
I know. Hey, Witsit, what do you think?
I mean, have you not walked on the street? You do realize nearly everyone's wearing nappies on their face.
Yeah, true.
Do you think they're literally going to have to be smacked in the face like with a fake alien invasion, just like people were talking about, in order for them to wake up? Can you imagine that boardroom meeting? Like, they're not waking up, man. What are we going to have to do next?
Well, you know what they're going to do, those that don't wake up.
Yep.
When the Matrix falls, you fall.
Right into the mouth of the beast. That they're just being led, just like sheep to the slaughter.
You gotta get out the beast, man. You gotta unplug from the beast.
My grandson was like, "They're out of beef today at the grocery store, Grandpa, and Mom's bitching about we ain't got no beef." I told her you had a freezer full of venison. Like, we got cows, son. I got a quarter of beef. What? Tell your mom to go in the basement. That's my daughter. I was wondering what she's thinking. I'm like, why are you sweating beef? Go get some beef. What do you want? Like Myers, Kroger's, that don't affect me. It does affect a lot of people, I know that, but it doesn't affect me. So you're out of beef? Sucks to be you. Don't come out here looking for beef unless you got something to barter or trade, because you might get some free lead.
Dude, free charge?
Hey, we're still waiting for them protesters to come out to the country. They made us a promise, and they're not men of their word, we see.
They already got their ass beat in several locations.
Right. They don't want to come to the country. They'll end up fertilizer.
I know. What are they thinking, man? Dumb shits.
I'm like, bro, I will get up my best redneck voice, and dang old by God, I will grow some corn out your ass, son.
They go up to the Sturgis bike rally. How did they think that was going to go?
I know.
Yeah, that's like going into a hornet's nest. Like, yeah, you really want to.
It sure is. The funniest thing is that when you have, bikers of all colors and races too, they still don't give a shit. See that old Epiphone there, Sonny?
Hold on, I was kind of like spacing out for a second. Hold on, let me look.
That was a piece of church equipment there. It was for the choir, the band, church band. I couldn't believe the pastor gave me that. That's where I got my 12-string also.
So we're coming up on almost a. Sorry.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Matt. I was just gonna say, wow, it's great looking. Wow, that's a great looking instrument. That's all.
That's a 1948. It's worth like $3,000, dude. I couldn't believe he gave it to me.
That's beautiful. Okay, go ahead.
We're coming up on almost a year of this whole world flip the switch ordeal. So for I guess a little poll of the room or something like, what do y'all think the year went by fast or slow? Is it like, are you like,
Oh, it
I
went
can't
by
believe it's already
fast.
been a year?
So the poll is what?
Are you of the mindset like, whoa, I can't believe it's already been a year since they like flipped the script basically and all this started? Or has it been like, oh my gosh, it's been an entire year, it's been forever?
My mindset is a year ago I was waiting for other people to just stand up and say this is enough, and I'm still fucking waiting. What the hell is the problem?
That everybody else is in the same mindset and not doing shit about it.
Yeah. Even on Facebook, you see people that aren't conspiracy theorists or just normies that are tired of it, dude. I think the whole world is getting fed up with this shit, and they're like, if we lead into everything else that they want to do with this, then we're never going to get out with this, and we just want to get away from this. Because literally, the whole world's not dying. There's still the same amount of people who die every year. We're just changing the name or the reason of why they died.
Michael, I'm doing all I can as an individual by not wearing a mask, refusing to no matter what, and boycotting the places that won't let me come in without one on. I don't know what else I could do as an individual.
Yeah, I hear you. It's not like we want to go out. We don't want to go out and shoot our neighbors just for, being brainwashed. Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, Michael, over here there are protests going on all the time. So they're just hiding the amount of activity that, like, community activity that is actually happening. So people are standing up.
That's right.
London,
here's another thing.
the northern cities in the UK, they're all having things like
the first revolution in America started in restaurants, taverns, grocery stores, party stores. And when you look at that and you look at this, do you wonder why they're restricting the movement in these places? Because this is where we get together and we talk about things, and you might hear the guy at the table next to you talking about something, and you invite yourself into the conversation, and then the community gets closer, and ties are born, bridges are built. Well, they don't want those ties and them bridges.
Yeah, I think people really should start elevating it to the level of supporting each other through, the actual tangible, Oh, if he's doing carpentry, if he's doing a service, I'll go to him because he's part of the truth community or whatever, rather than go to the big companies. I think people need to put the money where their mouth is as well.
Oh yeah, we need to boycott all big companies. If they weren't getting rich over this, if they weren't getting richer, they'd quit it quicker than shit. But this shit happened, and what they do, they doubled what Empire or Enterprise makes. They doubled their shit on delivery. People order their shit on that. Everything's done over the internet. You buy your car on the internet. Stop doing that. I had to go to work to earn my money. Now, if I can't look at the car on the lot, I don't want to buy it. If I can't come to the store and get beef and inspect that beef before it's sent to me, I don't want to buy it. And why the hell would you want to? Why do you want to buy your groceries without being able to inspect them? Hell, you know how many people get up to the front and they got chicken noodle soup and they say, damn, that's not Campbell's. I wanted Campbell's, and they decide they want to go back and switch that stuff for Campbell's soup. You lose that the minute you start ordering shit. They might just start giving you whatever it's chicken soup. You said chicken soup. We gave you whatever kind we had.
That's what exactly they do.
Oh, it is what they do. Yep. And it'll be cold day in hell before I accept that shit. When I order something, I expect what I get. I paid for this. I want this. And now, if you no longer want to give equal, fair product for fair pay, then fuck you. I see this as a one-way street. It's good for you, the distributor. It's not good for the customer. But see, the distributor ain't shit without the customer. If you're not buying his shit, who is he? Nobody. Same with Burger King, Taco Bell. If nobody buys Taco Bell, who the fuck's Taco Bell? Pepsi. They're nobody. They need us. We don't need them. Get a glass of water. Shit.
Yeah. Enoch, Book of Enoch. Who was I talking to about? Is he still here?
A couple of us, I don't know.
I don't know.
Michael,
Hey,
I think. Go ahead.
I went to Jude, right? And it says and I didn't even see this part. And it says, "And the angels which kept not their first estate, but left their own habitat, he hath reserved in everlasting change under darkness unto the judgment of the great day." So how they discredit? How the 7-day guy, that 7-day guy said the Book of Enoch. Well, sons of gods are not angels or whatever.
Shut this door, please.
They were saying.
I serve your hot micing.
Oh, thank you. Sorry.
How he was explaining sons of gods is not the angels, fallen angels. What's Jude talking about? Angels which kept not their first estate. Over chain. So obviously they did something that put them in chains under darkness unto the judgment of the great day. That's just interesting. And then raging waves of the sea. This is 13. Raging waves of the sea, foaming out their own shame, wandering stars, to whom is reserved the blackness of darkness forever. And then it goes on to Enoch, what he prophesied.
Yeah, man, there are wandering stars.
Right.
They're called planets. They're
Right.
rebellious, but they didn't leave the estate. Some did leave the estate.
We had a 7th-day evangelist or whatever come here and say the Book of Enoch is fake or whatever. Aventus, my bad. And saying the sons of God does not mean fallen angels. What? It says it right here. The angels kept not their first estate.
Yeah, well, the next to last book in the canonized Bible, the canon, is Jude. It's a single letter, a letter to Jude, and it says, "As Enoch the seventh from Adam prophesies," then quotes the book of Enoch verbatim.
Right, yeah, and that's what we were explaining here earlier. I even read that to him, and he still denied it and went to, what was that book, guys? If you guys are still in here.
He was saying something about the something of prophecy. If you look up Ellen White, something of prophecy, the book will probably pop up. He didn't say Ellen White, but I know that's who wrote it.
Oh, Ellen White. Well, she made a prophecy, and it was just wrong.
No, she never claimed to be a prophet. Not one time. People just claim her to be a prophet. She herself. No, she never claimed to be a prophet. You cannot go find any of her writings, man. None of her writings did she ever claim to be a
I'm
prophet.
just saying she claimed a year of like Yeshua coming back or something, and she was wrong. That's all I know. But like, yeah, yep, she claimed a year.
Well, he was trying to say He was trying to say we should read that, and it'll show that the Book of Enoch's fake.
Okay, well, I don't want to read it. The girl called a year that Yeshua was going to supposedly come back, and she was wrong. So anyway,
No, she didn't, man. She didn't. That was a Millerite movie. Check your facts, bro.
Okay, I've heard there's two different claimed times Yeshua supposedly was going to come back. Two different times.
She did that, but not by her, man. Come on, bro. Do you know
One
your
of them's
stuff?
about-
Don't just say stuff you don't know about. Bro.
Okay, so you're saying that Ellen White didn't make a prediction?
No, she did not.
Okay, I could be wrong. I'm sorry. I don't know. I mean, that's what I read.
I really don't. And this is like the wrong platform for this. So that's why I'm not really saying anything.
Exactly. I was just saying, if you guys want to take this down to biblical, take it down to freaking biblical.
Does the Bible bother you?
No, the Bible doesn't bother me, but we're a flat Earth server. You know, we're in a flat Earth chat. You know, we have a biblical.
It was just a totally different crowd up here earlier, and that's why it was allowed for so long.
Plus, they was talking about what they're doing in the freaking schools earlier. I had to leave because I couldn't take listening to what everyone else was freaking talking about earlier about how the school system and all that and teaching kids to masturbate and all that. I had to leave that shit.
We got no Globers in here debating yet, so I mean, I guess it's just side notes,
Especially if we're streaming live on YouTube, like, you think people really want to hear that? It's coming on the Flat Earth channel for the first time? I don't think so.
Hear what? Hear what?
Hear about sex stuff, They can.
I mean, it's true. It's really. I mean, it's disturbing.
I know it's disturbing, but we shouldn't be bringing it up in the Flat Earth live stream. I'm just saying.
But remember the context of that was that they're teaching the children about space.
I know that. I know that.
So you gotta give a bit of room for the context. We were actually pointing towards encouraging people to homeschool their children, to teach them the truth about Earth, etc. So it's not like we were completely just glorifying the degeneracy. We were trying to point towards what was.
Did I say that? Did I say that? No.
Are you affected by words?
No, I understand. I just thought it's helpful to add the context. But yeah, I mean, ultimately, what are we going to do if there's no one here who's strong enough to pipe up for their globe fantasy, Ultimately, we are a bunch of people who are in agreement in a lot of things, and there's other topics.
Yep.
And we always go back when the moderators want us to go back, so it's not like we're not ready to jump back to the flatness.
Don't mute me, bro.
mute me.
Yeah,
but no, I do understand your position, Owen.
Good right. Thank you.
I had Canadian bacon for breakfast this morning. By
That's
God.
doubly heathen, mate. What have you done?
Double heathen? What, Canadian and bacon, they're both heathen?
Yeah.
Well, god damn. Well, I get it, though, because they're under the rule of the king or the queen, right? I get it.
Yeah, something like that. I mean, more directly, their current prime minister.
Oh, my God. Canada is... I like Canada. It's a beautiful
moment
area.
Of silence for our fallen brothers.
Beautiful land. So if we say Canada is the land, there's nothing wrong with the land, but the way, the system, the people, there's something wrong with that. It used to be...
They need some of that militia help up there, don't they?
Yeah, when I was a child and I went to Canada, it was a whole different environment. Now it's all... With all this political correctness and gender this and gender that.
It's becoming communistic here in Canada.
Yeah.
We feel the same way about Scotland and Wales and other areas that we don't own that look pretty. Yeah, the land's nice.
I used to love going to Canada as a child because you got away with the stupid shit of America where they were normal people and worried about normal things, and it's just no longer true. It may be true on some reservations. I mean, it most definitely is in Saskatchewan, where I go to visit my grandparents, but it's not always true in the community. They used to be the nicest people.
Yo, Jedi, check this. You remember Clarkson going like, I like France, I just don't like the French.
Yeah, I do remember that.
Yeah. Well, there's nothing wrong intrinsically with the land. It's the people in the land. A land can't be stupid.
Them
But
pesky
the people in it
froggies.
sure can.
Stupid land.
I'm popping in. Really weird. Please don't be mad at me because you're saying like the land can't be stupid, the people can be stupid. Well, basically, that's what Europe is saying about Americans.
Sorry,
Like America is nice, but the entirety of Europe, well.
Guys, sorry to interrupt. I just wonder if Witsit's available, please.
No.
what's up?
Let her finish.
A few people need to ask you a couple of questions in the other server. Could you pop over quick, Zach?
Yeah.
All right, Sam, bro. Thanks, Sam.
So Europeans are saying what about Americans? I didn't quite catch all that.
Basically, Europeans are saying that most Americans are idiots.
I know a lot of
that's
Americans
funny
that say people over there are kind of dumb to let them police.
Hold up.
Y'all are a bunch of boobs. They're a bunch of boobs over there.
Yeah, hold up, Witsit. Let's not be coy. Most of these motherfuckers are dumb.
No, of course. I just wanted to make a joke.
Well, I was just going to say it sounds rich coming from the United States of Europe with an unelected president.
People can
I wasn't trying to throw tea and sling crumpets, but we could get there.
Okay, can I just for a second hop in?
Yeah. Just tell us how it is having meme police.
United States of Europe. Okay, my fucking government is retarded as shit. I mean, we haven't had a government in like a year and a half. We just got a government like 2 months ago. So yeah.
It's hilarious.
My government is just stupid, okay? Nobody is gonna argue with that. The entire country thinks the same.
But they don't think in the same language.
Yeah, and the system over there can be tainted, but that doesn't mean that the common people over there aren't worthy of change.
Look,
same here.
Think in the same language because Belgium has always been occupied by the countries surrounding us. You cannot argue Belgian history with me because I fucking love my country's history.
So, what's up with some chocolates?
What do you mean?
Well, you're Belgian. Can you make me some treats? Can I get some of them badass Belgian waffles?
Belgian hot chocolate or something.
Hold on now. We're talking goodies. Hot chocolate. Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Wait, like hot chocolate, like how the fact that, what is it? Kinder Surprise, that's not allowed in America?
No, that's actually back when I was in America, Kinder. Yeah, but...
Look, when you're going to talk crap about America, at least get the right state or country, because there's 36 countries in America, and all the other countries don't need to be insulted when you're insulting the states.
What?
36 countries in America.
I'm talking about the continent America. I'm talking about, like you said, the United States.
Can we get back to the chocolates? So what's up with
he needs his
chocolate cheesecake? Some chocolate cheesecake.
You do not ruin good Belgian chocolate by adding it to cheesecake. No, you make
sheet cake.
Sheet cake, yeah. You have to make like a chocolate mousse cake, but just with Belgian dark chocolate.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. You're Belgium, and I just want a chocolate cake made by a Belgian person.
Well, to be honest, I don't think it would survive getting to you.
Why not? Enough money can make anything possible.
Let's put it like this. I doubt it would survive leaving my kitchen, because I'm a Belgian. I love chocolate.
He's like, I'm not giving this up.
I can get a passport and fly to the kitchen now. Come on, just for a piece. I can buy ingredients too now. I'm no slum. I'm not a beggar.
I am, so I can do a lot with chocolate.
I bring all the ingredients.
No, don't bring any ingredients because, like, the chocolate has to be Belgian.
Exactly. Well, I'll bring the money to buy the ingredients there.
chocolate sucks. Okay? Swiss chocolate is so bad. Like Toblerone, I don't get how people like that. It's not good at all.
So much complexity.
Ding ding, round one.
I don't understand all of it, but yeah, okay.
Between like all the different chocolates because it depends on the way it's made.
Yeah, I get that. That's cool.
The best chocolate is my chocolate.
We're talking about bonbons, bandoulet, waffles, all that good stuff. You guys aren't hip, man.
Okay, thanks. Now I know I have to go to like a praline shop tomorrow to get more chocolate. Thanks. You just give me an urge to get pralines.
Like, we get that stuff in America. But it's Yankee eyes, Some Yankee made that shit.
Yeah, send some real chocolate to the brothers overseas here.
If you give me, if you pay for everything, I'm fine with like shopping chocolate and sending it over.
Listen, he wants chocolate for a day. I want chocolate for a lifetime. I love my chocolate.
Maybe I should just like start like a monthly supply.
Candies.
Instead of like Loot Crates, you can order chocolate boxes with me. Chocolate from Belgium.
There you go. That sounds great, man.
I doubt it would be like very cheap because customs is so expensive.
Mm-hmm.
It is.
Yeah.
We got Brexit, so we're going to be able to operate better now.
Yeah, fuck you guys.
Yeah.
I mean, honest to God, I loved going to like England every single year, and now I have to get a freaking visa instead of using my normal identity card. So it's like, seriously, I have to pay even more money to go to England.
Oh, sugar, that reminds me.
But going back, like in the chat, Roger said what he would rather have some Belgian beers. And like, okay, let's put it at that. Belgian beers are the best as well.
Yes. Agreed.
Do you think beer with Belgian chocolate?
Put some...
Disagreed.
That's what I'm saying. Look,
I have a lot of pity with you Americans because we always say Belgian beers are the best. But at the same time, you haven't tasted all of the beers we have. I think here in Belgium, we have like 700 different beers or something.
Yeah, add that all to a Texas barbecue, and that'd be one hell of a party.
Hey, here in Texas, we have breweries all over the place. That brew their own beers.
Yeah, but I doubt they're as good as ours.
Well, we're just getting started. Give us some.
I'm sure opinions vary.
You guys, you got hard cider over there? You like apple cider, hard cider, apple wine, apple whiskey?
No, we don't do cider.
I've been making that for.
I think.
Yeah, I got a 5th generation recipe for all that.
They don't like stuff that tastes good. It needs to be bitter.
Oh.
Hard cider?
You got some sweet Belgian beers.
Beer, okay? I don't like beer at all.
Hard cider's bitter, man.
And yes, you have sweet Belgian beers. You have fruit beers.
Yeah.
We make beers from cherries. We make beers from strawberries. We don't make ciders. We make beers.
So literally, you guys are like bragging / arguing over who makes better poison.
Yay.
Poison.
What's up, Aaron? Right. How you doing?
Yeah, poison.
Poison is better than
alcohol is poison. It's called intoxication.
Oh my God.
Toxic.
Go on with your
No, not your god.
Bullshit.
Well, it could be your god.
Hey, don't get mad because he's making points.
Look, I'm just talking about Belgian beer, and that's
He didn't make a point. He enforced the doctrine.
I also mentioned I don't drink beer at all, so
It gets pretty bad when we can't talk and live stream about beer because some doctrinal fucking zealot.
Who said anything about doctrine? I said that you guys are bragging / arguing over who makes better poison. It's not. I mean, it's not anything new. Everyone knows that alcohol is poison. I mean, do you not know this? It's like, duh.
Oh, do they? In large amounts, yeah, but it's also good for you.
No, it's not.
Okay. Who told you that?
But
who
you're not
told you
seeing
it
the
was bad
benefit
for
of
you?
this battle mod.
Look,
If we invite him round for dinner, we get to have most of the good stuff. He can just have the raw meat that we can't be bothered to cook. Yeah, I'd happily have Arian round for dinner. I can eat all the poison that I want, and he won't even mind.
Yeah, you can drink all your alcohol and eat all your chocolate. It's all yours.
We'll go get you a cracker and a shot of wine.
Well, from Belgium.
Yeah,
Well,
cracker's poison too.
oh god.
Now this one's funny. I think he only eats raw meat.
Meat
Wait, what
is
about
poison.
eggs? Arian, are eggs okay, or are they poison too?
Yeah.
Meat
I
is
mean, I don't really like the way they feel.
Oh, come on, man. I was having fun with him.
I was almost
Now I'm not. Now, okay, hold on. Now I'm curious. So why do I get muted when I speak? Someone was actually asking me a question.
I think it's because you were calling someone's main course poison.
Now you're concerned, trolling.
No, I'm simply asking a question.
Yeah, well, the topic here isn't why moderation happens.
Well, the topic isn't alcohol either.
Oh, it was till you interrupted.
Right, because it should be about flat Earth. Not
well,
alcohol.
that's your opinion.
No.
Yeah, but you can
that's what the server's about.
It is
not an opinion. Hold on.
Listen, bro, stay in your lane. Know your role. I ain't the one.
Can you?
You seem to have a personal issue with me, and it comes up every time you pop in. I'm in here. I'm kind of over it. You might want to be wary of it.
Actually, you have the issue with me, sir, because I don't care about you.
Well, if that's your opinion, that's why you attack me.
Actually, I haven't attacked you once.
Keep it up.
I've talked about alcohol, crackers, and
do.
chocolate, not you. Never once have I talked about you.
I'm not going to repeat myself.
Thanks.
You're welcome. You can wrap it in a bow and it'll still be what I say it is.
And you're still talking about me.
I am.
Flat Earth. Anyone got any evidence for the globe?
Everything that happens on a flat Earth. How can we not talk a flat Earth subject by any subject that happens on Earth? Tell me.
Well, if we're going to talk about the truth, then you're talking about alcohol. Alcohol is poison.
An answer?
If you don't like it.
Is that an answer? All subjects are related to flat Earth.
Yeah, you're right.
So who are you to critique me about what I talk about?
Was I critiquing?
You are. Let's go back to flat Earth. We're on there. What you got the spotlight?
Good Lord,
go back
a
to
long
flat
way
Earth.
around.
Go back to flat Earth then.
Do you guys think that anyone could make a good brew if the Earth was spinning?
Nah, it would always separate and be ugly. Not to mention, we wouldn't be alive in the first place.
That's the smartest thing I've ever heard.
The plants couldn't grow on a spinning globe.
I've never heard such smart thing of ever.
Even the baking that was being talked about earlier, when you're baking and your yeast has to prove and stuff your batter, if we're spinning, that's not going to prove. Goodbye bread.
Exactly. Goodbye muffins.
That's funny. Bye bye baked goods on a spinning ball.
The bread would never rise, huh?
Yeah.
Nothing would rise.
Think how well grasses
Well, if you
and
jump around,
There'd be nothing for nothing for nothing.
I don't let the kids run through the kitchen while I'm baking bread, you know, and there's a reason.
I mean, who lets goats in the kitchen anyway?
Children, Mr. Semantical.
You can thank ISF for that. He did that to me.
It's usually the non-parents that do that.
What am I getting blamed for?
That's a lot of assumptions. No, I was just making a joke because he said kids and stuff.
It is, because parents know kids, children, same damn thing. A kid is a baby goat. A child is a baby human. What's the difference?
Exactly.
The
Yeah,
baby
earlier
made a
someone-
reference to a youngling.
Earlier, someone said they didn't want their goats playing with other people's kids. Or other people's children, sorry. And they kept saying, they said it like 3 times. They're like, I don't want my kids playing with other people's children. It's like, you know what you're saying, man?
Yeah, I prefer little ones. It's better. That's how Messiah referred to them anyway. Because they're just like us, but little. And less confused by the looks of it.
Guys.
They had to be told they were spinning. They didn't think they were initially.
Well, you know, the funny thing is there's more.
Try again.
We can go to Oxford, Merriam-Webster, and we'll find that kid is also defined as a young person. There's more than one definition for every word. Depends on the context in which it's used. Did you pass English?
Are you serious?
I am.
I'm the one who speaks
People
it.
so much love to cherry pick definitions to be semantical.
I was just being accurate for fun. Come on, man.
Well, it's not accurate. It's cherry picking one definition to promote your meaning.
Well, first of all, it was for the joke. Secondly, it is what it is. It's accurate.
Well, kid, noun, a child or young adult. That's the first definition. The second is a young goat or a very small leather made from skin of a young goat.
Yeah, but that wouldn't fly if you were actually doing a proper test because that's not.
Yeah, and I could kid with you. I could kid with you. That would be a verb. The verbiage of kid. That would be joking with you. I'm just kidding.
I kid you not.
Really?
Be wary when you wield that semantical sword because it's double-edged. That's all I'm saying. It doesn't win arguments. It only opens up a bucket argument.
So I wonder if you had a T-shirt with a bunch of baby goats on it, if people would get it.
Well, that's context. But how is it so hard to get that the word is defined in multiple ways due to context? Because the English language
defined or redefined by grabblers with tiny hats.
Well, here we go. Defined or redefined.
Hello.
Well, language is specific, defined in context so it can be both cohesive and coherent. Words have specific meanings and context under which they're used. They're defined by context. This is so you can understand. So if you understand, then the problem is yours, not theirs. killing grammar Nazis was my first forte.
Right, I don't do grammar. You not seen the way I typed?
Well, a typo, that's a syntax error.
I purposefully don't do grammar because I could never get around
not
it.
grammar.
It's a pain in my ass.
Just like you, your, and your. It's a syntax error. It's not a grammatic error. If you say it out loud, it's a perfectly coherent and cohesive sentence. So if you don't understand somebody because they use Y-O-U-R instead of Y-O-U apostrophe R-E, the problem is yours, not theirs. Just syntax, not grammar. Still cohesive.
Right. That's why people are able to communicate with such, whatever they call it, slang or abbreviations.
Yeah, I love those people who attack you because you use a contraction or don't use a contraction, but they use Paleonistic expressions and words out of context to tell you you're ignorant over a syntax error. You only prove you don't have an education when you do that. Stop learning.
I had one, but I forgot it.
Stop learning English composition from Facebook memes. You might get somewhere.
Do people actually go on Facebook for memes? I thought they just went in there to get their back patted for being cucks. Yo, but back to the wine thing. Even though alcohol could potentially be defined as a poison, if consumed too much, we weren't talking about pure alcohol. We were talking about wine and beer. So by definition, it is a different substance. The parts do not make the whole.
That's bullshit.
Elaborate.
I mean, really, whatever you want to tell yourself.
Well, yeah, we know where you stand, but who said bullshit? Elaborate if you're going to open your mouth.
It's all in the fermentation.
Yeah, when you eat
fermentation, that's
when you eat broccoli and it's a little bit of shit in there, like real shit. You're not eating shit, or you're just eating broccoli because it's nearly just broccoli.
Yeah, but that is a false equivocation because I'm not talking about broccoli that happened to have some shit on it because you didn't.
So drinking and eating.
Hold up. Have I finished speaking?
Yeah, because you just made his point. The shit is only one part. It doesn't make it the whole of the broccoli.
But even so, it's still a false equivocation because broccoli is broccoli. You're talking about broccoli that happened to have a bit of shit on it. I'm talking about wine, beer, which is made up of other stuff, and a constitutive part of it is alcohol. That's what I was getting at. So don't just try and come out with bullshit without knowing what the flip you're talking about.
Broccoli with poop on it, bro. The broccoli's still good. It's the poop that's the bad part, and it's not in broccoli. But then again, we do grow broccoli in piles of poop. You know what compost is, right?
Yeah, exactly. But anyway.
So your carrots got shit in them, your onions, your broccoli, city poke. You scared of little poop, bro?
Yeah, it scares me a lot, man.
Yeah, not to mention fermentation
I have to go to
your
the toilet.
Gut biome. I mean, all the northerners around these parts. I'm talking about the worldwide northern aspect. Whoever has to live in serious winters. If it wasn't for fermentation, how'd you lot make it through? Go and look at your ancestors and tell me they didn't make it through the winter without fermentation.
Fermented fruit was also used to purify tainted water, too.
Yep.
Hey, don't forget about beef jerky.
Why it's one shot of whiskey per 8-ounce glass of water. Because it's more about the water than the whiskey.
Yeah, and I think it's by design because in terms of how I see it with the creator and stuff, because it's like don't drink to excess. Just drink, enjoy it. It tastes nice. Wine is nice, especially if you grow it on your own vineyard. But just don't be a waste man. Control yourself.
Well, a drunkard wakes up every day and gets a glass of wine, right? Don't be a drunkard. That's to put it in proper.
Yeah, obviously I'm doing it my savvy way of talking, but I was taught from young how to drink properly. Have a big meal, have a glass. The bigger you get, the more glasses you can have. Eat more, drink water. It's not that hard.
Yeah, I got 200 gallons of hard cider. I got probably 10 gallons of expensive scotch, but I'm not drunk. So there's the point. Some people can have it and have to drink it. Some people can have it and not even touch it. So the part is, don't be a drunkard.
I can definitely have it and not touch it because it all tastes like shit.
Yup. Yeah, I could never get the hang of it.
Me neither. Acquired taste. Like, I don't think I'm ever going to acquire that taste.
So you like even not a fan of pickled veg and stuff as well, or is it just the alcoholic drink stuff?
Oh no, I like pickles. I can handle that. That's like sweet.
Brine's a fermentation. You pickle things in a brine.
Yeah, only pickles. Pretty much the only fermented thing I can handle. Everything else is too sour.
I like pickled carrots, pickled cauliflower.
I know this
I'm
is
lying.
kind of a.
I can handle pickled carrots and pickled jalapenos as well.
Yes, sir. I know this might be a bit of a detour, but do you reckon maybe with that Ritalin stuff you're talking about, that maybe that's a consequence of that? Some of the tastes you have and some of that?
I don't know. I mean, they say that like 8% of the population has extra taste buds that the other doesn't, and that's why they don't drink coffee and stuff because it's too bitter. I don't know. I mean, if I eat a horseradish, a radish or something like that, it literally makes the back of my tongue like sting and gives me goosebumps and all kinds of crap. Dark
Coffee
beer.
is actually bitter for everyone, but you lose the taste.
Yeah, no, it's super bitter for me. Like it literally made me gag. Like it's gross.
If you give coffee to a child, they always say it's bitter, but you lose the bitter taste after you age.
Pickled peppers are good.
After you get addicted to it?
Yeah.
I guess it's just not a.
What'd you say, okay?
I was just making fun of you.
It's okay, go ahead. We didn't hear you. You broke up.
She was kidding.
I was kidding. No, I was saying not aged yet. That's all. Because he was saying.
Oh, yeah, I'm still a child. I gotcha, yeah.
Touché.
We'll never know about the answer to your question, Elijah. There'd be no way to prove that.
Oh yeah, it wouldn't be worth it, right? You'd have to put people through too much stress to figure it out. But either way, I think there's something you can do about the effects of that stuff. So keep looking into it. I'm gonna see what I can find.
But on that topic and the topic before, if you combine them, Ritalin and alcohol, it makes you like super smart. Like if you take a test, put the test before you. This a guy in high school, he'd always buy Ritalin from me. I also sold screwdrivers, and he'd buy 3 Ritalins from me and 2 screwdrivers. And it was always when we had a math test, and it took me a while to realize that, but we had a math test, and I asked him, I was like, hey man, why do you always get this before the test? He's like, you've never mixed alcohol with Ritalin? I was like, no. And he's like, dude, drink a little bit and take a few Ritalin pills, and then when you look at the math problem, he said, just write down the number that comes to your head. Don't even question it, just write it down. And I was like, no way. So I'm pretty good at math. That was my best subject. So I did it. I did what he told me to. And he was right, man. You just look at the problem and a number pop in your head, you write it down. If you get it to a problem that didn't have the number doesn't pop up, you just skip it. I went back and checked my math, and it was all right. I was a little freaked out, to be honest with you.
We heard
How old are you? You did Ritalin, not Adderall.
Yeah, no, I'm 39. They started me on Ritalin when I was in 4th grade.
Them damn
And then it took me like 2.5 years to figure out how to trick the nurses and my parents into them thinking I was taking it when I wasn't. And then I'd put it in my mouth and I'd take a drink out of the little cone cups. I'd drop it in the cup, it'd fall in the bottom, and they never ever noticed that I was taking the cup with me. They checked my mouth, they never caught on that I was taking the cup with me. And I would take it back out and put it in my locker and let it dry out. And I always kept an extra bottle from the house, so if I ever got caught by the cops or whatnot, I'd have a bottle.
He was that little kid. Yo, I got that ready for sale.
Yeah, I didn't advertise it. My friends, most of my friends were druggies, and I didn't really do drugs, so I didn't have to tell too many people.
Yeah, my son's friend. I was joking with him one night about I thought he took too many Ritalin pills, and he says I don't get Ritalin, Mike. I get Adderall. I was like, really? So you ate one too many? And he's like, I don't eat them. I snort them. Oh.
And if you're not eating speed, you're wasting it. I'm pretty sure.
All right.
That's what all the old timers always told me. If you ain't eating it, you're wasting it.
The only thing I did is ask my son, you don't eat his Adderall, do you? He's like, no, Dad, nope.
It'll also sober you up. I mean, I've been told that Coke and other speeds do the same thing, but I don't know because that's the only speed I've ever taken. But whenever a chick was too drunk at a party and guys were about to start taking advantage of her or were trying to, I'd be like, here, take this. And then 30 minutes later, some of them would be mad at me because they were sober. I was like, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you wanted to be taken advantage. Oh, you're not. Oh, okay. You weren't being taken advantage of, were you?
Chivalry's dead. She wanted an excuse, bro. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Apparently.
He said I gave her the wake up. That's funny, man. Guys spike girls drink. And here's a guy that spikes a girl's drink to wake her up. That's
well, I don't like seeing anybody being taken advantage of.
I don't either. No, I think that's decent. Even though it's some crappy ass drug they shouldn't have been doing in the first place. Kids shouldn't be drinking either, but just it happens. Doesn't negate the fact because they shouldn't be. Doesn't negate the fact they do. Just to say this shouldn't happen and that shouldn't happen. That's not an answer. That's just complaining. In the real life, you want to fix problems, you have to accept that they happen and figure out solutions. Can't just sit there and point it out. It's like you walk through the house and you see some dog shit on the floor. Rather than clean it up, you say, hey, look, there's dog shit on the floor. Like everybody in the house didn't notice it already. You gonna clean it up or you just gonna point it out? That was my mom's pet peeve. She hated that shit. If you said, man, there's a lot of dishes, my mom said, why aren't you washing them? Well, what do you mean? Well, you notice there's way too many. Point out shit to other people that you care of by myself. No, sweeping floors too. Like, man, the house is dirty. Mama, thanks for noticing. Here's a broom. Do the dishes when you're done.
Hey, Balmod. Okay. Oh.
Oh, you're still on. He just didn't respond.
Hey, Balmod.
He went to do the dishes and sweep the floor.
Oh, no. Yeah. I'll be back later.
Have a good one. He saw something that he needed to do. He said, "Oh, better respect Mama."
I do the dishes because Mom was pretty bad at it. I get a lot of dirty dishes, and I'm like, "Did you wash these?" And she's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "They're still dirty, yo."
You got to put them in a dishwasher after.
Yeah, we don't have a dishwasher.
Sure you do.
Well, yeah, that's. I know. I got a great one for that.
I was the dishwasher. What are you talking about? Put them in the dishwasher.
Yeah. In Coliseum. Okay, let me go back to the live stream.
That's a funny meme, Crit. I don't know if you're in here or not, but that's funny.
Yeah, I'm here. I had another one too where it shows the cat with the Karen, but I can't seem to find it right now. Like the gist of it was something like these dishes aren't going to wash themselves or something like that. It's like, I worked really hard to make you that salad, but like, is the dish going to wash itself?
I liked this little skit that this couple did where the guy would get the coffee table dirty and he'd tell his girlfriend, "Look, every night it gets cleared up. It's like some fairy comes and cleans it up. I'm going to stay out here so I can catch it." And she's like, she just looks at him like this look of unbelief.
Yeah, that's a good one. It's pretty funny.
It's so funny, yeah.
How's everybody doing today?
Yeah. This ain't the one here, but it's something pretty similar to this format.
Is that Miggy right there?
No, that was Crit.
Crit? Oh.
Man, we're so flat. We're so flat in this joint that we've been talking about wine and stuff.
Oh, nice. Listen, whatever. Not about anything. I like wine.
That's how weak the globe arguments are.
They are kind of.
Yeah, they're getting pretty bad. It's getting to the point now that they're just talking about their feelings about the conversation.
Okay.
How hurt they are that someone, that how could it? Like they're just stumped. Like, how is it not a globe? And then you tell them, dude, it's not. Just accept it. Here's all the proof.
Do you feel like they're slowly coming to the realization, or they're still fighting?
Well, you remember that dude yesterday that we talked about, Daddy?
Really?
Which one? Which guy?
Daddy. He's on the Nathan Oakley show yesterday.
Okay. Yo, that's my buddy. That's my friend.
Okay, he came back this morning.
Okay.
Yeah.
What was he talking about?
And Nathan said to him, "Sure. Do you think I misrepresented your argument? The floor is yours. Present your argument." And right away, he went thermonuclear meltdown about how Nathan Oakley is fooling people, and it's about YouTube, and he talked about everything other than the globe as his only proof of the globe.
Of course. Because remember, there's people that want to take like an emotional stance, right? They want to pull people with their emotion, because it's like nobody wants to be fooled or tricked. So once you almost say like really like believably that someone's lying to you, you're almost like afraid to even consider what they're saying, like lest you be tricked. So they just run away.
Yeah, if it makes you feel any better, he and I have been talking for several months about the globe and flat Earth and whatnot, and the last couple of days he hasn't talked too much.
Yeah, I talked to him in text. I said, dude, just come on to 24/7. It's a discussion group. It's not really debate. That format is available from time to time, but for the most part, just hear people talk and just present their ideas and just try to understand. And you and you present your idea. Maybe
The
you
thing
learn.
is he thinks that you don't understand.
Of course,
it's like the thing is he doesn't understand why it's a ball, so it's too much to ask for him to understand why it is not a ball.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Because remember, it's like we all have to do mental math to figure things out. The mental math to figure this out means you actually have to take the considerations, have a think about it, really consider it. But if you don't want to, slow your mind down to that level, you'll never perceive it because you were too afraid to perceive it.
Yep.
Vagabond, where your black ass been at? I ain't heard you in a long time.
Chilling, bro. Yo, I just moved to Cape Coral, Florida from New York, bro.
Nice.
Yes.
That's the way
I have a cousin. I have a cousin down here that does real estate. We had a long conversation one day, and she was telling me how people are buying like crazy, like in Cape Coral, Florida, like the Gulf access lots, so they can just have their boat that's right on the Gulf. Like, shit really go shit on land, they're just gonna dip. And I was like, wow, that's genius. You know what I mean?
It's not Blaze, is it?
Literally. Say again?
It's not Blaze, is it?
No, what do you mean Blaze?
If you don't know what I'm talking about, it's not. We have a member here named Blaze that lives in Florida, and she's a real estate agent.
Oh no, not Blaze. Yeah, it's a woman, Lara Cresfonte. So she's been doing real estate out here for a while. And I had visited Cape Coral like 10 years ago, but just to come hang out with my family, I didn't really get the lay of the land. You know what I mean? Like, why do people come here for? You know what I mean? And it's like a super Republican state. And I'm like, it's like hyper Republican, but they're really good people. So it's a weird mix because I can see the like tightness within them, but it's like I'm also like, they do not want to hear about the flat Earth, kid, because like they've all got their flags out, like they've bought in. You see what I mean? So it's like to deconstruct their reality is like, ooh. They don't want it.
Where do you get that Republicans are not, quote, good people?
Say it again?
I said, where do you get the idea that Republicans are not, quote, good people?
I think everybody has shitheads and amazing people within them. Every demographic, every group. You know what I mean? So it's like I love every group equally based on how their character is structured. So if their character is structured, thus that they're a good person, they exude nothing but love and positivity into the world, then that's great, right? Because you can feel that person's energy. So like what I'm saying here is where I am now in a hyper Republican state, it's extremely connected. Whereas in like a democratic state, there's tons of disconnection. See what I mean? But like I grew up in a unique neighborhood where I had like a community type of a thing. So I kind of like, I get it. I was like, oh, you guys all know each other. I was like, I get it. You know what I mean? But it's like, I think I can perceive that because I wasn't closed off back in New York. I was very open to every culture. But like when I started seeing like the property that she's talking on the water, I was like, yo, it's a great idea. Cause like, I don't know what's going on with the vaccines and this shit. They're trying to shove shit in people's arms. You know what I mean? I'll figure out my life from here and like make some bread, get myself a Gulf Access lot in a boat. And you know what I mean? That's the best I can prepare in my mind. That's literally my best idea so far.
You're going to have to change your name then, Sir Vagabond.
No, not at all. Why would I change my name?
Sir Vagabond, Cape Canaveral.
Exactly. But
I've
like Jerry.
My best effort is
NYC no longer could be in there.
Yeah, they are right about that.
Collect tools, bro. All the tools you need to survive on your own that aren't powered by something.
Is everybody?
Yeah, I've noticed the same thing as you, Vagabond, that it's been kind of tough to talk to. I mean, maybe things will change now, but like really hardcore right wingers. Because after Trump rolled out Space Force, if you tried to talk about flat Earth, especially after Netflix gave a platform to flat Earth, and a lot of Republicans think Netflix is controlled opposition, like Democrats. That somehow you're part of Antifa. Like a family member said, I was talking about, oh, you still think the Earth is flat? I'm like, yeah. He goes, well, you fallen with Antifa yet? And I'm like, what? How do you make that bound of, like, how do you jump from there, right? Like somehow, because I think the Earth is flat, now I'm against Trump. I said I would be against anybody in the executive branch that tries to expand NASA or the federal government into space. And I hope when Biden tries to do it, you're now with me and fight against it. Because you didn't when Trump was.
Yeah. Hey, I got a question, though, about Flat Earth, if you don't mind.
Oh, definitely. That's why we're here.
So, a big thing nowadays is talking about how, things have a downward bias. And, Nathan talks about how, well, helium balloons don't have a downward bias, so there is no downward bias, right? So is it not fair to say that density has a downward bias, and where does that downward bias for density come from?
Now, Nathan starts cussing a lot, calling you names.
The balloon demonstrates there is no downward bias with density. Why do you think the helium balloon rises?
Well, because it's less dense.
Well, there you go.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So why do less dense things? Well, that's what I'm saying. So density goes down.
All things that move in the density tower are because of displacement. If you ask me what powers displacement, I'll just tell you I don't know.
Right. But dense objects go down. Denser objects in the medium go down. So is that not an observed phenomenon?
No, that depends because let's say if you put steel, steel in mercury.
Have you ever used?
Right, but I'm saying if something is more dense than the medium it's in, then it goes
tower. And hold up, it's not always that's only one circumstance in a large spectrum, though.
Right, but it's an observed phenomenon.
So it's not 90%. It's not 90% of the things that go downward in the density tower, though. That's the point.
I don't follow. I'm sorry.
Like water, dirt, heavy metal, sands. Not all those things go down. Some go to the top level. Some go.
But if it is more dense,
bottom level. Some go to the middle level. That's just one circumstance.
But if it is more dense, then it goes down.
Yeah, but density itself doesn't power anything. Displacement is the cause of the motion. What powers displacement? Who knows? So this is a gravity argument, and it's not a. We don't argue things go down. We don't argue that. It's a given cause. So literally, I'm not trying to tell anybody that the entirety of the theory of gravity is wrong. I assert the given cause is wrong. Mass doesn't attract mass.
How
There's
does
no warping of space-time.
How does it
I really
the shape?
You're right. As far as replacement, I don't care. I'm out to falsify the given cause of gravity, and that's it.
How does it prove the shape of the Earth?
We've already falsified mass doesn't attract mass, so it doesn't shape spheres in Euclidean space, right?
Right. Yeah.
So
I just feel like that's the next thing. Is saying density is
personally, I feel like the next thing, the more advanced level of the flat Earth, would be to move on from the gravity argument. We already falsified it. If you want to go demonstrate or in a lab demonstrate some other effect or prove an effect, then so be it. But it's not needed. The gravity arguments become redundant. We've already proven gravity doesn't shape and form spheres. What more do we need to do? Argue gravity for another 10 years?
right.
Insert SpongeBob meme here.
Right. So my point would be to get recognized on an international level, we need academia. So if you can come up with an academic paper on anything that crushes the globe Earth model, that's cool. But I don't see as repeating the same stuff about density, buoyancy, Archimedes' principle is going to get us anywhere established on an academic level or accredited, and that's really where we need to be. Everybody thinks it's a battle against that, but you fight fire with fire.
So do you know of anybody who's writing a dissertation right now?
Well, yeah, there's been multiple people who've tried to get accredited papers. Bob for one, Jaron for another.
I have not seen those. What are those about? And what happened with them?
Well, Bob didn't make that public, but the fact that they sent the laser experiment in for accreditation to be accredited and reviewed for scientific review. Yeah, they sent the laser experiment in or survey for peer review, but they haven't got a response yet.
Oh, they
sent the microwave experiment.
This is like when the Netflix documentary came out, right?
No, just recently.
So I mean, I'm sure it takes a while to do.
Peer review. Microwave transmission, the laser survey, and one experiment was sent in the papers for peer review. I mean, we're fighting academia. People learn through academia.
Yeah.
What's the biggest home run we could get? An established, accredited academic paper. I know a lot of people don't like to hear that because they just want to say education is more mechanical things than half you people can even fathom.
I don't know. I feel like that conversation
Because
between Daddy
education,
and
most of it
Nathan
is true.
was pretty good.
Well, before we move on to this, it's like it's not even. I just want to ask this question because it's not even contested, right? That there's an energy flow that flows towards the Earth. You know, that. I mean.
Well, we read.
You're kind of cutting out, MJ.
Yeah, I didn't get any of that.
Up off the Earth.
You're roboting, man.
Yeah, the fifth guy said the obvious. Thanks. I noticed that a minute ago. I can still hear you guys when I'm roboting.
Right. I mean, I know that like the vibration of different things and the density, you know, all of that plays a role, but there's obviously an energy. I don't think anybody's contesting that there's an energy flow flowing towards the Earth. Why can't it just be something like a simple answer that everything just follows the flow of that energy? I mean, when, you know, dependent upon its relationship with the energy, you know, which as in would answer the helium thing, like its relationship with that would be, you know, different than different objects. It would just, you know, be in accordance to the relationship that the object has with that energy flow. I mean, why can't it just be like following the flow of the energy, like a current, you know, like, you know, if you're just thinking about the energy flow as you would like, you know, the flow of water, like things would follow the current of the water or whatever. And I mean, that would kind of explain the so-called gravitational anomalies that we have in certain areas. You know, if you think of like how water has, you know, eddies and things like that, if you're referring to like the energy flow. I mean, it's nothing that I can prove. I mean, but it just seems like, I mean, nobody's really contesting or disagreeing that there's
Actually, you can prove that. You should read the Feynman papers or the Feynman lectures on the electric nature of Earth.
Well, I mean, I'm talking about like me, myself. I can't go out here and prove that, but you know, it's hard to articulate what I have in my mind. But you know, conceptually, if you have like an energy flow flowing towards the Earth, it would just make sense. You know, that the relationship that the object has with that energy flow would determine whether or not it's going to follow it or whether or not it's going to, you know, like the density buoyancy rise above it or whatever.
Yeah. We don't have to prove that. Feynman already demonstrated that. That's what I'm saying. We can just cite him.
Right. Yeah, I'll definitely look at this and read this about a month.
So what I was saying is that we see a high voltage at a higher elevation, and as you go down low, it becomes zero at the ground. So you can correlate it with the flow of energy in a circuit, which would be zero at the ground because it just relays through the ground and back through the circuit. So
right, and then when you take, go ahead.
Well, the potential is infinite, but the registered voltage is zero at ground, and as you go above, it rises. So that's basically what Whitsitt's covering when he's talking about dielectrics, static attraction, static acceleration. You and him, what you're saying goes right along with what he's saying.
Well, see, it's like for me to comprehend when he says it in the way he articulates it, it's like the comprehension that I get from it is a little different from the way, but maybe I'm just not comprehending what he's saying accurately. I don't know. It's kind of similar, but I mean, but then there's also, I mean, there's a vibration that the Earth gives off as well. And if you think of the energy flow going down and then like the Schumann resonance, you know, like there's a pressure downward and there's also pressure upward. And then it's like that level where the two meet. It's like that area. It just makes me, this is like going off.
Yeah, electricity is a wave function, right? It vibrates at a certain wavelength.
Right.
So
This is kind of going off on a.
no, it's a.
Go ahead.
I'm trying to show you how they actually do compare. So when you get a different voltage, a different vibration at each level. So basically, what you're saying is all things are electrostatic or dielectric, and they adhere to the flow of energy in a circuit. It's the same thing which it says.
Right. And that would kind of make sense, if you look at all those old ancient photos where they try to Photoshop out the evidence or the remnants of the fact that they were harnessing power. Right. I mean, if you look at those buildings, it's like there was a common. It's like they shared this common height. It's like there's a specific height that they put level, in the atmosphere at which they would place these antennas, and it makes me wonder. It's like I really do wonder if that's where, like the Schumann resonance would, like the pressure from the Earth going up and the energy flow going down. If that's like where they would meet, and that's where you could actually harness the energy from more easily. And I know that's going off onto a different tangent, and it's definitely speculation, but it's something that I would be curious to know, to find out. But anyway, I just wanted to pop in there. I've got to take off though for a few minutes. Thanks for sharing that link. I'll definitely look at it. I've not seen it. I've not read it, so appreciate it.
Did I come on or what? Okay. What did I do? Shit.
So is there anybody in here that thinks they live on a ball?
I do.
Nah, but I sit on two swinging.
That's just dumb.
This is dumb.
How does Discord work on the flat Earth?
Crit, you sound like a 12-year-old normally, right?
I know.
So you're just making yourself sound like a 2-year-old.
It's my globalist voice.
How do bad globalist accents work on a globe?
It's like what I see in like CogDis when I'm like, or like in lobby. That's a voice I hear like when I'm.
The overproduction of estrogen.
Champuli soaked diapers and blue pill pacifiers.
Black Swan.
Black Swan.
Orgeas. Yeah, where the YouTube keyboard warriors at?
astronauts to the moon.
This is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live, the best place on earth to talk about Earth. Right now we have 40 people sitting here waiting for proof of curvature, Earth motion, or the vacuum of space existing. Please continue.
Yo, Helio, how do you feel about setting the stream up kind of like a radio station? You know, with like almost borderline commercial break. Like we can shout out each other's channels, we can shout the live stream out, kind of give like a viewer count. You know, oh, at this time right now on today's date, we're sitting at such and such viewer count. Kind of like a radio station. I don't know.
Chemtrail, did you think I was Helio? He's not here.
I'm sorry, dude.
I'm flattered, though. Did I sound like Helio?
Not necessarily, Dave. My bad. It just sounded like something Helio would have said.
I bet you are flatter. Helio seems like a pretty big guy.
Yeah.
I get. Everybody seems to have like similar accents.
He don't sound nothing like Helio.
No.
No. When I do the little tagline, dude, this is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.
No, man, your voice is so much deeper than Helio's. I don't sound nothing alike.
Okay. Chemtrails,
but I did talk on a CB for many years, so I might just be more adjusted to telling people's voices apart.
Yeah,
but I don't think y'all sound
anymore. Back off with them pigs.
See, I get Crit and Sunny mixed up sometimes.
See, people that like actually talk on a CB, they don't talk on 19. Only truckers. If they say they're a trucker, they'll talk on 19. But
people like used to get like, well, people used to get Elijah and Chocolate mixed up.
I still get Elijah and Chocolate. Chocolate won't even be here. And I'll be like, oh, what's up, Chocolate? Like, I know I'm talking to Elijah, but it still just slips up. Like, it's so strange. So I think Dave and Helio, that's just something you're going to have to deal with. I'm sorry about that. But, yeah, regardless, whoever I was talking to, the radio station, I guess I could talk to everybody about that. Like, set it up like a radio station.
Yeah, the first thing we need to do to make it like a radio station is hire a secretary like Lonnie Anderson. I'm dating myself there.
But no, I sincerely am sorry for mixing up your guys' voices.
At least Helio has a good sounding voice as well.
Sonny needs to come in with his guitar intro and outro.
You know, you could always do like we did back in the day with cassette tapes and stuff, you know. You could just take an already existing live stream. Add whatever you want to it, And now we go back to blah, 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 blah. Just chop it up. People watching on YouTube, they ain't going to know that, it's right off the bat. They won't know it's pre-recorded and whatnot. And then you just put in the subtitles, recorded live.
And from a studio audience.
Studio would be a false term, but I know one thing. I picked a hell of a day to have to move stuff. It's cold and rainy.
Where you at?
Dallas, Texas.
Right on. I'm in Wichita Falls.
Cool. Is that where you live? Are you traveling or what?
Yeah, no, I grew up here. It's cold and rainy here too right now.
I visited there. I enjoyed it. Saw some of the buffalo or bison, whatever they're called.
Oh, you went up to the Wichita Mountains up in Lawton, Oklahoma.
Yeah, but I was that was pretty close to Wichita Falls though.
Yep, about an hour up the highway.
Yes. But that's in that area. It's like the closest mountain to us. It was fun.
Yeah, actually, I've got a P9, P900, and I will take it up there sometimes. And I've got a few distant sites. I need to go. I haven't gone in a while since I got my camera full spectrum and got a better tripod. But I've got what looked like kind of a silhouette of a wind farm down in Windthorst, Texas. It is only about 120 miles away, something like that.
And what was your elevation?
Oh man, I don't know. I'm not really sure how tall it's. They call it a mountain, but it's not really a mountain. It's just like a kind of a glorified big hill.
So next time you're there, next time you're doing something like that, turn the location on your cell phone, and just take a picture, and then allow the location to stamp the picture, and then just take a picture, wherever, and then when you get back home, you'll have those coordinates on your picture, and then you can put it into the computer, and go back to that spot and see what the computer says its elevation is.
Yep. Yeah, I've got Google Earth. I've got tons of lines from different vantage points over in that area, shooting down south. And I also went to the Reunion Tower in October and did a 360 pan.
I can see it from here. Yeah.
Yeah. You can see the Windthorst wind farm. I picked that out. You can barely see it, but I was able to see it from Reunion Tower.
Hey, if you ever want to go up on that mountain and point down south at nighttime, we could shoot some fireworks off from Dallas and from Waxahachie.
Yeah,
and then you can see if you can see them.
That was a plan of mine. I was wanting to, because the Windthorst wind farm is not far from me, 45-minute drive maybe south, and I was going to pick a night and go up there and have a buddy with like some artillery shells and shoot them off and see, what it looks like from that far.
Because I know sometimes here in Dallas, man, when there's like, you can see a thunderstorm on the, on the horizon, you go look at the radar and it could be all the way, in North Oklahoma.
Yeah, and I've tracked planes with flight radar, as like their angle off the horizon and their distance, as far as I can see on the P900, and I'd say probably about 12 degrees off the horizon. Just a plane, just cruising altitude. It's probably about 40 miles from directly overhead of me. So I've been doing a lot of different stuff with that. It's pretty interesting. But I just got back to work. I gotta get out of here. I'll catch y'all later.
Have a good one. He's up there where they roll their joints all wrong. Did any of y'all listen to Canadian Ragweed? They got a song about Oklahoma. It says that they roll their joints all wrong. It's an alright song. Just turn your brights on. You'll get away with making it at home with what. Sorry, I didn't turn my mic off fast enough. Apologies.
Oh, someone's driving around with the headlight out?
I was just letting him know. I try to let everyone know it's got lights out or whatnot so that they can fix it before the pirates get them.
Yeah, the road pirates are out in force. You are a criminal, but you're also the victim of yourself. So pay government. A couple years ago, there were these cell phone holders that had like a pistol grip on them. And one of the police departments nearby did a press conference about how these weren't authorized in schools and stuff, and that he fears for your child's safety if you let them walk out the door with these.
Because his officers are so not trained that they would maybe shoot someone that hadn't even drawed their cell phone out.
Yeah, doesn't even have all they gotta do is see a pistol grip like shape, and it's fire until they're no longer afraid. That's how scared they are. These are people who spend their whole life on the verge of tears, and somehow they're supposed to protect you? Like government is there to protect?
I think most cops are a bunch of pussies that wanted to be bullies. And you're right, they're scared. And they're not like they used to be. Back in the day, cop couldn't shoot unless he was shot at. I think it should still be that way.
Yeah, even the thing where the low ready, that's a problem too, because that's escalating the situation. You're interacting with a civilian and you have your firearm out at the low ready.
I've had a cop point a gun at me before.
Man, there's a story. Yeah, there's a story out of New York. This guy was buying Mentos, and the cop pulled his gun on them and said, "You're stealing those Mentos." And the clerk was like, "No, he bought them." And the cop had to see proof and all this stuff. What do you mean he bought them? You're talking to the cashier. The cashier just told you he paid for those Mentos, and now he's put them in his pocket.
Is there a video of that or something?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, just say. I bet you could find it real easy. It was national news. Just like cop pulls gun on guy buying Mentos. It'll probably be hundreds, like dozens of videos that pop up. See, it's like interesting. Without the video, it wouldn't have been that great of a story. But because of security footage, you got to actually see government misconduct in real time.
To change the subject, you think the Q-tards are going to shut up when Biden becomes president?
No, they'll double down. People don't go that retarded and then just back away from it. They're all in.
Are they going to start telling us just wait 4 more years? He's going to get back into office and blah
Yeah,
blah.
4 more years. He has a plan. His plan was to not get reelected, or the plan was, to set it up so his daughter would run, or or Eric or Trump Jr. There'll be something. These guys, they're not going away because they're actually part of the government. This is a controlled opposition, much like Flat Earth was.
So you really think Mr. Sniff Sniff's gonna win?
I got no idea, man. They have it where no one has no idea, in my opinion. I don't know, man. These giant tech companies, the way they had all the things down there right from the bottom, like stating that a media channel had already pronounced Biden the winner and stuff. It's so odd, man. It's about as weird as everybody wearing face diapers.
Yeah, you knew Biden or Trump was in trouble when both the right and the left wing were trying to get rid of him.
Yeah, and I don't even know if that's all the show, because I really think that they're all selected.
Yeah, that too. Like this idea of the never Trumper. I mean, you had people like Bill Kristol. I'm drawing a blank on that other guy. The guy who was oh crap. Well, there's so many of them. It's hard to keep them all straight,
The guy with the mole on his face? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, and the other thing too is really weird is him picking Giuliani as his personal lawyer. Like, is that like some sort of massive tip to the 9/11 and like New World Order? I mean, this is like Mr. Ground Zero. Like, what? Wait a minute here. It almost seems like Giuliani would have been on the never Trump side, but yet somehow it makes it seem like it was all. It's so hard to tell what is real, what's the reality is, other than say probably it's all a show. The whole thing's a shit show, and it's just meant to keep you guessing.
We got a hell of a turnaround, guys. We're going to need an actor this year. Only an actor can do it. Obama slipped up a few times. We need an actor. We need a good actor.
Yeah, Obama kept thinking he was clever and kept going off script. Michael Bolton. That's what I was thinking of. And then you had that general.
Is he the one with the mole on his?
Oh, actually, wait. That's not his name either, is it? Damn, hold on. Let me find this guy. Oh, John Bolton. Here, I'll show you.
I finally found something my baby likes eating: avocado with a little bit of Himalayan sea salt. Yay.
Avocado,
how-
thanks.
A man would like that too. How old's the baby?
He was born almost 7 months ago.
I love avocado. Avocado with condensed milk. Avocado shake. Yummy.
Wow, that sounds really good.
Avocado with evaporated milk. That's yummy too. My God, what is this world coming to? I was looking for a someone to play with, and then there's this ID named male equivalent of a horse girl. What? Male equivalent of a horse girl. Oh my God.
There's just nobody talking.
Yeah, it's 24/7 live, but only sometimes.
Just trying to say hi, and I rumpushed the lost you. My bad. Go ahead.
No, it's cool, guys.
I was just acknowledging the guy that my boy was talking.
Thank you.
Yeah, I didn't edit to the logo thing that I'm making because I added the on air and the live to the image I made because of what you said. I was thinking about that. I was like, yeah, let's make sure that they realize it's live. Even though it's implied with 24/7, they might not get it. So I did that.
That's a good idea, man. You got to dumb it down for the majority of the people, right?
Yeah, so it was something we were talking about, like, I don't know, maybe a month or so ago, about making business cards, and I came up with like an initial design. But now that I got the tablet, I've been working on it again, and I just decided to go for a more simple route, to just make it like that. And then on the back, I think apparently you can get like QR codes for the Discord and the Instagram and stuff. And they were saying that they have a website and an Instagram. I can't remember. So once I get all that information, that's going to be on the back. And then hopefully whoever's idea it was to distribute them can figure that one out. I think Chemtrail's behind that idea. Like he likes doing on the street stuff. So that'll be a good.
Hey, you can make that code, man, yourself. Go to
how do you do it?
a code maker. Go to a code maker and then enter the link that you want it to take it to, and it'll pop you out a code. It's just an algorithm that it reads.
Oh, okay. I thought it was specific for whoever had the website, whatever. Okay. Yeah, because I thought that'd just be a really simple way, because you know people are lazy as bulls. So if on the back of the card it has all the QR codes for the websites and the different social medias, like the Helios live stream and all that, then people can just scan it with their phones on the street. They don't even have to keep the card with them.
Yeah, people at the main building that I work at, they're such idiots. I've been telling the client that we should put URL codes everywhere and have videos that go to YouTube videos to show them how to use whatever it is that the that the code's attached to.
Alright, so I can generate my own one. So I might as well do... Does Discord... That's the thing. Does Discord do QR codes, or is it just the GG link?
I don't know what the hell you're asking.
Well, I know Instagram does QR codes. Like you can generate your own on your own profile, right? But I'm wondering if Discord servers have the same thing. Because I don't really use Discord on my phone that much, so I'm not sure.
Just go to a code maker and put the link, and it'll pop you out what you want, and then you just download that image. You're making this way too complicated in your mind, I believe. My phone, I think, has a maker on it.
Oh, should I put 2.0 on the inside or not? With the design, because this is a 2.0 server, so I suppose I could just slap that on the bottom corner, maybe.
As long as it takes them to the right Discord, if it's got a URL code, it don't matter. It's not like they're going to be like, oh, it doesn't say this site I went to says 2.0.
Yeah. I mean, just for the card itself. Just thinking about the design. Yeah, I'll run it by some people later, see what they think.
Okay, folks, we just had a new person join that may potentially think they live on a ball. Hank Hill. You have control of your microphone. You have anything to say? Hank Hill.
With a name like that, he definitely thinks he lives on a ball.
Hey, just because I'm from Texas don't mean I'm stupid. I've never seen a tumbleweed, you hear me?
How about that Watergate? You ever seen that?
I bet his friends told him about Flat Earth, though. That boom Howard.
He's into them conspiracies, huh? No, it was actually Rob Skiba.
Oh, I've been a non-baller longer than you. I'm surprised. That's how I keep. I'm horrible at keeping track of time. That's how I keep track of how long I've been of this idea, because it was like 8 months before Rob started.
So, when did you figure it out?
Well, I was a Helios. I've been a centrist since 2008, and I was in my camper one day watching a video, and it suggested one of Crazy Matt's comedy clips of him saying, pitcher or ball. And I'd already been, I'm the type I question everything anyway. And I'd always thought space was a little off. And I always thought it was peculiar. But when I watched that video, I was pretty much convinced that, I've been tricked. I need to look into this a little deeper. And, I don't know, I was pretty much convinced, but I don't know, I stayed up for like the next 3 days watching videos of what I could find back then. And, I was pretty hooked. I was pretty stuck on it for like the next 3 months, researching and whatnot. And then a couple months later, Jaron started making videos, and he was funny. He was funny back then. Y'all remember when Jaron used to be funny?
Yeah, he's a funny dude. He's got real charisma when he wants to. Yeah, he's funny for sure. I was going to say that Rob Skiba, he was like, well, I mean, I like Math Powerland, but his delivery, it needs a little work. And he was like, NASA lies. And I was like, yeah, NASA faked the moon landing. I was like, check. Like the government, you don't trust them. No, sure don't. And 9/11 was a lie. And it was like, they faked the moon landing, and NASA's part of DARPA, and the Earth is flat. I was like, wait, what? Like all these checks on my list, and then he says the Earth is flat, so I thought it was a trick. So I started listening to his evidence, and I was like, son of a bitch is making sense. And I had a lot of respect for the guy from his other work that he'd previously done. So I couldn't really just dismiss the guy, You
talking about Rob or Matt?
So, Rob Skiba.
Oh, yeah.
If you look at Rob Skiba's first Flat Earth video...
Oh, I've watched everything.
He likes Matt. Yeah. Oh, you've seen everything.
Every video that Rob's put out, yeah. I've seen all of them.
Really?
Yeah, I'm a fanboy, I guess you'd call it.
No, that's okay. That's pretty impressive.
On all of his channels... Back in the day, I'd even download his Facebook notes and print them out. Yeah, I was hoping Rob was going to come over for like 8 months. I was like, but I ain't going to say nothing to him about it. Yeah, I can remember the day that I can remember what I was doing when he come out with his video. Going to interview Mark Sargent. I was in the shop and I was like, what? He's getting into Flat Earth? I was like, no way. This is gonna be awesome. But continue. Sorry. Hank. Hello, Hank. Did I get disconnected? This is bullshit.
Nah, you're still here, dude.
You're still here, man.
It's just Hank. Hank dropped out, I think.
I want to ask him why he never...
I'm on the clock.
Oh, how come you never talk on Rob Skiba's server? I saw you're in there.
I don't ever see anybody talking. Is there people in there actually talking?
Every once in a while, yeah. But I mean, we talk in there a lot on SAT day, and Elijah's in there, and a couple others starting at like 4 o'clock.
Okay, let's go check it out. Yeah, because
talk on what day? Sorry,
Saturday.
What day? Oh, Saturday.
Yeah.
Okay, my bad.
SAT day, yeah. I try not to say the pagan deities' names.
Yeah, you're not supposed to. Yeah, just say
Anyway,
7.
yeah. We just have a real informal conversation in there. It's not always about the Torah portions that, that happens before it, but yeah, I like the crowd that's in there. But yeah, they only ever get in there on whatever.
I think Rob and I only live about maybe an hour, roughly an hour and a half away from each other.
I thought you live in Houston.
No, I just tell people I live in East Texas. And Texas is so big that, like, I'm still anonymous, because East Texas is like the size of most states,
Yeah, he lives in the colony. And he comes to the meetups up here when Chris Putnam has them at his place.
Is there flat Earth meetups? Is there flat Earth meetups in Dallas?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Do you have a Facebook?
Nah, bro, I sure don't.
Okay. Well, if you did, I was going to say I could join you to our private message, the DFW meetup private message thing.
Well, I mean, I have a Facebook, I just don't use it. Like, I turned it off. Like, the only reason I was using it because my brother-in-law went to Iraq, and then he came back in like 2011, and I think I did like a little bit of cop block stuff, and then I just quit.
Yeah, when you told me that you did cop block stuff, like the respect meter went up, man, a whole lot. That's awesome.
Yeah, I did it the right way. I think some people just hate on cops for no reason, but for me, there had to be 3 criteria. It had to be full like video. Like I didn't want to like step into like half of a scene that I don't know what happened before or after. So I had to see the whole video, the whole incident, and there had to be like a killing of another man or woman, right? Or a taser that left her in a coma with brain damage or something, right? And he had to have gotten away with it. So if he met all 3 criteria, that was the only way that I would mess. Well, when I say mess, that was the only way I would exercise my First Amendment right, freedom of press.
And there was a lot of those to choose from, Hank? That met all those criteria?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, dude.
That's sad.
Yeah, I was busy. And those were only the ones that we caught on camera.
Yeah, because notice he said... Yeah, you said you had to have a full video of it. I'm sorry, go ahead, man.
Yeah, and I didn't like group up with any of the cop block people. I just did my own research. Right? I think the cops have gotten a little better over the past 10 years because of, the internet and everybody having cell phones. And, like one cop would shoot a dog after coaxing it over. Coaxing it over means like, come here, boy. Come here. Pop, pop. Like, like that kind of stuff like pissed me off. But I didn't activate on anything like that because I wasn't about the animals' rights. I was about the humans' rights to stand trial. So even though cops were shooting dogs, that really wasn't my shtick. My shtick was when the cops would like beat an unarmed man, he died in the hospital 3 days later, and then they get like a paid vacation. Like that was my shtick, because I would, try to find out as much as I could about these cops, find out where they went to church, find out like their family members and I would just post it everywhere so people could watch a video for themselves. And all I'm doing is posting an objective video of what happened. And then I'd be like, and he got away with it. He didn't stand trial. Because everybody should stand trial. Even the guilty. Even the guilty have the right to stand trial. They have a right to a lawyer and a defense. But if they get killed before they ever make it, it's like, man, I've seen British cops will work together like raptors and like come from the sides and like disarm a guy with a knife. Like if they could do that with our man, are our cops such pussies? Land of the free, home of the brave, that they can't, take out an unarmed man? And see, honestly, cops can't do what I was doing, right? But the cops that are doing bad are earning the good cops' hate. So really, I was doing a justice not only for the civilians, but also the good cops, right? Because I had a friend that used to be a cop. I was like, hey, Matt, how come you quit being a cop, dude? He's like, oh, it's simple. I couldn't handle the corruption. I was like, what do you mean you couldn't handle the corruption? He's like, well, I just can't handle the double standards. Like, we see a cop who's drunk and driving, and, we take him home and tow his car home for free. But that same cop in his career is going to, like, arrest, like, 100 drunk drivers. So that double standard, he couldn't handle it.
So did any of those videos you made get taken down or get in trouble for any of them, Hank?
Oh, yeah, I got suspended from Facebook. Yeah. So before, okay, the event that started Black Lives Matter? It was the hands up, don't shoot, right? That one that happened, I can't remember his name. Michael Brown, maybe? So this dude...
It wasn't Brown, it was somebody else.
Okay, I can't remember the dude's name. But
like Rodney King?
The dude allegedly... No. This is different. So, if you look at the incident that started Black Lives Matter, it was an execution style that wasn't on video, right? So this is one of the ones that I didn't get involved in, but I did report that the cop, he said that the guy was like a huge guy like me. He's like 6'3", like close to 300 pounds. And the cop said that he reached into his car and reached for his gun and punched him in the face. And I know one thing, if I'm punching down...
Oh, wait, yeah, that is Michael Brown.
Okay. Yeah, if I'm punching down to someone who's sitting down, it's lights out, dude. That dude is going to sleep. And then when you see pictures of the cop who said that he got punched while he was sitting in a car, it looked like he had rosacea. Like it was just a little red spot on his cheek. And I'm like, no, that ain't no punch. Because you know what a punch looks like. I mean, especially if you're a big dude. Like, you know that you could knock out little Whitey sitting in his cop car. If he didn't get knocked out, then he would have had like one of those. It's not like a hematoma, but it's like an instant cherry. It's like an instant bruise. Because knuckles don't leave like slap marks, unless they like barely hit. But anyway, then George Soros got involved, and it became Black Lives Matter. But before that Black Lives Matter thing happened, before that incident happened, I felt this Green Beret guy on the internet, on YouTube, and he was talking about like what's going to happen in the future. There's going to be riots, blah blah blah. There's going to be race riots, blah blah blah. There's going to be shootings. And when I posted that dude on Facebook, my channel got shut down for a week, right? After a week of trying to log in, I couldn't log in. Right? Finally, I can log back in, right? And then right after that, the whole Michael Brown incident happened. And that Green Beret dude was out of the military and now working for that police station.
Yeah, what do you think of that, Isef? I posted it if you can see.
It was easy to make, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll work.
All right, I'm back in the store. Let me quiet for a little while. But yeah, I never took part in Black Lives Matter after I figured out George Soros was funding them. That's when I split.
Cool, Hank. Get back to work.
I went and checked out Occupy when it was here in Dallas, and I was really surprised. There was only two other libertarians there, and everybody, and I mean everybody else, was communist or socialist. And I had never even been around like communists or socialists before. It was odd.
Was that how it started, or was it usurped really quickly?
I think that's how it was started here. I mean, the guy that was running the show, they had this iron workers union bringing like pallets of water and stuff. Like, it was weird. I camped out there for a little bit, just to see what was going on, and then the cops, the city cops and whatnot, started like bringing all the homeless people over there and like literally like dropping them off and telling them to go over there, and then a little bit after that is when the media showed up. It was interesting though, but then my grandma died and I had to get out of town. I had to go back home for.
So was that before or after that Wall Street Occupy, or are they separate things?
Same exact thing. It sort of like went nationwide.
Okay.
Everybody was pretty chill except for a couple of individuals, and you could tell that they were the provocateurs and like the cop provocateurs or feds or something, because they were the only ones that they got arrested twice, and they got out in like less than like a couple hours. You can't even get booked in a couple hours.
Yeah, you can't even get them to answer simple questions in an hour. Am I free to go? Am I detained? Am I free to go? But.
I was surprised there was a journalist from India here. It was like, what? They flew in here and everything.
Oh my god, I'm going to write an article on you.
No, he's a white dude. Yeah.
Oh my friend, I am not kidding you. We are white. Some of us are white too. Shekel's white. He's Iranian. The moderator. Arabic, whatever. Whitest motherfucker I ever seen.
Did you say his name was Shekels, or did I just have a major brain fart?
No, that's his name, Shekel.
Oh, okay, I heard you correctly. That's funny.
Yeah, but
that's his screen name or his real name?
That's his screen name.
Okay, I was like, that's his real name. That's funny.
Look, I'm going to show you how he spells it. He even starts for a S, he uses the dollar bill sign. Shekel.
Yeah, that's funny. Hey, yeah, Elijah, I think the guy's right. I think you should put Flat Earth down and bring the on-air and the code up.
Yeah, I was thinking about that, or maybe changing the color from 24/7 to the words.
Yeah, you can just print the code out. Listen, you can just print the code out on there, because if you want to add a server to your list, you're on Discord, right? On the left, you got that plus sign. Just click the plus sign and type in that code, the code for the link. Just like if I create a link, it'll be discord.gg/C8W. All I need is the link to put in there, and it'll add me right to it, to your server.
All we need is for you to get up and plug that cord that's in the box into the wall and then into your computer or into your router so we can hear what you're saying.
Yeah. You guys didn't hear me earlier. I'm throwing having a party, a sleepover. There's like 6 kids here on Nintendos, and they're watching fucking whatever the hell, Netflix. They're watching Netflix and 6.
Yeah, but if you plug that wire in and stop using the wireless, you won't be fighting them for the internet because you will get as much internet as their router's getting. Right now, you're fighting them for the Wi-Fi space. It's only going to put out so much.
Yeah, the Wi-Fi. I got an aftermarket router. It propagates. I can still get on 150 megabits per second on the Wi-Fi.
It don't sound like it.
If I plug, well, did you miss the part where I'm fighting for it right now? If I plug it in, I'll just be robbing my kids out of it.
So?
Well, okay. So I don't rob my children. I give them everything I can. I don't take from them. You know, she's having a sleepover party.
A few bits that they're never gonna miss. You're just making excuses.
No, I'm not. I would plug it in, but it would make mine priority over theirs, and then they wouldn't be able to have their little Nintendo game. They're kids. I'm just letting them be kids. It's priorities, brother.
What if you use your phone? Surely you get better, no interruption through the 4G, right? I mean, that's based on assumptions, so I don't know.
You live in a city, don't you? Well, I've got to go to a certain corner of the property to even use my cell phone, but okay.
That's what I was saying, assumptions. I don't know.
Yeah, I got that redneck telephone shit. Go over there and stand in the corner. You can make a phone call. Seriously, though, it's only. It depends on what time of day it is, too. That's funny. Generally, I mean, I could go sit on the porch and use my phone, and yeah, I'd get a bunch of. Be pinging at 300 Mbps. But it's cold out. And then there's the fact that a lot of it is my internet right now. It's just Discord. Discord's laggy. That, and it's a long trip downstairs too. I don't know if you guys ever built a big block race car before, but a big block transmission's damn near 500 pounds. Building the big block, you know, heads are 60, 70 pounds a piece.
You have a transmission jack.
90. I do own a transmission jack, but that only puts it in a certain position. A 4-speed, you have to rotate it, and you have to line the spines up.
I know.
But I assume if you know what a tranny jack is, yeah, I assume you know that. So you still have to wrestle it, you know.
I like using ratchet straps. That way I can put it at the right angle and stuff that the jack itself won't exactly go into.
Oh yeah, but you're
working by yourself. Just ratchet. I need an 1/8-inch higher.
You still got to line the splines up though. So I use ratchet straps too, so I can do it by one person. You know, but you still got to rock it back and forth to line up the spine. And yes, I got spine alignment tools, but there's no perfection in that process, bro. It's easier to just set it up there, get forward pressure, and rock it back and forth. Let it slam into place. And then do it again for the torque converter. You know? Got to click into place twice.
I always tell people, you get it up there, you get the transmission in between the block, next to the block, and you got a 1/4 inch and it won't go no further, you better take it off, or you're going to try to shove it in there with the bolts, you're going to burn your pump up because it ain't lined up right.
Right. Yeah, the average.
And then I tell them, don't ask me how I know.
The average person can't even put a standard transmission. They might get it apart, but they won't get it back together. You know that. I went to my buddy's house. He was doing a little Dodge minivan. Little fucker, man. Little front wheel drive, 5-speed. And he was just spent hours messing with it. I finally got irritated and said, here, give me one bolt. Got on there, slammed it in place, threw the bolt in, was like, here, start bolting it in. And he's like, really? I was like, yeah, dude, you got to do all that. You're just sitting here trying to tittle tattle. You're taking baby steps, bro. You can't do that crap with it. It's a manual. Just monkey wrench that bitch in there. You got to force it in. You got to motivate it. I liked it better when they were gearboxes, you know, and you could install the bell housing and stuff first, and then put the trans in, or the gearbox. The clutch would already be assembled. Are you with me?
Yeah, you're one of those people that probably don't check the alignment either, do you? They don't need no damn shims.
No, I'm check alignment.
We'll see if it vibrates. It's not vibrating. It's good.
I'm hyper fastidious when it comes to that. I mean, I can put a rear end gear in it, and there will be no hum.
Man, I ordered a new bell house, carrier, whatever the hell. I don't know the names of them. The thing that the spider gears go in. What's it called?
Differential?
The actual part inside the differential that the spider gears go in.
Oh, the yoke?
No, the yoke.
The yoke.
The carrier, yeah, the carrier. And I was putting a locker in. I forget what kind of locker it is, but it's one that'll break loose. And it needed certain tolerance. And it's supposed to just slide right in, and you check the tolerances. And I could not get the tolerances right. And I was like, man, what am I doing wrong here? And I spent hours trying to figure out what I was doing wrong. And the carrier was made incorrectly. Like they milled it a little off.
Yeah.
And I didn't have a...
Yeah,
I didn't have shim. No, it's not shims. What is it called that goes in between the to get your spacing right on your? If you were using spider gears, they're just big ass washers. But what are they called?
Yeah, I know what you're talking
about. Anyway, I had to sand on that shit, sand on it, sand it, put it back together, check the tolerances again, and then I finally realized I just do the math. And then I did the math, and I could just sit there and mic it, sand it some more.
Yeah. Listen, you probably had a Dana locker system. Dana lockers?
No,
it's the problem with those. Yeah, those lockers. The problem with them are they manufacture them as if manufacturing tolerances are perfect all the way through, and it's going to fit the exact same size every time, and it doesn't because their tolerance is too great.
Yeah, but anyway, I sanded for like good 4 hours. Finally got it done, and got it all together. And my main seal leaked. I meant my yoke seal leaked, and I was like, "Screw it! I'm just gonna keep putting fluid in it. I am not doing that all again." I spent like $1,200 just on all the right tools to be able to do it myself. Because I needed to measure, the crush washer, whatever it's called, that's on the yoke. After you tighten it on there, you got to use that wrench that measures.
Yeah, dude, that's why I own Mills Drills in Machining Center. I will make that shit fit perfect. You act like I wouldn't align it perfectly. Bro, I build race quality motors, race cars, drag cars.
I know. I was picking on you. I've heard you talk about cars. I've seen your cars.
Okay.
I know you're going to do it. I was bullshitting.
Yeah, you absolutely can't be out of tolerance. I even put the perfect air gap. I'll put my main bearings in the car and then hone the main bearings perfect for a perfect match, a gap match, all the way down. So I have symmetry all the way down the crank for the least amount of friction and vibration.
Use wax to check it or what?
Yeah, wax. You can use wax or plastic. I'll cut a piece of plastic, but wax is one of the best ways. So that's the difference between a built motor. You can build a motor, but then when you start doing the perfect match, you're blueprinting a motor. So if it's been matched and printed, that's basically what printing is. Make sure there's symmetry throughout the entire motor.
Your buddy's helping you put the motor together. You got the whole lower end back together, and you're like, now we got to take it apart. And they're like, what? I'm like, yeah, we got to take it back apart. They're like, what? He's like, we got to check the tolerances. Oh. That's why we put the stuff in there.
No. Oh, I don't let anybody help me. If I'm building a motor, I build it. If I pay you to build a motor, then you're building it. You don't want two hands in the soup.
I just mean if they're standing there watching.
One guy. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, I've had my buddies ask me why I just totally built the motor and took it back apart, but I'm printing this one. This one's going to be performance motor. So.
Hey D, actually, most I'm just going to call him a redneck because all the junk he's done and gotten and can do. Not that he actually is a redneck, but you got a redneck living next door to you. It might be cool, but you might hear a lot of grinding and welding going on at 2:00 in the morning.
Yep, he knows.
Cause I got this project. I'm going to finish it. Damn it.
So if you come over and beat on the garage door, make sure you got a hooter or a sandwich or something. And sure, your local neighborhood redneck, he's always like, oh, you got a problem? Oh, you need some help? Oh, here, help me tighten these bolts down. When we're done, we'll look at your shit. My God. But, yeah, I mean,
what's up,
you can call me a redneck and that. I'm always making some noise out there, dude. I am the type of person, if I wake up 3 a.m. and I can't sleep, I make coffee and head to the barn. There's always something to be done. Yep, redneck grease monkey. Yep.
What were you going to say, Hank?
I was just saying, I always work on my cars at night. If the sun's out, I usually won't even touch it.
Oh, so you're laughing?
String up the lights. Yeah, I don't work on them during the daytime. It's usually too damn hot.
Hell no. Yeah. That's what I got air conditioning.
I might start around midnight, get done around 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, be like, okay, another alternator done.
Yeah, okay, cool. Probably thinks the truck's falling apart every time, like when you first start it and you like go to take off, like if you're turning left or right, sometimes that locker will pop. It feels like the rear end's breaking. It sounds like it too.
Really? It slams kind of hard, huh?
Something got out of whack, but yeah, it slams really hard.
Yeah, I would agree.
It didn't at first. It was pretty smooth, but yeah, every once in a while, man, it happens. Like I don't know, it happens, but yeah, it's loud. It feels like something's breaking, but it ain't. I tell her, don't worry about it. Just keep going. Just keep going. It's fine.
Are your seals good? Your rear end full of fluid?
It's full. My seals are not good. But my rear end's full of fluid. I check it monthly, and it's usually still full. But I do have a leak on the front seal. But
You try packing it full of grease?
it doesn't lose enough to worry about it. I mean, in 4 months, you stick your finger.
No, I mean to soften the slam. And when I was a kid, before I learned to actually do the work that's got to be done, I would try other stuff, and I used to pack them full of grease. It works for a minute till you pound the grease out of there because it's slamming. It's engaging too hard and disengaging too hard, and there's a reason. Something's out of alignment.
Yeah, it's disengaging too hard.
Yeah, so it's what it is it's pinching, and it's not allowing it to just flow fluidly. So it's being pinched in a certain position, and it has to build up more pressure than it should under normal operational.
Right. That's why it slams so hard.
Yeah, something's probably out of alignment, and it's pinched, and it's got to build up more pressure than it normally would to start traveling. Are you with me?
Yep.
And it could be that carrier. You might want to just go to the yard and get a different carrier, get a used carrier.
Yeah, no, I'm not rebuilding that rear end again until it breaks. It's fine. I'm not taking it apart. I don't have a big, nice shop and everything like you do, man. No, I ain't.
I hear you.
So, if you got a rear end full of fluid, I would say a proctologist about that. Go ahead.
What is it? What kind of rear end are we talking about? Ford, Dodge, Oldsmobile?
It's 87 Chevy Suburban half-ton.
Oh, and you put a locker in it?
Instead of spider gears, yep.
Yeah, how many miles was on it when you did it?
On what?
On the rear end? Well, generally it's
on the rack and pinion. I don't know. As far as I know, it's factory. But I put a new hub. I mean, a new carrier and a new deal. I mean, and
rack
a new.
Pinion.
No, I didn't replace that. I left it. It looked fine. It wasn't too worn or anything. It looked good. There wasn't no reason to replace it.
Oh, I know. I was just wondering.
I was pulling 12,000 pounds with a half-ton truck, more than 12,000 pounds with a half-ton truck, and and I broke the carrier, the factory carrier.
Yeah, there was a reason it broke too. That's what I'm getting at. And it's probably because of even that and even distribution wear. So you probably got worn components.
Yeah, I got a lead spring broke on the left side. I don't know if that'd make a difference or not though, but no, 12,000 pounds on a half-ton rear end, man. It ain't designed for that kind of stuff, you know.
Oh hell no! Especially with not having a locker, just being stock.
Yeah, it was the stock, you know, with the centrifugal force locker.
Yeah.
No, the centrifugal force locker that the one tire spins 5 miles an hour faster than the other. It'll lock it, and then after you get going over 25 miles an hour, it'll unlock it. It had one of those in it.
Yeah, limited. Yeah, I'm with you. That's what I meant. It's single until it's just a stock fucking limited.
Yeah.
Limited slip.
It's not limited slip though.
Right. It's just a stock traveler.
Yeah, that's technically a locker.
Yeah, it's limited slip does lock and unlock.
But limited slip has clutches.
I know.
This doesn't have clutches.
That's why it's limited.
That's why it's a locker.
I know exactly. Yep.
It is limited from 20 because once you go over 25 miles an hour, it knocks out. But I believe technically it is a locker. But anyway, yeah, no, it ain't. It's fine. I don't care. I mean, worst case scenario, it wears off all the ears on it, and I have one-wheel drive. It's not a big deal. If it breaks, I'll replace it. If it breaks, I'm just gonna buy 3/4 ton axles, front and rear. and replace the whole axle.
You already got a straight axle on the front?
Yeah, because technically you're supposed to use the LSD conversion kit, right?
No, I
Not
wasn't
just
doing
the-
LSD while I was doing it. No, I don't know what you're talking about, to be honest with
Yeah. There's a complete kit for that.
you. Yeah, because I want to be able to hook up to whatever I want and not worry about if I'm going to break something.
Yeah. I'm with you.
So can we pause car talk for a second, see if there's any Glovers or anything on here?
Let's talk about
Guess
the
not.
mechanics of the ball.
Back to car talk with Fedelmon. Go.
Hey, most of these guys couldn't do what you did, bro. Here, let's just give them an image. Too much shit to fuck with. Let's see if anybody is muted.
It's not all the stuff, because you could slap it together, no problem. It's all the tolerances that need to be correct.
Yeah, I know. I know. You can just throw it together though if you want.
Yeah, and then it'll scream and burn up.
All the way down the road. I don't see anybody that's muted. Well,
You're not good for go. Then your tires are gonna go irk, 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 irk until you break it loose.
He
And when
said,
you're
well,
and if you're hauling ass corner on a pavement road, you're not gonna be able to go as fast as everybody else because your ass is gonna come up underneath.
yeah, when you weld the differential, you got problems when you go around corners and all that too. He wants to be able to pull more weight, so he wants a 2-tire drive. That's basically it.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Mega.
What's going on?
Not too much.
You know what I say? Get you a new leaf spring and throw a 3/4 ton rear end in there. Fuck it.
Guys, mind if we get to these ballers in here? Or
are there any? I just went through. And nobody's muted.
Jimmy D Nuts is in here. All right, Jimmy D Nuts, are you there?
I think he's making you say, "Give me, give me."
Jimmy, are you there? Jimmy, if you don't respond, I'm gonna put you back on mute. And then you can go to VC check-in 1 and get checked in. Okay. All right. Guess he's not talking. All right. Who else we got in here? Nobody else? Yeah, that's it. Been a slow day, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. Not a lot of people here in the Discord.
Yeah, Miggy, I think your 3-point takedowns words getting around is Glovers don't want to face it.
Yeah, I know. That video that D to the V remix, dude, that's a big hit. Everybody liked it. They're commenting on it. They're actually telling me in my live stream.
Sweet.
We still got Black Wine that's in here. He's a baller. You there, Black Wine? Guess he's not.
That's El Brico's buddy. He's a little shy.
You mean albacore tuna?
Yeah. Yeah, that stuff.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw the DM that you put in there, D. Has he? He's not. He hasn't been in here, has he? I don't think so.
How are we doing?
Hey.
Hello. Hey.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, Miggy. What's up? How are you?
Really good.
Do you mind if I jump in here and talk a bit?
Sure.
Okay, cool. Cause I was talking to Slated Bong a bit up in the VC check-in. He's pretty cool. Had a few questions about Flat Earth and just going over some Flat Earth talk if you guys wanted to continue it.
Yeah, go ahead. You guys can. I don't know. Go ahead. I don't want to interrupt you guys.
Okay, well, we were... yeah.
Hot chocolate, yeah.
We were in the middle of... he was in the middle of telling me how he thinks or knows the sun being the same as a star. So...
Oh?
Yeah, go ahead, Flated Bong. You gave me the definition of a star, and now can you explain to me how they figured out that the sun is the same as, or the sun is a nuclear fission reaction?
All right. So, where were we when we were up in the channel?
Yeah, so I just basically asked you, how did they figure out that the sun is made of nuclear fusion reaction?
Or powered by?
I'm just gonna say, I think that the sun is an explosion within an explosion.
Okay, what does that mean? Explosion within an explosion.
Fission, basically.
Yes.
It's a continuous reaction.
A wheel.
But hold up, the best evidence you got for that is neutrinos, but you lack the neutrinos that would be present in a fission reaction. So, I mean, what would you say to that? You have no helium-4, no helium-3 PVH neutrinos. So the evidence, your best evidence for that is lacking.
Yeah, look at Mike go, man. We need some more ballers. Mike needs to. He needs to warm up here, man. He's just getting started.
I know we haven't even touched off. Then there's the distribution pattern of neutrinos that doesn't make sense with a fission reaction. But this is your own science and how it contradicts itself. So I'm just wondering how you get around that to still have a belief system.
Yep.
Did Cat get his tongue or like what's going on here?
Hold up. He wrote an implosion would cause a black hole. You could just say it.
You could use your words, man.
Yeah.
All right. Well, then no, because you guys were speaking in the voice text.
Yeah.
Caddy says that an explosion within an implosion, but yeah, I didn't really want to like bring light to it. I kind of just wanted to say it, but since we're going here,
oh yeah, we're going here.
All right, so an explosion within an implosion. If the sun were to implode, that would cause a black hole, and we would all be very dead.
Okay.
Very dead, huh?
100%. No, we'd all be so done.
Okay.
So all of these things that you've talked about, though, right? They're just none of it have been proven. Like when you say an implosion would cause a black hole, where are you getting this?
Right, because you're still implying that it's an explosion or an ongoing, consistent reaction with the lack of evidence for that.
Yeah, inquiring minds want to know, Flated Bong.
Yeah.
I mean, if you solved the mystery of the missing neutrinos, you'd probably get a Nobel Prize.
Okay, then could I just quickly ask, and anyone, what do you guys believe that a star is, or like what do you guys think the sun is? What do you think the sun is?
The sun
Lights
is
in the
not a
sky.
star. We don't know.
Just one giant light that gives solar
I could
energy.
say I don't know, but when it comes to fission, I would say there's not enough accurate empirical scientific evidence that doesn't point that way, so it wouldn't be a logical inference that they would be fission.
But I've asked you multiple times, how do you know this is what the sun is? Like we're good saying we don't know what it is, but
This is like basic stuff that not only you learn all throughout your life, but it's like some of the first things that you'd learn in school.
Yeah, I just covered the advanced part of it, not the low-hanging fruit part. So building scientific evidence for the fact that the sun is a fission reaction. We lack empirical scientific evidence for that. How do you get around that?
I don't know, but it's more evidence than just saying it's a light. Where would the light come from?
Well, we followed the evidence to this advanced experiment and these advanced discoveries with neutrinos, and they actually point towards, no, that's not what it is. So this is when us as scientific people would shake off our old theories and start rediscovering what we believe it is based on the new evidence. I mean, that is how science goes.
Okay, but I just want to ask you, like, okay, what was I about to say?
Yeah, what are you gonna ask us? Go ahead, Flavor.
No, I know. I just had it. Oh yeah. All right. If you guys are just gonna keep saying that the sun is a light, can you at least explain what you believe the source of the light might be, or is it just there magically?
What good is that gonna do, Flated?
It's gonna do a lot of good because
like what?
All light has a source. If there was no source to any light, it'd all just be dark.
Wait, but you're implying some knowledge that you don't even know yourself, right? You're implying something. You're implying that the sun acts like something you know here on Earth, right?
It's basic knowledge that the sun is
basic knowledge.
Yes, it's
okay. So how can you validate? How can you validate that claim? Go ahead and tell me how you're going to validate that claim. I was kind of letting you kind of go a little bit because I just wanted to see how far you were going to get. But now I'm stepping in. How are you going to validate that claim? Please tell me. Let's start with the first step of how you can validate that claim you just made about what the sun is, even if you consider it to be your best guess. Go ahead.
No, it just seems like you're trying to deflect the question that I'm just.
No, this isn't a deflection. I'm sorry. This isn't a deflection. What this is here is being intellectually honest with yourself and with everybody here that's listening. Because if you're proposing a positive claim, then I need you to validate that claim. So how can you validate the claim you just said? Silence is golden, isn't it?
Yeah, because that's what my point is. Yes, this is a standard belief that you're quoting, but we followed this through experimentation to the point where we have evidence that points that it's not true. So where do we go from there? That's the question. Big experiments done by Globers that actually prove it's probably not true. It's more of a logical inference when you look at the neutrino studies to say the sun is not fusion rather than say it is.
So it seems like you guys are pushing out, like you guys are using all this basic information that you guys would believe.
Wait, who made it? Who made a claim? Nobody made a claim, Flated. Nobody. You're the only one that came in here making a claim. Did we make a claim? You're using what? What are we using? We didn't use anything.
I'm trying to ask you guys where
we are.
The light come from? Like even if it's not the right answer, what do you guys?
Your science doesn't know. We covered that. We've already
yeah.
covered it.
Nobody
You said-
knows what it is. They're just making claims without any evidence. So we at least are being honest and telling you we don't know. We just see a light in the sky, and we don't need to tell you or come up with a story to replace whatever we debunked, you know?
Right, you say fusion, your science says fusion, but we have scientific experimentation that shows that's not possible.
The laser test?
No, neutrinos, where have you been? Are we in the same conversation? So for a fusion reaction, there would be certain neutrinos at the core of the reaction, and they would be distributed with the light of the sun. But those neutrinos are not present, therefore it is not a fusion reaction. It's not a logical inference, it's just a fact.
Does he know what neutrino means? Like, is that word resonating inside the skull cap?
Well, all right. So before we get into any more ideas that he can resonate in his skull cap, he hasn't even provided a way we could validate any claims that he has brought forward. So that needs to be examined right now in this chat. How is he validating the claim that he just made? I don't care what he said, if it's made of pepperoni pizza or whatever. You got to tell me how you validated your claim. And then we can say, okay, let's talk about that. But as for right now, there's just ideas floating around. That's it. I don't want to talk about ideas. I want to talk about what we can validate as people who are inquiring about the world around us. We're tired of people coming in here preaching to us about all these ideas that they have in their head and then telling us, well, I made this claim. What do you claim? Well, first of all, you haven't even validated your claim, so why should we tell you anything? Plus, we don't need to. On top of that.
Like, you did remember when I said about verifiable proof?
Yeah.
That's what he's talking about. So
I got it. Yeah.
So yeah, if you don't know it, or if you don't have it, just say I don't know. Just some smart guys said this, so I believe it.
That's it. Yeah, it's all good if you have a belief. That's not a problem. It's just the fact that when people start making positive claims and then saying the sun is this, well, if you're saying that, well, you're going to have to validate that claim. If you're just saying that I believe it to be so, well, you can believe whatever you like. I don't care what you believe. But yeah, if you're going to talk about beliefs in this forum, it's not going to work out, man. Alrighty then. Sorry about that, hot chocolate. I don't know if you guys were carrying on with the conversation. I just in this chat group, you know,
you're good. You're good, man.
Yeah. Okay.
Also, there was another thing that me and Hot Chocolate were discussing in the chat, and that was about planets. So I asked Hot Chocolate if like she believes in extraterrestrial life, but she says no, and that she believes in extra dimensional.
Okay.
And
well, that's where we went into. You have to prove that the planets, or quote unquote planets, that the Earth is a planet. The Earth is nothing like what we see up in the sky. So I don't know how you made that correlation that what we're standing on is the same as the lights in the sky.
All right. Are you aware of Flated Bong that you have a belief system, or are you not aware of that yet?
I'm aware.
Okay. Well.
Yeah, I went over it with him.
Okay. Well. Okay then.
But I've noticed throughout like previous live streams that you guys talk to like other globe earthers or whatever, that like they only have a belief unless they themselves tested it.
No, the validation of the positive claim needs to be proven. So if you say something, it doesn't matter what you say. If it's a positive claim, you're going to have to validate that claim. I'm not making a positive claim, but you are. Right? So if that's that positive claim that you made, and you're bringing it forward in this forum and saying like, hey, this is what this is. Well, you're going to have to provide evidence for that, validate that claim. So I don't care what it is, but if you say it's just a belief, it's all good. You can have whatever belief you'd like.
And I just want to add one thing, because this seems like a common theme that people come in here and, you know, above or aside from just the verifiable information, the things that have been proven, they tend to want to ask one person what they think about different things, and they want to attribute that to the entire community. And we all have different viewpoints outside of what's verifiable, which is why we stick with what's, you know, verifiable when it comes to like discussing what the Earth is or what the Earth isn't. But, you know, outside of that, every individual have their own viewpoints. So if you really want to know what, you know, flat earthers think about different topics that are outside of what's verifiable, you'll have to ask a flat earther.
Did you hear what she said, Flated Bomb? Are you still with us?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay. Did you hear what she said? I didn't hear him. Did he say yes?
Yes.
Okay. Pretty quiet in here.
So, Flayed, do you have any proof of the globe that we went over so far? It just seems like you have a belief. Do you have anything else to present to us?
Yes, you guys keep denying photographic evidence.
Yeah, I went over verifiable proof with you.
Verifiable proof.
Mike, why are you denying photos, Mike?
I didn't know photographs were evidence.
Yeah, apparently.
Okay, so like if I take like Paris Hilton and
Evidence of
Photoshop
what?
myself in the picture, does that mean that Hank Hill and Paris Hilton went to the ball?
According
Come
to
on,
Flated
bro.
Bomb.
Hey, I was trying to get my Bigfoot photo in there. Damn it! Come on.
Don't make me go look for my King Kong photo.
Bigfoot's fucking real, bro.
All right.
They even got Bigfoot porn shit.
I'll let you take that. I'll let you take that back, Flated. I know you didn't mean to say that. That's photographs are not evidence, dude. You don't. Come on.
Bigfoot.
Come on, we're halfway to liftoff. We're halfway to liftoff, bro. Keep pushing.
Dinosaur photographs swimming in water gas.
Water gas. Yeah.
Hey, one thing I don't get is how would dinosaurs reproduce?
Yeah. How's that work?
Dino sex.
That's a good question. Like, I can't imagine.
It reminds me of the song.
I have a video. Wait, I'll put it up.
Oh, great.
Come on.
Wouldn't that mile-long tail get in the way?
Shout out to Lunatic. What's up, Lou?
This dude's got the dino sex.
We got
with those reproductions. They probably weren't that big.
So if you didn't hear the conversation, dude, photographs are now evidence. So.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. It's a whole new game now. It's a game changer.
So if photographs aren't evidence.
No, they are, aren't they? Flated? That's what you said. Photographs are evidence.
I'm going off what you said now. So if you're going to say that photographs aren't evidence, then why would there ever be one that would need to be presented in such as like the court of law in like a murder case or something like that?
No, okay. We're talking about something that could be verified. This is why I keep mentioning this word, verifiable proof. If I go take a picture of, I don't know, a tree, you can go there and verify and see if that tree is real to go take it and whatnot. If I take a picture from space that nobody else could go and verify this, then you can't present that as evidence. And that's just common sense. I don't.
Yeah. And let's be specific about what category of evidence, because there's more than one category. It's scientific evidence, not legal evidence. We're not trying to prosecute you in court. We're trying to prove an empirical reality, a concrete world that we live in. You don't do that through, here's a picture of the Orion Galaxy. You can't test it, repeat it, or verify it, but I was there. That's not scientific evidence.
The question of photo manipulation comes into play because it looks like they're taking at best composite photo strips and putting it back together.
Yeah, what they are is of no accord, bro. It's whether or not we can test them, repeat them, and verify them. That's the only thing that matters. I don't care. You can say fake. You can say computer composite. I don't care. Can I test it, repeat it, or verify it? This is science.
I
Who
want to
cares about
know.
those?
I want to know if he knows the difference between a photo, a picture, and an image, because there's a difference between all of those.
Oh, that's good.
Here, let me just ask just one quick question. Can you guys name at least?
Wait, there's a question on the table right now, Flated, and it was to you. Why are you going to bypass Lunatic's question? He just asked you a question.
Why you gotta?
No, you didn't ask. You didn't ask a question. He just asked you one right now, man.
I asked you guys about the stars, and you just say you don't know and move on with it.
Yeah, that's an answer. We don't know.
What can you prove or practically demonstrate about the stars?
Yes.
Did you wish upon a star one time? Did your wish come true?
Hold on, Crit. I think.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I want him to answer this question. I think we're gonna get him off on a tangent.
Okay.
Yeah, we're almost at thermonuclear meltdown. You guys keep fucking with it. What the hell, man?
I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
We're working towards a point here, Crit.
Then after you answer this, we'll get back to Lunatic's question. But go ahead and answer this one.
If you grab a telescope and you just point it at the sky towards a star, it becomes pretty clear that it is a circular body in space.
Circular. So from a monoscopic view, you have no depth perception, so you can't logically infer sphere. And once again, from this observation, what can you verify or practically demonstrate about your observation? You say sphere, but you're looking with one eye, dude.
Well, unless you're trying to make like the inference or whatever the hell the word is that
inference.
But if you're trying to make that
implication,
okay, if you're trying to make the implication that a
hello, darkness, my old friend.
Facing
you see circles of light once again.
That's not proof, though. You can't just say there's circles of light and then go back to thinking that.
Yeah, it's not proof to say I look through a monoscopic optical and I see a sphere, so everything's a sphere, and that's a logical reason to say I live on a sphere. Same. We're in the same boat.
Where does this guy think the stars are? Where's the place where these stars are?
Let's push one.
Did he
point.
bring a knife to a gunfight?
Let's get one point at a time, guys. I think Mike's covering it right now.
Do you guys think that a regular light bulb and the sun have the same amount of energy?
All right.
No,
don't get scallop. Like you gotta. I think you're all over the place right now. Are you listening to what Mike is telling you? Adelmon?
I just don't understand how you guys think.
He's telling you how he thinks.
Answer the question. Just answer the question first.
He's telling you how he thinks. He's literally telling you how he thinks.
Yeah, literally. So where'd your logical inference come from? A monoscopic observation that you've seen a circle of light and all live on a sphere. What would make us logically infer that we see that this circle of light has in the sky in common with the Earth? So we could assume that they're both the same thing and we live on the same thing we see in the sky. Do we see evidence of curvature from Earth?
That's you, Flated.
Yes.
Oh boy.
Do you see actual curve or do you see something you try to assert as curved without any proof or evidence. Are you going to go over to both?
You see
over the horizon?
You're breaking up a bit, Mike.
All right. Feel free to step in, Miggy.
All right. I just want him to answer Lunatic's question. Okay, Flated. That was a question that was still pending. That's Lunatic's question. Do you remember it?
I don't.
Okay. Lou, are you there?
Yeah, 1 second.
Okay.
All right, yeah. So